Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto Became Konoha's Youngest Anbu movie. Before we start, please go support Dragneel Slayer for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made, there will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Naruto is a male. The Ninja Village's special tactical squad, who must demonstrate their skills in missions capable of mentally shattering a normal person. Missions that would drive a human insane. Psychologically and mentally, Anbu ninjas must be prepared for the atrocities of the ninja world, for that which is hidden from ordinary people. Among these ninjas, one is very special. Naruto, a shinobi with a special talent for ninjutsu, taijutsu and kenjutsu. This is his story. The story of a ninja stained by blood. 1. Childhood. In a world where death is present in all its forms, children can't have a great childhood to develop and enjoy with their friends, family, and those they truly want to spend their childhood with. Children are always curious, wanting to learn everything and know everything, but in a world where shinobi are present, that curiosity can sooner rather than later lead you to the grave, alongside your dead loved ones or completely alone, relegated to oblivion. This only happened in cases where the children were children of civilians, where death and misfortune fell upon them like water, being used as hostages or bait for the enemy people. But they were also the children who enjoyed their childhood the most, as long as it wasn't cut short by shinobi or the enemy. Being a shinobi was no game when war broke out. However, in the same world where children of civilians could enjoy a longer childhood, children of shinobi weren't so lucky. They had to graduate from the academy. Become a shinobi and begin a career within the village's ninja ranks and prove their worth to the village by protecting its inhabitants. If those same children of shinobi belonged to a clan, the pressure tripled. They had to follow a legacy and show that their clan was useful to the village. If you were also an heir to the clan head, the pressure increased tenfold, and if you were also the future leader, all the pressure in the world seemed to fall on your shoulders. You had to keep the clan strong, strengthen the village, not weaken it. This was something the 5-year-old Uchiha heir understood like no one else, walking toward the ninja academy, where he would learn what it meant to be a shinobi, to train for the war his village was waging. Thanks to a high-ranking Jonin, they had defeated Iwa, allowing them to deal with the pressure Kumo was now exerting on them on the battlefield. Despite being a child, he had all of this on his mind as he walked hand in hand with his mother toward the academy, immersed in his thoughts as always. Itachi-chan, you look like a frowning old man. Uchiha Itachi, a 5-year-old boy. He was the future of the Uchiha clan, son of Fugaku and Makoto Uchiha, clan heads and famed leaders, as well as renowned shinobi. As the son of leaders, Itachi had always been pressured by the clan elders to show that the new Uchiha generations would be better than the previous ones. That pressure led the boy to a state of early maturity, understanding many things that not even a child of shinobi should understand. But Itachi did it and he couldn't undo it. That was his mind and no one could change it. Makoto, his mother, had always been concerned about this fact, knowing that her son's mentality was far too mature for that of a child. Sometimes, when they had talked and she had asked him questions, she had seemed amazed by her son's quick-thinking nature. She was both terrified and amazed. Her son, barely 5 years old, was showing a more level-headed mind than Konoha's higher-ups, who were leading them to lose more and more of their comrades. The war had to end. Don't worry, Makoto, Fugaku declared, placing his hand on his wife's shoulder, showing the stoic face characteristic of the Uchiha, then revealing a small smile. Itachi is more mature than us. That's how he is. He'll show that we are not only strong, but intelligent as well. The Uchiha matriarch sighed, squeezing her son's hand as they walked toward Itachi's first day at the academy, where they would prepare her son until he was 12 years old to go off to war, if it still lasted. Given the state of affairs on the front lines, they would need several of their best ninja to take down Kumo and Kiri, who were pressing the front lines. Suna and Iwa had withdrawn their armies, and only these two remained. If they dealt with them, they would win the war again and could establish some peace, at least for a while. I know, Fugaku-kun. But unwilling to let go of her son, Makoto squeezed Itachi's hand, the gesture being returned by the younger Uchiha as he walked away and didn't look at his mother. Something that Itachi was also characterized by was his lack of emotion. He had never shown even a tear in front of others, something that the parents didn't understand. Was their son the reincarnation of a sage? It almost seemed as if he were completely alien to empathy. We're here. Fugaku halted his steps. The man was wearing a military police uniform, displaying the Uchiha logo on the upper part of both sleeves of the shirt they wore under their Jonin vest. You must let him go, Makoto. Sniff sniff. Itachi looked up at his mother, watching her crying. He clasped his hand over hers, and the woman hugged him, bending down to his level. My little one. Makoto cried, knowing that if the war continued, she might not be able to hold him much longer. She had wanted her son to enjoy a happy childhood, surrounded by friends. But his temper and circumstances had deprived him of that. Behave yourself, okay? I don't want you to cause any trouble and learn everything well, okay? Itachi, if you don't want to. Fugaku placed his hand on his wife, stopping her from saying anything else, right in front of members of other clans, but most worryingly, those of his own clan. Fugaku moved his eyes, watching as more and more Uchiha arrived to carry their children. Makoto. Thompson. Okay, Itachi spoke, his voice, slightly high-pitched due to his age, only heard by his parents, who looked at their son, waiting for him to continue. Don't worry. I'll be fine. I'll make Konoha find peace. The infant broke away from his mother's embrace, walking toward the academy with his classmates, who didn't pay much attention to him, talking with other children. Makoto stood up, wiping away the tears that fell from her face, and soaked her hands. She felt arms pull her back and found herself against her husband's chest, who was staring down at his son's back. Fugaku showed his dark piercing eyes, glued to the Uchiha logo on his son's back. Let's go home, Makoto. We must meet with Minato and Kushina as soon as possible and follow Sandaime-sama's orders. We must end the war for the sake of the children, Fugaku emphasized, pushing his wife away from the academy. The other adults were also saying goodbye to their children. We must end the war, not for us, but for the children. Letting it happen, Makoto followed her husband, but not before taking one last look back at the ninja academy. She just wanted her son to enjoy childhood, something that is lost forever. At the academy. Itachi stopped in his tracks and looked up, finding the classroom sign and seeing the number 104 on it, revealing that this, as the infant had expected, was his classroom. Itachi grabbed the door handle and proceeded to open it. Frus. He entered the classroom, moving his eyes around the room, seeing those who would be his classmates. They were all members of clans, with a high percentage of Uchiha and Hika in the same class, likely due to their ninjutsu and skills, which placed them at the top of the village. Without the Senju and with the fall of the Uzumaki, the two clans of powerful ninjutsu were now at the top of the chain, being two strong assets against their enemies. Itachi pulled his chair back from the first spot in the front row and proceeded to sit down. Frus Pam. The children, including Itachi, looked toward the door, seeing a panting blonde man with his hands on his knees, sweating profusely, his head bowed, breathing heavily. The boy looked up, revealing two blue orbs like the ocean itself. A faint smile formed on the boy's lips, then widened. Hello. The blonde boy raised his hand loudly, laughing and greeting everyone in the room. Suddenly, murmurs reached Itachi's ears, especially those of the Uchiha and Hika children. See? He's the Sandaime's adopted son. Really? Yes. It is said that she adopted him because she knew his parents. HMP, will it be strong? You bet. He's trained by Sandaime. My father told me about it. Itachi raised his eyebrows when he heard his friend, Izumi, standing right next to him, following the murmur of one of the many Uchiha. The infant looked at the girl, finding her fiery smile directed solely at him. When did you arrive? I was in class. But you're always acting cool and you don't notice, HMP. Izumi puffed out her cheeks, pouting at Itachi's behavior. The boy blinked several times, nearly 30 in just a minute, just to verify that his friend was really being dramatic again. Itachi sighed and turned his attention to the dais, where his sensei should have been, but something was blocking his view. He looked up, seeing the blue eyes of the Sandaime's adopted son. Heyo, he raised a hand, widening his smile in a foxy way. Heyo. Izumi played along. Itachi felt his eyebrow twitch at this antics from his friend and the blonde. He wasn't upset. Nothing like that could bother him. But he didn't understand the boy's energy, his illuminating smile in dark times like these, with 100 deaths an hour. Oh. Itachi blinked, seeing the boy's hand in front of him. When he saw him react, the blonde pulled his hand away and smiled. I thought you were in a Jinjutsu. You weren't responding to my words, Uchiha. And you are. Naruto. The boy named Naruto pointed to himself, placing himself in a strange, ridiculous pose that earned the intense gaze of every member of that class. BFFF, ha 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 ha. Izumi let the laughter run down her throat, reaching the ears of everyone in the class. The dark brown-haired Uchiha grabbed her stomach and began rolling on the floor, laughing. Who is this guy? Itachi wondered, feeling a drop of sweat fall down his temple. Naruto jumped from the desk, never erasing the smile on his face, placing his hands behind his head. It's a pleasure to meet you. Naruto shouted, laughing even more and keeping Izumi company, who had hit her desk and was showing a red mark on her forehead. Naruto approached Itachi, showing him his right fist. Can we be friends, Uchiha-san? Of course. Without taking into account the Uchiha heir's acceptance, Izumi accepted the offer from the Sandaime's blonde son, also showing a huge smile. We love the idea. Right, Itachi. I guess. Itachi blinked again several times, reaching 100 in just a minute, watching as Naruto sat with them without even knowing if he was okay with it, and they were now friends. Izumi usually did these interactions for him, so he was used to it. but he still didn't understand that guy. Frus. The woman opened the door, revealing the standard Jimnin uniform. This kunoichi wore her red hair tied in a ponytail, with a hit I-8 draped over her forehead, displaying the Konohagakure no Sato brand on the plaque affixed to the cloth. The blade was polished to a high polish on the same plaque. Ham. Books fell onto the desk. The Redeed looked at all the students in the room, displaying a huge smile, almost reminiscent of Naruto's. Or at least, that's what Itachi thought. Welcome, Tebane. The class teacher raised her arm high, revealing a fist. None of her students seemed to want to follow her. Yes, sensei, except Naruto and Izumi, who imitated their teacher, even standing up to look completely like the woman, who seemed to smile more when she looked at Naruto. Good, the adult nodded several times, accepting the two. She looked at the rest of the class. You need more enthusiasm. She added, widening her smile. She covered her mouth with her fist, clearing her throat and calming herself. I'm sorry for the delay. But with the current circumstances, even teachers are called upon sometimes, she explained, looking at the students. I am Uzumaki Kushina, your teacher for the next 7 years and the one who will help you understand the path you have chosen. To be shinobi. Sometimes I will be replaced by one of my classmates since they might need me at the front. Therefore, I expect you to behave well with them, just as I expect you to behave well with me, Kushina declared, smiling calmly, sliding a bright row of teeth across her lips. Now we will begin with Bukijutsu, weapon techniques, to cement your skills. Within it, there are different branches, and we will see what each of you does best, the woman explained, taking a step forward. In a puff of smoke, a katana with a crimson hilt and black sheath appeared in the Uzumaki's hands. As in Uzumaki, my skill in Bukijutsu has been more along the lines of Kinjutsu than the other branches. She put her weapon away again, looking intensely at her students. I hope you perform well, Gakus. And there, Itachi knew his childhood was over. But he wasn't the only one. Naruto never erased a smile that never reached his eyes. Both matured before their time. Small clarifications. Naruto is the same age as Itachi, who will be his friend and companion at least during his early years. Both are geniuses. Naruto is looked after by the Sandaime Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, gets along very well with Uzumaki Kushina, and wants to be like Namikaze Minato, whom he admires. At the moment, his parents are not present with him and they are neither Minato nor Kushina. The third war is still ongoing and has yet to end. I still don't know if the Uchiha massacre will be the same or not. As the title suggests, Naruto will be an Anbu in the story, which isn't a spoiler. This story will be a successor to Naruto the Lazy Ninja, Naruto the Shadow of Fire, Naruto the Uchiha Legacy, and Naruto the Heir of Senju Tobirama. There will be gore and I will show the true shinobi world, the one they didn't show in the canon. I hope you enjoy it. 2. Prodigies. Uzumaki Kushina was once reluctant to accept the position of teacher for a boys' class, especially when the third war was reaching its peak, with Kumo using her ace up her sleeve. The son of the Sandaime Reikage, who was matching the speed of Namikaze Minato, Konoha's ace, and cancelling each other out throughout the fights, all thanks to Killer B, A's brother. Kushina had dealt with Kumo before when they tried to kidnap her and she was saved by Minato, generating in both her and him a certain resentment against Kumo and her allies. During the war, as a Konoha Genin skilled in Kinjutsu, she was placed in a group to confront the 7 swordsmen of the mist and deal with them. She didn't even have to fight. A leaf genin skilled in taijutsu, she tore through the shinobi katana with sheer strength and a forbidden technique that cost her her life, saving Kakashi, Guy, and other children with futures ahead of them. Some survived, but they escaped as they were outnumbered and weakened. As far as Kushina knew, Kurigakure was close to losing the war. They would soon fall into a battle that would knock them out and they would take Kumo completely by storm. If she remembered correctly, the Sannin were currently dealing with Kiri and their 2 vessels of Bijk, the 3-tailed and 6-tailed. This move, devised by the Sandaime, gave them time to reorganize for an all-out offensive. An offensive in which even she would have a part. But for the time being, she was relegated to teaching. Now, taking 2 months, she had found true gems in the young people, especially in the Uchiha heir and in Naruto, who did not seem to want to be left behind by Itachi, who was not worried about competition, but rather about demonstrating a different path to the way of being a shinobi, something that she found extremely gratifying. While the other children wanted to learn jutsus and be strong, wasting the Bukijutsu classes that he was showing them and that he would only take for the rest of the month, given the disinterest of the majority of the class who believed they could only live with ninjutsu. But there were 2 who stood out. Itachi and Naruto took all of his classes seriously, even if they were just shuriken jutsu. They had shown interest and a desire to learn. He found the 2 boys to be skilled, displaying prowess far superior to that of normal academy students, something that was highly irregular and that he only saw in Kakashi, Minato's only surviving student. Kushina saw how in just 2 months, both the Sandame's adopted son and the heir to the Uchiha clan left their companions in the dust in the use of ninja weaponry, demonstrating a skill that she found beautiful. Loss. The Uzumaki shook her head, smiling at the performance of both students, finding that the kunai thrown by both had hit the targets. Itachi was on one knee, panting and sweating. As good as he was with kunai and shuriken, his body was that of a child of almost 6 years old. But he had to push himself, especially with his little brother due to arrive in a few months. Naruto, for his part, didn't seem agitated. But he did have sweat running down his face and soaking the shirt he was wearing, which bore the Konoha leaf in green over brown. The boy was breathing heavily, keeping his heart as calm as possible. Itachi. Look at this, Naruto roared. I cling. The blonde pulled his arm, showing the ninja wire he had tied to the ends of the kunai, all under the gaze of the rest of his companions and Kushina, who waited for some movement. Naruto pulled the wire and the targets ripped. Z. Boom. I see. Itachi stood up, using the bottom of his shirt to wipe away some of the sweat, watching his partner and rival's movements. You attached wire to the kunai to tear the targets and sent chakra through them to activate the bomb seals you had placed on the kunai themselves. With a move like that, all those enemies would now be headless or burning alive. Not a single one of an enemy platoon would be left alive. Naruto scratched the back of his neck, blushing in embarrassment at Itachi's own praise as he watched the destruction and smoke resulting from his rival's move. That's right, Naruto nodded, also looking at the mess he made. It looks so cool. But he was careless, Itachi replied, looking at the traces of blood on Naruto's hand. Are you an idiot? You can't lose your hand in one move. That would be counterproductive. Oh, come on. Naruto growled, facing his friend. You're just jealous of me. We've both performed the same movement simultaneously and perfectly. But you've performed this exhibition. I'm not interested in dying doing cool things, like the strange dancing pose. By the way, where did you learn it? My Ottoman taught it to me. Sandame-sama. No. Aj plus N only takes care of me when my parents aren't around. Although my Ottoman almost always knows where he is, Naruto answered, smiling at the last point. Why would the Sandame be my Ottoman? That's what people say. That your parents died and the Sandame adopted you. Naruto shook his head, finding that too odd. Although, the fact that no one but his Aj plus N knew who his parents were could have led to that. But somehow he knew that Minato and Kushina knew and they never told him. No, Hess just my Aj plus N. My Ottoman is on the front lines, fighting to save Konoha, Naruto said, shrugging at the stupid thoughts people had. It was true that he spent a lot of time with the Sandame when he wasn't dealing with a war, which was a long time ago, but that wasn't a reason to think he didn't have parents. He knew them and loved them, just as they loved him, even if they weren't actually together. But it wasn't something he cared about too much. His parents' happiness came before his own in that regard. He was a product of his mother's sadness, despair, and a drunken night with his father. But they had both shown love for him. His mother wanted to take him away, but the war broke out again, and so he grew up in Konoha, though he longed to see his mother again soon. He missed her a lot. So no, I'm not the Sandame's son. Itachi didn't answer and looked at the targets, taking a kunai in his hand and sliding them. He was ready to throw it and try another move. Okay, that's it for today. But Kushina cut the class short with that shout, realizing it was late that day and the children were tired from so much exercise. Although if one looked closely at the two boys still in the center of the ring, with the targets, one would doubt whether they were actually showing signs of fatigue. Kushina noticed the sweat dripping from Itachi's face and how his chest was moving frantically, indicating that he was trying to find a way to fill his lungs. On the other hand, Naruto's breathing was less labored, but he did show more sweat than the Uchiha, even soaking his shirt. Barely are good at only 5 years, Kushina told herself, shaking her head and smiling a little. Sometimes in life, there were moments when fate would throw 2 diamonds in your path to polish. Whiz. The Uzumaki moved her body, seeing a silver-haired young man wearing his signature outfit, with the fabric covering the lower part of his face and the band covering his eye, the one Obito had given him. Hola, Kakashi-chan. Kushina-sama, the boy greeted, giving a slight nod to his master's wife, showing himself completely respectful. Since they learned she was pregnant, he had been appointed her bodyguard. Minato-sensei wishes to see you. Apparently, Jiraiya-sama has returned with news from the front. New Shinobi are slowing down our comrades' advance. Always so serious, Kakashi-chan. The red-haired woman crooned, ruffling his hair with a quick movement and laughing at his frown. Kushina then looked over at Itachi and Naruto, who seemed to be deep in a debate over the best ways to use kunai and shuriken. Oh, those two are really amazing. They remind me of you in a special way. Is that so? They both have so much potential. They'll only be at the academy for a year at most, maybe less, Kushina declared, letting out a sigh. She hated it when children were sent on missions with no real way to survive. Obito and Rin were examples of that. Kakashi was always skilled and he almost died too. Would those two children meet the same fate as so many other infants? She hoped not. She didn't want two future pillars to be lost. Kushina hated seeing children die. I hope their paths are cleaner than many of ours. I would hate to see Naru-chan without her smile. Kakashi examined the two infants for several seconds, focusing on Naruto's cheerful demeanor and how comfortable Itachi seemed with it. Was this really the Uchiha heir? He didn't seem conceited and filled with the madness of many Uchiha who had been blinded by battle. And in a strange way, this Naruto reminded him of Obito, especially because of his hair. The Haddock sniffed, adjusting his mask and turning around. I must go, Kushina-sama. Minato-sensei is waiting for you, along with Sandaime-sama, an Anbu squad, and Jiraiya-sama. Hi. You're too strict, Kushina emphasized, sighing as she looked at the haddock, or rather a pile of leaves. Kushina sighed, knowing what the boy was going through. He lost his father years ago, and his two friends and teammates years ago. He was devastated, and she hoped he wouldn't do something ridiculous. The woman growled softly, making a hand seal and vanishing in a Shunshin no Jutsu of air. In the academy courtyard, only Naruto and Uchiha Itachi remained, who maintained a silent gaze after managing to understand how to improve their movement in Shuriken Jutsu. Yosh. Let's get to it, Itachi. Naruto declared excitedly. He grabbed several more kunai and prepared to throw them, only to be stopped by his partner's left hand. We should change targets, Itachi explained slowly, observing the targets cut and burned by the blonde's explosives, who had the decency to blush when scolded by his friend. Itachi began changing the targets, while Naruto put aside his kunai and began to help him. Have you ever learned elementary ninjutsu? I think the one from the academy bores me already, Naruto began, rearranging the targets for his kunai and shuriken. Have you learned them already? That's fast, Itachi himself replied, his voice showing a hint of surprise and respect. It's something I've also mastered. Great. Naruto smiled widely, looking at his training partner. How about we test our chakra natures? I don't think Kushina-sensei will be mad not too mad. Naruto handed a chakra paper to his friend, who received it with mild confusion. The blonde smiled widely, concentrating chakra on the paper. It began to crumble like earth, and a fraction of it appeared to be wet. Doten. Suiton, Itachi whispered, surprised that his friend showed two affinities, with Doten's clearly superior and Suiton's very slightly. The Uchiha concentrated chakra on his own blade, finding that it was completely burned, along with another part that was cut and a small part that was wet. Pain. Suiton. For this time, Naruto was truly amazed, finding the first Uchiha with affinities beyond Kaiten himself, something strange and truly portentous. Sugoi. We'll be able to train our elemental affinities, Itachi? I guess. Itachi left the shattered chakra paper on the floor, ash, wet, shredded paper. It was useless. That chakra paper had served its purpose and they didn't need anything more from it. Then we'll have to ask an adult for some affinity scrolls, right? Naruto asked, looking at his companion, who seemed deep in thought. Itachi. Are you okay? You don't seem like yourself. Even though you are, you're much quieter than usual. Shaking his head slightly, Itachi shook off his stupor, letting out a sigh and bringing his hand to his face. Well, I feel like something really bad is going to happen. And it's going to be really hard. Frowning, Naruto looked at the Uchiha directly, seeing his skin somewhat paler, even resembling some kind of ghost or vampire loose on earth. He didn't know what was wrong with Itachi, but his instincts kicked in. For just a split second, he felt hostile chakras. Is it just my imagination? 3. Shinobi life. Naruto repositioned the hit I-8 on his forehead, watching the soft rays of the sun fall on the plate on his forehead. He liked it. He even let a smile spread across his face as his lips parted, revealing his teeth. The 6-year-old had finally become a genin for a few months, having only been at the academy for a year or so, and was already spending the summer. His teammate Itachi had also managed to graduate early and had been able to spend time with his newborn younger brother, who was only a few months along. According to Izumi, the boy was truly adorable, and Itachi himself seemed much more relaxed and open now, at least with him. A sigh escaped his lips as he stood on the bridge's railing, carrying his ninja gear with the kunai holder on his thigh and the ninja pouch right at the back of his waist. Naruto was somewhat disappointed when he wasn't placed on the team with Itachi, but he didn't really have any problems when he met his teammates. Naruto and Yamanaka Inoru, who came from two truly powerful clans and had accepted him, surprised by his youth, given that they were already almost 14. They had been an active team for 2 years and showed tremendous skill in reinforcement and support, but they lost a teammate in recent weeks. The team's Akamichi was caught in a confrontation with Grass Shinobi and died, giving his teammates the space to escape. It was worth noting that the team didn't have a sensei. Nara acted as the leader given his Chunin rank, something surprising. Within 2 years, the boy had assumed the new rank. Naruto was genuinely surprised to learn this. Apparently, that Nara boy wasn't a complete slacker, which was why he'd managed to graduate from the academy early, at 9 years old, and spent more time in the service than the others, taking a year off as a Chunin, and proving that he was more than capable of leading teams. The blonde admired his partner's skill and always wanted to learn from him, as well as from Namikaze Minato, who was known as the Konoha no Kairoi Senkim, and now the Yondaime Hokage. His fight against Iwagakure no Sato, taking 1,000 shinobi using the Harem no Jutsu and taking it to a new level, showing a handling of space-time skills. The war ended just as they made their final move on Kiri and Minato destroyed the Kumo brothers, using the same ability against Iwa, which made Naruto want to be like him, and he took some of the Harem to learn, thanks to the Sandaime. Naruto. The genin shifted his eyes toward the voice, snapping out of his train of thought. Naruto laid eyes on 2 boys, one thin, tall, and wearing a standard Chunin uniform, the ninja sash hanging around his neck. Beside him was a shorter platinum-haired girl with fine features and light whitish green eyes. Naruto swore then that the girl was at least related to the head of the Yamanaka clan. Even the Nara was somewhat similar to Nara Shikaku, the current leader of the Nara within the village. Shimeru. Inoru. Naruto greeted, waving his arm in greeting and giving a huge smile of his own. Both the Nara and the Yamanaka could only reciprocate. At first, Shimeru was somewhat reluctant to take a newly minted and even 6-year-old genin under his wing. It wasn't clear whether the war would ever end and he didn't want to see another comrade die, especially a child. Luckily for him, over the months they'd been on the team, he'd come to understand something about Naruto, the Sandaime's adopted son, though the boy pointed out that he was a grandfather figure to him. Naruto, by shinobi standards, was not even considered a Chunin, at least not in his own mind. He thought and acted like a true adult when the situation called for it, never forgetting to behave as if he were without his headband. Few genin had maintained Naruto's appearance in front of others, something Shimeru recognized as a true iron will. For her part, Inoru had discovered the boy's skill with weapons. While most shinobi tried to focus on ninjutsu and looking cool on the battlefield, Naruto had focused his learning primarily on shinobi techniques, finding the use of Bukijutsu much more feasible to achieve the objective of each mission. For the most part, the clans focused on their own clan techniques, as well as the use of their ninja skills and weapons. Civilians who became shinobi were arrogant and showed interest only in the powers of chakra. They focused their attention on ninjutsu and powerful, showy skills. Soon, the genin who had been children of civilians would put aside the academy techniques and focus on the most powerful ones. Naruto wasn't like that. In the short months they had been there, the boy in the Yamanaka's eyes had grown in all the shinobi bases, showing a practical mindset when it came to using ninja tools, his elemental jutsus, something only the Chunin knew, and an ability to use the most basic techniques, which many Chunin would find envious seeing the fresh out of the academy. Even she was envious. They only met Hada Kakashi, who was already a Chunin and had taken an Anbu position at the age of 14, and now Naruto arrived, showing skills equal to or superior to the legendary Haddock himself, along with the Uchiha heir, who demonstrated superior skill. This was truly hard for Inoru to swallow, as was the death of his comrade. Although the war had ended a month and a half or 2 months earlier, there were still opposing groups from each village, wanting to stir up trouble and start a 4th ninja war, for which they weren't prepared. "Have you been well, Naruto?" Shimeru asked, now standing in front of the boy and cupping his head, giving him a slight crooked smile. Even though shinobi could die, at least it was nice for the Nara to find a child still smiling. He hated seeing the clan boys so gloomy, full of sorrow, and dragging their feet. The war had been too hard and now they had to stand strong against the enemy. Of course. Naruto nodded, placing both arms behind his head, his smile widening until his teeth seemed to gleam. With a ninja headband on his forehead, it was truly incomprehensible to see a shinobi looking overly cheerful. "Do we have a mission?" "Yondaime-sama has told us about unrest on the border with Kusagakure, the village hidden in the grass," Inoru declared, showing the scroll the Hokage had given them. "We've been sent on tactical reconnaissance, as things are extremely tense. We might encounter opposition from more than one Kusa shinobi squad or an ally of the same grass." "Dear Kusa," Shimeru muttered, shaking his head slightly. "The same grass shouldn't bother the leaf. We've faced world powers. Why would a mere small village take on us? Perhaps the mission could really get complicated with all this tension and any enemy movement. Isn't Kusa giving us a buffer against Iwa?" Naruto pointed out, recalling the map of the nations in his mind. "More like a small wall, yes. But Iwagakure would soon destroy Kusagakure," Shimeru replied, also taking in the image of the map. "Maybe we find shinobi from Kusa and Iwa. And Iwa, they're proud. They wouldn't form an alliance with anyone unless they truly saw it as feasible, the Nara pointed out, recalling his confrontation with a rock genin, where he himself had managed to eliminate him thanks to his pride and his refusal to cooperate with his partner, a cloud ninja. If they were allied with Kusa, it would be for something important. Wouldn't getting rid of Konoha be one of those? Naruto asked, cupping his chin and tilting his head, acting adorable, at least in Inoru's eyes. Not now. Iwa lost many shinobi because of us, and that only angered them, but the Sandaime Tsuchikage is no idiot. He won't move against us when we defeated Kumo and Kiri in one move and emerged victorious. We have the strongest ninja around, though we've suffered losses, Shimaru explained, looking at Naruto and Inoru. Iwagakure won't be idiots, I'm afraid. If they moved only to eliminate us and cause chaos at the border, they have nothing to gain and everything to lose. Naruto shook his head, indicating that he understood his companion's words. Anyone would think that the blonde, being a child, wouldn't follow the dark-haired Chunin's dialect. But Naruto had understood the situation at hand and the cases they might encounter on that C-rank mission. Kusa was moving across the border, inciting war, and it didn't seem to be his idea, but rather someone's to manage them. According to Shimaru's own words and what Naruto knew from the Third War that had ended a few months earlier, just before his graduation, Iwa was the most likely to execute such a move. But they were worn down after their long conflict with just one man. Namikaze Minato. It was said that what they had done against Iwa was in revenge for their dead students. This only increased the number of enemies who would go after his head and those who would wish for Konoha's destruction. At the same time, Naruto realized something that Shimaru hadn't. Iwa feared the Yondaime Hokage and would never move against him, especially when the numbers were against them and Konoha still had 2 of the 3 Sannin. Now, what didn't quite work was Kusa's inclusion in an armed confrontation against the Leaf. They didn't have the military might to win a war, nor did they have enough shinobi to sustain themselves on the front lines for years. Naruto sighed, putting aside thoughts about enemy movement and deciding to focus on the mission. When do we leave? The blonde asked, looking at the older Chunin and genin. He had erased his smile and assumed a serious tone, being ridiculed and failing to grasp his seriousness due to his childish voice. Both Shimaru and Inoru decided to forget what had happened. The Yamanaka was about to take Naruto in her arms, hug him tightly, and scream. It was truly adorable when he took his role as a shinobi and appeared serious in front of others. For Inoru, the sight was simply too pleasing, and she wouldn't mind crushing him in a hug. For his part, Shimaru simply remained silent, chuckling inwardly at Naruto's movement, finding the voice too strange to be that of a shinobi. Anyone who saw Naruto would mistake him for a mere infant. But Shimaru knew that if a child wore a shinobi headband, it meant he was an adult and a formidable adversary. In half an hour, declared the Nara. Normally, any other team would have been led by a Chunin and would have at least 4 members, including the team leader and instructor. However, this group consisted of only 3 shinobi, led by the Nara. The latter was a Chunin and could easily take the Chunin position if he wanted to. Both of you take what's needed for a reconnaissance mission, plus supplies. We won't stop, Shimaru clarified, looking directly at Naruto. Can you keep up with us? Of course. I'm not going to leave you in the lurch, Shimaru the blonde exclaimed, showing the young Chunin his sapphire blue eyes, shining brightly with will. Good, good. I don't want Sandaime-sama to kill me. So please don't let your guard down. The shinobi life is as volatile as dust, Shimaru said, ruffling the genin's hair. Inoru. Get some medicinal plants from your uncle. He'll take some things from my family and we'll meet at the west gate. Inoru nodded, disappearing in a swirl of leaves. Naruto, the same to you. Without saying anything else, the Nara disappeared and seconds later, Naruto made a seal, appearing right in the living room of the main house of the Sarutobi clan, coming face to face with his Oj+San. Oh, Naruto-kun. Getting ready for the mission, asked the former Hokage, lowering the newspaper a little and looking at his grandson while exhaling some smoke from his pipe. Asuma left something for you in your room. Good luck on the mission. And please, don't let your guard down, okay? Otherwise your mother will destroy me. Even your father will. Naruto nodded, giving the elderly Kage a light hug as he went up the stairs and into his room, taking several sealing scrolls in which he packed groceries in one, a change of clothes in another, and medical supplies in another just in case. At that, Naruto saw a ninja leaning against the wall and decided to take it, finding a note next to it. I'm sorry for missing your birthday, Naruto, but I'm due to meet with the fire daemon soon and I need to be away for a bit. I know you enjoy Kinjutsu and you've often shown skill at it. This ninja is from the Anbu assassination squads. Thanks to Yondaime-sama, I was able to get one and now I'm giving it to you. I hope Asuma can be there for your birthday since I can't and I know it's October 10th tomorrow. I'm sorry for everything and for not being able to be there. Hugs. Naruto placed the sword on his back with the hilt over his right shoulder, finding it too large for him. He left it in a trunk until it grew a little bigger. The life of a shinobi is sometimes cruel. But that thought, the genin left the Sarutobi home on his next mission. 4. Everyone bleeds. Between branches and leaves, moving through the dense forests of Hai no Kuni, a trio of shinobi with the emblem of Konoha advanced towards the border with Kusagakure no Sato, the village hidden among the grass to check if those of Kusa were really causing a discordant movement on the same border and what was the reason for the movement against the leaf on the side of the grass. The trio's leader was Nara Shimaru, the most prominent Chunin within the leaf, at almost 14 years old, with only 2 years of service and possessing the intellect of the Nara. A born strategist, Shimaru was constantly mentally on the move, devising strategies and searching for an enemy, or even being able to actually detect something out of the ordinary, such as a jinjutsu or a trap on the enemy side. This was a reconnaissance mission, a sea-level one and not too dangerous, but the tension hung in the air, hanging over the boy's shoulders, even though Naruto remained completely calm, something the Yamanaka couldn't understand. How was it possible for a child to remain so normal when they were about to be ambushed? He wasn't sure it was, but Inoru understood that something was wrong with this mission. Kusa's movements alone were completely strange. It was almost as if they weren't fighting or just trying to anger the continent's greatest power. Did they perhaps think they were left weak after the war? The Yamanaka understood that this was a point. The grassroots probably thought Konoha had suffered too many casualties and couldn't deal with someone like Kusa now. But they were mistaken about one thing. Konoha didn't count on victory based on numbers, but on quality. Konohagakure no Sato had many great and renowned ninja who had grown up in wars. The Sandaime Hokage fought in all 3 wars. The Sannin fought in 2 of them. The new generation proved superior to the greatest, as Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Fugaku set the example. Now the younger generation also made their mark, like Hada Kakashi and Mido Gai. And if that were not enough, he is a genin. Naruto jumped from branch to branch, keeping pace with the Nara, while Inoru looked at his younger companion, frowning. There were 3 genin who stood out in this generation. Uchiha Itachi, Naruto, and a genin slightly older than both boys, another Uchiha. Uchiha Shisui. Inoru saw him in action a couple of times and had to highlight the Uchiha's speed and great skills. The generation slowly increased their skills, something that generated envy in the elders and a thirst for power in the elderly, wanting to take everything that the children knew how to use to get rid of their enemies. Stop. Shimaru ordered, standing on a branch. Inoru grabbed a thin branch and pulled himself up, standing on the Nara's right, while Naruto jumped and stood on the left, his hand brushing the handle of one of the kunai. Watch. Naruto concentrated completely, looking towards the river that separated the Hai no Kuni forest from the immense Kusa no Kuni meadow, where the blonde could see a group of shinobi moving what appeared to be a shipment of some kind of metal. Takra-conducting metal, Inoru stated, frowning as a bit of the late afternoon sun hit the metal, causing it to glisten slightly and take on a somewhat dark color. As a member of the Yamanaka clan and having occupied various mines in interrogations, she had witnessed many scenes where that type of metal was stained with blood and they had been completely etched in her mind and couldn't be erased, something that would be good for them. It's not exactly that, Shimaru frowned, noticing with his eyes some dark stains on the wagon wheels. They've been stolen. You deduce it from the blood? Naruto chimed in, having seen the same stains as his companion. The Chunin nodded, analyzing the Kusa shinobi's behavior and where they might have taken the wagon from. They fought. They killed the convoy members and took their enemies' merchandise. The question is, was it Konoha's steal? Or another village's? The Yamanaka expressed doubt, taking a cigarette from her ninja pouch and bringing it to her lips. There are too many unknowns. We must inform the Yondaime. That would be the right thing to do, Nara himself agreed, finding his mission accomplished. He stood on the branch, still not fully understanding Kusa's movements. Are they arming themselves? There are too many unknowns right now and we can't stay here. We'd end up in open confrontation. We can't sustain a fight with so many enemies. Our point. Crack. Shimaru spun around, flicking his hand and catching a shuriken with his own kunai, hearing a branch snap. The Chunin found a second shuriken right at his right eye. Plink. But a kunai flew out, repelling the shuriken that would have blinded him, sending up sparks and leaving the ninja star dead. That would have taken his eye out, a voice said, drawing the gaze of the 3 from Konoha to some higher branches, seeing 2 shinobi with the Karigakura protector on their foreheads, with a mask covering the lower part of their faces, each wearing an opposite metal glove, one on the left arm and one on the right showing metal claws. That's counterproductive, Aniki, declared the other guy, a drop of water from the first one. Shinobi to Kiri. Naruto had thrown the kunai that saved his comrade and leader's eye, but now he stood still, a bead of sweat trickling down his chin. He hadn't expected Kiri ninjas to be there. He'd thought of Iwa, even Kumo, but not Kiri. Would they go back to war? What did they want? Naruto slowly reached for the kunai holder, ready to take these guys on. Wow. Minoru exhaled a puff of smoke, dropping the cigarette and crushing it with her heel, looking with clear eyes at both Kiri Shinobi. "Kiri graduates, huh?" Yamanaka said with amusement. "How did you know?" growled one of the twins, shown to be about 13 years old, no more. "It doesn't matter. We'll take your bands." Russ. The three-leaf ninjas jumped, evading a chain that ended up hitting a tree, leaving a circular mark from the weight at the end of the chain. Naruto landed on some branches, crouching, assuming a handstand pose. Naruto Shimaru's roar distracted the blonde for a second, giving the twins time to launch themselves at him. The blonde propelled himself using chakra, grabbing a kunai that he shot at the center of the chain of both Kiri Shinobi, pushing the same kunai back with a second, leaving both ninjas pinned. "Don't waste chakra. We must deal with Kusa." Naruto nodded, looking over to where the Kusa ninjas were, still moving the wagon and not paying enough attention to the battle. They were too focused on guiding the wagon toward their village. "Don't get distracted, kid." He shook his head, watching as a metal claw slammed into his face, slamming him into a tree, sending him tumbling through the branches. The attacker was Maizu, waving his claw from his right arm, laughing behind the black gas mask and horn shield. The Kiri ninja positioned himself, ready to launch himself at Naruto, who was left hanging from a branch, bleeding from his right eye and dripping to the ground. It's time to kill the boy. Maizu surged forward, moving his claw for a second strike and finishing by injecting poison into him. Plunk. But Inoru stopped the Kiri ninja's movement, using two kunai to push the metal arm back. She twisted her legs and pushed herself off, throwing Maizu against a tree and leaving the Yamanaka on a higher branch. "Naruto, get up." The Kunoichi demanded, throwing the kunai at Maizu. Maizu jumped back, evading the weapon and moving away from the girl, giving her a mocking look. Inoru clicked his tongue. "Shit, Naruto. That Gaki will die," Mizu declared, jumping back, while Shimaru only kept a kunai in his hand. "Our claws are laced with deadly poison, and that kid took his app right to the eye. Should a kid really have to face us? Is he even a genin?" "Don't talk now, brother," Maizu replied, baring his claws and releasing some venom. "We must take Kusa's wagon as soon as possible." He asked for it. "Mizukage?" Shimaru let the question fall from his lips, standing his ground. The Chunin wanted to move towards Naruto, but one false step and those claws would strike him. "Sande Mizukage." He wishes to encourage a military build-up in Kurigakure, though there seems to be some slight opposition to him, Mizu declared, looking toward the Nara. "Anyway, our target is that shipment. The rest doesn't matter." Ugh. Slowly, Naruto knelt on a branch, feeling his left eyelid grow heavy, noticing the warm sensation of blood on the left side of his face. "Naruto." "Oh," the kid still standing, a new voice declared, causing Shimaru and Inoru to look towards a figure wearing a Chunin uniform, with a katana hilt sticking out of his right shoulder. "That's surprising. Mizu and Maizu don't usually leave anyone alive after using their poison. That's surprising." Naruto shook his head, finally trying to shake off the heavy feeling in his mind. He felt as if he were slightly asleep and his senses were dulled. He could barely understand the words the Kiri Shinobi and his companions were saying. "I can't concentrate. My vision on my left side is zero. I don't know if it's from the blood or the poison." The genin cupped his face with his left hand, keeping his right eye on the enemy shinobi. He breathed calmly, trying to shake off the numbness in his mind. "But no matter. I have to deal with it while we head back to Konoha to pass on Kiri's information." "Kid, are you going to keep fighting? You haven't even thrown a punch." "Don't underestimate Naruto," Shimaru growled, knowing he was the closest to the teenager. They were roughly the same age, and he felt the man emanated an aura of death unbecoming of a child. He's much more than a genin. "Really?" The black-haired boy reached for the hilt of his katana. "We'll see." Brash. Clink. Shimaru stopped the blade of the katana, preventing the Chunin from advancing toward his companion. The two separated, leaving the Nara between the blonde and the swordsman. "Inoru." "Understood. I'll take care of the twins," declared the Yamanaka, facing the siblings. "Konoha is known for its will," the Chunin drawled, drawing Shimmer's eyes to him. "But it's ridiculous. We shinobi are weapons of the villages. We should use our skills for war, not sentimentality." "That must be Kiri's way." Shimaru took a deep breath, noticing a drop of sweat falling down his face. "Konoha acts differently." "I'll introduce myself, then. Mamachi's Abusa. The Kurigakure no Kijin." Shimaru was shocked, recognizing the teenager's nickname and understanding who he was up against. Seeing the uncertainty in Shimaru's own eyes, Zabuza lunged at the boy, slashing sideways and forcing the boy to cover himself with the kunai. He was pushed and cut in the side, crashing into several branches, spitting out some blood. "Now, the child." Zabuza revealed the bleeding blade and lunged at Naruto, taking the hilt in both hands and slashing downward. "Ninm. Harijism, ninja art." Jizz needles, whispered the boy, sending chakra towards his hair after finishing the sequence of seals, tiger, horse, boar, ram, rat, snake. The Jinin couldn't stop the blow as the boy's hair covered it, becoming like steel itself, resonating and being pushed back in surprise when Naruto used the technique. He felt his arms shake and couldn't react. Hari Jigoku, ninja art. Hell needles. Shit. Lamachi's abuser was forced to cover himself with an arm as the Genin's hair was shot at him like senbon, feeling each strand embedded in his skin. The Kiri Genin fell onto a branch, showing surprise. Those movements. Naruto blinked his right eye, looking down at the enemy. His unruly hair had returned to its former state and he wasn't bald, even though Zabuza looked like a porcupine. Are you okay, Shimaru? The blonde roared, keeping his eyes on the porcupine Genin, standing up. He was dripping with blood and his body felt somewhat heavy, with the air lacking in his lungs. Yes. Don't worry, Naruto. Shimaru replied from some bushes, his hand on his side, filling it with blood. We can't hold them. Naruto didn't answer the last part. He reached into his ninja bag, trying to grab some smoke bombs. Zabuza, for his part, tore through his hair like senbon, revealing blood oozing from each spot damaged by them. Now I'm going to take this seriously, kid. Doesn't your body feel heavy? Zabuza asked, dripping blood from his katana, waiting for an answer. Not too much, Naruto shrugged. He kept his right hand inside his ninja bag, ready for her move. It's bearable. Haha, interesting, kid. Jinin tightened his hand on the hilt, sharpening his gaze. I'm going to destroy your body with one move. I want to see it. Naruto leaped forward as Zabuza did. The Genin swung, hoping to slice the flying Genin in two with a single sweep of his sword. The Genin blocked the sword swing by wrapping ninja wire around the blade, pulling it aside and sending the Kiri Genin back to the branch he'd been on before, while he took Zabuza's place on the branch above. Lamachi's Zabuza slid his leg to stand up. That. Boom. Naruto looked over his shoulder as the explosive seals did their job, covering the Genin in smoke and fire, leaving Zabuza completely hidden and engulfed in fire. Shinobi bleed. 5. Shinobi truths. While Naruto fought Mamachi's Zabuza, Yamanaka and Noru kept Kiri's twins at bay, showing signs of being somewhat agitated, sweating slightly and feeling her chest really tight. The Kunoichi had extended her training to taijutsu fighting to prove that she could achieve victories beyond just the clan's ninjutsu. But she was dealing with something else. Poison. She knew some medical ninjutsu to deal with common poisons and mostly minor injuries. If they were too severe, they would die. She wasn't specifically trained in Harem ninjutsu and was more focused on the elements for interrogators. Noru knew and had practiced to become a member of Konoha's interrogation and torture force and continue her family's legacy. The Yamanaka, aside from running a flower shop, had always been a clan focused on mental techniques used to interrogate enemies. She wanted to learn everything, and her dream would be achieved as long as she stayed alive and focused on her goal. But to do that, she had to return to Konoha again. And not just because she wanted to be a prominent member of the Leaf's ranks. She also wanted to do it for her dead comrade, the one who sacrificed himself so they could return. I will not fall here. Noru slammed her hand against the ground, creating a light cloud of smoke that obscured the view of both Kiri Shinobi, giving the Yamanaka the opportunity to finish her move. Kunai shot out at Maizu and Gumzu from above, guided by ninja wire held by the girl, who smiled. She pulled on several wires and said kunai fell from above, like rain onto the ground. Maizu swung his metal arm, deflecting a few of the kunai, feeling a few of them dig into his skin, taking him by surprise. The same happened to Gumzu, who watched as the blood trickled down the kunai and dripped onto the ground. Clink. Noru pulled, leaving the wire under complete tension. What are you doing, bitch? Maizu growled, taking the wires in his bare hand, looking down at the kunai on his body. He frowned, ready to pull them. If I were you, I wouldn't do it, Noru declared, giving Kiri's man a crooked smile. It could be really dangerous for both of us. No way, bitch. Gumzu roared, throwing shurikens at the Yamanaka. Noru grabbed a kunai with his free hand, deflecting most of the projectiles. TCH. Ha. You've been trusted. I can handle both of you on my own, the Kunoichi pointed out, beginning a sequence of one-handed seals. Nin. Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. He fired the kunai, watching as it took the form of at least 100 others, forcing both twins to use their metal arms and get rid of the throwing weapons. Maizu groaned slightly, feeling one of the kunai cut a little into his mask, which bothered him greatly. You bitch, the Kiri nin ripped the ninja wire apart, detaching the kunai and leaving deep marks on her body. The shinobi leaped at the kunoichi, forcing Noru to move, colliding the kunai with his claw and releasing the wires. Shit. Noru gripped the kunai tightly and swung it, deflecting Maizu's swipes, who began to exert more pressure, forcing the girl to move backward. "Come on," bucking Konoha Kunoichi Maizu barked, putting more pressure on the genin, forcing her to jump back, followed by the Kiri ninja, who didn't seem willing to let go of the bone that appeared to be the girl. Seeing an opening, Maizu slammed the Konoha genin's chest, slamming the Yamanaka into a branch. Inoru felt his back shudder and spat out blood, feeling the wind knocked out of him. He dropped the kunai, using his right arm to leap onto the branch. Zash. He dodged the swipe, watching the Kiri genin shatter the branch with his metal claw, leaving poison embedded in the wood itself. Maizu tried to retract the same claw, finding he couldn't disengage it. Gotcha. Inoru kicked out, slamming her heel into Maizu's face, shattering the Kiri shinobi's mask, and splitting his lip. Blood trickled from the Miss Genin's nose, still caught on the branch. Inoru grabbed the guy's head, or rather tried to. Gumzu lunged, slashing his claw at the Kunoichi. Seeing the movement, the genin jumped and freed the other twin, landing on a branch, somewhat shaken. Sweat trickled down her face, soaking her shirt in the process. She reached up, wiping the salty liquid from her face. Her hair was soaked, and she found it difficult to keep her eyes open. "They're better than me at taijutsu. I don't have the stamina for a long fight. I have to finish it." The Jezukami no Jutsu, Shadow Seizure Jutsu. Both Gumzu and Maizu noticed they were unable to move. The genin looked down and then back, finding Nara Shimaru crouching, with a handstand pose and a slight smile. "Objective completed," he said, sighing. Shimaru squeezed, tightening the shadow prison and keeping both Kiri genin still. "Go to Naruto." Meanwhile, Mamachi Zabuza was truly amazed by the genin child in front of him. He was about 7 or 8 years older than him, and the blonde brat was pressuring him with his strange hair techniques, preventing him from cutting the brat with his sword. In fact, his katana was now covered in medallions, and his body bore minor wounds caused by the boy's hair. He was wasting stamina and chakra, trying to find just one opening. How could a child resist the twins' poison? Zabuza couldn't find a clear answer to that question. The poison must have entered the child's system, in addition to entering through the blonde's ruined eye. Who is this child? How resistant are they to harmful substances? Zabuza looked at his sword, finding pieces of hair that had returned to their normal state. He was a Jimin. He had killed all of his classmates even though he wasn't a member of the academy. And this kid was standing up to him fearlessly. Not afraid of him. Didn't he know about him? Despite being 14 years old, he had already gained a reputation that fell on his shoulders, just like that Hada Kakashi, who like him, was a shinobi who had shown some special ability. But this boy was holding him back. "Well, kid, this really surprised me," he declared. He wasn't going to lie. No matter how frustrated he was, Zabuza would know a good opponent if he was one. "You're lasting longer than expected." Naruto was sweating profusely. His hoodie was soaked with both blood from the left side of his face and sweat, leaving a wide stain of both liquids. The genin was tired. He had used a considerable amount of chakra to achieve victory, but he only kept up with his opponent. His arms felt heavy. His legs were barely holding his weight, the muscles in his limbs trembling from the poison and exhaustion, coupled with the drain of chakra. Naruto knew he was at a disadvantage and couldn't win without a plan. Naruto gasped, standing back up. He placed his left arm under his chin, wiping away the sweat and blood. "This really is complicated. Are you really going to continue, brat? You'll die. Fear death." Naruto wiped his sweat, looking with his good eye at Zabuza, showing a strange gleam. "I don't fear death. I'm a shinobi." "Oh? Now you've earned my recognition." Clink. Naruto blinked, watching as Zabuza sheathed his katana, not understanding the genin's movement. "What are you doing? Don't underestimate me." The leaf shinobi growled, showing annoyance because he believed Zabuza himself was looking down on him. The Kurigakure no Sato were specialists in Kinjutsu, and if someone there didn't use their sword, it was like a disdain for their rival. It was something Naruto knew and couldn't stand. Being looked down on. He wasn't going to allow it. He was facing the poison in his system, and that bastard despised him. He couldn't allow it. "I know you may see me as a mere child, Mamachi Zabuza. But I won't allow you to look down on a genin of Konoha." The teenager smiled beneath the bandages covering his face, brushing away the last traces of the boy's hair. That ninja art reminded him of someone, but he still couldn't quite place who exactly. "Look down on you? I'll rather give you the chance to live to face me again, brat," the dark-haired boy replied, looking slightly superior at Naruto. "In the shinobi world, we're just tools, Gaki. We're used by our leaders to gain power and influence, no one cares about us. Disposable tools. Murderers. Yeah, I'll see your hand stained with blood 1,000 times. Do you still want to waste your time being a ninja?" Naruto remained silent, absorbing Zabuza's words. The boy had been born while the war was still raging and had spent almost 6 years living it without his parents, in the care of his grandfather. That was why he chose to be a shinobi, one important enough to be by his parents' side. He always kept in mind the danger he was in. He knew of the missions his parents had carried out for the Sandaime during the Second and Third Wars. He understood that many of them were truly necessary for the survival of the village, even his own. He wasn't particularly keen on blood, but he understood, despite being only 6 years old, that he would have to kill enemy shinobi for the sake of his friends and family. He owed no real loyalty to Konoha. But he couldn't stand watching innocent people die. At least not the way it was now. Naruto loved life. He understood that everyone should be able to live peacefully in their home without the need for anyone to kill them. And he wanted to protect that. The peace of the people. And yet, he was willing to get his hands dirty with blood. I know I'll have to stain my hands with blood 1,000 times, that's why I'm a shinobi. Slowly, Naruto began to speak, looking with his right eye at the enemy ninja, showing a face covered in blood and pus due to the poison, something that forced Zabuza to be surprised when the boy could stay standing, probably with a demonic pain caused by the same poison. But that's precisely why I'm a shinobi. I want the next generations to not have to stain their hands 1,000 times. Not even just once. You claim to be a god, an evangelist. We are shinobi. There will be no peace. Showing some disdain, Mamachi Zabuza considered taking up his katana and eliminating the boy right in front of him. But no. He wanted to see where that mentality would take him. He wanted to see what a child would become as a shinobi. You suck, Gaki, Zabuza declared, turning his back on the blonde. He looked over his shoulder, his dark eyes focusing on the tired and defeated genin. Peace. You are full of sentimentality. There are several shinobi truths, as my old man would say. One of them is this. When a child enters the shinobi world, they either mature quickly or they'll just stay a child for the rest of their lives. I put my sentimentality aside when I eliminated all my classmates and entered the shinobi world as a man, without dreams, without trivial desires. Peace is a beautiful thing, but it can't be achieved with love. To achieve peace in a world like ours, you will need to always pour it out and you will never stop. Naruto kept his gaze on his enemy, showing no desire to rush him and take him from behind. As a shinobi, he should seize that opportunity. But now, at this moment, Naruto couldn't even feel his own body breathing. The hair on his head seemed to have disappeared since he couldn't feel it. He could even feel his feet touching the branch and he seemed to be floating. Before you launch your ideal as a god, understand others, boy. Not everyone desires the calm peace you seem to crave, and that is something impossible to achieve. The Kirijin spoke again, crouching and preparing to jump towards the next branches, probably for his companions. The will of fire rooted in Konoha's soul is only one of its many hypocrisies. Within your beloved village, there are more vipers than mice. Feeling the anger rising, Naruto took a step forward, not noticing that he was leaving his foot behind, as his foot was no longer touching the branch. He slid to the ground, feeling like he couldn't move against the enemy or even save himself. He was falling straight to the ground and would crush his head like a watermelon. I've got you, Inoru's voice assured him, but it seemed too distant. Slowly, Morpheus's arms pulled him into the darkness. The Kunoichi laid her companion on the dry leaves, removing the boy's blood with water, and found Naruto's eye, above the claw-shaped wound, had been smashed out. Inoru sighed, taking out a scroll and spreading it beside the prone genin. Will he live? Shimaru appeared at her partner's side, observing the unconscious Naruto with the left side of his face bleeding and filled with pus. It even seemed to have swollen and turned somewhat purple. I don't even know how Naruto managed to stay on his feet against that Mamachi Zabuza from Kiri carrying those brothers' poison. By the way, where are they? Zabuza took them, the Nar replied simply, watching as the Kunoichi began to extract the poison and begin the healing. We must give the report and go to Konoha. With Naruto in this state, it'll take us 3 times as long. You're even injured, and I'm counting on broken ribs. Lendakusai, the boy said, shoving his hands into the pockets of his dark pants and clicking his tongue. I hope they at least accept us with a couple of days rest. This happened to be an A rank, and the kid has no experience. I just hope everything's okay. For some time now, I've been noticing a really unpleasant feeling. That day was October 9th. Tomorrow would be a day that would mark Konoha forever. 6. A horrible sight. When Naruto was finally able to open his eyes, he found that his left eye was completely gone, leaving him with a claw-shaped scar on his face like Shanks and an eye patch covering the place where his eye should have been and was now completely empty, with no trace of the ocular organ. With just a glance, a small one, Naruto saw that he was lying on a sleeping bag, or rather inside it, and that he had a rag over his forehead, damp and almost freezing. He felt like his skin had been warm and now felt somewhat normal, an indication that the infection caused by the Kiri poison had passed and he was back to normal. But not quite 100%. Naruto tried to stand up, but just lifting his body was truly an ordeal for him. His head spun, and he was forced to lie down again, staring at the ceiling of a cave lit by some campfire or lantern placed by his companions. Alright, Naruto. No sudden movements. Otherwise, I'll end up eating the ground and I'm not in the mood for that right now. The genin took a deep breath that filled his lungs and sat up again, now able to overcome the slight dizziness in his head. Naruto focused on a small lizard moving around, pushing the dizziness down, and managed to overcome it after several minutes of nausea creeping into his body. He gasped through his teeth, sweating profusely as if he'd just run a marathon. Did he still have some poison in his system? His body felt heavy and he was gasping for air. He opened his mouth and had to take a deep breath. Even using his mouth, he felt his throat burning completely and his lungs were beginning to burn internally. Sharp pain struck him and Naruto was driven to clutch his chest, his eyes widening as bile rose from his esophagus to his throat. He choked back a gag and let himself fall back, lying back on his sleeping bag. He blinked several times, blinking back the tears. Naruto squeezed his eyes shut, feeling his lungs relax. The skin around his throat was trembling. He could feel his windpipe burning, and it seemed to prevent him from taking in more air for 2 full minutes, so the genin found himself gasping for air and feeling faint. He remembered perfectly how Kiri's twins had surprised him and his 2 companions, causing him to lose his left eye on his first high-ranking mission outside the village, a true blow to his pride and will. What young Naruto couldn't bear was remembering Momochi's abuser's words, how he had despised him so much that he hadn't killed him with his sword. He had sheathed it and walked away, leaving him to die from the poison. That memory made him open his eyes again. Shimeru. Inoru. Naruto tried to get up, only to find himself stopped by a pair of hands. He looked closely, focusing his gaze, allowing the person attending to him to send him back to the bed. The fever may strike again. The poison has been in your system too long and you won't be able to move for a while, the figure declared, speaking with a slight calmness and revealing herself to be a young woman. The woman shook her head, looking toward the entrance. Your companion has awakened. Naruto heard footsteps and Shimeru's calm, bored face entered his field of vision. The blond man observed the Nara in a tight t-shirt, noticing the bandages under it. The Chunin had taken his black hair and tied it in a bun at the nape of his neck. You don't look too well, Naruto, Shimeru stated, giving a small smile. Unable to speak, Naruto smiled back, blinking heavily. You gave us quite the scare. I've never seen a girl cry so much, the Chunin expressed, sinking to the ground next to his friend. Shimeru shook his head and looked at the woman. Thank you for your help, Momo-san. Momo gave a tired smile, standing up as she smoothed down her skirt, patting it in an attempt to get rid of the dust and dirt. It's nothing, Shimeru-san. You've helped the village by getting rid of the Kiri and Kusa ninjas. Naruto listened to this, blinking in confusion. The genin nodded toward his leader, who looked back at him before sighing. Zabuza and his 2 genin had been hired to take Kusa's shipment of chakra-conducting metal, and they destroyed several villages using the grass uniforms, involving Momo and her friends in all this. They fled into the high no Kuni forests to protect themselves, thanks to the Konoha patrols that used to be there. Although these have reduced their movement due to casualties, leaving several areas unprotected, especially those near the border, that do not have a strategic point for Konoha explained the Nara clan shinobi, leaning against the wall while tucking his legs under his body, remaining in a lotus pose. They took us in when you were too injured and we could not reach the village. Not even Inoru could keep the infection and the poison under control. The blonde looked up at the ceiling. Momo took the cloth from the boy's forehead, dipped it in a bucket, and brought it back out to place it on the genin's forehead. Naruto sighed calmly, feeling the cool water soften the heat he was feeling from the poison. Shimeru. Don't leave me hanging, you lazy bastard. Inoru's angry voice reached the 3 of them. Momo smiled a little, covering her mouth with her hand lightly. Naruto did almost nothing, no matter how much he wanted to laugh. His muscles felt really heavy. And Shimeru lowered his head and let his breath escape between his lips. Inoru Yamanaka stopped in his tracks upon seeing the dark blue orb of his younger companion. To Naruto's surprise, the blonde's eyes began to well up with tears, and seconds later, the blue-eyed genin was pressed against the teenager's chest, causing a slight blush to appear on her cheeks. Naruto didn't say anything. He couldn't but even if he wanted to say something, his throat wouldn't let out a sound because of the burning caused by the poison. He could barely breathe, and speaking was too painful for him to handle. I was so worried. Inoru declared, shouting loudly against the genin's ear. The genin blinked as he felt himself being squeezed by his teammate's grip. Naruto felt truly crushed and couldn't do much to oppose his teammate, who was crying waterfalls of tears. After several minutes in which Naruto felt like he was drowning, both from the Kunoichi's bear hug, the poison, and Inoru's own tears, the blonde-haired genin was sitting on his sleeping bag, observing the entire cave and listening to his 2 companions. Kiri has been retreating for some time, Inoru explained, under Naruto's attention, who was now listening to the explanation from his partner's side. Naruto, due to the poison in your system, we have been forced to hide in this cave, along with several surviving inhabitants of the villages taken by Kiri. Naruto lowered his face slightly, clutching the fabric of his sack. He couldn't allow the katana-wielding Chunin to continue harming his people. He didn't want to see the deaths of innocent people. Momochi's abuser had poisoned his ideals. He wanted peace, just like his father, and he didn't want to see anyone suffering, like his mother. For Naruto, being a ninja was a way to achieve his goals, even if it meant staining his hands with blood. And Zabuza had mocked him. When a child enters the shinobi world, he or she either matures quickly or will remain a child for the rest of his or her life. He lightly tore at the fabric of the sleeping bag, remembering that phrase in his mind, feeling like it was piercing him like a dagger. Naruto breathed lightly, feeling the blood trickle down the corner of his lips. He raised his hand, wiping away the reddish liquid as he ran his thumb over his lips. "We've been off Konoha's radar for about a week now, and we should return once you're recovered," Shimaru said, snapping Naruto out of his thoughts. "Yondaime-sama must be waiting for us to return, or he's sent another shinobi team. But we haven't seen anyone else from Konoha, and I feel like something really bad has happened." Shimaru sighed, letting it out. The atmosphere around Hai no Kuni has been too tense these days, as well as Kiri's movements, which have grown too much across the borders. Now, what could have happened? Konoha wouldn't allow Kiri's movements across the country to be free. Especially after a war. "When do we move?" Inoru asked, looking at Shimaru seriously. "You're the squad leader, Shimaru. You must lead us." Naruto shifted his gaze toward the Chunin. Shimaru lowered his face, sighing heavily. He stood up, revealing his tall, slender body. "Naruto's still a little tired, Inoru. But we could carry him if necessary." It's not," Naruto's voice, thick and somewhat hoarse, escaped his lips, drawing attention solely to himself. The genin breathed a little heavily, his body feeling a little heavy and his chest somewhat constricted by the poison itself. He raised his hand, silencing the Nara with a gesture. "I'm not leaving all the work to you. I'm a shinobi too, aren't I?" Naruto bared his teeth in a smile, slightly bleeding and red with the same blood, but giving off a happy look if one forgot about the same blood. Inoru reciprocated the boy's smile with one of his own, and Shimaru just sighed, finding the blonde's words too annoying. "Fine, we can move into the night. With Kiri shinobi roaming the land of fire, we should stay hidden until we know what's happening in Konoha," Shimaru declared, running his hand through his hair, his eyes narrowing. "But if we do engage in combat, will you be able to put up a fight? Naruto, don't try to show yourself as someone who can overcome anything. You've been a shinobi for half a year, and you haven't even grown into a teenager. Your body is that of a child. You won't be able to handle Zabuza. No matter how much of a genius you are, your limit is too close. You're just a child." Shimaru looked seriously at Naruto, watching as the genin looked down at his own hands. "I'm not a child," Naruto began through gritted teeth, answering Shimaru's own words. He raised his face, looking seriously at the Chunin with his one eye. It was clear, and the genin himself had accepted, his left eye destroyed. "I am a genin, a shinobi of Konohagakure no Sado. I'm not going to back down now. Not when the people of my country are suffering." The Nara shook his head, while a faint smile escaped the civilian's lips. Inoru sighed and nodded. "That being said, when do we leave?" the Kunoichi asked, looking at the Nara serving as squad leader. Finding the matter too complicated, Shimaru scratched the back of his neck several times. "Tonight, in a few hours. Naruto, rest. You're the most affected by the previous fight and you really haven't expelled the poison yet." Midnight. Hai no Kuni Woods. Moving through the thick trees of the forest, 3 shinobi with the hit eye of the leaf were advancing directly towards their home village. At the head was the dark-skinned Nara, wearing his Chunin uniform with a red swirl symbol on the back of his vest. Shimaru kept a safe distance from his other 2 companions, with Inoru at the back and a tired Naruto in the center. The genin kept up using his chakra, burning the energy through his body. Naruto felt like the chakra net was really tiring him out and, perhaps, he would never fully reach Konoha. "We're almost there," Shimaru shouted, staring directly at where the gates should have been. The Nara's eyes widened as he dropped down, seeing the destroyed walls, the gates completely shattered. Inoru gasped, while Shimaru stood completely still, watching the destruction in Konoha. Had she been attacked by Kiri ninjas? Had it been his fault for not returning to Konoha to warn them about Kiri? Then no. Both teenagers turned their attention to Naruto, seeing that the boy was completely shocked. Blood was scattered across the grass. Dismembered bodies littered the ground. The smell of fire and blood permeated the entire area. He tried to take a step, but his legs gave way and he fell to his knees, watching with his one eye the destruction of his home, the deaths of people he'd known. Was Itachi okay? Sandaime? There was a good chance his grandfather figure was dead, that his best friend was dead. Even the people at the academy could have died, and it was all his fault. Naruto tore at the ground, tears streaming down his face, his chest feeling like it was going to explode. Blood trickled from his mouth, dripping onto the grass and staining it, joining the river of blood in the clearing in front of the Leaf Village. Had Kiri done all of that? Was it his fault for losing to Zabuza? He was only a child, but under the law of ninja villages, he was an adult. He was a shinobi. He was frustrated, feeling the fire and anger burning in his body. The poison had raised his fever, caused by his hatred for Kiri. I'm going to. And again, Naruto fell into the world of unconsciousness. 7. The Konoha Trio. It had been 6 years since Naruto found the village completely destroyed. 6 long years, where the blonde genin gained some recognition for his missions throughout the elemental continent, even taking the position of Chunin at the same time as his friend and rival Itachi, where they separated following 2 completely opposite paths. He saw the Uchiha heir enter Anbu, and he was promoted to Chunin a while later, exactly 2 months after the promotion to Chunin, being one of the few teenagers with a high rank being so young, one of them being Itachi being Anbu at 10 years old and now captain of a squad, and the other being another Uchiha who had been his friend when he met him. Uchiha Shisui, another Chunin and Anbu from Konoha who only surpassed them by about 3 years. Naruto had found another brother to share his time with in the cheerful and smiling Uchiha. When he woke up on the hospital bed, he found Itachi standing over him, looking at him calmly and with a glow of tranquility. Apparently, they thought they were dead. During his absence for a week, just when they arrived, someone had used the dangerous Kikbi no Imko against the village, destroying everything in its path and killing people, which led the shinobi to fight more fiercely for their village, and led by the Sandame and the Yondame, the latter being the one who destroyed the fox using his abilities and being seriously injured. Luckily and to the boys' joy at the time, both Minato and Kushina had managed to get out alive, but worn out from that confrontation, forcing the Sandame himself to take over for a while the Yondame recovered. It was a joy for Naruto to also discover that his godparents had twins. Menma and Mito, the first being a copy of his father with strange mustaches and the second a copy of Kushina even in the face, thus giving an exact copy of the Uzumaki. Naruto was happy about this. He would take care of those children like his brothers and train them, just like Itachi had a younger brother now. But not everything was happiness. Both Menma and Mito each had a portion of the Kikbi's power, Menma becoming the yin of the immense 9-tailed fox, and Mito its yang, the 2 infants sharing the burden of being the Kikbi's Jinchuriki. This brought the eyes of the Konoha Council upon the 2 children, and a pressure that 2 infants could not bear. Naruto had seen this burden in some Jinchuriki he had met, such as Ramshai of Iware Yujito of Kumo, both skilled fighters who shared the burden of the 2 children of Konoha, so he could see the slight resentment of the civilian branch of the village. Contrary to what one would expect, most people accepted the fact that they were the children of their cage, with a minority who did not accept this, and quite a few who watched the children with some fear, hoping not to anger them and get them to unleash the beast that destroyed the village. Fear led to something Naruto didn't welcome. Consent. The civilians took to praising both children, giving them whatever they wanted and creating in their minds that they would get everything as if they were some kind of god, which led to a tough upbringing on both children's side. Menma boosted his ego, creating a layer of mild arrogance that, over the years, Naruto predicted could lead to his death. Having been trained in the shinobi art since childhood didn't diminish the boy's ego, but rather inflated it like a balloon that could burst the day he discovered he wasn't exactly that. A god. For his part, to Naruto's own relief, Menma always had Kushina hovering over him, and sometimes Minato as well, trying to keep his son focused and not take the easy way out, as not everyone would give him what he wanted. This calmed the infant's ego, but only a little, and Naruto was able to see that Menma wouldn't grow up to be honorable, at least not in the blonde's eyes. He knew that shinobi weren't supposed to be honorable, but a certain amount of respect had to be shown to one's adversaries. The silver lining, for Naruto, was that Mito wasn't influenced by people's fears. She rejected special treatment and helped those in need, despite being a child. Even when Minato asked her to, Naruto accompanied Mito and Kakashi to help out at a soup kitchen in Konoha. She was an angel of a child. That was the most remarkable thing Naruto could remember happening in those 6 years, leaning on the bridge's railing, his Junin uniform and Konoha's sash covering his left eye. Many thought he was imitating Hada Kakashi, the legendary student of Namikaze Minato. But that wasn't the case. The wound he received from the Kiri Devil brothers had ruined his left eye, so he was forced to tear it out in case it became infected by the poison. Without an eye, all that remained was an empty, dark socket that he didn't like to show to anyone, and that's why the blonde hid it behind his hit eye 8. Thinking about his eye, Naruto lightly rubbed the band that hid it with his left hand, revealing that he was wearing black fingerless gloves with a metal plate over them. Fucking eye shit. He hated not having an eye. Sometimes, it was like losing a limb. He noticed the absence and felt like scratching it, so he was forced to find a way to soothe the itch by getting some kind of distraction, which came in the form of intensive training with Itachi and Shisui, both of whom gladly accepted. A faint smile formed on Naruto's lips as he remembered how they had been called by their age plus and a couple of times, and, like wildfire, the nickname spread from mouth to mouth, creating the legend of the Konoha Trio, as they were known. I really would have preferred something cooler, but I still couldn't bring myself to choose a name that was too flashy. Sometimes he did some strange dance, and that already got him a few targets, something Naruto considered too annoying. Oh my god, it was him. It was the super cool Naruto. Of course he would make weird poses, even if his Okai-san didn't like them. She didn't want her child to be corrupted by the dark figure of his Ottoman. It was a bit late, anyway. Naruto. Naruto shook his head, seeing a tall young man with short dark blue, almost black hair, wearing the typical Uchiha black high-collared clothing. He was distinguished by the small armor on his torso that allowed him to carry a tantum sheathed on his back, with the handle sticking out over his right shoulder. That boy was Uchiha Shisui, the most talented within the Uchiha and, if Naruto were pressed, within the entire Shinobi branch, only surpassed by the Kage and the Sannin. Reason? Shisui was known as Shunshin no Shisui of the flickering body, thanks to his mastery of the Shunshin no Jutsu, an academy skill that few shinobi truly believed they could use usefully. Instead, Shisui managed to do it so perfect that many compared him to the Yondaime Namikaze Minato using his Hiraishin no Jutsu. Few had managed to even come close to matching the Yondaime's speed, two of them being Kumo Ninja and the other being Shisui. Shisui. Itachi. Next to Shisui, the future head of the Uchiha clan walked slowly, wearing the dark Uchiha clothes and the symbol on his back, with a characteristic high collar that looked almost like a funnel swallowing his neck. HMP. It's good to see Kadam no Naruto. The happiest and most normal Uchiha Naruto himself had ever met returned the greeting, also feeling a nervous tick at the nickname given to him. Kadam no Naruto, or One-Eyed Naruto, had been the name given to him after he declared that he had lost his left eye in the fight with Mamachi's Abusa some time ago, just before the same Chunin from Kiri had become a Shinobi-Katana. He had been truly surprised when his enemy on his first foreign mission had taken possession of Kubikurumjim, the dreaded decapitating knife of the seven swordsmen of the mist. But that information given, being a survivor of Mamachi's Abusa, when the Chunin was known to take any human life regardless of whether they were children. That he would leave a shinobi from another village alive was an occurrence too strange and granted Naruto enough status to have a nickname like Kadam no Naruto, although it was the Oni Kimdai devil brothers who caused him to lose his eye. And even if Shisui or Kakashi had a nickname, he didn't want one like that. It was annoying. And it reminded him that he didn't have an eye, so the itching started. Oh, shut up Shisui. The young man growled, waving the hit I-8. The smiling Uchiha just smiled, hands behind his head, watching as his blonde friend began rubbing the headband over the hollow in his face. One of his beautiful sapphire eyes was lost forever. At first, Shisui met Itachi himself during a mission, beginning to form an almost brotherly relationship, taking on missions together after seeing that Itachi was not placed on a team when his own perished and Shisui himself agreeing to take him on. He never thought he would find another diamond in the rough until on a mission his team, Team Shisui, crossed paths with Nara Shimaru's team, who were taking Naruto with them. Oh, it really was amazing to see how Shimaru's team worked, or so Shisui thought. While Shimaru was the strategist, Inoru was in charge of keeping her teammates in condition with her medical jutsus and camp medicines, delegating most of the fighting to Naruto, a shinobi child with skills equivalent to Itachi's. For Shisui, both were two jewels within all the scattered sand. Calm down, Naruto, the Uchiha himself requested, patting his little friend on the back. Yes, out of the three of them, Naruto was the shortest of the youngsters, something that was always used as a joke by Shisui himself and, occasionally, by Itachi himself. Arrogant bastard, Naruto himself snorted, looking at the Uchiha with his arms crossed, earning a crooked smile from his friend, making the blonde twitch. We are the Konoha Trio. A little pride never hurts, Shisui declared, laughing softly. While the Uchiha were arrogant and proud for the most part, both Shisui and Itachi had taken different paths from the clan, being more gentle and centered, refusing to be swayed by emotions. Occasionally, Shisui himself would declare that a little pride never hurt. That was what the Sandaime called us. Naruto frowned again, now separated from the bridge's railing, looking at his two friends. Shisui was smiling. Itachi had a flat face, but with a slight smile that no mortal could see in his presence. For Naruto, Itachi only smiled at those who truly deserved it. Amuro Jiji, the boy complained, his shoulders slumping and being comforted by Shisui, who patted his back even more and made the shinobi sink even further. The damned old man has put an enormous pressure on us. Whenever someone declared or created a nickname for someone or a group of people, it created all eyes on them. By giving them the nickname of the Konoha Trio and declaring them to be the most talented within their age ranges and among many other ranks. It had made not only the Konoha Council focus their eyes on them, but also the different villages of the elemental continent or even the different daimoms of each country, whether large or small. Forcing their names to appear in the bingo book and being targets of the shinobi hunters. That, for Naruto, was really a nuisance. But it's something great. Shisui declared, raising his arms, earning a flat stare from Naruto and a deadpan one from Itachi. Now we're acknowledged by the greatest on the continent. And we'll also be hunted like dogs, Itachi said, looking at his Uchiha friend. We're targeted by enemy villages. Soon it doesn't count since it's technically our ally. But you always have to keep an eye on your allies. Iwa is the most likely to kill us, being from Konoha. Kumo would follow, although they wouldn't do it on a large scale out of respect for Yondaime-sama. Kiri seems to have cooled its relations with the rest of the villages and closed the borders. I don't think they'll go after us since we're so far out of their hands. Even small villages like A.N.B.U, Kusa or Taki shouldn't be forgotten, adding so many others. And that's somewhat annoying. The Anbu hunters would take us without problem and the elite Junin won't hesitate to remove us. We're somewhat cramped, being known. Naruto nodded vehemently, while Shisui scratched his cheek somewhat nervously, noticing a drop of sweat running down his cheek to his chin. But we have Shunshin no Shisui to take care of the problem. Hardly any village would decide to jump into it without a plan, Itachi spoke again, making his clansmen smile. That takes several problems off our shoulders. The blonde sweat dropped, watching Shisui make the peace sign, with Itachi's eyes closed. Really? Oh, he hated a cheerful Uchiha so much. Itachi was more bearable than Shisui himself sometimes. But after all, they were his friends and brothers. 8. Plans of an old man. Inert, the bodies of Nara Shimaru and Yamanaka Inoru lay in pools of their own blood, their Junin uniforms ripped by a slash that tore through their bodies, revealing skin oozing with blood, with the still fresh liquid running down the bodies of their owners, escaping through the path created by the blade of a katana that was now dripping with blood. The figure, being a man due to his athletic build with a broad torso and thick arms, stood about 10 paces away from his victims, slightly hidden by the shadows and showing only his right eye, completely red like blood, with 3 blades in the iris itself and shining completely thirsty for blood. The man shifted his attention to his third victim, seeing a blond man with his ninja headband obscuring his left eye. He frowned when he saw his chest move slightly, indicating he was still alive, something he hadn't expected to do. Could a child survive such an attack? He stared at the body of the Junin, no more than 13 years old, searching for the fatal wound. But then he realized there wasn't a serious wound, beyond a few scratches. Did you know I was here? Were you a censor? Clink clink. He slid his hand down the handle of his katana, deflecting several kunai that were hurtling towards him. He leaped from his place in the shadows, revealing himself in the standard Konoha Anbu uniform, but with an akanji on the forehead of his white mask. As the Anbu stood in the light, his other eye, his left one, was seen, presenting the same color and pattern as his right, indicating that he was indeed an Uchiha. It was also possible that they were implanted, but that was ruled out. If you weren't an Uchiha, having 2 Sharingan eyes was truly devastating to your chakra system and reserves. Poof. Page Bunshin. Quickly, the Uchiha leaned back, letting several shuriken fly by, not noticing the wire attached to them. Pulling on them, the projectiles flew toward the Anbu's back, who stared in amazement at his target. Yamanaka Inoru standing in front of him, moving the shuriken with ninja wire. Shimaru. Ninm. Kajime no Jutsu. Uchiha looked down at his feet, seeing himself being held back by a large, elongated shadow. He turned his head, seeing Nara Shimaru standing to his right, wearing the standard Konoha Junin uniform, with his hair tied in a black ponytail, showing a scar running vertically across his face from left to right. These 3 weren't supposed to make it out alive today. The 3 of them looked at a new figure entering the battle zone, this one being Naruto. The young Junin was wearing his uniform completely dressed up, showing a serious face and a cold blue eye. So why would a Konoha Anbu attack his own allies, Uchiha? Naruto demanded, arms crossed. At his waist, he carried a completely sealed scroll, its edges resembling flames. That was the task given by the Yondaime to take to the Fire Daimon, with proposals to appease the Uchiha revolt. It was ironic that an Uchiha would attack them when they had agreed to send the scroll to the Fire Lord. I expect an explanation, Anbu Uchiha. The Anbu sighed, covered by the mask. He moved his head, his eyes moving from Shimaru to Inoru, both of them with their faces down, their eyes closed, a method of escaping the mind control of the dreaded Uchiha Sharingan. It's not something a child's mind can comprehend, Gaki, the Uchiha spoke, looking at the blonde teenager, finding the boy wide-eyed. Either he was an idiot or he really was overconfident in his resistance to a Jinjutsu. Since I took the band, I'm not a child. That's something to differ. That people think you're an adult just because you can go on missions and kill people, that's not really true. Every child will remain a child, even if they take a ninja sash, if they don't understand the consequences of it, if their mind is not prepared for our world full of death and blood, explained the Sharingan-eyed Anbu, refuting Naruto's words. Slowly, as he looked at the teenage Chunin, he began to project chakra into his eyes. So, anyway, you're not an adult until you actually show yourself to be one. Naruto frowned, watching the Anbu remain completely calm, making no moves against Shimaru's jutsu or toward him. It was strange. It's a waste of time, the blonde Chunin declared, sighing. He pulled a kunai from his kunai holder on his right leg, pointing the blade at the Anbu. Naruto looked at Inoru. Inoru. Could you enter his mind? Then, Naruto heard a soft laugh escape the Uchiha Anbu's lips. Ever since I looked at you, you were always in my trap, Gaki, he declared. Shimaru's shadow disappeared and the ninja wire vanished, along with the shuriken stuck in his back. The Anbu stood up, showing the edge of his sword to the boy, letting his blue eyes see the blood running down the katana blade. Maybe you should open your eyes, adult. A single blink from Naruto, and the scene before him changed completely. He was still in the same forest, but the Anbu wasn't in front of him. He could feel him right at his sword. Before him were Shimaru and Inoru, both kneeling, blood running down their bodies, dripping onto the ground from their slashed necks. He raised his hands, seeing and feeling the blood on them, completely red and hot. That's unfortunate. Clenching his jaw in anger, Naruto shook his head, glaring at the Sharingan-eyed Anbu leaning against the tree, arms crossed. If he weren't wearing a mask, the Chunin swore he'd be smiling. He might even be smiling under the mask itself. Bastard. Bastard. I wasn't the one who slit their throats, brat, the Uchiha declared, separating himself from the tree. It was you. You killed your two companions and friends with your own hands. I just watched. Naruto clenched his fists, standing in front of the still warm bodies of Shimaru and Inoru, looking with his blue eyes towards the masked Uchiha, showing his teeth in a perfect and tight row, in a threatening manner. If you want to threaten me, you'd better have something to. Zoom slash. The Uchiha swung his katana, blocking the Jonin's kunai, showing some amazement at the teenager's speed, before recovering in a flash. He braced his leg and prepared to strike the blue-eyed man, finding only a puff of smoke in his path. Where? Oten. Yomi Numa, earth element. Underworld swamp. He felt the earth beneath his feet slowly begin to swallow him. He looked down, finding a mud swamp. Tapateo. He tried to get out, splashing. He fired a kunai at a tree, tangled in ninja wire. But he found Naruto deflecting the kunai, staring at him coldly. Should he put him in a Jinjutsu again? Then the Anbu blinked, watching as everything warped, making the bodies of the other two Chunin disappear and leaving only the blonde. That. Despite using Sharingan, he can't handle something like that, a voice declared, drawing the Anbu's attention to the side, finding Uchiha Shisui displaying Manjukam Sharingan. But after all, Manjukam is better. Beside Shisui himself, a stoic Itachi watched the Uchiha Anbu with no emotions on his face, analyzing the enemy with slightly cold and dark eyes. It's time to understand how an Uchiha served Shimura Dansm, came out of the Uchiha heir's lips, his eyebrows drawing together in a real frown. The Anbu sighed, dropping the remnants of the ninja wire, along with the other kunai he was about to throw. The katana remained sheathed on his back, drained of blood. It was all part of the illusion the Uchiha himself had swallowed. He didn't believe anything could surpass the Sharingan, but apparently he was too proud and careless. Not for nothing, they were the Konoha Trio, whom Dansm wanted either completely dead or under his control. He ran his tongue over his lips, looking at Shisui, finding the red eye with a pattern drawn resembling a dark shuriken on a crimson red, something quite terrifying if you ask the Anbu. But how had they tricked him anyway? Ever since he saw them appear in the clearing, he had a clear image of the Nara boy and the Yamanaka girl next to the Rusho, so the prodigy Chunin was alone. Was it all a Jinjutsu? We used the Henj no Jutsu at first, and from there, we moved on to a Sharingan Jinjutsu, Naruto said, sensing the enemy Anbu's mental question. He let out a slight snort of annoyance at having fallen into those three children's trap. Pride always leads to the Uchiha's own downfall, in most cases. I understand. Defeated, the Anbu fell to his knees in the mud, his arms dead as he stared up at the silver moon. His eyes went from the Sharingan to a normal dead black. But still, using the Kodamatsukami with a simple revolt is a waste of its power, the older man said, looking at both Itachi and Shisui, finding surprise in the latter. Stopping the revolt using power that can only be used once every 10 years is a complete waste of it. How do you know? Naruto growled, frowning as he noticed that both Itachi and Shisui were silent, staring at each other. If anyone knew about the Uchiha coup, it was the Sandaime and the Konoha Council, as well as the Yondaime, who had been doing everything to keep the peace over the past few years. Now, with tensions running high, a coup d'etat was closer than expected, too close to the liking of the Yondaime and Sandaime. Therefore, Itachi and Shisui took the initiative to act as double agents, including Naruto in the plan, given their own caliber. Although it had to be acknowledged that it was thanks to Shisui that Itachi was accepted for the contingency plan against the Uchiha's own revolt, where Shisui proceeded to explain his plan to use the Kodomatsu Kami to control all the Uchiha and keep them under control. Something that, apparently, one of the main advisors had found too troublesome and unnecessary. Which Naruto translated as him wanting Shisui's own eye for himself. Strong accusations for a Konoha advisor that could lead to your death. The Anbu removed his mask, revealing the face of a young man, perhaps 2 or 3 years older than Shisui himself, revealing his white clear skin on a somewhat elongated and sharp face, with his dark hair framing the same face. He had been completely deceived. "That's a secret I'll take to the grave, boy," the Anbu declared, staring directly at the blonde with his black eyes. For only a second, Naruto felt a lump in his throat and his blood run cold. "I won't break my vow of loyalty just for some filthy shinobi who doesn't even stain his hands with blood." Naruto watched the kneeling Uchiha, feeling the anger rising within him. He wasn't like the others. He wouldn't kill without reason, without knowledge. His parents wouldn't approve, and the path he wanted to follow wasn't stained with blood. But that Anbu seemed to laugh at his path, just as Zabuza had 6 years ago, when they had first fought. He took a deep breath, taking a step forward. He felt a hand stop him. Naruto shook his head and saw Itachi looking at him. He had stopped him. "You mustn't let his words get to you," Itachi said, looking gently at the blonde. Of the three, Naruto was always the gentlest when facing enemies, not wanting to shed blood unnecessarily. Itachi and Shisui of course, knew his partner would do so if it was truly the last card to be taken. Anbu play on people's emotions. They use the feelings of their adversaries, as well as the environment, to complete the objective, even if it leads to their own deaths, all for the safety of the village. Uchiha Itachi stepped forward. At his waist, hung a porcelain mask resembling a crow's face, with 3 red markings over the white. His codename as an Anbu was Karasu, which was the same as Crow. Every Anbu used an animal codename, making various animals repeat themselves, although they tried to prevent this from happening, or simply changing the color of the markings. Itachi's were red, but from what the Uchiha said, there was another Karasu with blue markings. "You should take this with a grain of salt, Naruto. The Anbu seem to know who we are and how we act. If it's Counselor Shimura, he really can get information from anyone." The Uchiha laughed lightly, watching the 3 teenagers. "You're a bit clever," the enemy said, staring directly at Itachi. The man met an emotionless face, staring at him with red Sharingan eyes. "But again, you'll get nothing from me." Gee. The Konoha Trio watched as blood dripped from the Anbu's mouth and fell down his chin. The 3 witnessed how the Uchiha of Na had destroyed his tongue with a single bite, crushing the muscle with the force of his teeth. Old Shimura's plans were completely dead when the Anbu refused to tell him. Was that loyalty? 9. Suffering. Nothing should have led them to this. When they left the Anbu's corpse to its fate, they hoped that Konoha's higher-ups wouldn't put too many obstacles in the way of the Uchiha's plans to stop the coup. But all their hopes of ending it all the easy way went completely down the drain when Uchiha Shisui was attacked, losing his right eye at the hands of Shimura Dansm, and forcing Shisui to commit suicide when he realized that he could do nothing for the village, that they were pressuring him to die. He had been the ace of the Uchiha, a talented ninja in service to Konoha, and they had stabbed him in the back, attacking him. It was a blow too much for both Itachi and Naruto, who received their friend's last words, next to his left eye. Itachi promised to guard it and keep it safe from the advisor's hands or anyone who wanted to use his friend's power. It was the last thing they could do to keep Shisui's will alive. But that was just the beginning. Without Shisui's Kodomatsu Kami, things escalated and the counselors moved to get rid of the Uchiha. Fugaku's plans for the revolt had to be stopped and 1,000 possible ways were proposed. In the end, the one who came up with the solution was Itachi himself in a meeting with the Konoha Council. He would kill every Uchiha in his clan, except for his younger brother Sasuke, whom Dansm promised to protect and keep safe. But that in mind, Itachi donned his Anbu uniform and set out into the dark night to finish what Shimura himself had forced him to do. Something that made him suffer, feeling his heart shattered and stabbed with every drop of blood that stained the blade of his sword, leaving a trail of corpses behind him. He had been driven to what he was doing for the greater good, to preserve the peace of Konoha, above all else. What Itachi had never expected, other than the masked man's help, was his friend Naruto standing before him, his Junin uniform stained with blood, slightly torn, his hit eye ate out of place, revealing his eyelids covering his missing left eye. In his arms was Izumi, inert, with blood trickling from her mouth, dripping, with a huge stain on her chest where she had been stabbed. The girl's blood trickled down his friend Naruto's hands. Naruto. He felt like dying when he saw the cold blue eye fixed on him. So disturbing was it that he stopped dead in his tracks, a few feet away from his companion. He saw Naruto gently place Izumi on the ground, brushing a few blood-stained strands of hair from her face. Itachi. Cold. Like he was in the middle of winter, caught in a raging blizzard. That's how it felt to hear his name escape the lips of his closest friend, and it wasn't pleasant. He tightened his hand around his sword and noticed that Naruto carried a chokin with him, displaying the Senju symbol on the handle, dark green on black. I don't want to face you, Naruto. It's too late, the blonde declared, standing up. He seemed taller, stronger. Itachi actually felt overshadowed for several seconds, being knocked back slightly and feeling the chill enveloping his friend. Naruto. Why? Why did you let yourself be manipulated? The blonde hissed, not looking at the Uchiha. Itachi watched as his friend kept his eyes downcast, covering them with his golden hair. The Uchiha watched his friend clench his fists. He almost swore he saw him tremble a little. You didn't have to do this, Itachi. Itachi looked away, closing his eyes for a few seconds, remembering Shisui, how he found him on the edge of that cliff without his right eye, how he gave him his left one, so that Dansum or anyone else could not get hold of the eye to use Jinjutsu on them. You don't understand, Naruto. Shisui was my friend. Naruto cried, raising his face. Thick tears streamed down his face, dripping onto the ground. And I didn't let my mind be manipulated. You shouldn't have killed them, Itachi. Itachi tightened his grip on his ten, feeling it begin to shake. He had to keep going, get to the other side of the Uchiha compound, and finish them all off. Step aside. No. Step aside, Naruto. No. Naruto brought his hand to the handle of his chokin, unsheathing the sword in one motion. Clink. Itachi's tantm and Naruto's chokin collided, creating sparks. Itachi planted his leg on the blonde's forearm, landing on top of the blue-eyed Jimin. He spun around and attempted a kick to his former friend's face. For his part, Naruto raised his left arm and stopped Itachi's leg just as the foot was about to hit his face. Onyx black and sapphire blue eyes connected for several seconds. Pain. Nkakuk no jutsu. He exhaled a huge blast of flame at the blonde, engulfing him in completely orange flames. Being only a few centimeters away, he didn't have much time to evade it. Zoom. Naruto grabbed the hilt of his chokin and slashed at the chakra fire sphere, swinging his other arm to slip under his opponent's defense as Itachi stepped over it. Suiton, Mizurappa, water release. Raging waves. Naruto took a deep breath and unleashed a torrent of water on the brunette. Itachi spun around and sidestepped the torrent of water, which shattered the ground behind the Uchiha. The two shinobi stared at each other. Itachi moved his Sharingan eyes over his former friend, knowing that Naruto wouldn't make the fight easy. He'd have to push himself if he wanted to get out of there with his mission completed. I can't waste much more time. Itachi lunged at Naruto, swinging his knife. Naruto shifted his weight to his left leg and blocked the Uchiha's movement, leaving the two of them face to face. Stop, Itachi. It hurt. He felt like his soul was being squeezed until nothing remained, and it began to tear apart at the sight of his best friend standing before him, revealing those Sharingan eyes that were even colder and darker than the depths of the ocean. Clank. They separated, remaining 2 meters apart. Itachi fired several kunai at his opponent. Naruto deflected them with his chokin, opening his eyes as he saw the kunai stuck in place, held by ninja wire. Pain. Msenka no jutsu, fire release. Phoenix Age Flames Jutsu. Floosh. Flames shot out toward Naruto. The boy opened his eyes, watching the flames advancing toward him. He planted his feet firmly on the ground, beginning a sequence of seals. Oten. Dorakeki, Earth Element. Earth Wall Style. Boom. Itachi stared at the dust and smoke that blocked his view of Naruto. He hoped he hadn't killed him, just taken him out. He didn't want to bear the burden of his best friend's death. He couldn't just watch Naruto die. With the Sharingan, Itachi observed an object emerging from the smoke. He moved his head in time, feeling it graze his skin lightly, creating a cut on his cheek. As. Poof. Enveloped in a stream of white smoke, Naruto appeared behind Itachi, swinging the chokin against the Uchiha's neck with force. Plank. Itachi shot to the side, covering the area Naruto had targeted, using the tenten to do so. He could feel the muscles in his arm go numb from the brute force of Naruto's attack. That was surprising, Itachi declared, watching as Naruto stood behind him. When the dust cleared, he saw a shattered earth wall and another Naruto on the other side, holding his chokin steady, his eyes equally cold. This is no time for flattery, the blonde hissed, taking a step forward as his clone mimicked him. I'm going to destroy you, Itachi. Without thinking, Naruto launched his chokin at Itachi, forcing the Uchiha to cover himself with the tento, deflecting the sword, a moment taken advantage of by the blonde clone to strike the brunette's knees, forcing him to fall to his knees, surprised. His red eyes saw Naruto fall with his knee forward, hitting and smashing the Anbu's head against the ground. Crack. Cough. Itachi rolled on the ground, spitting out some blood. Using his left forearm, he wiped away the blood dripping from his nose. Shit. I got too confident. Stop, Itachi. Naruto pointed his sword at the Uchiha, the tip grazing the boy's neck. Itachi glanced at his friend, seeing that he wasn't looking directly into his eyes. Just. Amaterasu. Naruto opened his eyes as he saw the pattern of his friend's eyes change, and black flames emerge from his left eye, dripping blood from his tears. Duration. Vanishing in a flash, Naruto disappeared in time, surprising Itachi with his speed. Black flames hit the ground, creating a layer of black flames that wouldn't go out for days. He shook his head, moving his eyes toward the blonde, trying to find him. He saw him a few feet away, panting slightly, likely from being surprised and using his ability to escape suddenly. It had probably taken more chakra than he expected. Itachi himself found his reserves somewhat depleted after taking on the Uchiha alone. Have you decided to take this seriously? The blonde Junin planted his chakram on the ground, brushing strands of hair away from his face, his blue eyes staring at the man who had been his best friend. If you're going to use the Manjukam Sharingan, I must use. Crack. Naruto jumped, evading a chain when he felt a malicious chakra on his back. He shifted his attention, seeing a masked man in a completely dark robe, with shoulder-length black hair, maybe a little longer. Itachi, the man moved his single eye toward Naruto, who tensed as he sensed the man's aura. It was darker than Danzum's and thicker than Itachi's. I see you've taken a little longer. I'm sorry, Itachi picked up the tent from the ground, showing his family's blood running down the blade. The masked man moved his eye over the blonde, examining him directly with his Sharingan. Just one look and Naruto captured the man's essence. It was cold, dark. I'll take your burden off, Itachi, the masked Uchiha declared, withdrawing the chain with emotion, sliding the weight across the floor and throwing it at the blonde. Naruto dodged the chain and fired several kunai at his enemy, watching as Itachi ran off towards the main house of the Uchiha compound. He stomped his foot and set off to chase his old friend, finding the masked man standing in front of him, with a kunai aimed at him. House. The Chunin felt the shinobi dagger rip through his clothes and sink into his flesh, into his shoulder. Naruto moved his hand, grabbing the strange Uchiha's wrist, staring into his enemy's red eye. We really can't waste time with you, the masked man moved his hand, cupping the blonde's face. He shifted his thumb and began moving it with the intention of destroying Naruto's only eye. But when the thumb was almost about to enter and destroy the eye, he saw the boy vanish in front of him, even before he could move or use his star jutsu. Oh, are we going to play? I'm not playing, the blonde growled, removing the chakram from the ground, looking at the back of his new enemy. If I can't stop Itachi, I'll have your head for giving him the wrong idea. The masked man saw Naruto rush at him and run him through with his sword, as if he himself were only a hologram, a spectral representation. Naruto spun around, swinging at the masked man. Sloosh. He opened his eyes as the blade of his chakram passed through the enemy's neck, not even cutting it. He looked like a ghost. It had passed through the neck as if it were nothing. He jumped back, avoiding being caught in his enemy's grasp. Yes. Cough. And he felt a sword pierce his chest, right through the center. Blood dripped from his mouth, and he coughed. He jerked his head back slightly, seeing Itachi standing behind him, blood splattering his face. I'm sorry Naruto. You've left me no choice, Itachi declared, yanking the sword back. Naruto fell to his knees, feeling his throat fill with blood, like his lungs were overflowing with blood, and he couldn't breathe. This is my decision. Itachi. 10. A.N.B.U. In a ninja village, its military might is what will define the experience of its country, of the people who inhabit it, and the fear that enemies may have toward it and its people. Shinobi are not simply soldiers, mercenaries who are paid a fee to obtain a job. They are the defense of the country. The protection of the daimon family and the country's regents, of each noble. They are the representation of the country's strength. Every loss is significant. If a village sees that its troops are low, that it has less military power than its enemy, the country is the target of constant pressure from other countries, from the bitter enemies they might have, and the betrayals that could be carried out behind the scenes, in the shadows. Everything must be carefully considered to avoid unnecessary bloodshed and loss of men. This is something that the leaders of each village must keep in mind when making their moves. If he wanted to deploy his shinobi, he had to do so consciously, knowing the variables and the probable, almost certain, loss of men in a confrontation, on a simple mission. The shinobi on the elemental continent were everything. They were the ones who defended the enemies. They were the ones who promised safety to children. They were the ones who protected the civilians of their village. They were the ones who brought prestige to a village. Shinobi and Kunoichi were everything. Konoha had been a great example of this, and it was, when two of the greatest shinobi during the clan war founded it. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, two shinobi from opposing sides, with almost the same thinking, led by two completely opposite paths, and that led them to confront each other. After the founders, more notable ninja arrived. Senju Tabarama, Sarabodi Hiruzen, Senju Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, a long list of shinobi that grew over the years. Some villages were known for the quality of their ninjas, not their numbers, and Konoha was a village with good quality shinobi. The current Hokage of the village was a representation of how important the quality of a shinobi was and that not everything was about numbers. And now, Konoha needed the quality of its ninjas. They had been on the brink of a civil war with the Uchiha and had found an entire clan destroyed, wiped out, leaving only one survivor and current clan leader. Uchiha Sasuke. The little boy was guarded by Anbu 24 hours a day and would be placed in protective custody for what had happened. His brother could return to finish the job and completely eradicate his clan. They were on a tightrope. Soon, the rest of the nations would learn of what had happened and war could break out, turning against them with a third fewer shinobi and no military police, which provided protection for the village in times of war. Now they had no protection. In his office, on the top floor of the Hokage Tower, Namikaze Minato sat in his chair, wearing his white haori with burning flames, as a representation of his status as the Yondaime Hokage. He looked at the scrolls on his desk, all the requests from the council, the money to be invested in the reconstruction of the Uchiha district, and the death toll, with only 2 survivors. Uchiha Sasuke and his master's son. He couldn't believe that Naruto had actually fought Itachi. He couldn't believe that Itachi, after everything they had been through together, had gone so far as to leave his best friend, his combat brother, in critical condition, with whom he had reached a status that few shinobi achieved at the age of almost 14. Minato sighed, cupping his face in his hand. If Shisui hadn't disappeared, nothing would be as it was now. Using the Kodomatsu Kami, they would have taken control of the Uchiha leaders and the bloodshed wouldn't have happened. And Tsunade wouldn't be after his head now for what happened to her son, the Senju heir, whom they had hidden from the council's investigations. He wasn't listed as a Senju in the records and he and Kushina erased all traces of his birth. It was a secret that was visible to everyone, but no one knew how to recognize it. They had an heir to one of Konoha's greatest clans walking among them, unseen by anyone. Everything they had achieved had been earned through their own efforts, without being under the shadow of their parents. Minato admired him. When Jiraiya proposed that he be the godfather to his son, the sole heir to the Toad Sage's legacy, Minato didn't hesitate to accept the tremendous honor. Being the godfather of that child, Naruto, couldn't be something he hated. In fact, he longed for it and had grown fond of the boy. Skilled. Intelligent. With qualities from both of his parents. He almost believed the boy was the perfect ninja. Thinking about Naru-chan. Minato blinked, shaking his head slightly, snapping out of his thoughts. He massaged his eyes, wiping away the tears that had escaped from both of them, and looked at a red-haired woman with light violet eyes smiling at him. A round face. Blood-red hair falling down her back. The Yondaime allowed a small smile to spread across his lips and extended his hand to the woman. She accepted the man's gesture and squeezed his hand. Minato ran his thumb over her palm, noting the softness of her fair skin. Yes. The boy is Tsunade-sama and Jiraiya-sensei's only son. I can't get the memory of how we found him out of my head, Minato whispered, staring at the woman's hand. Kushina. If he dies, what will I do? He's almost like a little brother to me. If I lose him, my soul will feel shattered. I don't know how Itachi ended up like this. Uzumaki Kushina, his wife, leaned closer to Minato, cupping her husband's face in her hands and giving him a sympathetic look. She was the boy's godmother. She felt his heartache when he suffered and now it was in her throat. If Naruto were to die, she would be devastated. She would have lost her younger brother just as she was Minato's. And she would be disappointing 2 people she loved. Don't worry, Minato-kun. Naru-chan is strong. She survived everything that's ever been thrown at her. The loss of her left eye. Nearly dying at the hands of a current shinobi katana. Surviving poison. She survived countless missions that tested her resolve as a shinobi. Anyone else would have given up, but Naru-chan kept going. A spitting image of Jiraiya in that regard, the woman declared, laughing softly. The laughter was echoed by the Hokage, who enjoyed his wife's touch. Yes, it's like sensei. Kushina smiled and Minato sighed. They had been waiting for hours for a report from the Konoha hospital, where both Sasuke and Naruto were admitted, each on a different floor due to their injuries. Ploosh. A tornado of leaves appeared, revealing a defiant silver-haired Anbu with a white kabuki mask over his face, representing a dog. Quickly, the Anbu positioned himself in front of the Hokage, crouching down, showing himself completely obedient. Hokage-sama. K. Kakashi. If you even dare to use honorifics with me, I'll really beat you up, Yondaime's wife scolded, causing a drop of sweat to run down her husband's face, who tried to remain completely serious, watching Hada Kakashi being scolded by his wife. Hi. Kushina smiled victorious. Minato sighed and clasped his hands together, placing them on the table, his face serious as he looked at the young man who had been his student, a member of Team 7 during the Third Great Ninja War. A young man who had lost everything. "Tell me, Inu. To what do I owe your visit?" He let the question out, speaking hoarsely, showing his posture as the current Hokage of Konoha, without hesitation, looking at the silver-haired man, observing his posture. As a good shinobi, Minato had learned to read muscle contractions. To see every gesture his interlocutor made, something that with the mask on his face, it was impossible for Kakashi to see and read his face. "Hokage-sama. Naruto has awakened. He's out of danger." "Wait, Inu. Has he woken up yet?" Surprised, Minato let his voice tremble slightly. He cleared his throat. "Yes. The hospital director himself gave me the information," assured Inu, who had been recognized as the Hokage's Anbu. And anyone who knew that hair would know that behind the dog mask hid the tired face of Hada Kakashi. A face that could reflect the pain, his complete losses, the loneliness he carried on his shoulders and which he hadn't mentioned to anyone. Not even Minato knew the pain his student was carrying, though he could sense it. No one reached Anbu by being an exemplary shinobi and abandoning a safer, less bloodthirsty path. What an Anbu saw was unbearable for many people. "Good. What did he say?" Inu remained silent for several seconds, lasting a full minute without even showing he was breathing. Kushina looked nervous, eager to know what Kakashi meant, and Minato remained calm, hiding his interest in his student's words. "Hokage-sama. Naruto has applied to join the Anbu ranks as an Anbu hunter to go after the renegade Uchiha Itachi." Minato sighed, loosening his grip on the armrests of his seat. Kushina, on the other hand, let out a strangled gasp, glancing quickly at her husband. "You won't grant it, will you?" "I can't stop him from taking the exam, Kushina. And he's legally fit to be an Anbu and one of Itachi's caliber with his experience as a Konoha. But haven't you seen what Itachi did to him? Now he'll have a scar on his body for the rest of his life, Minato. You can't make him an Anbu. We are no one to stop it. What if she dies? They wouldn't forgive you." "She wouldn't." Minato said nothing, understanding his wife's words. If Tsunade found out that their son wanted to be an Anbu, she would stop him. She would be a pain in the ass for letting Naruto follow his path. But no one could stop him from becoming an Anbu legally. He already had an extensive resume as a shinobi and would be more than accepted within the Anbu, especially if he wanted to be a hunter within the elite shinobi. "I know. But not even his parents could stop him if he really wants to be an Anbu, Kushina. He'll suffer as an Anbu, Minato. You can't leave our godson as an Anbu, filled with the darkest things in the world. He'll break." "Enough, Uzumaki." Kushina. Minato cut off his wife's words, hardening his face, taking on the countenance of the Yondaime Hokage. It pained Minato to take his role as leader of Konoha in front of his wife, to force her to do his will, but now he wasn't in the mood for arguments. He glared at his wife. "Back off, Jinin Uzumaki." Kushina. Kushina sighed heavily. She nodded and left the room, but not before looking at the Yondaime Hokage with some pain at what had happened, at seeing how Minato was about to send a child into the world of true shinobi. Soon she would leave any trace of her joy behind if she hadn't already after her best friend's betrayal. Minato turned to face Inu once Kushina left the room. He glanced away and sighed. "Naruto." Appearing beside the haddock, Naruto undid the invisibility technique his father had taught him. When the camouflage fell away, Minato noticed the bandages covering the teenager's body. A bandaged torso. His face was covered by a bandage protecting where his left eye should have been. He didn't look very presentable. "Hokage-sama. How are you?" "I want to be part of Anbu." Minato shook his head just once. "To get revenge for Itachi, Naruto. Revenge, negative feelings, lead to a shinobi's downfall in combat. Feelings must be put aside," the Yondaime said, observing his godson. "If you continue down that path." "No, Hokage-sama. I wish to become Anbu to find out who the masked man was." Minato and Inu raised an eyebrow. "Masked?" On Itachi's side, there was a man, another Uchiha, capable of being like a ghost. My attacks passed through him like air. "Milk." "Hokage-sama." Inu looked at his former teacher, hearing the concern in his voice. Minato didn't answer. He moved his hand and pulled out a white mask with black patterns from a drawer and threw it toward the bandaged blonde. Naruto caught it in one hand, turning it around. "Eyes. From this moment on, you are a kami, an Anbu hunter in service to Konoha. You will be marked accordingly and issued with an Anbu team," Yondaime declared, rising from his seat. "We will do something about your eye." 11. Akame no Anbu. In tense situations, when things can come crashing down because of a simple misunderstood action, a misspoken word, or something that would otherwise be bearable, military leaders must remain calm, cool-headed, and focused on their objectives. The Yondaime Hokage was dealing with tense moments. It had been a year since the death of one of their founding clans, leaving only one survivor loyal to the village, leaving them unprotected. Proud. Selfish. The Uchiha could be considered scum, a necessary evil in the world given their abilities. The Sharingan only accentuated their importance to Konoha, even more so than any other clan in the village. With the death, almost extinction, of the Senju, the Uchiha had been a pillar during the wars. The eye that could control masses, break the enemy until they weep blood. There was no one who wanted to face an Uchiha alone hand to hand, knowing what they were capable of, what they would do for their families, and the blood they would shed just to get revenge. They let themselves be guided by their feelings. That was something the Nidaime Hokage understood about the Uchiha, no matter how much he hated them. But he respected them. They cared more about their family than any stranger. And that made them different in Tobirama's eyes. But no matter how much love they had for their own, the Uchiha weren't cut out to lead. If, in a conflict, the Hokage let his hatred blind him, everything would fall apart. Blood would flow, and thousands of innocent people would fall without even knowing why. Namikaze Minato understood that emotions should be left aside in negotiations. But what happened when your people were massacred for no reason? That was the question that, for weeks, had been lingering in the Yondaime's mind as he watched the village from the top of the tower, his two sapphire blue eyes shining on the civilians and Shinobi moving through the streets, oblivious to what was happening. Being the leader required taking responsibility. Ham. He shook his head, staring at a man dressed in a rather plain kimono. Bandages covered the right side of his face, and that dark eye was like a bottomless pit. Shimura, the Yondaime whispered, looking outside again, watching the snowflakes fall. Winter had arrived, a harsher one that had weakened them even further. Shimura Dansme had been one of the few on the continent to live through all three ninja wars and survive them above many others, committing acts that others would find repulsive, evil but necessary. He could be called a murderer, a cruel man who bathed in the blood of innocence, someone without a conscience. But thanks to his actions, how many children were now with their mother? How many grew up? He wasn't a good man, and he himself understood that, understanding that he would never be a light like Minato, and was more like the root that kept the tree tall, strong, safe. Namikaze Dansme returned the greeting, stopping a few meters from the Yondaime's desk, leaning his weight on the staff he carried with him, lightly tapping the ground with each step. "You look old." "Time passes for everyone," Minato said, still keeping his eyes on the village, displaying a calm demeanor despite what was upon them. "What happened?" "You should know, Yondaime." "Don't play with me now, Dansme. We're at a critical juncture. No Uchiha. No eyes on our enemies. How long do you think it will take Iwa to pounce on Konoha like a wolf on a deer, for the jugular? Even Kumo would take action if she saw the opportunity. HMP. It'd be more worried about Kurigakure than the old Tsuchikage of Iwa," Dansme pointed out, taking a seat in front of the Hokage's desk. The old man scanned the portraits. Senju Hashirama. Senju Tobirama. Sarutobi Hiruzen. And now, Namikaze Minato. Had seen them all fight, and he could only respect his teacher, Tobirama. To him, the Nidaime was the best Hokage, the one who did what he did for the village, for its salvation and not its destruction. He seems to have entered into a civil war in an attempt to overthrow the Yondaime Mizukage. That's why our shinobi were coming back, dismembered. Neither side, rebel or allied with the Mizukage, has shown any appreciation for Konoha. Minato frowned, moving his attention towards the advisor, looking at him with two icy cold eyes. "That's not enough to justify my shinobi being used in such a grotesque manner," he said, anger and venom seeping into his voice. Dansme shuddered. "Killing is one thing, playing with the dead is quite another, counselor. And what do you plan to do?" The old man dropped the question, leaning further on his staff, watching the Yondaime with his dark eye. "Rescue the imprisoned Konoha shinobi and extract them from the place, even if I have to declare war on Kurikler the blonde," letting his voice sound dark, generating a feeling of cold in the room. Shimura Dansme clenched his hands, slightly crushing his staff. He felt the cold running through his body, freezing his sweat. He could almost feel his teeth chattering from the chill the Yondaime was now emitting. "Send an extraction team." "A team? No. Just one shinobi. Midnight, High no Kuni Forest. Being the hunted isn't pleasant. Feeling hunted, being mere prey running for its life, panting, crying, wanting to die, isn't very honorable. But many criminals ended up acting like cowards, putting aside that pride, that ego that had made them superior, that had made them murderers, thinking they wouldn't be discovered, that they wouldn't be hunted by a wolf. Shit. But wolves always find their prey. Many say wolves hunt by instinct. That's not true. Fear. That's the key word. A little fear, and the wolf will pounce on you, tearing you apart, leaving not a single drop of your body. It will make you disappear to get rid of the disgusting smell of fear. They hate fear. That's why they get rid of those who are afraid. If you're terrified, it's better for the wolves. You won't escape. You won't be able to lose your hunter. Don't even try. Don't do it. They'll eventually find you and you'll just make a fool of yourself. Because you will die anyway. Ploosh. Buck. You can't run away from fear. You can't escape the arms your fears reach out to grab you. You can't run away from what you fear. You must face it. You have to face it or it will eat away at you until the wolf is rid of you. Clink. Let me. And a mere human will never be able to escape the wolf. He won't be able to escape his fears. He won't do so unless he truly wants to face them, acknowledge the fear, embrace it. Crack. Buck. The man fell back onto the cold ground, bleeding, on the snow-covered grass. He crawled, slithering, leaving the mark of his body like a wretched snake, drenching the white snow with blood, staining its purity with his presence. Crick. Footsteps shattered the agonizing silence of the fleeing man. A figure appeared, bathed in the silvery moonlight, displaying a face covered by a white wolf kabuki mask with black markings. Its left eye glowed red like blood, the same blood that poor soul was leaving in the snow. Ham. Arg. No, no. Focus. Here. Here. Do you see me? The figure asked, stopping the man's reptilian movement and crouching down to his level. It had crushed the man's knee. Where's Akihiko? I think you know the answer, right? Be nice, okay? Buck off, Anbu. The attacker sighed, withdrawing his leg. That's being polite, Matsumoto, the Anbu said, pointing to the wound, his shattered knee. He held up the blood-stained kunai. Do you want to end up like your wife? I have no problem doing so. But she was a fighter. You, however, are a branch that breaks easily. Bastard. Maybe. But hey, I'm being nice much more to you and your wife than to your men. Now, in your mansion, there are hundreds of your men dead, watering the oak floors with their filthy blood of murderers and rapists, Mitsumata the Shinobi declared, moving the kunai over his finger. A tattoo was present on his left shoulder, indicative of being a true Anbu. You can give me the information, or I can get it. Ha 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 ha. Get it? Don't make me laugh, bastard. I won't give anything away, Matsumoto declared, baring his teeth, letting blood stain his chin. The Anbu bowed his head, letting the kunai slip from his hand, sticking into the ground, inches from the man's leg. Do you want to see it? I don't fear you. I'd rather die than give you my brother, the man agreed, proudly, ready to die for that stranger. The red eye glowed brighter, rolling. What? Anyway, the Anbu grabbed Matsumoto's face, staring directly into his eyes with his bloodshot eye, spinning. Matsumoto began to feel his head swing, like blackness was invading him. He fainted a few seconds later. So, on the border with Kiri, on an island. Well, I should go then. But first. Brash. Fearlessly, using the same kunai with which he had killed his wife, he slit Matsumoto's throat with a single movement, leaving the man drowning in his own blood, completely alone, sunk in his misery, in his filth. Another job well done. A pat on the back, the Anbu declared. A puff of smoke covered him, and a copy appeared, patting the original on the back without fear. Oh, yes. The good acknowledgements. Poof. The Anbu moved, deflecting a second arrow that should have hit him and stepped back, taking the blood-stained kunai, moving his eye over the thicket. Have I been careless? Crack. Right. He spun around, swinging his left arm, and deflected the thin, pale arm of a girl he caught sight of, dressed in a dark, somewhat torn kimono. He yanked her arm and pushed her against the tree, throwing the kunai at the same time, pinning her sleeve to the trunk. The girl groaned, feeling herself being pulled and forced to stay there, kicking a little. The Anbu breathed, letting out a sigh. A faint mist escaped from under the mask, blending into the night. Isn't it too cold a night for a lady to wear rags? You're him, aren't you? The Anbu frowned behind his mask, something the girl wouldn't notice for obvious reasons. He had stopped kicking, and through the black strands of his hair, his eyes were scrutinizing the leaf ninja. Who do you say I am? Became no Anbu, red-eye Anbu, he whispered, and the young ninja picked up on it. The Anbu softened his face and relaxed his posture, almost as if the girl hadn't tried to kill him less than a minute ago. She was leaving gaps where any of her classmates could stab him. Maybe that was what he wanted. For them to try to kill him. No. You're him, aren't you? Your red eye gives you away. Softly, the Anbu chuckled, which made the girl frown, feeling mocked by the boy. Yeah, well, that was the nickname they gave me, the Anbu nodded, pushing the darkness aside. The dull blonde, spiky hair stood before the girl, with a single blue eye on the right side. They call me Ukami. You and your Anbu code. Ukami laughed a little more, walking toward the girl. He stepped over the corpse of the foolish man and grabbed the handle of the kunai, giving it a tug and freeing the girl's sleeve. That's better than revealing our identity, don't you think? The young man asked, putting away the kunai. He moved his red eye over the girl, waiting for some movement that didn't come. So? What was the reason for your attack, girl? He heard saliva running down the teenager's throat. I thought you were coming for me. Why would I do that? VCH. I'm from Iowa, the girl said, looking at the Anbu with eyes full of anger, pain and regret. Konoha and Iowa don't get along. No, actually, no. So? So what? Aren't you going to take me to your village? The kami sighed, scratching the back of his neck. He gave a slight smile, hidden by the wolf mask. No, he answered slowly, looking at the girl, because when you and yours came within my range, you were only my prey. Oten. Jigoku no mine, earth element. Hell peaks. Crack. The girl was frightened, watching spikes escape from the ground, piercing the bodies of her companions. What? Goodbye, little flower. Rash. Without fear, Kami tore at his prey's neck, staining his uniform with red drops. His mask, lightly splashed, was bathed in moonlight. Kami was surrounded by blood. 12. Mission. He studied the white kabuki mask in his hands, tracing the black markings that ran across it with his blue eyes, obscured by the limited light allowed by the branches and leaves of the trees. Strands of hair made it difficult for him to observe it calmly, to record in his mind the markings that ran across it, differentiating it from all the others. He had never seen one with black markings. Every Anbu had worn red markings on their masks, representing the animal that covered their face. Kakashi was an Inu, and his pattern corresponded to his animal. Yuga was a Nico, opting for a pattern completely different from Kakashi's. No mask had the same pattern unless they corresponded to a common animal. If there were two bear masks, they would both have the same pattern, appearing red on the white mask. But if they were different animals, they wouldn't have the same pattern. His had been that of a wolf. Ukami. And its patterns were different from the others, from his companions. Not only in color, which was already different, but also in shape. Its lines formed the outline of a wolf on the mask, the animal it must have represented. And there was no other wolf in Anbu. He hadn't seen any other, even if it was the ordinary Anbu color. From what Kakashi had told him, each Anbu was assigned a mask appropriate to their attitude, their role within the organization. He, being the son of Haddock Tsukumo and a Haddock, had been assigned the codename Inu and the corresponding mask. If he'd been given the Ukami mask, it would have something to do with his attitude, his role within the Anbu. But he also didn't know why the mask had a black outline. No one knew anything about the unusual color he wore around the outlines, the drawings on his Anbu mask. And the Hokage hadn't wanted to tell him. Nor had he insisted too much. It was just a matter of standing out more, much more. He was missing an eye. He had a horrendous scar on his face. And now he wore an unusual Anbu mask, black, and he hadn't insisted too much on the subject. It wasn't too important, nor would it keep him up at night. He took a deep breath, feeling the fresh air enter his lungs, filling them. It was a good night for stargazing, with nothing to do. But he was wearing his uniform. His hands were stained with blood, and his armor was splattered with the drops of his victims. He couldn't relax yet. Iowa had been on the move, as had the allies of the Yonde Mizukage, the madman who had created a civil war over bloodlines. Thousands of innocent people had already died, according to the scouts' reports. Few were on the rebel side. They were mostly members of the Kiri clans with some bloodline and some others loyal to peace and equality. But Yagura had the Anbu, the entire Shinobi katana, and practically everyone without a bloodline. Naruto brushed his hair away from his face with one hand, holding the mask on his knee, as if looking down at him. When the mask covered his face, he was no longer Naruto. The blonde blue-eyed Junin disappeared, giving way to the Anbu hunter known as Ukami, the lone wolf, the Akame no Anbu, a lethal elite shinobi, ready to cut any enemy with his sword. To use his hands to finish a job. He wasn't squeamish. He lost his fear of being seen differently a long time ago. He had stopped seeing peace as something achievable without the necessary strength. The world was not made for pacifists. Naruto had met Zabuza. He had met the side that the Kiri member had wanted to show him. All the elemental nations had their darkness. Even Hai no Kuni was filled with darkness, with vipers that slithered along the ground and bit the unwary. Before, he would have been disappointed. As a genin, he would have tried to find a way to end it all without harming anyone. But that was just an unattainable dream. To put an end to the Konoha Council. To end corruption without getting his hands dirty with blood. His entire ideal had changed with the confrontation with Zabuza, the death of the Uchiha, and Itachi's betrayal. He couldn't change the world and be a savior without getting his hands dirty. It was ridiculous. The young man looked up at the stars. He let the fresh air sway his messy hair. He had inherited his mother's hair color. At first, it had been bright, almost a carbon copy of her own. But over time, the bright blonde had faded, giving way to a paler, darker color that had become the mark that marked him as his mother's son. He didn't know from whom he inherited his blue eyes. His father didn't have them and his mother even less so. He gripped the mask with his other hand, feeling the blood drip onto his uniform pants. They were splattered with blood. He didn't care. The blood would disappear once he cleaned it. It was a small price to pay for keeping his house at peace. keeping Konoha from being destroyed and Itachi's brother dead. Itachi? He frowned, feeling the scar on his chest. It seemed to burn, to sting quite a bit at the memory of how his best friend's blade had run through him, from side to side, while fighting that masked man. He hadn't expected such a vicious move from his best friend. He thought he knew him. But it seemed Itachi had hidden many things, both from him and from Shisui. No. Itachi loved his mother. Makoto had perished in the massacre, staining the wooden floor with her blood, and it had been the work of her eldest son, Itachi. Even Izumi had perished by Itachi's hand, and he loved her too much to harm her like that. Beast no ira Itachi. Unconsciously, Naruto placed his hand on the vest of his uniform, where the scar was hidden by his clothes. If Itachi had truly wanted to kill him, he wouldn't be alive now. Even the masked man could have killed him. Something had happened for Itachi to kill his clan. They were on the cusp of a rebellion, about to overthrow the Hokage and create a civil war between Konoha's clans. It was known that some of the miners were allied with the Uchiha for the war. The records spoke for themselves when Counselor Shimura Dansm showed that the Uchiha were purchasing weapons, chakra iron, and much more for a war. Reports that the Hokage himself endorsed. No. Itachi wouldn't have massacred his own people if he hadn't been directly ordered to, Naruto admitted, frowning. He felt his hair swaying, caressing his skin and the bandage covering his left eye, hiding the 3 marks left by those Kiri shinobi. But, knowing that Itachi wouldn't have massacred his clan without a tacit order from his superiors, the only thing left to do now was to find out who would have ordered him to do it. Minato and Hiruzen were out of the question. There was no way Minato would have considered killing children to achieve peace. Even Tobirama would have considered it, so Hiruzen wasn't in the running either. He had been trained, educated by Senju Tobirama. Senju Hashirama's fiery will was ingrained in him. He wouldn't kill an entire clan just for the wishes of a few. Neither Minato nor Hiruzen would have approved of what Itachi did if there was any other way to peace. So who then? Only the 3 old mummies remained, the Hokage's advisors. Homura, Kaharu, and Dansm, 3 people who had survived 3 ninja wars, who knew the meaning of blood and the cost of maintaining peace. Of them, Naruto saw Dansm as much more capable of something similar. The leader of the Shimura clan was a man of war, someone who would do anything for his village, even if it meant exterminating an entire clan. In a way, Naruto respected the advisor. He had won 3 wars. He had lived through all 3 wars. He had been Tobirama's student and absorbed his ideals, continuing the Anbu no organization that the Nidaime Hokage himself had created, from which he separated the Anbu who now served the Hokage. A man like Shimura Dansm, if he had been capable of killing children for the preservation of peace, for the safety of Konoha, freeing himself from the possible revenge of the children of the clan who, hurt by the deaths of their parents, would wreak havoc on the village. So why leave Sasuke alive? At Itachi's request. Naruto finished putting on the mask, still with thoughts of the massacre flooding his head, trying to answer the questions he was asking himself, looking for the path that would lead him to his best friend's motivation to exterminate his family, leaving his brother alone, causing him trauma by putting him in a Sharingan Jinjutsu, and fostering in the boy an irrational hatred towards him. No matter how hard he tried to find an answer, a solution, his mind only hit a thick wall and prevented him from continuing, from finding the longed-for solution to the dilemma that was forming in his head. He took a deep breath. He closed his eye behind the mask, remaining relaxed, trying to clear his mind of any disturbing thoughts. Well, it's not something I'll find by racking my brains over. He opened his eye. A bandage fell to the ground, caught by a hand slightly larger than the boy's. Naruto shook his head, his red eye fixed on an Anbu wearing a dog mask. Hada Kakashi's anti-gravity hair was recognizable, no matter how hard he tried to hide his face. Haddock, the boy whispered, remaining calm. Of all the shinobi in Konoha, Naruto considered Kakashi trustworthy. He was skilled. He had been the Yondaime's apprentice and was now his personal guard, so if he was there with him, it meant the Hokage required his presence. Something that the same silver-haired man did a few seconds later, while he extended his arm, returning the bandage that he had dropped to reveal his red eye. Hokage-sama requests your presence, Ukami. Kakashi wasn't known for his great cheerfulness. He always spoke calmly, perhaps too calmly, betraying a bit of the coldness his time in Anbu had given him. Although few Anbu are cheerful. Okay. I'll be right there. Thanks Inu. He made the seal of the ram. Floosh. Surrounded by a swirling water, Naruto disappeared from Kakashi's sight, who watched the boy disappear, leaving behind a soaked muddy ground. He said and did nothing. He also formed the ram seal and disappeared, surrounded by a swirl of green leaves. Naruto appeared in the middle of the Yondaime Hokage's office, letting a few drops of blood fall to the floor, followed by a few more drops of water, then falling to one knee, lowering his head, and showing submission to the man in front of him. Ukami. Namikaze Minato rarely assumed a street persona in meetings. He always opted for that of the Hokage, letting his voice resonate loud, clear, and resonate, penetrating the ears of his men and etching itself into the minds of his shinobi. He couldn't possibly become familiar with his employees. He was the Hokage. But now, Minato hesitated. He was about to send his godson off to war, accompanied by a small squad. Just 4 Anbu. Initially, he was only going to send the boy. But the Sandame's words had made him reconsider. No matter how skilled Naruto is, I can't send him out unprotected. Hokage-sama. Instead, while Minato debated how to treat his godson, Naruto opted for a formal pose, letting his voice sound emotionless, even though he was standing in front of his godfather, the man who had practically raised him. He couldn't let his emotions get the better of him when he was wearing the Anbu mask, hiding Naruto from the rest of the world. The Hora no Ira Naruto, Irol Kami, Elakame no Anbu. I have a mission for you and a small Anbu squad, too delicate to fail, Minato informed him, relaxing his posture, calming his voice with a cough after the sentence. Naruto raised his face, looking with his blue eyes at his leader, hiding his face with the distinctive mask he was given. It's very important for the safety of Konoha. But I can't spare a full platoon of Anbu after what happened with the Uchiha. No one had openly acknowledged it and the civilians seemed oblivious to this, but not the shinobi. With the absence of the Uchiha clan in the village, it was left unprotected and forcing the Hokage to mobilize his shinobi to fill the gap left by the military police after his death, thus lowering the number of shinobi he sent on missions outside the village, losing money, and being forced to force the Jonin and Anbu to work for 3, even going so far as to not sleep for a week, or even 2. Naruto had already gone a while without sleep, going from mission to mission, staining his hands with blood, while his mind begged for a break of at least half an hour. I will fulfill it, Hokage-sama. It's not mandatory, Ukami, but it is urgent. If you don't take it, I can send Inu in your place. Hoping that Naruto wouldn't decide to go, Minato threw him a rope. He didn't want to send his master's son to war to see even more blood. Think about it. If you don't take it, you'll be able to have a few days off and go back to doing regular Anbu missions. No, Hokage-sama. I'll take the mission, the boy declared, his voice sounding completely neutral, as if he weren't human. He seemed to have lost his soul, any feeling he could have. Minato sighed, nodding. Good. Then, I will proceed to explain your open-ended mission, the Yondaime declared, placing a dark green scroll, the insignia of Konoha, on the table. Kurigakure no Sato has been eliminating shinobi from our village. We lost contact with several squads around 2 months ago, since which time I have not sent any more. I want you to find out if our comrades are still alive. I do not care too much if it is the Mizukage or the leader of the rebellion who has captured or killed them, I just want to know. Is that all, Hokage-sama? No, Minato took a deep breath. His eyes turned hard, like 2 shards of ice. When you discover who has held or killed our comrades, eliminate them. I don't care if it takes you years. Just kill them. Naruto reached out, taking the scroll the Yondaime had left on the table. Hi, Hokage-sama. 13. Older brother. He watched his mask a lot. Every night, he held a mental conversation with it, observing the gaps where his eyes would be in the morning, at dawn, the blue one his mother gave him and the implant he obtained from Shisui, stealing it from his best friend. Uchiha Itachi. He never believed his life would take such a turn, such a spiral. From being a simple Jonin, he had become known as Akame no Anbu, a special member of the Anbu forces, with a mask with black ornaments over his face, preventing anyone from directly recognizing him. Although if they looked at his hair, surely his mother and father would. But they weren't with him. They were never with him. Since the Third Ninja War, they hadn't set foot in Konoha, and he had dealt with the loss of his comrades alone, sinking into the darkness that slowly radiated from his soul, eating away at him from within, filling his mind with the memories of his best friend's betrayal. He knew there was something behind it, something strange that compelled Itachi to kill his clan. He would never do that. Lose Mikoto's smile. Yugaku's frown. Naruto knew the main Uchiha family all too well. Even if Yugaku and Itachi had their differences, both father and son loved each other. They couldn't stop loving each other for even a second. And Itachi would never leave his younger brother alone, without anyone, without a shoulder to cry on. Taking up the mantle of Ukami, he had watched little Sasuke since Itachi's departure. His once bright eyes darkened whenever someone began to praise him, positioning him as the next genius, the last Uchiha, the one who would bring glory to Konoha. Without being close, he could hear Sasuke grinding his teeth. If he had darkness, that child was brimming over. And Naruto couldn't stand watching a child suffer. He wasn't an adult, barely a teenager, but Zabuza's words were etched in his mind, seared like the scars of his companions, those twins from Kiri. Everything had changed too quickly, in just a year. Being an Anbu had only intensified his guilt, his desire for redemption for the loss of his 2 friends. He couldn't see Itachi's suffering, Shisui's plans, and their consequences. He discovered how Konoha was full of vipers waiting to bite you. He was sick, tired, and aching from the blood on his hands from the higher-ups. He respected Minato as Hokage and Shinobi. But both he and Hiruzen were blind to what was happening. The fourth ninja war was right under his nose. It wasn't an open war between nations. During his Anbu missions, Naruto captured messages, executed people, destroyed cargo, and none of it was dispensable. These were S-rank missions. Each target was paramount. A former general of the Suna forces. A chakra iron merchant for Kumo. Mercenaries subcontracted by Kiri. These weren't easy, straightforward targets. They were targets where he had to kill more than a dozen people if necessary. And each of those missions was granted by a single person. Shimura Dansm, Konoha's chief advisor, a high-ranking official in the village, and a former shinobi who survived the 3 wars. He wasn't just anyone. He was an important person within the village, with influence across the elemental continent and his claws deep in hundreds of dirty deals, with the Anbu division under his command. Konoha was rotten from its roots to its leaves, and no one was noticing them. They didn't seem to have their eyes open. Mere tools, both Junin and Anbu, didn't contradict the orders of their cages or high-ranking members of the village. Power is something that few humans can endure without becoming corrupted, Sachi. His mother's words came to mind as the dark thoughts flooded his mind. Naruto sighed, staring at the Anbu armor waiting for him. In just an hour and 5 minutes, the village would be a distant memory. He had been assigned, along with Team Aka, to a special Anbu team created for this mission in Kiri, which would likely take several years to complete. He was tired, certainly defeated at some point. All of his teammates had died over the course of that year. Those he'd teamed up with as Genin. Shisui before that. Izumi in his arms. Even some Anbu had perished in his presence. Was misfortune all around him? Being a Senju brought misfortune into his life. He was slowly experiencing it himself, watching with the blood spilling on his hands. And he was tired. That was why, for 3 months now, he had been a lone Anbu, one of the hunter branch within the organization, with a 100% success rate. He wouldn't allow anyone to escape in his presence. Whoever his target was, they would die by his hand within seconds of finding out. The longest it had taken him to kill someone was a day and a half. No more. Talk talk. Naruto moved his blue eyes toward the door of his room, assigned by the Anbu commander within the facility. He didn't want to live in a lonely cold house with no one to welcome him. He had his godfather and godmother. But he didn't want to burden them with his worries. They had enough to raise 2 children. They didn't need a teenager with traumas from his past, with problems he had to solve. Forward. He noticed his voice sounded a bit raspy, tired, and thick, as if it didn't belong to his body. It almost sounded like the voice of a damn stranger. He felt like one. Where had his good humor gone? His desire to bring peace to the world his parents lived in. That Naruto died when Itachi ran him through the back. Unconsciously, the Senju touched the scar, hidden by a black sleeveless shirt. He was wearing Anbu gear, only missing the armor. Rash. The sliding door opened, revealing a tall, lanky thin man with gray hair that defied gravity, resembling a silver explosion on his head. The man wore standard Anbu armor, his mask hanging from his waist. A scar crossed his left eye, which he kept completely closed, like him. Yo, Naruto. The man greeted, entering the room without asking permission. Naruto frowned slightly, but let the silver-haired man enter. What do you need, Kakashi? Naruto asked, keeping a flat face in the man's presence. Hada Kakashi, the last student of Namikaze Minato, the Yondaime Hokage and son of Hada Tsukumo, the one who had been superior in every way to the legendary Sannin. He had graduated at the age of 5, entered the Chunin ranks at 6, and was promoted to Junin at the age of 13, when he formed a team with his 2 deceased companions. After the loss, Kakashi entered Anbu, soon becoming the infamous Sharingan no Kakashi, the one who carried a Sharingan and used it in conjunction with his Rikiri ability, eliminating his targets with a single blow. Haddock soon rose to Anbu squad captain and formed the famous Row team, where the best of the best were assigned. From what he knew, after Itachi left, a girl joined the team. A skilled Kenjutsu master from the village, although he didn't know exactly who she was. Ma. Always so cold, Kakashi replied, waving his hand as if it were no big deal, causing the Senju to snort. Kakashi could have sunk deeper into darkness, but the constant presence of his teacher, Kushina, and then Naruto, kept the shinobi from straying too far. I've been informed of your mission. If you complete it, there may be a promotion. That's good. Your name is being considered to take my place on Team Row, under the command of one of my teammates, the silver-haired man said. He took a chair and, without asking, perched his bottom on it, his dark eyes still fixed on his teammate. It's a big step. Is that really what you came for? Seriously? Naruto raised his right eyebrow, not believing that Kakashi's appearance in his room was due to a possible promotion after a long mission. especially when it was almost 2 in the morning and the silver-haired man was on his day off after dealing with a mercenary group. I don't believe it, Haddock. Something brought you to my room and it wasn't a possible promotion that might not come. What do you need? For a few seconds, probably stretching to a full minute, both Anbu members remained silent. Naruto kept his eye on his partner, just as Kakashi did on the blonde, the two studying each other for a bit. Finally, Kakashi's face relaxed after a small cough, reaching for his ninja bag. He pulled out an orange-covered book, one Naruto recognized. He looked up, staring at his superior as if he were crazy, or at least crazy enough to offer him a porn book. And more to him. Naruto frowned, crossing his arms over his torso, waiting for an explanation that didn't seem to want to leave Kakashi's lips. Time passed, and the Haddock stood with his arms stretched out, offering him the book, waiting for him to take it. Reluctantly, Naruto picked up the volume and looked at it, turning it over. He saw the title in large black letters. Ichigo. Thousand Shadows Edition. He scanned the back cover, trying to figure out who his father had been spying on again. I think it will be something revealing, Kakashi said, taking on a slightly serious tone, attracting the Senju's full attention. Kakashi returned an eye smile, confusing him even more. How could a porn book be revealing for him? The only good work his father did was the one that gave it its name. The Tale of an Absolutely Daring Shinobi. He remembered the title and kept it in mind, making him smile slightly. Believe me. Although it may seem like simple porn, Jiraiya-sama has put a lot of effort into this one in a special way. Apparently there are only 100 copies. One of them is mine and one is yours, the first ones. I've already finished mine, and it really is interesting in a different way. I think you should read it. Naruto snorted, looking at the book once more. What had his father done so special with that book? He stuffed it into his ninja bag, not particularly interested in finding out, and sighed. He probably wouldn't be leaving Konoha for a few years. Thank you, Kakashi, Naruto said, somewhat emotionally. He wouldn't let his emotions spill out like a waterfall. But he was willing to show some of them to Kakashi. The silver-haired man had behaved like an older brother. Without him, he truly would have succumbed completely to the darkness in his soul. He almost seemed to remember Orochimaru, his experiments and how he let himself be carried away by his instincts, his desires. And he didn't want that. Thank you for being by my side, like a brother. Well, don't thank me. I have to do it. Kakashi remained silent for several seconds, watching Naruto, noting the gleam in his blue eyes, how he seemed to struggle to keep the mask neutral and unbroken, but failing. His experience as a shinobi had given Kakashi incredible facial reading skills. He could see how, beneath the skin, the boy's muscles contracted a little, slightly and only for a microsecond, enough for his trained eye to pick it up. He sighed, muffled by his cloth mask, and stood up, placing the chair back in front of the desk. He waved his hand, taking a special 3-pronged kunai and handing it to his subordinate. Here, Kakashi said, reaching out. Naruto took the Hiraishin kunai from the Haddock's hand, recognizing it. But it was old, quite a few years old. He could notice the rust, how the wood of the handle had rotted slightly. Minato-sensei gave it to me when I was promoted to Junin, before my first mission in command of a squad. Now, you're the captain of the Aka team, sent to Kurigakure when they're on the brink of civil war, with the exterminations of the bloodlines by the current Mizukage's side, the man murmured, also looking at that kunai that he had to use to avoid losing Obito and later Rin. He regretted his attitude, his pride in not giving in to using that kunai. If you need help, throw it anywhere. With the help of Minato-sensei and Kushina-sama, I placed a summoning seal so that I could be summoned anywhere, almost like Hiraishin, but being a reverser person summon, as you prefer. Thank you. Don't give in to pride, Naruto, Kakashi said, forcing his younger brother figure to raise his face. He stared at him with that dark eye that made Naruto step back slightly, feeling like he was being swallowed by a black hole. Don't give in to your ego. If you need help, throw the kunai. I wouldn't mind showing up naked. I don't want you to die, do you understand? This won't be an S-rank mission. It's a secret Omega rank mission. If you have to retreat, do it. Reinforcements aren't part of the mission, but I'll go with Team Ro if necessary. Naruto sighed, holding back the urge to hug Kakashi, to cry. He was a shinobi, an Anbu. Letting his feelings show would be a rift he couldn't mend. Kakashi had always been an older brother to him. And Naruto was a younger brother to the Haddock. 14. The cruelty of war. Kurigakure no Sato, the village hidden in the mist, was well known for its islands, its fog, its significant number of water element users, and its famous 7 swordsmen of the mist, those who surpassed any master in the area of Kinjutsu, using the devil swords, as some called them. Each member of the Shinobigatana carried a special sword, unique with powers never seen before, and that could not be replicated by any blacksmith. No one knows how they were forged, how they acquired their special properties. Many specialists indicated that the swords were forged in Yuzu, the vast whirlpool island devastated in the Second Ninja War, leaving its survivors scattered throughout the elemental continent, without a connection to the other survivors, not wanting to attract attention. Kiri took advantage of this, assuming complete control of the elemental sea, overthrowing the Uzumaki, powerful ninja seal experts who had lived on the whirlpool islands. The mist revealed his 7 swords when Yuzu fell, and no one knew exactly whether the Uzumaki forged them or obtained them from elsewhere. Nobody knew how he obtained those swords. From a village known for its Shinobi katana, the extreme control over the Suiton and some of its bloodlines. It had moved to a land ravaged by destruction, blood, mistrust, and hatred for anyone holding such non-human power. Between siblings, between friends, family, acquaintances, the division was definitively created by a deranged Mizukage. Karatachi Yagura, the Yondaime Mizukage, a hero after the previous civil war in Kiri itself. Blood. Fear. The smell of death permeated the land. A heavy layer of despair could be felt just by stepping foot on that land, by looking at the destruction caused by the war. Naruto replaced the wolf mask over his face, observing the clearing where he and his 3 companions had landed, waiting for their contact with the Kiri rebel forces. They were at least 3 minutes late, and Naruto wasn't too happy about this. If it takes longer, we'll have to consider the mission over. We can't risk ourselves for some foreigners, the young Anbu told himself, his arms draped over his torso. The katana hung on his back, and he moved the tent to the back of his waist. His blue eyes scanned the area, waiting for any sign of his contact. He didn't believe the Mizukage's loyalists could have intercepted the message, but anything was possible in the shinobi world. How long did it take? The blonde asked, to no one in particular. 5 minutes, Taichm, replied the companion behind him, a taller man with a broad back, strong shoulders, and tanned skin. He had close-cropped black hair, very thin. A boar mask covered his face, with the typical red markings. Naruto stood out because of the black markings on his porcelain mask. Thank you, Inishishi, the young man murmured. In his world, any delay, even a small one, could be attributed to 3 factors. Either his informant had been captured, had died, or, which was very likely with the war raging on in Kiri, he had been slightly delayed. If she's not here by 10, we'll retreat. Do. Naruto sighed. He moved his right arm and pulled out the Ichi Kakashi had given him. What was so special about him that he wanted to give it to her? His father was always spying on women, focused on his pornography, and running Konoha Spying, which had saved them several times. He had worked with his father several times, being an Anbu and getting information from his informants. He had never revealed to him or his mother that he was an Anbu, although he suspected Kushina had done so behind his and Minato's backs. But he couldn't find anything to indicate that his parents knew. In none of the letters had he noticed any tone of anger or reproach about it. The young Senju moved his hand to the hilt of his katana, noticing the old, dark leather of the sword his great-grandfather Hashirama had used in times of war. It had absorbed drops of blood, slowly rusting the blade. But it could still cut, and cut badly. It had also been used by his great-granduncle Tabarama, who had used it to skewer an Uchiha in battle, where it remained stuck until his grandfather removed it from the Uchiha's body. From that moment on, the Senju sword was left entirely for display, until he, Senju Naruto, took it from its display in the museum, to use it for new purposes that would be carried out for the protection of Konoha above all else. That was what he had in mind when he joined Anbu, as well as his entry into the assassination squad within the organization. He was suitable for other squads as well, but he was assigned to this one for his skill, his power and his lust for blood. Naruto wouldn't deny it if asked. He was eager to destroy and kill his enemies, fulfilling his mission 100% without fear. He would always prefer death to cheerful smiles. At least, as long as he had that mask that marked him as Ukami, the Akame no Anbu. Good. Mother won't be too happy now, he told himself. He knew of his mother's hatred for the leaf, as well as his father's affection for it. He was well aware of its conception. The old Sandaime had explained it to him several times, just before he entered Anbu. And that was what finally made him decide. Loss. He shook his head at the sound, feeling a blade brush against his fingers. He was gripping the handle of a kunai, ready to use it against those who attacked them. About 2 seconds later, 3 figures fell into the clearing, in front of the Konoha Anbu. Naruto was the first to examine his visitors, sizing them up. He could tell, with just a glance, that they weren't allies, but friends. He could feel it in the way the chakra of those 3 shinobi seemed to move. He opened his blue eye slightly, observing the handle of a wide sword. Shinobi katana. Quickly, he hit the ground with his leg, with force, concentrating chakra, raising a wall that stopped a water projectile that left a crack, a small hole. Suiton Poter. Move. The blonde barked, swinging his hand toward his own katana, finding a heavy blade right in front of him. He was knocked backward, crashing into a wide tree with dark bark that peeled off. He tasted blood in his mouth. Naruto concentrated chakra, spinning upwards, evading the sword of that shinobi expert in Kinjutsu, watching with his blue eye how it destroyed the throne, a little, creating a cut on the tree. He pushed himself off, slamming his feet onto the blade of that bandaged sword, pumping chakra to make the blow stronger. Seeing that he hadn't achieved his goal, he drew his sword, slashing at his enemy's head, finding his opponent's blade blocking his path. Ha! Come on, we'll finish this, another of the enemies roared, grabbing the only girl in the squad, tearing her head off with a sudden, disgusting animal movement. Naruto skidded on the ground, watching as his companions were pushed away. He saw the boar mask Anbu being impaled on earth spikes and his weasel-masked companion being disemboweled with a single swing of his sword. He was the only one left. Now, child. It didn't make sense. He pulled back the mask, revealing a frozen face, a bloody eye marked with black marks. He hated letting himself go. He hated how the darkness slowly began to eat away at his soul, to completely engulf it in the darkest prison imaginable. "Don't talk to me, you filthy insect," he hissed, stopping his attacker's blade. No, he wasn't a shinobi, Gatna was a mere apprentice. They were betrayed. He hated betrayal. Justy. Brash. Brack. Without fear, without disgust, Naruto pierced the apprentice's collarbone with a movement too fast for the human eye, moving the blade, detaching the left half of his enemy's torso in a single pull. The Sharigan gleamed in his left eye, above 3 claw marks, drops of blood falling from his armor. He took a step. He took 2. He whispered slowly as he crushed the head of that Kiri shinobi. He could feel the man's brains beneath his shinobi sandal. How could someone as pure as Senju Naruto have turned into something cruel? Not even Naruto himself could say. Death. The dark desire for revenge on Itachi that burned in his chest for Izumi's betrayal and death seemed to drive him on, even though he knew Itachi would never have been capable of wiping out the clan without incentive, without motive. Let alone killing his mother. The scar burned. Naruto pushed that pain to the back of his mind, watching the 2 apprentices. How many could each swordsman have? If he was left without companions, without friends, without brothers, they would be left without apprentices. No matter what Kakashi had pleaded, it was too late for him. He couldn't be Senju Naruto, a grinning idiot. Brack. Ah. Be bastardo. Naruto swung his arm, thrusting his hand into the second shinobi's mouth, pulling his chin down, fearlessly crushing his lower jaw as he finished screaming. The enhanced strength wasn't wasted. Only you remain, the Senju Anbu muttered, standing up, showing his bleeding hand. Red drops fell from his bloodstained hand. He didn't seem to care. I'll tell you everything. I'll tell you who the traitor is. I'm not interested, the blonde muttered slowly, looking at his opponent with his Sharingan eyes, walking slowly. He had left his mask behind. Why did it have black markings? Why was it different? It was a question he would have to ask the yondaime, the only one who could answer it. What? I'm not interested in something I already know, the Senju declared, standing 2 meters away from Kiri's ninja. The latter tried to launch himself at the blonde. Slash. Cough. How? Naruto stared neutrally at his enemy, watching as his guts fell to the cold grass soaked by the rain that had begun to fall, soaking him completely. He felt his hair dripping, slightly covering his face. Clink. After wiping the blood with his sleeve and taking his mask back, Naruto sheathed the katana, once again used for death, a death that would protect his home. I hate newbies brought in by the council. He looked behind him at the 3 lifeless bodies of, according to the counselors, highly skilled shinobi. He sighed, placing the mask over his face, hiding it from the rest of the world, leaving only 2 things visible to the others. His ice blue eye and his blood red eye, marked by a black blade with 4 points, like a wide shuriken. In front of him, behind the mangled shinobi, stood nearly 100 regular shinobi, in both Chunin and Jinin attire, from what the young Anbu could spot. All of them wore the Kiri armbands, though he could see the occasional stray ninja from a smaller village. He adjusted the guards on both arms. He fully adjusted his armor. If you're ever outnumbered, just show them it was a mistake, son. I don't like war, death, but they're necessary for peace and the protection of your people. Naruto pulled out a 3-pronged kunai. It wasn't the one Kakashi gave him. It was his own. He'd been working on his great-great-uncle's Hiraishin for a long time, and it was time to test it. Konoha ninja bastard. A cocky Kiri ninja barked, leaping to the ground, followed by the others. They began to enter the clearing, unafraid, having seen how their comrades had been taken below, along with their own. Let's see how you handle an army, brat. I'm sorry you saw my face, Naruto declared, throwing the kunai into the sky. You will not reveal it to anyone. And how do you think you can force NGH? Above the Jinin's head, the handle of a kunai could be seen. The Kiri ninjas watched as their comrade fell to the ground, blood running down his face. Fubrios. Nin. Shuriken Cage Bunshin no Jutsu showing a sequence of seals, Naruto watched as hundreds of kunai rained down on the enemies, injuring some, but mostly leaving them stuck in the ground. He breathed calmly, unsheathing his katana. He was about to do something only the Yondaime had ever done. Harem no Jutsu. Before the eyes of the first shinobi of Kurigakure, Senju Naruto disappeared in a bluish lightning flash. Oh. Careful. Soon, the Yagura ninjas began to feel terror. They watched as their companions fell, and then another fell, and another, all they could see was a small flash of blue lightning. He's the son of Kairoi Senko. Cough. 3 minutes later, he was the last Kiri shinobi standing, his katana piercing his chest, his heart splitting it in two. Facing him was the Anbu Kami, Senju Naruto, staring at his opponent with his Sharingan eye. Brash. With a single movement, Naruto cut the man in two, without fear, without mercy. He was an Anbu, and an Anbu cannot show mercy to the enemies of his people, ever. Now all that was left was to find the traitor. 15. The legend begins. Ansatsu Senjutsu Takushu Butai are better known as Anbu, the special ninja used for the darkest missions of the elemental continent, those who guarded the village and its cage with their own lives. To enter Anbu, one had to pass an exam after becoming Chunin at least. The exam, of course, was not a trivial matter like the same exams applied to the genin to become Chunin or Junin, the latter being more difficult for demonstrating control of elemental chakra before the judges. The Anbu exam consisted of 2 mandatory tests. One set by the commander of the Anbu organization himself and the other was to complete an S-rank mission alone, covering one's face with a mask and hiding one's presence, being observed by the examiners without knowing it. The mission had to be completed in the shortest possible time and almost always consisted of an assassination of some truly important target. Once both sections were completed, the squad captains would evaluate the shinobi to determine which one they should be in. Assassination, tracking, medical, or spy squad, assessing their abilities for the position. Very few could demonstrate proficiency in multiple areas, so they always remained in a single squad. Those who demonstrated more than one were allowed to choose which one they were in or even rotate between squads, depending on the needs of the shinobi and the Anbu. When a shinobi was finally made Anbu, they were given Anbu tactical gear, along with a mask with red markings, always representing an animal that seemed to go with the same shinobi who had entered. Rookies weren't sent out on solo missions too often, at least for a while, and were integrated into a team along with other Anbu for missions. Although, given their caliber, many rookies didn't make it past their first week alive. They left their bodies behind on missions and couldn't return to the village, to their families. They were a waste, as several shinobi pointed out. Because of them, Anbu always remained at 200 or 250 members, neither more nor less, indicating the glass ceiling for the ninja in each village. When an experienced Anbu was put in charge of an Anbu team, they had to have their eyes wide open, their ears pricked, and ready to keep their men alive, praying to the gods they weren't rookies. Taking out a team of rookies created thousands of holes for the enemy to exploit to kill them unseen and unheard, wiping out the team in mere minutes. The rookies within Anbu were simply a scourge, even more so if they had just become Chunin. After the Kikbi no Yoko's attack on the village, Konoha had watered down its Anbu exams. They dropped the S missions for rookies and focused on the commander and captain exams, which failed to fully assess shinobi for the position because they were unable to observe a new member's actual abilities, giving them no idea of what a shinobi could actually do. Without the S mission, many Chunin who weren't supposed to be Anbu managed to enter the organization, eventually increasing the number to 350 Anbu in service. Brack. Those who had accompanied him had been some of the organization's newest rookies. Naruto had let them die and wouldn't come back for them even if he was dead. He didn't need to be burdened with 3 useless bodies that wouldn't be of any use to Konoha. Therefore, following Anbu protocol for such cases, he had begun burning the 3 bodies after finishing off the small army of Kurigakure shinobi, without fear of running into more of Yagura's ninjas, the current cage of Kiri. Naruto watched the flames, hiding his face with a white wolf mask, with black markings, which was differentiating him within the Anbu themselves. Just as Konoha counted the Anbu as its most powerful ninja after the Sennin, the Anbu themselves had shinobi selected to always go solo, sent on the most dangerous and longest missions, those who were only used when truly required and would never show an iota of regret. These Anbu were known as Mura no Kage, the shadow of the village. The members of this small group of Anbu wore nothing special on their uniforms, aside from their masks. Typically, Anbu masks were white, shaped like an animal, with red markings emphasizing that shape. The members of the Mura no Kage wore the same masks. But instead of having red markings, they were pitch black. They were the elite within the Anbu and were probably the best in their branches. Naruto was part of this small group of 9 members, following the death of one of his companions on a previous mission. He had completed over 20 SSS rank missions in total, as well as over 100 SS and over 500 S on his record. None of them were lower than S. He hadn't seen an A rank mission again for a year and a few months. Even now, the mission he was on was SSS, a secret to anyone other than the Yondaime Hokage and the advisors. The young man stared at his right hand as the crackling of the flames pounded in his ears. He could feel the blood seeping, dripping. He could hear it touching the grass, bending, falling to the ground. His senses were heightened. He felt truly at ease in the forest, surrounded by nature, as if it had been made for him. Crack. He nodded at the creaking, his eye catching a figure who had entered the clearing, wearing a Kiri A.N.B.U uniform, but without a mask. It didn't take Naruto long to recognize him. "Mamachi's Zabuza," the Senju whispered, reaching for the handle of his katana. Then, he felt another hand stop him. "Kurasuki Ariga. Look what we caught." Zabuza the Kiba wielder gave a slight smile towards the other Kiri ninja, looking at him. "A Konoha A.N.B.U, if I remember correctly from the uniform." Naruto paid no attention to Raiga's words. He shifted his eyes, looking at the hilt protruding from Mamachi's back, recognizing the thick blade of that enormous sword. "Kubikurabmchim. And the other one carries the Kiba." As an A.N.B.U, Naruto studied every shinobi within the bingo book, every legendary tool they could carry or that could try to kill him with. It was clear he would recognize the Kiri no Shinobigatana Shichinen SHK, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, anywhere in the elemental continent, not just within Kiri. The swords they both carried stood out too much to make them go unnoticed. "What are you burning, Anbu-san?" Raiga asked, forcing his hand, squeezing Naruto's forearm. The blonde remained silent, watching as Zabuza examined the lifeless bodies. "He killed Nagao and the others," the mist demon declared, standing up after examining the body of Shinobigatana's apprentice. Zabuza sharpened his gaze, looking at the Senju. "And he was my apprentice." "HMP. Really? They were very weak, Zabuza," the wolf mask Anbu said mockingly, smiling behind his mask, watching as the Shinobigatana's body seemed to tense with anger. "Brat." Zabuza took a step after the snarl, and Raiga tightened his grip, slightly denting the plate on the Anbu's forearm, preventing him from escaping. "Don't expect anything from me. You're going to fight. Against 2 Shinobigatana. That's really out of your league, brat," Raiga arrogantly declared, moving his hand towards one of Kiba's, ready to impale the boy. Naruto remained calm, staring at Zabuza, observing every inch of his body covered by the Anbu of the mist uniform. He wanted to see if Mamachi Zabuza really was a threat beneath that neutral, professional face he was giving him. He wanted to see if the wielder of the Kubikurabmch would end his life with that legendary Kiri sword. With his mere presence, he was trying to unnerve the demon and wait for his move. But Zabuza himself was keeping a cool head, examining the teenager in front of them. They couldn't rush things, and Yagura would want him alive to see what business the Leafs had in the land of water. "Raiga. Put chakra restriction seals on the boy. We'll take him to that fortress for a true welcome," the Kubikirabacho wielder requested, turning and starting to walk, his back to his Senju. That was something no one should do. Naruto charged chakra into his leg, kicking the ground hard, creating a mini earthquake that forced Raiga to release him. The Senju took advantage of this moment to launch himself at Zabuza, drawing his familiar katana and attacking with a downward slash. Clink. "So, do you want to play?" Zabuza asked, standing firm in his place, surprised by the Anbu's almost superhuman strength. "Well then, let's play, brat." Naruto moved his opposite hand, sliding the 3-pronged kunai toward the Shinobigatana's face. Zabuza moved his arm, blocking the Konoha Anbu's, not moving even an inch. They stared at each other, directly observing each other. "These eyes." Zabuza jumped, hearing the crackling in the sky. "Oten. Dorakeki." Naruto slammed his hand into the ground, twisting his body completely, blocking a powerful beam created by Raiga's Kiba with the earth wall. He saw the wall fracture slightly, creating some cracks, but he didn't bother reinforcing it, simply running along it, jumping into the sky and throwing his kunai at Raiga. "Ninm. Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu." Off poff. Raiga saw a barrage of shuriken and kunai coming towards him, thrown with force and speed, with the intention of piercing him, creating a simple Gryer croissant in him. Finding himself overwhelmed by the number of projectiles, the Shinobigatana leaped, dodging all the projectiles, not thinking ahead. In a flash of blue, the Senju was upon Kurasuki, charging chakra into his leg, just as his mother had taught him. Stinkyaku Sky Flying Kick. Ham. Crack. Kurasuki Raiga felt his body shatter into 1,000 fragments as that blow struck him squarely in the stomach, sending him sprawling to the ground in a single motion. His back, his ribs, his entire body seemed to crunch, even the things that weren't bone seemed to shatter. "This brat." Raiga gasped, feeling his throat fill with blood. Probably some of his rib bones had pierced his lungs. He wasn't sure. "I trusted myself." Cough. Raiga spat blood onto the ground, spinning around, trying to get up. He tentatively took the kiba, moving his eyes covered by his long hair, catching sight of the Konoha Anbu kami. He was facing Zabuza directly. Die. Raiga swung both kiba, unleashing a powerful beam at the Anbu. Naruto swung his hand, deflecting the Kubikurum's blade, while kicking the ground, raising a chunk of the earth itself, which shattered after the impact of the beam, creating small fragments that scattered in front of the blonde. Zabuza took distance. "You're good," he declared. He glanced at Raiga, now slightly recovered from the kick, "but now we'll get serious." Naruto sighed, closing his hand tightly around the handle of his sword, feeling the kunai in his left hand. When he opened it, it revealed only the Sharingan glowing in his left eye, along with the 3 corresponding tomos, surprising both Shinobi-gatana. "Too late. Now, you're in my hands." Raiga launched an attack, swinging both swords. Zabuza growled softly, moving out of the ninjutsu's line of sight and initiating a sequence of seals. Mist began to obscure his and Raiga's presence. Clink. Naruto blocked both blades of the Kiri shinobi, making a power push, looking at him with his Sharingan shining dangerously, connecting with the eyes of the swordsman of the mist. "Die, bastard." Crack. Raiga applied force, pushing Naruto down. He intended to use his superior height and weight to force the blonde to his knees and cut off his head. Swing. Raiga swung both swords, blocking the blade of the Kubikurumchim, surprised. Zabuza. Raiga. Suiton. Mizurappa water release. Raging waves of voice reached the ears of both Shinobi-gatana, who were surprised to see the furious jet of high-pressure water that hit them both as if it were a waterfall. The two were thrown into the forest, covered by the destruction of trees and fog. Naruto reappeared, holding his hand to his chest. "TSK. I used more chakra than expected. I should have kept some in check. Using Haration on those 100 shinobi drained my reserves too much," he lectured himself with a sigh. He moved his hand to his ninja pouch, moving his mask aside slightly, and chewed on a soldier pill, noticing his reserves back at 100%, the energy coursing through his body. He could fight for 3 days and 3 nights straight. Good. I should finish those 2 off before they become too much of a nuisance. However, I must find my informant. And I assume they've taken him to that fortress. Clink. Naruto sheathed his katana, replaced the mask over his face, and disappeared in a flash of blue. The legend had begun. 16. Zitsubo. When a rogue ninja was caught, they were never treated well or placed in a good prison. In a civil war led by madmen like the Yonde Mizukage, that was out of the question. Any traitor was taken to a fortress dedicated to torture, to extracting any sensitive information to further the regime, to gain the upper hand against the rebels. And that place within Kiri was the fortress of Zetsubun Despair, an imposing fortress with thick walls, created on what appeared to be an enormous cliff in the center of a lake. The very walls of that cliff were the walls of the fortress prison used by those loyal to Yagura and which had survived countless attacks by the desperate rebels who needed every prisoner inside that fortress. Inside that prison, there was a thick garrison of at least 200 shinobi, all of them loyal to the cage of Kurigakure. There were grandsons of men who had served the first Mizukage. Every free shinobi who walked those halls was loyal only to the cage. He cared about nothing else. They almost seemed like puppets controlled by chakra threads. They didn't seem to show any feelings. They were all A.N.B.U level shinobi, wearing the corresponding uniform. You would never see them speak to anyone who didn't wear the Zetsubun insignia. They only trusted their brothers and companions. Anyone other than Zetsubun or the current cage of Kiri was not welcome in the fortress, nor among them for simple shinobi chat. The distrust among the shinobi of the most impregnable fortress was extremely high. Any infiltrator would fall at the hands of its members, and no prisoner had ever managed to escape from the same prison. During the beginning of the civil war and throughout, the rebel side had attempted to take Zetsubun as their base of operations, only to be routed by the A.N.B.U within. Despite numbering no more than 200, they were trained by their ancestors, their parents and grandparents. It was almost like a small village, a city on a huge boulder in the center of a lake. Crack. Crack. Naruto threw 2 bodies to the ground, standing right on what would be Zetsubun's roof. He had begun to undress, changing into Zetsubun's A.N.B.U uniform, using Henge to switch appearances with one of the 2 inert bodies. A shadow clone, using Henge, would take the other uniform and pretend to be its partner. Sigh. Really, my father would be a genius here. Jiraiya of the Sennin, as perverted as he was, had also trained in a way that made him a far superior spy to any other shinobi in Konoha, something that his son, Naruto, acknowledged. Using the Tenton technique transparent escape technique Jiraiya had been able to find many traitors within Konoha or mercenaries attempting to raid the village. His father created an entire network of spies capable of keeping him informed of any strange movement coming from any important village or group within the elemental continent. At least, Naruto respected that part of his father's job. because the other part was truly disgusting. But Naruto placed his uniform inside a seal, finishing placing Suzume's mask sparrow over his face, hiding his sharp face, letting the 2 brown locks of the henge no jutsu frame his face. "I want you to place these seals all over the plaza," extended a scroll towards his clone transformed into the other guy. Both corpses had been sealed inside another seal, leaving no trace of his work. "I'll find a way to open the cells. If I can't, we'll still bring this place down. But the main thing is to get the contact of the rebellion out." Kiri's other Anbu nodded and vanished in a flash, leaving only the original on the roof. Naruto sighed, finishing adjusting his suit and walking toward the stairs, finishing sheathing the basic katana of Kiri's Anbu, along with the tent used for truly stealthy missions, which he himself would use. Throughout the descent, Naruto used his sensor mode to sense the chakra signature of every person within Zetsume, finding at least over 2,000 chakra signatures. He was able to distinguish between the 220 Anbu from the prison and the prisoners. The latter's chakra signatures were distorted, indicating their lack of food, their poor treatment, and the torture they were likely being subjected to. "At least I know, I should delete this place." Naruto was a little worried, at least at the top of the stairs. He'd planned to break his contact out of that prison and leave, destroying the place. But if he got all 1,500 plus prisoners out, it would be much more feasible. The problem lay in finding the master key, which only the warden could have. And where or who would that guy be? He finally stepped onto the last step, opening the door with a gentle push, and was amazed. There were houses made of dark stone, from the same cliff they were standing on in the center of the lake. It looked like an ancient underground city. Could it be from the era when clans fought each other, before the ninja villages? Naruto wasn't entirely sure. He wasn't an archaeologist, and his memory didn't record monuments well. He was a shinobi. Preserving his home was the most important thing to him, and always had been. He surreptitiously ran his hand along one of the walls, injecting some chakra. That place contained at least 3,000 types of seals, from barriers to booby traps. It was a bomb that would wipe out any army of intruders. This level of sealing Uzumaki. Not even my father or Minato-sensei could have achieved it, Naruto thought, halting in his tracks when he felt a seal in his hand. He examined it, giving it a critical eye. He took out a piece of parchment and began drawing it with his brush, committing the seal to paper for later. "Surely Kushina-ni-san will be able to assure me whether it's from the Uzumaki clan or not. But at least it was made by an expert." He himself, Senju Naruto, had studied the seals thanks to his father, Jiraiya, who had given him scrolls to improve in fūinjutsu and be able to reach his level or surpass him. He had to admit that he was not bad at it. He himself was a bit of an Uzumaki due to the blood of his great-grandmother, Uzumaki Mido, who married his great-grandfather, Senju Hashirama. Because of this, the Horatian seal was not a problem for him, as it had been for all the shinobi after Tobirama and Minato. Although he had the advantage. Minato had already managed to improve the technique to a new level. So he alone had to take the Yondaime and Nidaime studies for his own Horatian seal, although it wasn't quite ready yet and he was using a version of Minato's. Naruto moved away from the wall, putting away the brush and the piece of paper with the seal, walking among his companions, observing the symbol of Zetsume. It was a sakura flower separated each petal by a small rectangle, forming a black pentagon in total, with the pink above representing the petals. It was a strange symbol. It didn't represent a shinobi or samurai clan. But it did seem to be the key to enter or leave the place. Even for the Anbu inside it to speak to you. Naruto stopped examining the symbol, focusing instead on placing small seals, leaving his trail. He had left a Horatian kunai on the roof, as well as another on the coast, 2 kilometers away. Thanks to the soldier pill, he wouldn't have to worry about becoming exhausted after dealing with 2 shinobi katana. Both had disappeared from his sight after performing the Suiten jutsu, which was better for him. He had wasted too much time fighting the Kurigakure shinobi when he should have been at the rebel base. But, as compensation, if he completely destroyed Zetsume, it would be an advantage for the Kiri rebels. With that place destroyed, the best fortress would no longer be at Yagura's disposal, and without a completely secure prison to obtain information from its prisoners, he would be forced to kill them. There was no prison more secure than Zetsume. If that's really the case, they probably already know I've come in, the Senju thought, looking back as they turned down a street. He was tense. He swore he was being watched. I have to find the warden as soon as possible. Naruto proceeded to jump over the houses, as if something had happened. He was really in a hurry. He had to get the key and get the prisoners out of that place, then send him to the bottom of that lake with the jailers and the warden. Ghhhh. Naruto stopped in his tracks, hearing that scream that chilled his skin. He shook his head, looking all around, from a rooftop right in the center of the fortress. Ah. He closed his eyes and let his senses activate, feeling a fluctuating, shifting chakra. He could sense 2 other, stronger signatures, in better condition. Naruto opened his eyes and disappeared, reappearing pressed against the wall, staring out the window. He was using the Jutsu to hide. His father had taught it to him when he was a mere child. A.N.B.U from Zetsubun were standing right in front of a woman with dark brown hair, almost like pure chocolate. Naruto examined her, seeing that she was tied up with a restraining seal and several kunai on her right leg. If they continued she would end up limping. The Anbu on the right crouched down, standing in front of the woman. He moved his hand and grabbed the woman's chin, forcing her to look into his eyes. Surely, the Anbu was smiling. Now, where is the rebel base? Who are their top officials? Who is their leader? Generals? Forces? How many allies do they have? Have they asked any other villages for help? If so, which one? Without regret, that Anbu stuck another kunai into the woman's leg, earning a muffled moan from the guy's grip on her. You're going to take her leg, Masaru, the other Anbu muttered. He had uncovered his face, revealing himself to be a young fair-skinned man with chocolate brown eyes and dark blue hair. Switched to the other one. So? Have you gone soft, Hayato Masaru muttered, moving his hand and the kunai to the other leg, stabbing it in with a swift movement, without hesitation. Happy. Still, this bitch will not leave this room. It is her destiny to die in this placid shinobi sentenced, giving the woman a cruel smile. He pulled it away from her face with both hands. What? Am I wrong? Try to escape, bitch. You'll see the cough. Blood splattered the woman's face as a Tanto appeared from behind Masaru, shattering his mask and allowing the Kunoichi to see the blade emerge from the man's mouth, soaked in his blood. She twitched slightly, disgusted, staring at Hayato, the other Anbu, his head swiveling backward, the way only an owl could do. And Hayato wasn't an owl. Rash. Naruto pulled the tantum from the Anbu's mouth, letting Masaru fall onto the girl's lap. The Senju grabbed the man by the collar of his vest and threw him onto his companion. He could see the shock in the woman's eyes. He could feel it in his chakra. He wasn't very good at sensing emotions, but he picked up on emotions completely, more than he could pick up on people themselves through chakra. The Senju moved toward the woman and saw her tense, trying to back away without being able to. Naruto crouched down, beginning to remove the kunai stuck in her legs. Green chakra surrounded his left hand and he passed it over the wounds, lightly, without touching his hand with the woman's legs, letting the chakra create a layer over the wound so that it could begin to heal. Having the best doctor on the continent as a mother is truly a plus when you are a ninja. After about 7 minutes, Naruto withdrew his hand completely, dissolving the chakra in his hand and standing up to cut the bindings. The girl stared at the kunai scars, surprised that the pain had actually lessened. Could it all be a Jinjutsu? Now, are you part of the rebellion? Do you know if they've brought in any new prisoners? Wary, the woman looked at the Anbu who was helping her, trying to discern his true intentions. He didn't seem evil or good, just something gray within the chaos that had erupted. Who are you? She hissed, feeling her wrists free at last, when Naruto cut the bonds. An Anbu, that's all I'll say, he declared, reluctant to reveal who he was. It could be a trap for intruders, and he clearly had fallen right into it. He wouldn't give too much away. Tell me, anyone knew? He heard the woman click her tongue and swallow. They took him down to the lower levels. An informant. Apparently, he was going to meet with a squad or something, that's what Masaru said, the woman spoke, finally pointing at one of the two dead Anbu. If he's down there, he'll have talked. From what I've heard, it's nothing compared to what they'll do to him if he doesn't talk. I feel sorry for Kenta, but if he doesn't open his mouth well, he'll die anyway. Naruto frowned and sighed through his teeth. He jabbed a kunai into the armrest of the chair, alerting the woman. You should probably leave. I don't think you'll make it, but you should try. I'll get Kenta out of this hell. What? Are you crazy? You'll die. Naruto smirked under his mask. He wasn't going to let himself be killed like this. He was the son of 2 legendary Sannin, and dying on a mission wasn't his goal. Live happily, woman. Wait. Naruto disappeared in a blue flash, leaving the woman of the rebellion completely alone, along with 2 inert Anbu and completely free, which was a problem for her. DSK, idiot. 17. The prisoner. His body felt numb. How long had he been sitting in that chair? His breathing felt heavy. His legs were numb. His arms were unresponsive. He couldn't access his chakra reserves. Even his eyes were covered by a seal. He needed to get out of that place as soon as possible and return to the rebels as quickly as possible. How had he fallen into that trap? He was Ao, one of those who had participated in the Great Third Ninja, a shinobi loyal to Kurigakure and, for that very reason, had decided to support the rebels. Yagura was being controlled and he couldn't allow his cage to suffer. He knew that Yagura, if he broke out of the mind control imposed on him, would commit suicide after all the thousands of deaths he had caused, the destruction of families he had wrought with his zeal for blood purity, treating those with special abilities like scum, like animals, a Jinchuriki. Ao had met Yagura when they fought to keep the peace in Kurigakure under the former tyrant, the Sandaime Mizukage. She had watched him fight for the people of Kiri. He had fought against the same cage to return to the peace that had reigned before his rise. And now he had destroyed everything they had worked so hard to establish, falling into the control of some outsider with a powerful ninjutsu. It was the only way to control someone like Yagura. It would likely have been someone with a Sharingan at its peak, unlocking some powerful Jinjutsu from the Uchiha Eye that completely took over both Yagura and the Sanbi. Oh, Yagura. Everything you've worked for and now someone throws it away without understanding us. We're back to fighting, to bloodshed. Can't Kiri have peace, like Konoha or Kumo? Must we always be driven by the desire to fight? He didn't remember when he'd stopped fighting those bonds. He remembered being sent, along with a squad, to Konoha for help, a small platoon of Anbu. And everything went to shit as quickly as they arrived. An entire Kiri army awaited them. And they had to fight to survive. In Kiri, you had to kill to live. Ao saw how his companions were imprisoned and he was stopped by one of the Shinobi Gatana loyal to the Mizukage, who was re-implanting the 7 swordsmen of the mist, wanting to show his power to the other villages, that they were also one of the powerful nations that had survived the war, despite their casualties, of not showing shinobi of the caliber of Konoha, who had taken out its Kaioroi Senkim, its Anan, Uchiha Madara, Senju Tabarama, Senju Hashirama. Hagakure showed what talented shinobi were like and none of them were born in Kiri. They couldn't show too much beyond their Kiri no Shinobigatana Shichinen SHK, the best swordsman of the elemental continent. Perhaps the Mizuki clan with Mangetsu at the head would be a worthy representation of Kurigakure to the world. At a young age, Mangetsu had displayed strong control over Suiton, as well as the ability to transform his body into water, like his younger brother. He was extremely skilled in Kenjutsu and rose to become the current leader of the Kiri no Shinobigatana Shichinen SHK, eventually gaining control over every single sword of the 7 and being able to wield them all. Ao had seen Mangetsu in action several times. His enemies always fell at his feet, inert or very badly wounded, showing a hole that was always caused by a Suiton Jutsu. Mizuta no Jutsu water release. Water gun Jutsu or Jutsu. Water gun, this second one is the one that came in the wiki, without the Suiton in front leading his enemies to a painful death by having pierced some internal organ of his adversary. And such a shinobi was on the side of Karatachi Yagura, the current leader of the Reign of Terror, established by a man who was not in his right mind. He was being controlled, likely by an Uchiha, and driven to eliminate his comrades and friends, his Kiri people, and all bloodlines within the Land of Water. It was even rumored that he wanted to eliminate the Water Daemon in order to take control of the entire land, himself and his loyalists. Ao couldn't consent to this. But he was trapped. With his chakra sealed and his Byakugan completely useless, all he could do was endure these kinds of treatment from his captors. How many times a day did they try to drown him, place a cloth over his face, pour ice-cold water over him? Ao lost count of how many times he received this treatment or if they had offered him any food. His stomach was in knots and he wouldn't respond. I hope someone gets me out of this. It wasn't because he felt important or out of pride. But Ao knew perfectly well that he was an elite member of the rebels, one of the few shinobi who had truly served during a war and lent their aid to the rebels. And without him, the rebellion would lose a significant amount of strength. If only I could untie myself. Ao shifted, rocking the chair he was in, trying to break the bonds. He felt a real sense of relief, knowing that within Kiri, Jinjutsu masters were scarce and there was no ninjutsu that could keep him under control. Rash. The blue-haired man blinked, trying to keep the light from hitting his retinas. He kept his Byakugan closed thanks to his eyelid, preventing the light from hitting him directly. His other eye, however, went out of focus in the flash of light. Old. Ao didn't recognize the voice. He waited a few seconds. His captor didn't seem to want to rush him too much. He could catch his breath, at least just enough to keep his vision somewhat focused when the white light in his eye faded. Give me a second, okay? The Kiri veteran asked, trying to catch his breath. Ao was actually trying to get his vision to focus, but it was difficult. We don't have a second, another voice growled, sounding actually more annoyed, pissed off, as if it had tried to get something and hadn't succeeded. You still don't want to talk, Ao? Fine, keep being stubborn. You'll die here, locked up, without your beloved Harem plus May to protect you, to save your ass, and without that darling rebellion you're launching, completely destroying our country and village. Us? Ao growled, feeling his voice scrape against his vocal cords. Slowly, his eye peered beyond the white fire, finding 2 Anbu standing before him. It's your beloved Yagura woes destroying us. Hess killing innocent people, just because they have a unique ability. Shut up, the angry Anbu hissed, approaching him. Ao could make out dark eyes behind a monkey mask covering his face. She could see the Zetsubm symbol on his left and right sleeves. Do you know where you are? Zetsubm. Like acid, that name escaped the tired Ao's mouth. He should have known. Being a rebel, mercy for him was beyond the scope of Yagura and his followers. He wouldn't be welcomed with banquets in prison. The fact that they wouldn't give him food was an indication of that. Mistreatment was normal for a prisoner, but receiving food was always part of the deal if they wanted something from someone alive and not a corpse. But everything that was normal in any prison in the elemental nations was completely ruled out in Zetsubm. It didn't matter whether or not they obtained the prisoner's information. They would leave a trail of their actions through the prisoner's corpse, terrifying any opponent of the Mizukage in charge. "I see you know our symbol, rebel," the other Anbu, the calmer one, murmured. This one remained in the darkness for some reason, looking at him with a sapphire blue eye, as if waiting for something from him or his partner. Ao couldn't decipher it. He had trouble looking at the second Anbu when the first one took up his entire line of vision. "You know what's done here, right? You kill innocent people." Place. Ao felt his face sting as the hand of the first Anbu, the one in the monkey mask, struck him directly. He spat to the side, leaving a bloody phlegm on the ground. "Ow," from Kurigakure. The Byakugan Slayer, the first Anbu, grabbed the rebel by the yukata, forcing him to look at him. His eyes showed pure anger, sadism in its purest form. "You are famous for your participation in the Third War and your victory over a Haika of Konohagakure no Sado. That is something not many have achieved without a ninjutsu within their clan." Ao smiled, showing his bleeding teeth. "Yeah? Well, that puts me above all the trash who works for your dear Mizukage Yagura," no Anbu the rebel declared, sounding completely sarcastic, mocking his captor's own words. Something the Anbu didn't find amusing. He landed a direct blow, burying his fist in the former Kiri shinobi's stomach, causing him to slump in his chair, spitting blood. Cough. Ao dripped some saliva and blood, staining his own feet and dark hakama. "Stop the teasing, Ao. You're not exactly in good standing with Mizukage-sama for your betrayal. Strangely, Yagura-sama has ordered your transfer to the village, trying to extract information from you himself." Kisame seems amused by this idea. Ao growled through his teeth, staring at the monkey-masked Anbu with his eye. The second remained in the darkness, observing everything without making a single movement. He didn't even see him blink. "Do as you please," Ao declared, focusing on the Anbu beating him, his lips pressing together. He might be sent to Kiri, a VIP prisoner for the Mizukage. But that didn't guarantee he'd talk to Yagura or his interrogators. "I won't talk." The Anbu stepped back, smiling cruelly behind his mask. Every Anbu on Zetsubm was known for their cruelty, for what they could and did to prisoners. There wasn't a single shinobi or kunoichi there who knew at least 100 ways to torture a prisoner, including thousands of poisons and unorthodox methods to extract information. "You will. You are not needed anyway. This is mercy, Ao. If you speak from the rebels' base, you will die quickly, without suffering. If not, Yagura himself will make you wish you were dead at his hands," the Anbu declared, letting his voice sound confident, with a certain petulance that Ao would hear from a noble or from the higher-ups within the village, not from a simple shinobi. But after all, Zetsubm's Anbu weren't just any Anbu. They were treated with special care, even by the Mizukage on duty. Even the water daemon stayed away from the prison, knowing he could be disappeared there. "Are you done yet?" The second Anbu spoke again, taking a small step forward, slightly showing Suzume's sparrow Anbu mask, along with a few strands of pale blonde hair, somewhat darkened. "Yes. This scum is no good for." "Brownk." Ao opened his eyes when the second Anbu grabbed the first one by the head, catching him off guard and pierced his throat from behind, slitting his neck from the Adam's apple, cutting a little, and pulling with the hand that held his head, to tear it off in one go. "Top." That Anbu of Zetsubm dropped his companion's head and body, completely abandoning the shadows. "Who the buck are you?" The blonde didn't respond to Ao's shout. He crouched down, grabbed a kunai, and cut the bonds holding the rebel, while also undoing the chakra suppression seals, freeing Ao completely from his restraints. "I just came from my pass to the rebel base," the shinobi declared, putting away the kunai. "You're my contact, I suppose." Ao gulped, watching the Anbu. "Wait, are you from Konoha?" "No. What if this is a Jinjutsu?" Behind his mask, Naruto sighed heavily. He didn't have time to explain to the man that he was truly a Konohagakure shinobi. He sighed and pulled out a scroll, showing the printed page on it. "These are the orders and contract for Harem plus May, the leader of the rebels in the Kurigakure no Sado civil war," he explained, exposing himself to any of Yagura's followers seeing it, which would send them into a state of alarm. "And I really don't have time to explain too much, Ao of Kurigakure." Ao looked at the scroll skeptically, rubbing his wrists. It really felt good to finally be free of any ties, without a seal holding back his chakra. "Fine, I'll decide to trust you, strange Anbu," Ao declared, standing up. He was somewhat in need of a rest, food, and water. Naruto extended a soldier pill to his companion. "I see." Ao took it, chewing it, although hesitantly. Now that you're free, it's time to go. This place is going to fall apart in a matter of minutes. 18. Uzumaki. Ao walked slowly, feeling the aftermath of the kidnapping and the subsequent torture, watching the back of the Anbu who had rescued him, trying to find some flaw, something that would indicate that this shinobi was not on his side, that he was being tortured with a jinjutsu in which he was being shown an escape, a way out of hell. Zetsubm could only be classified as hell. There was nothing inferior to that with which to call that prison of cold grey stone that surrounded them. He felt the air drawn from the lake in winter enter his body, chilling him to the bone. The abnormal humidity in the land of water didn't help much. The war hero stopped a few steps from an intersection, gasping for air. It seemed as if one of his lungs had been punctured, likely due to one of the blows to his ribcage, which had caused the injury. They didn't have time to waste. Ao knew it. His body could hold out with the soldier pill. But his internal injuries didn't help him much. Even if he wasn't tired, or even if he didn't notice the lack of nutrients, any wound or injury inside or outside his body sapped his stamina from being able to move freely. Ao pressed his lips together. He took a deep breath and took another step forward, pushing the pain he felt to the back of his mind. He looked with his Byakugan at the Anbu who had rescued him, finding a very familiar chakra. Uchiha Shisui. What's he doing with his eye? During the Great Third Ninja, Ao and his team encountered a shinobi from Konohagakure, a genin, whom Ao recognized as a prodigy who appeared once in 100 years, the greatest shinobi he had ever seen. This was Uchiha Shisui, who, using his skill with Shunshin, eliminated any chance of victory for Kiri in that confrontation. And Ao knew about the Uchiha massacre. He knew that Shisui had been eliminated by the only survivor with the talent to do it. Uchiha Itachi, who left only his younger brother alive. Did he steal Shisui's eye? Ao wondered, staring at the Anbu's back, creating a fracture in his fragile trust in his rescuer. He swallowed, walking slowly. If that's so, I can't trust him. Be careful where you touch, the blonde Anbu pointed out, glancing at Ao out of the corner of his right eye. There are fūinjutsu traps around the place. One of them probably alerted these guys to an escape or strange movement around the prison. Instinctively after those words, Ao moved his hand away from the wall he was leaning against, looking at it and his hand at the same time, while the blonde looked back at the front, sharpening his senses. Genjutsu? There's no one in Kiri with that knowledge to create traps or high-level security, Hario stated, looking at the blonde with a frown, waiting for an explanation from his side. The Anbu shrugged, peering around a corner, scanning for any guards, and then restarting Zetsubm's slow escape. They may have hired him. But this isn't from a rookie, Ao. This is from at least a level 3 Fūinjutsu master, the Konoha shinobi said, resuming his pace. And there are few masters of that level left. Naruto himself wasn't as talented as the Yondaime, but he could keep up with him and match his father. Still, if there was any praise to be given about sealing and its myriad uses, all praise would go to the Yondaime's wife, Uzumaki Kushina, who, by blood and clan, had been trained in the art, and it seemed to come as easily to her as breathing to everyone else. She'll be able to tell me about these seals, the Senju told himself, focusing on what was ahead of them, not wanting to trip over any careless Anbu. They had to be stealthy, extremely careful. The prison warden would likely be a tough opponent, and time was running out. Ao wasn't in shape for a prolonged fight, and Naruto couldn't protect the rebel while fighting someone of such a high level. Boom. They both stopped walking. What was that? Ao asked, moving his Byakugan eye toward the location of the column of smoke. Your plan of destruction. Naruto didn't answer. He shifted his gaze to the same column Ao was staring at, frowning. That wasn't his plan. Before bringing down Zetsubm, they had to open the cells and get out of the place. Then, with the seals in place, they had to explode Zetsubm and send it to the bottom of that lake. Something has changed. Everyone. The prisoners have escaped. Both Ao and Naruto showed a surprised face, the blonde being hidden by his Anbu Zetsubm mask. Shit. And now? We can't do it the easy way anymore. There's always a plan B, the Senju said, running towards Ao. Naruto jumped up, grabbing the Kiri native and pushing him aside, just as a water projectile hit the wall the rebel was using for support. They both rolled on the ground, separating after a few meters, with Naruto jumping, hitting the ground with his left hand, generating a thick and high wall of rock that stopped the next projectile. Naruto sighed, straightening his shoulders and turning to face Ao, his blue eyes opening fully. Ao was standing over his Zetsubm Anbu, stabbing the Kunoichi with a kunai stolen from the same attacker. There is no time left for the century. Ao, Naruto took a 3-pronged kunai, passing it to his protege in contact. Inject chakra after 30 seconds. It's your escape route from the place. Without waiting for a response, Naruto leaped up, propelling himself against a wall and blocking the barrage of shuriken hurtling toward them. He spun in the air and fired a water ball at another Anbu, striking him directly in the chest and slamming him into one of the countless houses. The alarms had gone off. Now it was time for action. Unable to wait to see if Ao had actually done what he'd said, Naruto ran across the rooftops, unleashing his Sharingan and searching for the densest and strongest chakra, which might belong to the warden. At least if he took the warden's head, everything might fall apart a little. Naruto. Sensing the presence and hearing the calm voice, Senju Naruto stopped on one of the rooftops, his fingers brushing the handle of his katana, staring coldly at the figure, feeling the anger boiling under his skin. Itachi, he muttered through gritted teeth, seeing his old friend for the first time in a year, now wearing a black cloak with red clouds. They were roughly the same height and build at first glance. Looking closely, Naruto was still slightly smaller than his former leaf companion. Itachi sighed, showing his Sharingan to his old friend, covering half of his face with the high collar of the dark cloak. I haven't seen you in a long time. Behind the mask, Naruto pressed his lips together. His hand tightened and he hesitated to take the katana. He was ready for it. He could move the few remaining inches and grab the handle, launching himself at the Uchiha standing there. What held him back was the true Uchiha Itachi. Even though the Yondaime, the Sandaime, and the Shinobi Council declared Itachi a traitor and a murderer, Naruto knew full well that Itachi would never have killed Mikoto. He even doubted he would have killed Fugaku, no matter how badly they were related and how different their ideals were. No, the Itachi he knew wouldn't do something like that. He took a deep breath. He took several deep breaths. He relaxed his shoulders, lowering them. He tried to turn his mind into a blank world, devoid of thoughts of any kind. Naruto tried to calm the raging anger, changing it completely into a cold calm. Because. Uchiha Itachi sighed, tearing his eyes away from his comrade and friend, observing a second column of smoke. The Akatsuki member's long black hair moved, swaying slightly, revealing a bit of his face, the marks on it. His gaze, instead of being calm, reflected sadness and pain. A genuine sadness and pain. But Shisui's death, the plan to stop a coup on my clan's side had completely withered, Itachi said, looking at Naruto directly. But this is not the time for a long explanation, Naruto. I must take what Leader Sama has asked for, or it will be a bigger problem for me. Itachi took a step, trying to leave. Rash. Naruto unsheathed his sword, revealing the blade, slightly rusted by age. But it still cut too well, at least for Itachi's liking. Itachi. Don't do it, Naruto. I don't want to kill my last friend. Naruto shook his head, his lips tightening, his throat growling. Itachi was an Unukan. He was an Anbu of the assassination squad. He was to take the traitor's head, burn the body. It was his role as an Anbu, as a shinobi of Konoha. Curse. Slash. Kraug. Itachi opened his eyes as his friend appeared before him, passing through the body of Azetsu Manbu, who had positioned himself behind his back. He'd been too focused on not fighting Naruto to neglect his surroundings. But he'd never really wanted to fight his best friend, his brother. The Uchiha took up position, his back against the Senjus, both focusing their Sharingan eyes on the enemies who had surrounded them. Perhaps their argument hadn't gone unnoticed by their enemies. I want a detailed explanation, the Senju hissed, tightening his grip on the handle of his katana, feeling its weight. It almost seemed as if his arm couldn't lift it, as if in a second the weapon had gained the weight of a ton or more. Itachi didn't respond. Hidden by the high collar of his black robe, a thin smile appeared on his lips, only for a few seconds. He was happy to be back with his friend, his academy classmate, and his half-brother, the one who had forced him to improve within the same shinobi institution to keep up with him. For Itachi, Naruto had been and was the best shinobi of his generation, older than him by far. His kindness, his smile, that desire to stand firm in the face of blows, having forced him to improve. Naruto leaped forward, followed by Itachi. Both former teammates took on an Anbu each, dismembering them with a single swing of their weapon, leaving their faces hanging. Pain. Nkakuk no Jutsu. Naruto watched as Itachi puffed out his chest, filling his lungs with air, moving the fire chakra to his throat. Ton. Top. He turned around, finishing the seals, moving the mask for a few seconds to spit out a torrent of wind that, together with the immense ball of fire on the side of the Akatsuki member, generated an immense sea of flames over the enemies, destroying everything that was before their eyes. Itachi glanced at his friend out of the corner of his eye. Blind element. Thanks to Shisui's eye that you left for the Yondaime, Naruto replied, pointing at the Sharingan that once belonged to his teammate from the Konoha Trio. A team that was now completely disbanded, with one of its members dead and the other transformed into a Nunakan. Understand. Both young men turned their attention to the flames, watching as they disappeared before the ceiling array. This surprised Naruto, who flexed his legs, watching the figure walking toward them, with snow-white hair, indigo eyes, and wearing Kiri Anbu battle armor, with no mask to hide his aged face. A face full of wrinkles and scars. So that's Setsub's Kenjutsu master. Konoha Trio shinobi in my Toritara, the man spoke, putting away the scroll with a sealed sea of flames. This shinobi looked first at Naruto, then set his elderly eyes on Itachi. Akame no Anbu and Sharingan no Itachi, or should I call you Ichizukugarashi no Itachi, clan killer Itachi. For a single second, Naruto felt a dark, enormous pressure coming from his former companion. It wasn't too dense or heavy to fall on his legs. Did I bother you, fratricide? Itachi pumped chakra into his eyes, revealing the Manjukam Sharingan now, and firmly grasped the chakram he carried with him. He moved his left hand, attempting to remove the Akatsuki cloak. But Naruto's gloved hand stopped him. Stop, Naruto breathed, looking at the Seal Master. You're Uzumaki, aren't you? Loyal to Yagura? That's theoretically true. Though in practice I'm guided only by my instincts, child, the renowned Uzumaki replied, giving a wrinkled smile. A thick white beard covered his chin. Uzumaki Yamamoto, a pleasure. It was then that Yamamoto unsheathed his own katana, unleashing his chakra onto the blade, shattering the ground he stood on with the density of his chakra signature. Stupid. Both Naruto and Itachi opened their eyes, feeling a power that could, by far, surpass theirs combined. If they wanted to get out of that place alive, they would have to work like they had in the past. Together. 19. Yamamoto's wish. The A.N.B.U were to be swift, deadly, never rushing forward into a conflict, never the first to cross weapons. They were always to remain in the shadows, hidden by the actions of others, completing their objectives without being seen or recognized. An A.N.B.U was to maintain their presence in complete darkness, never revealing themselves to their enemies, silently eliminating those who attacked their home, the place they protected. But in this case, things couldn't be done quietly. Naruto knew it. Having already blown his cover, having wanted to talk to his former teammate, he couldn't get out of this situation quietly. He would have to fight the enemy before them, both he and Itachi. They would have to fight side by side, without arguments, as united as they had been a year ago, when the Uchiha still maintained his loyalty to Konoha and hadn't exterminated his entire clan. It was a kill or be killed, Naruto told himself, his hand tightening on the handle of his katana. He flicked his left hand, peeling back Zetsub's Anbu mask, revealing his somewhat sharp face to the enemy, letting the locks of hair that covered his forehead fall back and slightly obscure his eyes. 3 scars crisscrossed his left eye, which he kept completely closed. It's either him or we die. There's no point in keeping my face hidden now. He tossed the mask aside, fixing his dark blue eyes on the powerful figure of Uzumaki Yamamoto. The prison swordsman didn't seem intimidated by the Senju's chakra surge. Rather, he was amused by it. A smile played slightly on his lips. I can't waste any more time and chakra, the blonde told himself, moving both hands towards his sword, firmly gripping the handle of it. He let the chakra flood his body, increasing his musculature by a few inches, something Itachi noticed through his Sharingan eyes. Both young men turned their attention to the Uzumaki when he took a step. Flare flare. Yamamoto raised his katana and brought it down in a vertical slash toward them. Fire surrounded the blade completely and, like a whip, lashed out at the earth, creating a fiery, smoking furrow, dividing the earth itself, the ground burning. Naruto and Itachi leaped, one to the right and the other to the left, evading their opponent's movement. The Uzumaki disappeared, catching the Uchiha off guard. He planted his heel on the Leaf Nunakan's back and slammed him into the ground in a vortex-like motion with his leg. Plink. He swung his katana, blocking the Senju's sword blade, showing off his own physical strength, while keeping the Sharingan wielder completely downed, giving the blue-eyed blonde a mocking smile. That's all. Naruto gritted his teeth. He tilted his body and launched a kick toward his opponent. Yamamoto blocked the blow with his forearm, feeling his limb go slightly numb. Extreme physical strength, the old man said to himself, blocking his opponent's fist, now being pushed away from the Uchiha, who drew his chakra and launched himself at him. Yamamoto gripped his katana in both hands, blocking and deflecting Naruto and Itachi's slashes and thrusts, sending him reeling. He leaped, initiating a sequence of seals, firing a wind sling at both boys. Oten. Dorakeki. Naruto crushed the ground with his hand, summoning a thick wall that stopped his enemy's wind jutsu, which created slight fissures in the wall, being shattered by a Suiton jutsu that Naruto was forced to dodge. This chakra is dense, too dense. Yamamoto raised his hand, pointing towards the fireball summoned by the Uchiha. Mukamka, annulment superscript 1 Yamamoto whispered. Crash. Closing his hand, allowing a burst of fire to reach the ears of the Senju and the Uchiha, Yamamoto shattered the fire jutsu by closing his hand, using his signature technique for eliminating jutsus from a distance. He swung the katana in a circular motion, unleashing a powerful wave of fire upon his opponent. Suiton. Sujin Heki water release. Water wall formation. Naruto moved his dominant arm, generating a wall of water, creating the same as the mist that covered Kiri, from its humidity, something that surprised both Yamamoto and Itachi. There's only one person who's ever managed to do that, Yamamoto told himself, watching as the fire hit the flames, creating a huge layer of steam, obscuring his view of the blonde and the brunette. And that was the Niddame Hokage, Senju Tabarama. Switzerland. Yamamoto shook his head, letting several shurikens fly by, unaware of their true purpose. The shurikens disappeared as Naruto appeared behind the Uzumaki in a flash of blue, swinging his katana to slice off his head, just as Itachi appeared in front of Yamamoto with his chakin, in a flock of crows. Good move. The old Uzumaki blocked Naruto's katana with his blade, stopping the Uchiha's blade with his hand, letting it pass through his hand, surprising Itachi. Keeping his eyes closed so as not to see the Sharingan, Yamamoto expelled chakra from every pore of his skin, pushing the blonde back, leaving the old man alone with Itachi. He swung his katana, ready to execute the Uchiha. Itachi quickly released his chakin, leaping back, evading a flaming tongue that would have charred him, splitting him in two with a single blow. The Akatsuki let out the breath he'd been holding in his mouth, realizing he would have to go all out if he wanted to win. I didn't want to use it. So you're going to use the Manjikam, Yamamoto declared, noticing the Uchiha's chakra surge and how it was being sent directly towards his active ninjutsu. Well, it's time you showed me the power of your generation, Gakus. Itachi took his cloak, detaching it, showing the new pattern in his eyes, giving off a reddish aura, making the same Uzumaki smile. Naruto stood up again, cracking his neck, taking a step forward, flanking his enemy. Yamamoto grabbed the chakin and ripped it from his hand, using it as a second sword for himself. Itachi launched himself at the Uzumaki, firing a series of shurikens guided by ninja wire, wreathed in flames. Yamamoto kicked the ground hard, cracking it, and jumped, spinning, evading the projectiles, and throwing the chakin at its owner. The piece of rock intercepted the sword. Naruto propelled himself with it, shooting towards Yamamoto, who had not opened his eyes at any time to avoid seeing the cursed eyes. Clink. Clank. They both clashed swords in the air, with the blonde using more force, releasing slightly green chakra, which surprised Itachi. Yamamoto resumed his movement, throwing the Senju to the ground in a crescent motion with his katana, leaving room for a fire dragon to come at him. But the old Uzumaki threw the scroll, making a seal, releasing the flames he trapped when Naruto and Itachi defeated an army of Zetsub's Anbu. Broach. The two fiery waves collided, generating a hot air that seemed to scorch the rock. Yamamoto landed on the roof of one of the houses, watching the rain of fire fall upon the three of them. This is like when Madara used his powerful star jutsu. Shit. Naruto stood up, blood trickling down his temple. His battle armor was dented, riddled with rips and tears. It wasn't really in optimal condition. Naruto. The Senju raised his head, looking at Itachi's Manjikam. I know, the blonde growled, getting back to his feet. He sighed, activating Shisui's Manjikam in his left eye, which released a faint greenish chakra. This isn't the time to hold back if we want to live. Have the two lovers finished their lovemaking? Yamamoto spoke, observing the Senju's eye, frowning. He sighed softly, closing his eyes again. It's time for blood. Yamamoto didn't wait for a reply. He launched himself at both boys, unleashing a slash that completely destroyed one house, slicing through the air and sending a powerful wave of wind crashing through the surrounding buildings, creating cracks in their structures. Naruto skidded on the ground, watching this in amazement. Really, he is a monster. He fired a series of kunai at his enemy, making a half seal, turning those kunai into thousands. Yamamoto raised his sword, pointing it at the sky, creating a wall of burning flames that melted the projectiles as soon as they were surrounded. The sky. Itachi watched the old Uzumaki's movements, frowning. He hadn't even opened his eyes to confront them, and yet he had blocked all of their attacks, even if they were jutsus. That censor. Both Naruto and Itachi looked at each other as they came to that conclusion. The Uzumaki seemed to sense them through chakra. It was only natural that he could evade jutsus and any of their movements if he could see them with the Kagura Shingen Kagura's mind's eye. But that Uzumaki seemed really used to fighting that way, without opening his eyes, guided only by the chakra of his enemies, without fear of being seriously injured. Time for the next level, you little brats, Yamamoto declared, swinging his arm toward his mouth, cutting his thumb with his right canine tooth, and performing a sequence of seals after shoving the katana into the ground. He slammed his hand down hard. Kuchiyus no Jutsu. Poof. A huge cloud of white smoke covered the Uzumaki completely, the cloud being so large that it seemed impossible to both young men that it came from a normal-sized summoning jutsu. Itachi was the first to widen his eyes, followed by Naruto as he finally caught a glimpse of what he had summoned. You haven't called me in years, Yamamoto. Slowly, the smoke faded, revealing reddish claws followed by the body of an immense lion with a scorpion's tail. On its back were two immense wings resembling those of a dragon, and its face resembled that of a werewolf, a beast man, covered in hair, with an immense mane, displaying two horns on its head, almost resembling those of a devil. "I'm sorry if I interrupted you, Tiro," the Uzumaki declared, standing on top of the immense manticore, which was watching its summoner out of the corner of its eye. "But I must take care of the prisoners, and I can't leave these two alive." "Hero," Terror let out a low growl, more like a snort at a rather high volume level. The manticore looked at the two small humans as if they were mere insects. Due to the size, the summon being 18 meters tall, that was truly what they seemed. "I'll completely destroy the place, Yamamoto," the summon indicated to his companion, waiting for his response. "No matter. Zetsubm has been compromised. I must leave and stop the escape." "I'll leave them to you," Yamamoto said, jumping off the back of the enormous manticore. Naruto frowned, trying to take a step towards the path his enemy had taken. Crack broom. Everything shook as Tiro slammed one of his paws into the ground, staring at the two tiny insects in front of him, measuring them directly with an eye scanner. "Where are you going, Ninjin? I'm your opponent now, or rather, your opponent. That's Yamamoto's wish, and I'll fulfill it until my last breath, children." Naruto swallowed. Hero opened its jaws, unleashing a powerful jet of fire at both boys, completely covering them in flames, as if torrential fire were raining down upon them. The manticore closed its mouth after 10 seconds, staring at the entire cloud of intense red flames and dark smoke. Slanted eyes narrowed as a dark red humanoid figure began to emerge from the smoke and fire. Naruto, blood dripped from Itachi's eyes. He had summoned the upper part of his Susanoo, protecting them both from Tiro's movement and allowing them to fight. "I hope you have some tricks up your sleeve. I won't be able to fight too hard with the Susanoo, and that summoning really won't let us go after Yamamoto. We have to get out of here alive." A low growl escaped Naruto's throat. He drove his sword into the ground, feeling Itachi's chakra in his Susanoo. "I have something, but that will bring his eyes on me from my Ottoman," Itachi declared the Senju, removing his right glove, biting his right thumb and beginning the sequence of seals, while the Susanoo was reversed. Kuchius no Jutsu. Just as Yamamoto had done moments before and before Tiro's eyes, Senju Naruto hit the ground with his hand, spilling a little blood over the summoning marks, covering both the Uchiha and the Senju in an immense cloud of white smoke. "It better not have been you, Jiraiya." A deep voice rang out. Slowly, the figure of a huge toad came into view, covered by a blue shirt with a toad symbol, as well as a huge pipe in its mouth. It carried a giant tantrum at its eye and a scar over its left eye, almost giving it the appearance of a yakuza. "I'm sorry for interrupting you, Gamabunta-sama," Naruto spoke, crouching over the head of the immense toad leader, slightly surpassed by Tiro in size. "But I really need your collaboration." HMP Gamabunta snorted, letting out a puff of smoke towards the immense manticore, looking down at it with its amphibious eyes. "Well, at least it's you, Naruto. I'll help you because you're a good sake drinker and a competent subordinate." Itachi opened his eyes, giving a slight smile. "Itachi," Naruto stood up, looking seriously at the manticore. "We can't just let Yamamoto go free. He's a force larger than at least 1,000 shinobi. Probably only the Yondaime Hokage, the Yondaime Reikage, and the Sannin can stop him. So, how would we beat him?" Hiro lashed out at the houses, destroying them. "By killing his summon. Just as Yamamoto's wishes to kill us, we will kill his companion." 20. Ira. From Gamabunta's head, both the Senju and the Uchiha watched the immense manticore before them, swishing its tail, destroying houses in its path, cracking the ground. They had both heard Yamamoto declare that he didn't care if Zetsubm fell, as long as it took them both with it and prevented them from chasing it. And they had to chase it. To let Uzumaki Yamamoto go free would have left Konoha or the entire world in danger in the future. Itachi shifted from his spot, searching with his eyes for any weakness in the summon before them. It was immense, slightly taller than Gamabunta, and far more ferocious than the Yakuza toad, at least in appearance and power. The Uchiha wasn't a sensor, yet he still felt the power, the raw chakra, of that beast. Naruto removed his hand from Gamabunta's skin, standing up, letting the wind blow through his blonde hair, a shade darker than his mother's. He sheathed the Senju katana, observing the enormous manticore with his Sharingan eye. They had to think about how to act, how to deal with the summoning, and not take this confrontation lightly. He took a deep breath, exhaling slowly. Steam rose into the sky, disappearing into the dark night sky of the early morning. The explosions had stopped 10 minutes ago, and the smell of ash still permeated the air, like a too fresh reminder of Yamamoto's presence. "We must deal with the manticore as soon as possible," the blonde thought, pressing his lips together. Every second they remained still, being watched by the Fūinjutsu masters summon, following their infrequent movements on Gamabunta. Naruto couldn't find a gap, a weak point where he could launch a brutal attack and end the confrontation without wasting too much time with a simple summoning. The important thing was behind that beast they had to defeat, almost as if it were a dungeon in some RPG or online game. Naruto adjusted his forearm guards, feeling the toad boss shift. He nodded. Amabunta puffed out his chest as the Senju began to move his hands, forming a chain of seals. Pain. Gameu end in fire release. Toad oil fireball. As the toad boss launched an oil ball, the Anbu fired a flaming sphere towards the toad's own oil sphere, creating a powerful flash towards the Uzumaki summon. Hiro hissed, covering himself with his wing as he caught the blast, truly annoyed that someone else had brought a damn toad. He hated toads more than he hated humans, always acting wise and believing they were all the best. The manticore flicked its wing, shaking off the flames, and let out a loud roar, creating a wave of wind. Naruto and Itachi pumped chakra into their feet, standing firm on Gamabunta's head, feeling the mighty roar above them. Gamabunta, for his part, used his enormous tent to avoid being thrown backward. But the cavern itself wasn't so lucky. It was whipped around by the wind generated by the manticore, creating cracks and destroying everything in its path. Shit. If this keeps up, the whole place will collapse. Itachi threw 2 shuriken in a curved manner, finishing with a sealed N.B.U. Shuriken Cage Bunshin no Jutsu, turning those 2 harmless shuriken into about 200, which flew in a curved manner towards their target. Hiro flapped both wings, throwing away the throwing weapons, giving Gamabunta 2 seconds to hit him directly with his body, like a rugby player. The manticore roared, moving its head toward the toadman's shoulder, ready to tear him apart. Raiten. Kanjikeha. Bringing Suiton and Raiten together, he fired a jet of water wrapped in electricity, right at the upper jaw of that being of different species, observing the pain that ran through his features when he received the discharge, its effect being increased when the water hit him. Hiro snarled, but swiped out with a powerful paw before Gamabunta could lift him, knocking the toad and its passengers off their feet, sending them tumbling across the ground and hiding among the houses. The manticore raised its paw, ready to kill Gamabunta, even though it felt its muscles tense from the electricity. Oten. Dorikeki. Naruto slammed his hands against the ground, creating an immense wall of earth that blocked Hiro's claw, destabilizing and surprising the summon, which was exposed to receiving a slash from Gamabunta's side, who had recovered, taking that enemy seriously. Ah. Damn shitty toad. The manticore hissed, feeling the blood trickle down its face, dripping onto the ground. I should have killed you years ago. Gamabunta exhaled a huge cloud of smoke, sheathing his tantman the scabbard at his hip, looking disdainfully at the summon before him, as if it were nothing. Yeah, well, maybe you'll be the one who dies, the toad chief boasted, earning a dark glare from his enemy. Hiro flicked his tail, trying to drive the sting into the amphibian's back, or at least hoping to graze it. A reddish shield, made of chakra, blocked the beast's 5th limb, revealing itself as Itachi's Susanoo, which he once again took up for combat. Blood trickled from his face, running down his cheekbones. I won't be able to keep this up for much longer, but still. Naruto completed another sequence of seals, slamming the ground hard, turning the ground Tiro was standing on into a lake of mud, drowning the summon, much to its surprise. The manticore began flapping its wings, trying to escape the trap. In a flash of blue, Naruto stood on the roof, facing both wings of the summon, spitting out a series of small fireballs aimed only at the wings, trying to cut off the beast's escape. Place. But Tiro flicked his tail, shattering these spheres, emerging from the sea of mud, towering over the reddish Susanoo and the toad chief, flashing black flames in his jaws. Like a flamethrower, Tiro unleashed those black flames upon Gamabunta and Itachi. The toad leader quickly leaped back, while the Uchiha raised a Yata, blocking the scorching flames that the summoner from hell was launching at them, attempting to melt them completely. The beast turned its head, moving the flames towards where Naruto was, or rather where he had been. The Senju disappeared in a flash again, reappearing on the ground, taking the tri-pronged kunai in his left hand, while with his right, he completed a sequence of seals, firing a huge fireball, striking the manticore's side. The Uzumaki summon hissed furiously, shaking its head. Its feline eyes captured Naruto's figure and it lunged at him, summoning black flames within its maw. Ham. Amabunta charged at the manticore, just as Itachi's Susanoo chakra blade struck the summon, causing the toad and the Uchiha to push Tiro to the right, several meters away from Naruto, destroying the houses in its path, crashing the summon into the east wall. Naruto. Suiton. Bakusui Shima water release. Water explosion wave collision. The Uchiha opened his eyes, and the toad leader smiled. Naruto unleashed an immense amount of water upon the enemy summon, like a small tsunami, crashing waves of water against the wall, burying the manticore in water and debris. This is impossible, Itachi said to himself, watching the devastating Suiton jutsu his friend had used. Not even the Nidaime Hokage could have performed this without a water source. I know what you're thinking, Uchiha, and yes, it is something amazing. But in Kiri, there is enough water alone in the environment for the brat to use his arsenal on the enemies. Even old Tobirama could have managed it. That guy was a shinobi, declared Gamabunta, expelling an immense cloud of white smoke over the dark-haired Ichigo's head. The Manjukam wielder let out a sigh, finding this a real problem. If Naruto gained too much power, he would be a clear impediment to Akatsuki, which would bring Pain's eyes on his old friend, and they would eliminate him as soon as possible. Even Orochimaru might have an interest in the boy, of whom no one knew his ancestry. Gamabunta uncrossed his arms, staring at the immense water falling on the manticore, obscuring it. He felt the ground tremble slightly. He lowered his head, listening. Using his tongue, he grabbed Itachi and leaped, narrowly dodging his enemy's stinger, which erupted from the ground, shooting out a massive blast of black fire. Itachi quickly used Susanoo, taking more damage, but causing Gamabunta to take a bit of it, causing them both to crash into the cavern ceiling. Hiro fell to all fours, tail lashing, his head whipping toward the Senju. Naruto kept his Manjukam eye on the summon, his jaw clenched. "Now that I've dealt with your companions, I can kill you, little bugger," he declared, turning his body completely around, smiling, his sharp teeth showing. Blood was still dripping from the cut caused by the Toad boss. But he didn't seem to care or be bothered by it. Naruto sighed, controlling the anger he was feeling. He stood up, dropping the dirt he'd scooped up in his hands as he scratched at the ground. He had faith that both Itachi and Gamabunta were okay, probably injured, but okay. He straightened his body. He squared his shoulders. He stood completely stretched out, observing his enemy with the eye of his best friend. He felt his chakra draining. He was using it too much and didn't seem willing to close the flow to his eye. He had to finish what they had started. Naruto moved his hand back, taking the handle of a kunai in his hand, pulling out the tri-point, showing it to the summon, as if it was something to fear. Swiftly, he launched the projectile skyward, turning the kunai into hundreds that rained down on the beast and across the cavern. Tiro merely smiled, taking a firm step forward, showing his presence, his breath echoing through the cavern, a cruel laugh that tried to escape his throat. "Finally, I laugh. Haha. This is wonderful. A brat thinks he can kill me with normal kunai. This is wonderfully stupid. Hahaha," roared the manticore, laughing openly at the blonde youth's idiocy. Senju Naruto gave nothing. He took another of the tri-points and took a step, then another and another, walking slowly under the cruel laughter of his enemy. A laughter that represented mockery, a lack of respect for the enemy. A laughter devoid of honor. When enemies overestimate you, it's time to hit them. Naruto closed his eyes but kept walking, remembering the words of his godfather. Namikaze Minato. He was the son of the Gamasenin and the Slug Princess, the heir to the Senju clan. He had his father's immense chakra, as well as his mother's body and, surprisingly, his great-granduncle's intelligence, a trait his mother emphasized. And that invocation was mocking his legacy, his parents, his family. Tap. He gripped the kunai firmly. He let his breath escape between his lips. He opened his eyes, both the blue and the Manjukam, watching the manticore laugh. It was his last laugh. Duration no Jutsu. Bunsen Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Dispersion. He made a simple seal. The chakra concentration seal, with a single hand. Chakra began to escape from the Senju's body through every pore of his skin, surrounding him in a thin, undulating blue layer. Slowly, before the manticore's eyes, the Anbu's figure disappeared, leaving behind an afterimage. What the buck? Rash. Then Tiro felt a cut. Then he felt 2. Then 4. Then 8. Then 16. The summon shot black fire, creating a circle, but the cuts kept increasing, leaving trails of blood falling to the ground from each of the new wounds. He couldn't see the figure of his enemy, beyond an afterimage that, if attacked, he felt a spark, as if he were a clone of the lightning element. "Get out, you damn coward. Suiton. Nagariachiru elemento agua. Maria descendente." Hiro raised his head. Too late. Floosh. Enveloped in water, piercing the beast's abdomen with his arm, Senju Naruto directly struck his enemy using a jutsu of his own invention, based on the Yondame's Rasengan and Hada Kakashi's Chidori, thus creating a destructive, explosive Suiton jutsu with a chakra consumption too high for a normal person. A jutsu capable of destroying that cavern and burying the manticore at the bottom of that lake. And that's what happened. Using the force of the tide, the power of the storm-stirred sea, Naruto struck Tiro with all his might, using water from all around him, reinforcing it with his chakra and the water from the lake, sending a tsunami crashing down on his enemy, shattering the entire floor of Zetsubm, creating a tremor throughout Kiri prison that ultimately shattered it. Bit by bit, Zetsubm was destroyed, falling into the lake where it had been built, being sunk by the fury of a Senju, accompanied by the wrath of the sea itself, as if the god Susanoo had helped him destroy that place. Both the summons of the old Uzumaki and the son of the Sannin disappeared into the water, along with the rubble of the old prison, covered by the lifeless bodies of its previous occupants. That had been the wrath of a Senju. 21. Father and son. Jiraiya, the Gama Sennin, had not expected to be forced to go to Kurigakure no Sato when the Land of Water was in the midst of a civil war during the purge of the bloodlines. He had to maintain a network of spies, monitor Orochimaru's movements around the elemental continent and be able to track him if he caused any problems for Konoha his master, which had not happened since he ran away, hiding in some place that he could not track, which ended up frustrating him even more than he already was. But when Gamabunta returned to Mamboku covered in wounds, grumbling about his son and Kiri, Jiraiya didn't think twice. He strapped his massive scroll to his back, gathered supplies, strapped the Mount Mamboku Shinobi hit I-8 to his forehead, and marched to the last known location of his only son, genuinely concerned when the Toad Chieftain pointed out a manticore. Jiraiya only knew one shinobi capable of using that summoning. If Sanshmuo no Hansm Salamander Hansm had been dangerous, that other shinobi was like fighting 3 Hansms at once, with no weapons enough to keep him at bay. He still didn't understand how he was still alive, knowing that the AIM ninja had been able to destroy them. He had only been playing with them, like a lion cub playing with a mouse. Gama Sennin appeared on the shores of the lake where Zetsub's prison was located. Even in Konoha, rumors of that hell on earth had made high-ranking shinobi, accustomed to blood, killing, and torture, like the Anbu, shudder. But of that legendary prison of Kurigakure no Sato built by the Shade Mizukage, nothing remained but a mountain of rubble that the sage could distinguish through the small fog, surprised by the destruction of the place. At first, Jiraiya thought that Uzumaki and his summoning had been the cause. But glancing at the water, he noticed several of Minato's tri-pronged kunai, knowing that only 2 people were currently using them. The Yondaime Hokage and Naruto. Deciding to find his son, Jiraiya scoured the shores of the lake, anguish in his chest, and decided to jump into the lake itself if necessary. He couldn't let his son die. Losing him would be a real blow to both him and Tsunade. He didn't need to get wet. Lying on the northern shore of the lake, Naruto was soaked, unconscious, with light scratches on his face and arms, with his Anbu armor somewhat dented and destroyed, without his Anbu mask, and with the Senju katana broken in 2, as if he had had to use it for something, and the blade had finally broken. Jiraiya bent down, took his son's pulse, sighed as he felt it, and gave a small smile. He was alive. He thanked God for the miracle. At least something was going right for him. He took the teenage Anbu in his arms and led him away from the conflict zone, scanning the area. There were many more bodies scattered around, some with mortal wounds or severed limbs. There was nothing he could do. His priority was his son. Entering what appeared to be an abandoned house, Jiraiya placed Naruto on a cot, sighing as he saw his chest move slightly. He undressed him completely and created a campfire, where he sat down to watch the flames dance before his eyes, remembering that he would have to beat Minato up if Tsunade didn't. Send Naruto to a war. Without real support. Jiraiya was pissed no, enraged. He knew of his son's qualities. But an open fight like the Kurigakure War, where the Kiri no Shinobigatana Shichen and SHK were participating, with their leader, a young man who had mastered the 7 swords, or at least that's what he had heard. At Minato I'll beat him, I swear I'll beat him. Jiraiya grumbled, moving the sticks around the fire, feeling the warm air against his aging face. He had spent too much time away from Konoha, away from his son. He kept in touch through a messenger toad, and they talked a lot, but he hadn't been a particularly present figure in his son's life. And with Minato keeping secrets, many of the details escaped him. I should have taken Naruto or he should have accepted his mother's offer. But he's as stubborn as his great-grandfather Hashirama, the toad sage told himself, glancing at his son's peaceful face. He let out a sigh, turning his gaze back to the flames. How is Yamamoto still alive? According to records, he was the last Uzukage of Uzushiagakure no Sato, the one who stood against the combined forces of Kumo, Iwa, Kusa, AIM, and several other villages. Didn't he die fighting the Reikage? Jiraiya frowned, finding no way to locate Uzukage Yamamoto, the man who was on par with Hashirama and Madara. Even Tobirama had said in his memoirs that Yamamoto was the only man he feared. Him. The Nidaime Hokage. The fastest man currently. Jiraiya growled softly, feeling the pain in his head. Everything around that guy was a nuisance. Rash. The sage moved his body, stretching out slightly over Naruto's prone body, watching as the blonde moved, letting out small moans and beginning to open his eyes. Blue Orb looked completely confused, surprised and then surprised at the face of the Gama Sennin of Konohagakure no Sato, the strongest of the Sannin, due to his powerful and vast chakra within his body. Is it true? Naruto coughed, his throat feeling completely dry, as if he hadn't used it for weeks, or at least days. Jiraiya handed him a piece of bamboo filled with water, which his son took with his right hand, bringing it to his lips and drinking the contents completely, unsure if it was water or some other liquid. Jiraiya gave a slight smile, dropping onto his butt, sitting on the ground, between the campfire and his son lying on the cot. It's a good thing nothing serious happened to you. Can you imagine what your mother would have done if she found out? Jiraiya asked, mildly amused by his son's panicked expression. Tsunade didn't slow down even with her son, and it really got to her. I can imagine, Naruto replied, still feeling the chill running down his spine. He left the piece of bamboo on the floor beside his bed, completely empty of any liquid. What are you doing here? You're too far from your network. A.N.B.U contacted me. Naruto huffed, sitting on the edge of the bed, causing it to creak slightly under his own weight. He massaged his neck, noticing the numbness in his muscles. He had expended an immense amount of chakra and was now paying the consequences of using both of his star jutsus at the same time, without recovering. Damn toad, the young Anbu muttered, lowering his head. Jiraiya said nothing, keeping his eyes on the dancing flames of the bonfire he'd managed to light with a light touch of Kaiten chakra on the branches, making everything much simpler and not wasting time lighting the branches. When I see him, I'll strike him down. Your obsession with hitting reminds me of your mother, the toad sage said, thrusting the twig he'd used to play with the ashes into the flames. I always ended up with a broken bone. Thank goodness I was a medic nin, otherwise I'd be dead. That's what we Senju are like. Our physical strength is above the human average, Naruto declared, as if he were giving a lecture to the Sannin present. Ha! You're years away from teaching me about your mother and the Senju, the sage inquired, bursting into laughter. Naruto shook his head, letting strands of hair move over his forehead, caressing it. How long have you been in Anbu? 1 year. You never mentioned anything in your letters. Not even Minato, the man stated, lowering his voice several octaves, almost reaching a whisper. Do you trust your parents that little? I know we haven't been directly supporting you, but we've always been there for you. You were and wanted to be a Konoha shinobi, and your mother allowed it. I wouldn't have done it if I'd known where you'd end up. Naruto remained silent. He leaned back onto the cot, covering his face with his right arm, not even allowing his blue eyes to see the ceiling above him. She felt tears welling up in her eyes. Shisui. Itachi. Izumi. I lost all my friends, one way or another. Your friend, that Uchiha. He walked away unharmed from what Gamabunta told me. Jiraiya spoke again, taking out some meat he had hunted and beginning to cook it slowly. Uchiha Itachi. That ninja who murdered his clan. The best spy I have in my network. Quickly, almost with a crack of his neck, Naruto turned his head and looked at his father's broad back. That. Uchiha Itachi has been a hero to the Konoha higher-ups. He sacrificed his honor, his image, for the good of the village when the Uchiha wanted a revolution. At that time, the civil war was at the village's gates, hitting hard. And with Shisui's death by poison, everything got complicated. Itachi offered to be a double agent. He betrayed his clan, leaving only Sasuke alive, and joined Akatsuki as a spy for the Yondaime, the Sandaime, and me. In fact, he gives me information every 3 months or so about Akatsuki's movements, as well as about Orochimaru, who has disowned the organization after fighting with Pain. I don't know more, Jiraiya informed his son, knowing what he was going through. He knew he had broken the rules, that he had shattered the protocol of the higher-ups, but he didn't care. His son was more important. I couldn't watch Naruto let himself sink into darkness, into misery. A father would never allow that. What you told me, is it the truth? Naruto asked seriously. His blue eyes had lost their warmth, replaced by a coldness that the Sannin himself felt. I shouldn't have told you, though. It's an SSS rank secret inside and outside of Konoha. No one but the highest ranking official should know about this. You can't tell anyone, not even Sasuke, Jiraiya declared, looking seriously at his son, speaking to him as what he was. One of the 3 legendary Sannin, as a Junin rank ninja, someone who had lived through 2 of the wars. If you do, your penalty will be the death sentence. The Anbu said nothing. Naruto remained silent, his father's words swirling around in his mind, etched in stone. Itachi would never have killed his parents if there hadn't been a compelling reason behind it, someone else pulling the strings. And the children? Those who weren't involved in the coup. Uchiha Madara. Or at least, a masked man who called himself that, the same one who attacked Minato during the birth of the siblings, and who used the Kikbi on Konoha, explained the Sannin, moving the meat over the fire. The smell of burning meat began to fill the room. Naruto's stomach growled, urgently demanding food to be satiated. It was that man who forced Itachi to kill the entire clan to enter Akatsuki. He's the one who pulls the strings behind the organization, but he has never introduced himself to all the members. The Senju accepted the meat skewer, taking a bite, trying to silence the rumbling in his stomach. He sighed in satisfaction as several more pieces fell into his stomach. I see. Thank you for giving me this information, Ottoson, Naruto said, giving his father a faint smile. Jiraiya smiled wider, moving his hand to ruffle the boy's blonde hair. So, do you understand what this entails, Naruto? Naruto set aside the stick that had held his flesh together, now completely free of any scraps, clean of any remaining meat or other food. Yes, he nodded, looking seriously at the Gama Sennin. It means I must become stronger than I am now. Knowing that someone like Yamamoto is alive and could be within Akatsuki, I can't let my guard down, the young man said, looking seriously at his father. And to do so, I want you to train me. 22. The emissary of Suna. Wars are never waged by a single nation, a single army, a single country, or a single continent. Kurigakure had been experiencing an intense civil war for some time, leaving the land stained with the blood of their comrades, those they had once seen as brothers, and were now mere enemies. Bodies were beginning to pile up. The dead were accumulating by the dozens, and Yagura couldn't forget the fall of Zetsubun, his strongest bastion, the one he had placed all his hopes on if the war turned against him. Without expecting it, Zetsubun fell, reduced to nothing, with more than 200 shinobi on his side dead and few survivors. The balance had tipped in favor of the rebels led by Mei, leaving him in a delicate situation. He couldn't waste his soldiers in unnecessary battles. He had to plan everything so that this war would end once and for all. Completely eliminate any opposition to his position as Cage of Kiri and the extermination of the bloodlines. To this end, Yagura found a completely unexpected ally. The Yondaime Kazukiage, Sabaku no Rasa, the village leader of Sunagakure no Sado. He hadn't expected one of the 5 villages to help him when he was carrying out what they called the Blood Purge. And although he hadn't mentioned it to his men, he needed that alliance to completely exterminate the plague that was occupying his land. He had to exterminate them before he had to take sides. He didn't want to get involved with those he considered mere insects. To carry out the pact with those of Suna, Yagura had appointed Raiga, one of the Shinobi, as the leader of the Anbu squad that would take the scroll from the hands of the emissary of the Sand Village, one of his elite Jumnin who had gained many followers within her own land, as well as from the Wind Daimon, a man who placed his hopes in the new generations of shinobi of his country. An arid country that needed external contracts to survive, as Yagura himself knew well, who extended his offer to Rasa, giving it the Land of Waves, a small group of islands led by a relative of the Water Daimon and without real importance in the country. With the Land of Waves under the command of the Wind, Suna would undoubtedly further increase its own income and quality of life. Raiga-sama. How long must we wait to meet this emissary? The Anbu squad had remained in the Kiri forest for over 2.5 hours, completely hidden. The rebels were still within their country and they couldn't take unnecessary risks. Especially when they were on the verge of forming an alliance with the Sand Village, which would allow them to increase their military power against the rebels. Whatever it takes, replied the Kiba wielder, leaning against the tree trunk, his twin swords on his back, keeping his eyes closed. Since that fight with the Konoha Anbu a year and 2 months ago, Raiga had stepped up his own training when he wasn't on missions, ready to hunt down the sole survivor of the small platoon. He didn't know how, but that bastard had eliminated 100 Jumnin and Anbu loyal to the Mizukage, leaving mangled bodies and blood splattered on the ground. When he woke up from the Jinjutsu, that image had welcomed him with open arms. Even Zabuza had seemed surprised by the sight they were both seeing. It had been a mere young man who had caused such a massacre. No survivors except for them. Who the buck was that kid? Raiga had made it his goal to find that Anbu and eliminate him, then handing the head to Yagura on the table, to incite him to exterminate Konoha, a village full of bloodline users, such as the Haikta, the Kurama and, luckily, the exterminated Uchiha, although it was said that there was one still alive within the same village, which they could take and kill. Raiga. Looks like someone's coming. He opened his dark blue eyes and moved his gaze to where he could hear branches shaking, some of them breaking under the weight of a person. Raiga raised his hand, stopping his subordinates, hoping it was the emissary from Suna, the one who should never return home. That had been the deal between Yagura and Rasa. If that Jumnin was eliminated, placing the blame on Iwa, they would help them end the civil war, and then Kiri would have to do the same when they went against Iwa. Ash. A young girl appeared in the clearing of that forest, landing on her feet. She wore the standard Suna Jumnin uniform, with a hit I-8 on her forehead, bearing the sand symbol representing her as a Kunoichi of the Sand Village. Her hair was green, tied back in a bun held by what appeared to be a senbon, with 2 thick strands framing her slightly tapered face, these being a dark orange in color. Brown eyes darted around the clearing, scanning the place, trying to spot the emissary sent by the Mizukage. Maybe I've arrived early. Crack. Breaking the branch he'd been on, Raiga fell to the ground with the full weight of his body and his Anbu armor, leaving the young woman in full view. The Shinobi had left his companions behind, ready to continue with the alliance charade and then finish the girl off. She was alone and didn't seem too dangerous, but he'd still left his men behind in case there might be any snags with the established plan. In principle, the emissary should have shown up alone, but they couldn't take any risks. Are you the Mizukage's emissary? The Kunoichi asked, still tense at the presence of the mist swordsman. Having been trained since childhood in the shinobi arts, the girl shifted her eyes, immediately catching the kiba on the man's back, realizing that he was one of the famous Shinobi. Yes. You must be Pukura, Raiga spoke, walking slowly, staying in the scant light that reached that small clearing, and due to the intense fog that always hung over the land of water, being much more intense in Kiri. The emissary from Suna. She nodded. Shakuta no Pukura was the only known user of the secondary element burn in the elemental nations, being an extraordinary kunoichi of Suna and one of its elite Jinin, having stopped the conflict with Iwagakure by successfully completing the mission and allowing Suna to remain in peace, bloodless. And you are? Kurasuke Raiga, the man introduced himself, moving his hand back, alerting Pukura. Before the kunoichi could make a move, Raiga pulled out a scroll and threw it to her. She caught it with her left hand. That is the Kiri agreement, signed by Yagura-sama. Everything stipulated is within that scroll. The cession of the Land of Waves, the agreement on Suna's participation in the civil war, and our support in the war with Iwa. You must take it to the Kazukiage. Pukura looked at the scroll. She wasn't supposed to read it. Without giving much thought to its contents, following the Kazukiage's orders, she slipped the unopened scroll into her ninja pouch, which she placed on the back of her waist. Good. I'll take the scroll to Suna as soon as possible, and we'll respond accordingly, the kunoichi declared, relaxing the rigid posture she'd maintained the entire time. She nodded toward the Shinobi. Thank you. I must go. Yagura-sama has arranged a room for you in the Mizukage mansion to rest after your tiring journey. Suna isn't exactly close, and we don't want our ally to be ambushed by the rebels or other nations, like Iwariga said, completely calm, keeping his face neutral, without revealing his real intentions. Pukura frowned. The Yondain Kazukiage's orders had been clear. Take the scroll and don't cross the Mizukage. If Yagura was offering her shelter, she couldn't just slap him and spurn his offer, which could cause tension between Suna and Kiri at a time that was too sensitive for both villages. She let a sigh escape her mouth, knowing she was committed to accepting, even if she didn't like it. She felt like something wasn't going to go right, like everything would turn against her at any moment. Her instincts were screaming at her, and she was getting annoyed. She couldn't locate the imminent danger that seemed to be surrounding her. Could it be Raiga? Iwa who had followed her? The rebels? Pukura couldn't find the culprit behind that anguished feeling, becoming completely tense again, restraining herself from looking around, as if she distrusted the Mizukage. I could use a break, he admitted, forcing a smile. Pukura took a step toward Raiga, his back to the woman, ready to leap into the trees. The Suna kunoichi set out to follow him to end this. She wanted to return to the village, to be with Maki, and to be free of that feeling that was constantly hitting her. Rash. Pukura jumped back, evading the blade of one of the kibas by a few inches, watching as Raiga lunged at her, swinging the other in a thrust, about to pierce through her. Plink. Pukura blocked the Shinobi-katana's blade with a kunai, using her feet to prevent it from being knocked back. She shifted her eyes, staring into Raiga's dark face. It's a shame I have to do this, the man declared, moving the other kiba, launching a slash towards the young woman, sinking one of the dentures into the kunoichi's shoulder. Ah! Pukura felt her legs tremble. She felt the blade slowly begin to tear at her from the strength of its wielder. She tried to keep her attention on Raiga, feeling the sweat running down her face, straining against the other sword, and avoiding getting impaled through her belly. Traitorous bastard. Oh? Traitor. If you only knew, Raiga laughed, kicking the kunoichi, unpinning kiba from Pukura's shoulder so that she fell to the ground, rolling. I didn't sell you out, precious. I'm simply following the Mizukage's orders. Cough. Pukura spat out blood, falling to his knees, holding his injured left arm, falling to his side without moving, completely covered in blood. What do you mean? Step by step, Raiga approached the Suna kunoichi, giving a dark smile. He tightened his fingers on the hilts of his two swords, ready to get this over with, even though he was enjoying it. Your Kazukiage was the one who ordered your death, as part of the treaty. Raiga stopped 2 steps away from the young woman, raising the kiba in his right hand. And I will simply complete what I have been ordered to do, to obtain the alliance of Sunagakure no Sado. Swing. The kiba began to descend. Bora. The tearing of blood was heard in that clearing, along with the chirping of birds as they departed, seeing the horrible scene. Cough. Someone was heard spitting blood. Jiss. The sound of electricity, of lightning, was present, as well as a slightly bluish glow. Traitors disgust me, whispered a cold young voice, that of a teenager. Pukura opened her eyes fully, seeing the back of a young man slightly taller than her, wearing Konoha Anbu armor, somewhat rusty, covered in blood and nicks from previous battles. She could see the handle of a katana on his back, dark, as well as the tattoo indicating his position on his left shoulder. Raiga looked down, watching as the Anbu's right arm pierced him, wrapped in blue lightning, staining his arm guard with blood. So you were still alive. Senju Naruto raised his head, fixing his eyes on Raiga, showing his Sharingan with 3 tomo and an eye as blue as ice itself, stopping any word of the Shinobi katana. I killed your companions while you were talking to this Suna Kunoichi, Kurasuke Uraga the blonde hissed, letting his voice freeze Raiga's blood, feeling like the life was slipping from his hands through the hole that the boy's arm had made, using his companion Haddock's Chidori. And now, you join them. Oh. Without waiting for an answer, with no mercy present or regret for taking a life, Naruto withdrew his arm wrapped in Raiten and blood, leaving a hole where the Kiba wielder's heart should have been. Ham. Raiga fell to the ground on his back, staining the grass with his blood, completely inert, before the cold gaze of the Anbu kami of Konohagakure no Sado, known as Akame no Anbu. That simple Anbu had been the nightmare of those loyal to Kurigakure for a whole year and would continue to be so until the end of the war. Naruto didn't wait for Pakura's words. He bent down in front of her, picked her up, and the two of them disappeared in a flash of blue, leaving behind a dozen lifeless bodies. 23. Rebels. Following the taijutsu kata, Naruto moved against his father, the legendary Jiraiya Sennin, who deflected his only son's movements using a single arm, forcing the young blonde to move his entire torso, attempting to complete the open palm strike against the older man. Jiraiya moved his arm, deflecting his son's, moving his leg and blocking Naruto's movement with it, causing him to stumble forward. Naruto used his right arm to stop himself from falling, taking advantage of his stance to kick the Sannin in the head with his heel. The sage shifted his torso, forcing himself to use one leg to block his son's, and was pushed back a few inches, leaving marks on the ground from the forced movement. Jiraiya brought his hand to his chin, wiping the sweat from his face, watching as Naruto stood up, somewhat agitated by the extreme movement they were both doing. The boy had gravity seals on his body, which made him move slower, with heavy and somewhat clumsier movements than usual. He, on the other hand, had no greater impediment than the use of only one arm for training. He could use his legs, but only one arm. It was enough for him to deal with his son. But the boy was growing very quickly. Jiraiya was watching him. He seemed to have adapted to the training he himself had created for him, and the gravity seals no longer seemed to bother him. Maldito Gaki. Jiraiya gave a slight smile, standing up straight. He removed the top of his clothes, revealing his muscular, well-built body, as well as the rope that kept his left arm tied behind his back. He could have used a seal, but that would be slower to remove if he saw Naruto acting too quickly on a move. He couldn't do anything halfway with his son. Well, the boy is progressing, the Sannin told himself, breathing heavily. He was already a bit older, having survived the third great ninja war and not having trained normally, except when he did with his son. Slam. The Toad Sage blocked the side blow his son threw at him, feeling the force of that blow, like the cramp running down his back, as he felt Tsunade's strength in Naruto's movement. Pam. Jiraiya returned the blow, throwing the blonde back with a knee strike, burying it in the boy's stomach, throwing him back with the force of the blow, forcing the boy to retreat. Naruto wiped the blood from his mouth with his thumb, spitting out bloody phlegm onto the ground. According to legend, of the three Sannin of Konoha, Jiraiya had the most chakra, Tsunade the most physically strong, and Orochimaru the most intelligent of the three. But despite that, Naruto realized that his father's strength was far from that of an average shinobi. It didn't reach his mother's, but he wasn't too far behind physically if he could withstand her blows whenever he spied on her. Naruto shook his arm, shoving away the tingling, focusing on his parent. He clenched both hands into fists, concentrating on launching himself at his personal trainer, thinking only of Yamamoto, that monster he had met in Zetsum. I must be stronger. Zoom. Naruto appeared in front of his father, swinging his arm for a karate chop against the Sannin's neck. The old man stopped the movement with his own hand, generating a minimal ripple of wind, not moving an inch. Jiraiya braced his feet on the ground and swung his arm, causing Naruto to move, falling backward onto the ground. He raised his leg and lowered it. Crack. Jiraiya smashed the ground, but his son moved, avoiding his father's crushing blow. The Sannin snapped his head toward the boy, searching for him. But Naruto had lunged at him again, swinging his arm in a Haikage Ken strike, which surprised the Toad Sage. Ham. Dark eyes opened wide. Jiraiya felt the energy of the blow course through his entire body, from his toes to the strands of his hair. It had been a crushing blow, one that would have brought down a normal shinobi. See. Jiraiya brought his arm down, slamming his elbow into his son's back, right between his shoulder blades, slamming the blonde into the ground. He hadn't held back from the blow, but he knew his son would take it and it wouldn't be too much for him to recover. Naruto groaned from the blow, feeling his head seemed to be moving, as if he were on a ship in a stormy sea. He stroked the back of his neck, sitting back on the ground. He had been defeated by his father again, making that match his 102nd defeat that year. He had only managed to defeat him when some woman happened to be passing by the training area. Damn old man, the boy whispered under his breath, which was caught by his father, who laughed out loud. Naruto frowned, showing his discomfort. If the training had been in ninjutsu, he would have beaten his father every time. He wouldn't have lost even once. I know you think you would have beaten me in ninjutsu, but that's not the case, brat. Jiraiya cut the rope that bound his arm, flexing his fingers. It was uncomfortable to keep one of his arms tied behind his back. Even more so if he had to fight against a tireless boy with a body that was too tough because of his genes. The fact that he had inherited that from his mother was truly terrifying to him. He didn't want to think about what he would be like when he grew up. You don't know that, Naruto snorted, standing up. The 15-year-old Anbu was wearing worn-out pants with bandages on his ankles. They had belonged to his old uniform, which was completely destroyed, and he couldn't return to Konoha to get another one. His mask hung from his waist by a red ribbon given to him by a girl, the daughter of a shinobi he freed from prison when he sent her to the bottom of the lake. The Okami mask was cracked and missing parts. The black markings were still visible against the ivory white of the kabuki mask, its distinctive mark among all Anbu, who either had red markings or none at all. Those with full white masks always featured the kanji for na and were Anbu serving Shimura Dansm, the Hokage's advisor and head of the Konoha Civilian Council. These Anbu were the personal guards of the village councillors. Your training is over for today, the Sannin declared, slipping back into his usual clothes. He'd felt compelled to lighten his body, shedding them for greater freedom of movement. I'm leaving for Konoha in a few days. Minato needs the report on the situation in Kiri. Do you think you're capable of continuing with the rebels, or? There's no need to send reinforcements, Naruto replied, somewhat neutrally. I can handle Yagura myself. Jiraiya said nothing to those words. He had trained his son for a year and 2 months, while at the same time both he and Naruto fulfilled their respective roles within Kurigakure no Seido, attempting to crumble the Yonde Mizukage's position and deplete his army's strength. The task that fell primarily on the shoulders of his son, who had displayed his skills on the battlefield before the eyes of rebels and enemies, leaving hundreds of bodies on the cold grass of the fields of the Land of Water on several occasions. But after all, Naruto was an Anbu and a Senju. A little extra work wouldn't diminish his health or cause any severe discomfort to his body. I let the Hokage know, Jiraiya declared, taking the Toad signature scroll and hanging it on his back. As the Toad sage, he couldn't just leave the scroll lying around. It was too important to leave up in a tree for too long. He only left it out when training, because carrying extra weight was a nuisance to him, considering his son. Good. Are you sure you don't need a break? The eldest asked, giving his son a worried look. Naruto had been away from Konoha for too long, without straying from the blood, the war, fighting to complete that mission. No, it's not. Jiraiya-sama. Naruto-sama. The emissary of Suna has awakened. Both father and son, moving their attention to the panting shinobi of the rebellion, looked at each other within seconds and both disappeared in a shunshin. A few days ago, Naruto had rescued the Suna emissary from Raiga's hands, executing Shinobigatana with his Anbu partner's move. A move he himself had sworn not to use unless he needed to eliminate someone with one move. And the first to be affected by the oath was Raiga himself. Naruto appeared first in front of a worn canvas tent, followed by his father. The boy walked toward it, pushing the fabric aside with his arm, looking at more than a dozen wounded people. His blue eyes scanned the tent, finding the Kunoichi sitting on the cot, tightly gripping the medic nin's wrist, staring at him with dark eyes. Bakura had been betrayed by her people. It was a blow too hard for her to bear. And she was angry, with a rage that only the Kazekage could handle. That arrogant bastard, greedy for power, had sold her out, had left her to her fate. Please release the medic, Naruto pleaded, standing behind the Kunoichi, moving his hand and squeezing the young woman's neck, causing Bakura to flinch. I saved you from dying, but I won't allow you to kill one of my companions. She'd heard an icy, cold voice before, but nothing like that one. Following her own instincts, which were screaming like crazy, she let go of the doctor's wrist the second she felt the man's fingers on her neck. Where am I? She asked, no longer feeling the fingers on her neck. She turned her head, staring at a blond boy with one blue eye, completely cold, like winter itself. You're at the western camp of the Kiri rebels, brat, Jiraiya explained, crossing his arms and giving a slight smile to the girl. Bakura opened her eyes, seeing one of the 3 Sannin in that tent, talking to her, which was surprising, considering that the Toad Sage was a walking legend, as well as his 2 companions, one being the strongest woman in the elemental nations. Jiraiya of the Sannin. Gahaja. I like this girl. Naruto snorted, crossing his arms at his own father's idiocy. He thanked God for having inherited the intellect of his great-uncle Tobirama, one of the best shinobi, if not the best, in his opinion. It's an honor to meet you, despite the burning pain in her shoulder, Bakura bowed to the older man, who was still giving that sly smile. Bakura then turned her attention to the young Konoha Anbu, bowing. And thank you for saving me. With those words, Naruto relaxed his own stance, softening his gaze and letting go of his own killing intent on the Suna Kunoichi. You're welcome, he replied, giving a light, very small smile. Jiraiya, for his part, moved his hand towards his ninja bag, taking out a notebook and beginning to write with a brush on its worn pages, giving a disturbing smile to those looking at the Sannin. Oh yeah. I'll finally get to create a story starring my own son. The Ichigo revolution of Anbu is coming. Ham. Betting a direct hit, the legendary Sannin was on the verge of unconsciousness, being watched by Pakura, who covered her mouth in astonishment, and by Naruto, the one who had hit his father, showing the fist with which he had hit him. Senju sighed, looking at the girl. My name is Naruto, Shinobi of Konoha no Sada introduced himself, bowing towards the Suna Kunoichi, showing some respect towards her. I am Pakura, Kunoichi of Sunagaku no Sado, the girl returned the introduction, also bowing to the boy. Meanwhile, Jiraiya of the Sannin gave a thumbs up, giving a silly smile directed at his son and the next protagonist of a trilogy of stories. That was the beginning of the next generation of Sannin. 24. Traitors. Kiri continued to suffer, the blood of the land of water's inhabitants watering its lands, staining the grass and corrupting the clear water, turning it darker, red from the same blood that corrupted it. 3 years had passed since Pakura of Sunagaku had been ambushed, betrayed by her village and left for dead, going on to side with the rebels in the civil war of Kurigaku no Sado, the mist village of the land of water, one of the 5 nations within the elemental continent. For those 3 years, following Naruto's destruction of Zetsubo, the war moved into the open, fighting to gain enemy resources and gain a foothold on key points within the country for future victory. As the vanguard of the shadow movements, Naruto flaunted his skills as an Anbu of Konoha, and being the son of the Sannin Jiraiya, he deployed an internal network of spies across the land of water, using Kage Bunshin to replace the Mizukage's allies when they fell, maintaining cover and real movements for the enemies, in order to truly begin to disrupt the enemy's advances, the economy of a torn Kiri. And to be able to deal with Yagura's mercenary armies when he was unpaid and could only rely on the terror he generated on his enemies. Naruto, as an Anbu and Shinobi, knew that shadow movements would be essential to obtain victory over Yagura before a frontal combat that would lead to bloodshed and a final combat in open field where he himself, as the son of Tsunade and Jiraiya, would take sides to fight Yagura hand to hand, even if it cost him his life. He was Naruto, the last Senju after his mother, and he had been an Anbu for at least 5 or 6 years, spending most of his time serving in that war that was reaching its climax, where both sides, rebels and loyal to the Mizukage, would give everything to put themselves on top, placing themselves as the true victors, those who would save the country in one way or another, shedding blood on the way to the top. As an Anbu, blood had stopped being something traumatic for him, recognizing that genin could be too malleable and emotional when it came to death. Naruto, on the other hand, lost all interest in being a savior of the wrong people when he lost what he cared about at the hands of Uchiha Madara, the masked man who had forced his best friend, his brother, down a path that wouldn't bring him back to Konoha, but would lead to his own death. Sasuke will be the one to give me my judgment, Naruto. I only ask that you accept it. Since it was his friend who was asking him, he had to accept his word, as he would have if either Izumi or Shisui had asked him under similar circumstances. Those Uchiha had truly earned his affection, his brotherhood, his loyalty above his loyalty to Konoha. If they had burned down his ancestral village, Naruto would do nothing to save it. Corrupted hands had fallen upon what his great-grandfather had built, even if he had done so with Madara, the real Uchiha Madara. He highly doubted that the masked man was the real Madara. If he was, his hair would have long since turned black, and his body would have been atrophied by age, by wear and tear. Some other Uchiha had to be the one responsible for the Kyuubi's attack and the division and war in the Mist Village. But Madara shouldn't be on his mind right now. They were reaching the height of the war, the final throes of a general bloodshed over the entire land of water, even reaching the land of water itself, which was attacked by a squad of assassins hired, most likely, by Yagura, who was eager to take power over the country for himself, delegating the noble family to servitude. If he and Pakura had not been sent by Mei to preserve the diligent old man, the nobleman's death would probably have fallen upon them, the rebels and enemies of the entire country, being hunted by the daimon soldiers and those loyal to Yagura, who was losing his temper in a tug of war between his loyal soldiers and the rebels, who had launched attacks at different points over the years, misleading the generals of Kiri about their real objective. And now they were at that point. Naruto stared at the map on the worn wooden table with his cerulean eyes, his arms crossed over his torso, covered in his worn Konoha Anbu armor. The cracked mask rested on the left side of his waist, tied with a bit of ninja wire. In those 3 years, the young 15-year-old adolescent had given way to a young 18-year-old adult with a more toned body, approaching 6 feet 9 inches tall, having inherited his strong constitution from his father, as well as the strength from his mother. The young shinobi's pale blonde hair had grown to his shoulders, messy, with his unruly bangs slightly covering his uncovered eye, slightly obscuring his left eye, and the eye patch that covered it. Replacing his somewhat rounded face with fat, Naruto had now gained a sharper, more mature face, giving him the appearance of a bad boy with a tired, mature and analytical look. With his time as an Anbu, the young blonde had learned to analyze everything his eyes saw, to be ready for anything. He stopped being a genin early and was a genin too soon, while Itachi had been an Anbu and then took his partner's place as Anbu when he left, getting used to the pace of the Anbu ninjas on their missions and seeing the raw side of ninja life, the true ninja life. The Senju breathed a little, waiting in the old tent for the other rebel generals. During the 4 or 5 years he had been with those shinobi, he had earned the respect of each of them, seeing him as a companion, a savior to many of them. During this time, Naruto undertook various missions vital to the cause of those who refused to follow Yagura in his madness. Missions he had to undertake alone or accompanied by Pakura, serving as pillars for the others to move forward, taking advantage of that war that had to end. Now, 4 years after it had begun, the war seemed almost over. He could see it at the end of the road. The village of Kurigakure was about to conclude with an attack on the true objective after years of separating and decimating the Kiri army. But they were still outnumbered 10-1 and they had a Jinchuriki who had control over the power of his tailed beast. If necessary, I will use the Harem. Like his godfather, Naruto had demonstrated skill with seals and space-time jutsu, tearing through enemy lines when the odds were stacked against him or when his teammates couldn't reach their target. He had taken on the nicknames A.N.B.U no Anbu and A.N.B.U no Naruto when using his Sharigan, the one Minato had given him and which Itachi confirmed was Shisui's. Unconsciously, the blonde reached for his eye patch. I'm sorry I made you see so much blood, Shisui, my old friend. But it's the only way to achieve peace here. I know you'd understand. Crush. The sound of fabric moving brought him back to the present, leaving his musings for another time. Naruto lowered his arm and crossed it over his chest, tucked it under his opposite arm, watching as the generals of that movement arrived, led by Mei. Senju spotted Ao and Chmjkrm, the two most loyal to Mei, the next Mizukage, if everything went according to plan at that meeting. He also saw Pakura among the group of shinobi. The former Suna Kunoichi had been his partner and friend for those 3 long years, the most suitable for the missions they'd both undertaken, shedding blood when they stood back to back. Now, Pakura was a Kiri Kunoichi, or would be when the war was over, but she would still be the only one within Kiri he could count on. The men and women stood around the table, all looking at the map that filled the entire table, presenting their objective. It would guide them toward the end, to ultimate victory or defeat. Each of their comrades had died so they could reach that moment, that instant. They couldn't let them down. Naruto sat back in his seat, moving like the others, taking his place within the rebel high command, being a very important asset. He was the one who discovered that Kisame, the Shinobi-Katana, had been an infiltrator within the group and confronted him directly in a somewhat destructive battle. He had to recognize that the Hoshigaki really was a monster, accompanied by his Samehada stolen from his master in a bloody way, discovering that he had been an ally for the rebels instead of following what Yagura had planned. Naruto did not give up in that fight and earned a scar on his right side due to the tear caused by the demonic sword. Okay, be quiet. Harem plus Mei had spoken, sitting in her place among those generals who were to save Kiri, who were to bring peace back to a torn, bleeding country and heal the wound that Yagura had caused with his madness, a madness that had ended with entire families, tearing everyone in the country apart, leaving children's bodies at the mercy of animals. Mei interlaced her fingers, resting her chin on the support she'd created with her hands, calmly scanning her comrades, hoping that no one in that group was a traitor to the cause. Another blow like Kisame's, and the final battle would go against them. In numbers, they were outnumbered by Yagura by 1-10 in favor of the Jinchuriki, and that was something they all knew perfectly well. They couldn't win without a solid plan and strategy. The Nara from Konoha wouldn't be bad, the woman thought, snorting at the thought in her mind. The Nara were known for their prodigious minds, for how capable they were at strategy. With one of them, the war wouldn't have lasted as long as it had, nor would so many lives have been wasted. But life it's not fair. Yagura seems a little nervous, said one of the Junin present, a man with a goatee and messy hair named Yamada. His mercenary army has launched a search across the country to find us now. The latest attacks have cost him millions. Money's the least of it, another Junin declared, her face wrinkled with discontent. This one was a former Kiri Anbu named Arima by her family. We've destroyed their spearhead, haven't we? No. Kisame is still standing, followed by Mangetsu. I thought the one from Konoha would have killed them Zuki, Yamada said venomously, looking at the blonde with, showing his true discontent with his presence. Just because Naruto had earned the respect of the majority didn't mean everyone accepted him. I forgot they were friends. My relationship with Mangetsu did not cloud my fight, Yamada. Oh, no. I remind you that you were the one who intervened in their confrontation, Ao stated, looking with some disgust at the rookie Junin. Ao was grateful to Naruto for saving him and hundreds more from Zetsubm, saving them from endless torture. Naruto followed as planned. Yamada glared at Mei's right-hand man, frowning. The Chunin had only recently been promoted due to a shortage of suitable shinobi and a mission that ended dubiously for the young man. Naruto frowned. Enough, gentlemen. It's not time to measure your member, Kukura declared, giving a cheeky smile, winking at Naruto. The blonde just snorted, leaning back in his seat. Although Yamada, who did you talk to yesterday? Oh. Are you spying on me now, Sandbor? The Chunin hissed, starting to rise from his seat. Yamada slammed his hands on the table. We're here to discuss how well act in the battle against Yagura. Not listen to you, upstart. Ham. Crack. Blood splattered across the map on the table as Naruto grabbed the Chunin's head and slammed it against it, unafraid of retaliation. He clamped his hand over the back of the shinobi's neck, preventing him from moving. He had likely shattered his jaw with the blow. Good, you little bastard, Mei spoke, looking directly at him with her green eyes, giving him an overly sweet smile. You know Kukura and Ao saw you with an Anbu from Yagura. We've gotten rid of your traitorous companions, Yamada. Keeping silent is not necessary, nor is it necessary for you to continue wearing your mask of loyalty to us. Why do you think we promoted you? Why do you think we invited you to be with us at this meeting? So you would let your guard down, you traitorous dog. Yamada growled as Naruto pressed his hand firmly on the back of the Chunin's neck, preventing him from getting up. The Senju had used the Harem to bring the traitor down. What do you mean? You're useless, idiot, Arima declared, looking at her partner, or rather ex-partner. We've used you to get rid of the traitors on our side. Since Kisam's betrayal, we haven't stopped, you little idiot. And you just took the bait, Bakura pointed out, amused. The kunoichi crossed her right leg over her left, revealing a little more skin. And that made it easy. Naruto-kun and Jiraiya-sama's spies and followers have given us information about each of your companions, Yamada Sanchikram declared with a serious look, carrying the Haramekare, the twin swords, on his back. Everyone there saw Yamada's pale face as his small mind began to process CHMJKRM and the other's words. He tried to move, but the Anbu's iron grip kept him there, blood seeping from his mangled mouth. No. Wait. I can give you some information. I don't need your permission to have the information, Naruto hissed, uncapping his 3-volume Sharingan, looking directly into Yamada's shocked eyes. I'm going to get it before I kill you. I hope you enjoy it. What? No. Gah. The final battle was coming to the gates of Kiri. 25. Until the last drop of blood. The pieces were placed on the enormous board. The war had reached its climax, and there was no turning back. It was all or nothing. That moment in the history of the Land of Water would be a turning point, the decisive moment to choose a path that the inhabitants of water would follow. Follow the delusions of the current Mizukage or follow the freedom proposed by the rebels, the salvation of those innocents punished by Kiri. Naruto stood on one of the tall branches of a tree, feeling the bark brush against the fingers of his left hand. The cold, damp wind stirred his disheveled hair, causing blonde strands to brush against the mask covering his face. A face weary of blood, unfazed by death. Blood was no longer something that frightened him, and he knew that war was inevitable in order to achieve peace. Over the years, there would always be someone who wanted to destroy peace in order to obtain their ideal of peace. The cycle of hate will one day end. He recognized that his father Jiraiya's thoughts were noble and that they would be the right ones for a peaceful world, free from the hands of shinobi. The elemental nations were not made for the peace his father proposed. He had to admit that Dansum was right. That Orochimaru, in his dark thoughts, was right. Shinobi could never live in perpetual peace unless it was imposed by someone powerful, someone they couldn't overthrow no matter how hard they tried. But they were all mortal. There would always be a way to kill them. Konoha had imposed itself by force for years, thanks to the deployment of its ninja on the battlefield. If it was still standing, it was by its own power, not out of the goodness of its heart. That's exactly what Zabuza told me 12 years ago, the young blonde man resolved, staring ahead of him, hidden by the leaves. From his elevated position, he could hear the shouts of the captains, the orders of the leaders of each squad. Sounds of battle reached his ears, carried by the damp wind of Kurigakure no Sado. To bring peace, I must stain my hands with blood. Not everyone can fall to the ideals of a single person when the minds of humans are so distinct from one another. The Anbu took a deep breath, puffing out his chest slightly. He reached back, picking up a scroll. In a few moments, it would be his turn to act, to launch into combat. Yagura's forces outnumbered his own by a ratio of 10 to 1, always in Kiri's favor. They had to think, use their resources to ensure victory. Each of their shinobi had to fight for 10 or more of the enemy. If only we had more veterans. Naruto unfurled the scroll onto the branch he was standing on, revealing a sealing array. He knelt in front of it, beginning a sequence of seals. We'll have to even things out a bit. He slammed his hand against the seal, and in a flash, a series of kunai fell toward the forest, appearing in the sky itself behind a huge cloud of white smoke that rose, covering the dark leafy area. It was barely dawn. It's the signal. To the forest. Naruto stood up, leaving the scroll on the branch, now useless and unnecessary. He reached back, grasping the handle of a broken katana, reminding him of his confrontation with Kurigakure, no Sato's greatest ally, Yagura. He will be here. Come on, hurry up. He slowly let out the breath he'd been holding, relaxing his body. He heard the rustling of the grass, the snapping of fallen branches as his companions entered the forest, followed by their enemies. Throw them. A series of explosions rang out, lighting the forest with fire and covering it with dark smoke. It was their signal to act, to move and do part of their job. It wouldn't be complicated. Oration. I got you. The thick-set man caught a 15-year-old girl with his broad hand, smiling, slamming her to the ground in a swift movement for his thick body. Let loose, bastard. Plop. Without remorse in his eyes, the Kiri ninja slammed his fist into the young woman's face, smashing her head into the ground. The Jinnin straddled the girl. I know we're going to win. There are fewer of you rebels, less powerful, fewer in number. The man began to unbuckle his belt, dropping the ninja bag, but with desirable bores. Unfortunate. Victors make history, my dear. And you'll be mine, but I'll always be remembered as a hero. Crow. Grotesque, the sound of cutting meat began to be heard from different parts of that forest, but the girl witnessed how her enemy lost his head, and, behind him, with his mask stained with blood, was the Anbu of Konoha, in his hand, wielding the broken sword of the Senju. Arrogance is often a man's downfall, Naruto declared, dropping the blood onto the ground with a flick. His entire armor looked splattered. Now, go. Without waiting for a reply, in a blue flash, the Senju disappeared, appearing in another of Hiraishin's kunai that he had dropped on the forest, swinging his sword, tearing into another of the enemies, and disappearing again in a blue flash, leaving no trace beyond an inert lifeless body in a pool of his own blood. That man or woman would never see their loved ones again. They would be sent to the world of the dead not with the best treatment. Devising a backup plan and knowing of the numerical disadvantage, Mei herself accepted Naruto's proposal to use Hiraishin in battle, at least to even things up a bit with their enemies, to gain a slight advantage over Yagura on the battlefield. And Naruto accepted. Naruto's main plan was to use the Hiraishin to eliminate Yagura's entire army, crushing the Mizukage. But both Ao and Mei reminded him that this was a battle to decide the future of Kiri, not Konoha. They should fight for their village, not leave all the work and credit to him. They should feel that they themselves had freed the village from Yagura's clutches through their efforts. They can't leave everything to a foreigner, huh? Slash. Naruto twisted his body, watching as a jagged blade slashed through a tree. He spun and jumped, dodging a second downward slash, using his katana to block a third, and was thrown backward, crashing into a thick trunk tree. Following his instinct, Naruto leaped upward in a somersault, missing Samehada by inches. He set his sights on Hoshigaki Kisame, the traitor to the cause. Come on, little one. Kisame leaped at Naruto, sweeping his hand out, cupping the Anbu's face in his hand, or he would have if Naruto hadn't vanished in a flash, leaving the Shinobi katana clutching at the air, his fingers limp. He spun around, blocking the Senju's thrust, pinned to the trunk with chakra. Kisame. Naruto. Kisame spun around, swinging the heavy sword at the blonde. Aware of the move, Naruto brought his sword down, blocking the slash with all his might. Sparks flew as the two blades collided, but that didn't stop either of them. Senju swung the kunai in his left hand, trying to pierce the Hoshigaki's face, and he caught his enemy's wrist in his hand. They were at a standstill. As tough as ever, Gaki, Kisame gave a toothy grin, not bothered by the equality they had at this point. He knew his fellow rebels' abilities firsthand, so he could act accordingly. HMP. Naruto was on equal footing. He knew of Kisame's immense chakra, his kenjutsu skills, and his Suiton chakra affiliation in combat. They were somewhat evenly matched. Is that all you're going to say? After all this time together? You're breaking my heart, Kisame declared, with some mockery directed at the blonde, still showing his sharp savage teeth, which seemed to be a characteristic of all the swordsmen of the mist. Kisame stomped and pushed, sending the Konoha Anbu stumbling back with his strength. Naruto deflected the Samehada with his sword and kicked the Shinobi katana's chest, freeing himself from its grasp, spinning around and landing on his feet, while Kisame broke his fall with his sword, burying it in the ground. The bandages on it danced as the sharp blade came into view. I have nothing to say. Ha. Kisame swung the Samehada, clearing the wind with emotion, his face and smile facing his enemy. Anyone else would have retreated when the chakra pressure of the Shinobi katana hit them, but not Naruto. I'll tear you apart then, Gaki. Try it. I almost split you in two almost 3 years ago. Zoom. Frush. The two launched themselves into a lunge, colliding forearms as they met mid-stride, kicking up a gust of wind. Kisame swung his Samehada, attempting to slash his enemy to pieces. But Naruto braced his feet, raising his broken katana, halting his opponent's blade with emotion, and an exchange of slashes ensued between the two swordsmen. Clink. The two separated after at least a minute of exchanging blows, observing that neither would eventually give in to the other's attack. "I see you've improved." "I'm just imitating you," Naruto acknowledged, pointing at his mature Sharingan, earning a smile from Kisame's side. "That disgusting eye," Kisame complained. Floosh. He launched a water projectile at the Senju. Naruto stomped on the ground, cracking it, and grabbed a piece of ground with his left hand, blocking his enemy's jutsu, which the swordsman took advantage of to appear next to the blonde. Swing. With a single slash, Kisame cut Naruto in two, splitting the Konoha Anbu in half. Boom. But the Hoshigaki was surprised, taking the clone's blast full on and being pushed back. Appearing from behind the cloud of smoke, Naruto launched himself at the Shinobi katana, using a chidori that was meant to pierce the shark's heart. Boom. The figure intervened in the fight, forcing the Senju to move, dodging a slash from an adachi. Naruto rolled on the ground, getting to his feet, using his hand to jump. When the dust cleared, a Kiri Anbu showed himself, wearing the tiger mask on his face. "I'll take care of it, Kisame-sama." "Fine," Kisame grunted, giving a somewhat lunatic smile. "Scum." Swing. Bro. Hoshigaki Kisame destroyed his partner in a movement of his Samehada, tearing apart the unsuspecting man who had intervened in the fight with the ruthless Kisame. "I usually follow my ideals to the end, and I'm not usually a traitor. But I'm not on Yagura's side right now," Kisame declared, swinging the demonic sword, staining the grass with the unwary man's blood. "I see." Naruto stood up, gripping his broken katana in his right hand. His eyes never left the figure of Hoshigaki Kisame. If he wanted to take Yagura or continue with the plan, he would have to deal with the swordsman and wielder of Samehada here, right now. "Shall we continue?" "Until the last drop of blood, child." Zoom. Kisame lunged, slashing down at his enemy. Naruto saw the swordsman's movements thanks to his Sharingan and was able to move accordingly, ducking his body and letting the Samehada pass over his body. He heard the wood crunch as the sword sliced through the tree behind him, splitting it in half. Pam. Leveraging his hand, Naruto launched a kick at his enemy's chest, blocking it with the other's forearm. He was pushed upward by the force of the blow. He spun around and fired a series of water balls, which Kisame dispelled with his sword, returning the jutsu to the Senju. Naruto hit the ground, raising a wall of earth that stopped the projectiles, moving backward, always keeping his eyes on his enemy. He stopped the recoil with his feet, bringing a hand to his mouth. Pain. Nkakik no jutsu. Frush. Moving his mask slightly, the Senju spat a massive fireball at his enemy, to which Kisame himself could only smile. Every drop of chakra was simply food for Samehada, so he used his sword to block the jutsu. Hey? Kisame opened his eyes when kunais were stuck into the sword, being tied by thin wires that led to the hand of the blonde Anbu of Konohagakure no Sado. Naruto pulled the cables, forcing Kisame himself to move down, sending his sword crashing to the ground. This was taken advantage of by the Anbu, who launched a shadow clone at the Shinobi katana, unleashed the powerful Tsukinkyaku Heaven's Flying Kick, slamming the Hoshigaki into the ground, creating a dense cloud of dust and an infernal rumble, shaking the trees and shattering the ground. Naruto released the ninja wire, waiting for his enemy. He knew that a kick wouldn't be enough to defeat the powerful, and feared Hoshigaki Kisame, the fearsome wielder of the Samehada. Crack. Kisame emerged from under the rubble, appearing above the crater. His ninja uniform was torn, showing some blood. With his hand, Kisame wiped the traces from his chin, smiling. "That's what I was talking about, Gaki. To the last drop of blood, right Kisame?" Senju Naruto and Hoshigaki Kisame would show their ideals and strength in a battle for history. Only one would walk out. 26. Path to Peace. Like a game of chess or shogi, the shinobi of both sides were locked in a fight to the death, leaving and watching their comrades fall to their enemies, inflaming their actions and forcing them to act more forcefully. For the rebels, each of them had to be worth 10 of the Mizukage's shinobi allies. The disadvantage of numbers was against them, and they could only deal with it using their skill in battle. Senju Naruto had begun a confrontation, having interrupted his mission to equalize the numbers, with Hoshigaki Kisame, the Shinobi katana wielder of the Samehada, someone who would not back down from a good fight unless it was necessary for his own plans and goals. A.N.B.U and CHMJKRM were dealing with numerous enemies in their locations, gaining a bit of an advantage for the rebel side and being able to let off steam for the other squadrons. With Naruto dealing with the first enemy to really beat, they had to take some of the burden off that the enemies were throwing at them, being 2 of the squadron captains that May had designated for that battle. That would create a change throughout Kurigakure no Sado and the entire land of water, leaving a bitter taste in the mouths of many. Few would feel a sweet taste at the death of old comrades, brothers and friends. Mei herself was coordinating the movements from the rebel headquarters, ready to deal with Yagura when the time came, when the Mizukage's other allies were off the board. In front of her, there was always a huge map with shogi tiles representing her and Yagura's forces. Something Mei herself recognized was the young Yonde Mizukage's talent on the battlefield, how he commanded his men, and the power he wielded, both his own and that of the tailed beast sealed within him. If you are a man, you are a Jinchuriki. Of the 2 beast containers in Kiri, only one was active, that being Yagura, while the wielder of the 6 tails had been missing since the start of the war, remaining hidden for at least 5 years. This was discouraging for the rebels themselves, who needed a respite if Yagura used the power of his bijk. They didn't have a seal expert and wouldn't be able to deal with an unleashed beast in the middle of the battlefield. If the A.N.B.U were left free near a body of water, everything would be destroyed thanks to the beast's control of the suiton. And there were no wood release users alive to contain the beast. While Mei dealt with the board and decisions, her commanders and captains dealt with Yagura's army, which had reorganized after Naruto's move by using Harem on them, repelling the rebels. Leaning on a rock, watching her companions retreat under the pressure of the enemies, Sakura took a kunai that she placed between her lips, beginning a sequence of seals. Shakuten. Kajimsatsu burn release. Extremely smoky murder. The former Suna Kunoichi fired 3 flaming spheres at the enemies, moving them with her right hand, scanning the area to avoid being killed. Slowly, one by one, the enemy shinobi fell to the ground in a mummified state due to her jutsu and the evaporation of the water inside her victims' bodies. Sakura swung both arms down, sending the spheres crashing into the grass, generating a wall of fire that allowed her allies to move, retreating to the next position. As planned, if they couldn't deal with the enemies and Naruto hadn't destroyed their opponent's spearhead, they would use a hit-and-run strategy, ensuring the survival of most of the rebels over Yagura's followers. It was something she would do. She took the kunai out of her mouth, looking at its 3 points. Naruto had given it to her when they left, as a lucky charm. And she had taken it as insurance that he would return to her after that madness. I'll have time to deal with the idiot later, the kunoichi told herself, moving from the rock from which she'd been observing everything. She had to move to the next location as soon as possible. Whyish. Clink. Surprised, moving on reflex, Sakura deflected a thin, elongated sword that would have pierced her, using the 3-pronged kuna Naruto had given her. She tried to move, but her attacker appeared, grabbed the strange sword, and launched a downward slash. Crack. Sakura jumped. The rock she'd been standing on shattered into 1,000 pieces, scattering its parts all over the clearing. Her eyes fell on a tall, lanky, and thin figure, with a porcelain mask covering his face, like the ones worn by Kiri's Anbu. You dodged that one, too bad. Pulling on the cable attached to the sword, it flew toward Sakura as the shinobi swung it. Following her instinct, the woman moved, letting the sword pass over her, launching the kunai at the enemy. The man flicked the cable, forcing the sword to spin, blocking the kunai, and leaving the sword piercing the ring of the throwing weapon, stuck in the ground. Ugh, I almost skewered you. Sakura frowned, examining that sword. The bury a sewing needle, one of the 7 swords of Kira, the kunoichi murmured, preparing for combat, while her enemy smiled under his mask. Kuraira Kushimaru. I see I'm famous to a traitorous little Suna boar, Kushimaru tugged on his sword's cord, bringing the barrier back into his hand. It's a pleasure. It's not that much. When your blood is running through my precious Nabaria, you will change your mind. I'm not so sure. Kushimaru moved forward, sending the Nabaria flying in a fluid motion, like a javelin thrown to impale her opponent. Sakura began a series of backflips, gaining speed, unleashing a barrage of shurikens against the Nabaria that forced the Shinobi to flick the wire with his hand, sending his prized sword slamming into the woman's side at a 180-degree angle. Ton. Shinkyoku wind release. Void sphere. She completed the chain of seals with a dog seal. Sakura puffed out her chest with air as she hovered, exhaling a series of wind spheres at any sword that would have pierced her, deflecting the blade. She spun, leaned against a tree trunk, grounded by chakra, and fired another wind sphere at Kushimaru. The swordsman saw this with some surprise, leaping to the side and evading the jutsu that shattered the ground. That's surprising, kid, he hissed, taking the sword as she pulled the cable, looking at the girl in the tree. I want to run you through so badly, honey. Wait seated. Ha. We'll see. Zoom. Kushimaru launched himself at Sakura. The kunoichi moved, evading the Shinobi, leaving behind a series of paper bombs that exploded with a hand seal. Sakura stared at the dense cloud of dark smoke, waiting. Whiz. She spun around, letting the Nabaria pass as it emerged from the smoke, followed by Kushimaru. The Shinobi moved quickly, running up the tree towards the green-haired girl, wielding a kunai in his left hand, swinging the Nabaria with his left hand, causing it to fall towards his enemy's back. Sakura was trapped. The girl watched out of the corner of her eye as the Nabaria fell at high speed towards her and as the enemy ran towards her as well. She was between two swords, about to be impaled on one side or the other, either by Kushimaru's own kunai or by the Niberia falling towards her, guided by Kiri's own swordsman. She halted her retreat, planting her feet against the tree, feeling and hearing Niberia fall toward her. She also heard Kushimaru's feet hit the trunk as he ran toward her. Now. Without warning, Pakura rushed towards Kushimaru, surprising the Kiri shinobi. Kushimaru tried to stop, a little too late. Pakura moved faster, slamming her right forearm into the shinobigatana's chest. She stomped hard, grabbed the Kiri shinobi's left arm, and spun with it, placing it where she had been. "You will be. Bruh." The berry pierced the right abdomen of its own wielder, Kurama Kushimaru, who opened his eyes in surprise, feeling his skin torn by the needle sword, noticing how it cut through his muscle, appearing in front of him, piercing through him from side to side. He felt his legs weaken for a few seconds. "She's a bitch." Kushimaru stood in the tree, panting, letting blood seep out from under his Anbu mask, dripping down onto Pakura's face, who was only about 3 meters away from the shinobigatana. "Are you giving up?" Kushimaru pressed his lips together, letting them move into a deranged smile. He moved his right hand and yanked the cord of his sword, tearing it from his body in one swift jerk, even shedding some flesh. Plock. Blood dripped. It was constant and surprised Pakura herself. Kushimaru had created a more serious wound for himself, tearing the Niberia from his body, and it didn't seem to bother him, inconvenience him, or affect him in any way beyond a slight tremor of his own body. "Surrender, child." Kushimaru took the Niberia, showing the needle sword stained with his own blood. "That's not something that's in my dictionary, little one. I'm going to gut you." Pakura reaffirmed her position, feeling her opponent's killing intent upon her. If she had been a genin or a girl unused to war and death, she would have panicked, even crying or collapsing. But this was Pakura, and she couldn't back down. Not if this is the path to peace. "Come on, you bastard." Kushimaru launched himself at Pakura, swinging the Niberia in a slash at the genin. She stood her ground, blocking the slash with her kunai, but was pushed back by the force of the shinobigatana's swing. She didn't retreat and collided with the girl, smashing her into the ground and creating a cloud of dust that covered them for a few seconds. "You will die. Not today." Pakura pushed Kushimaru and backed away, spitting a flaming sphere at her enemy. "Yes, today." Zoom. Clank. The two collided. Pakura used Naruto's kunai to block Kushimaru's Niberia thrust. The two wouldn't back down easily, each following their own beliefs. Pakura was driven by a desire for peace, by wanting to see the friends she had made during her time in the rebellion, and to see Naruto again. Kurama Kushimaru was driven by his bloodlust, by seeing death before him, and by a desire for revenge against Pakura, for having been tricked and run through with his own sword, which he now moved to plunge into her. And he would. Clink. Clank. Pakura responded to every slash from her enemy, not yielding an inch to her adversary's constant movements, being pushed back, noticing how the Niberia seemed to cut her skin a little, grazing it slightly. She was facing one of the legendary 7 Blades of the Mist, with only a 3-pronged kunai, also fighting with the all-piercing sword and the longest and thinnest, for quick movements of someone like Kushimaru. But it wasn't time to give in to the enemy. If he let Kushimaru win now, everything could come crashing down. Everyone was giving their lives to win. "Bro." Kushimaru opened his eyes as he managed to pierce through Pakura of Suna's body, staining his sword with fresh new blood, staining the grass beneath them with that warm red liquid like the summer wine that the nobles he sometimes protected used to drink. He smiled cruelly. "Do you see it, bitch? You're going to die today." Cough. Is that what you think?" Pakura took the Niberia blade in her left hand, piercing it further, as she approached a shocked Kurama Kushimaru. The man couldn't believe what he was seeing. What are you doing?" Pakura smiled, showing her bleeding teeth. "Just fulfill my goal." Slash. Tap. With a flick of her arm, Pakura slashed Kurama Kushimaru's throat, staining the man with her blood and bringing a red smile to his precious vein-covered neck, one that would be of no use to sustain life. All while she was skewered by the Niberia, feeling her skin, muscle, and organs ripped. Kushimaru fell to the ground, choking on his own blood, unable to say anything, not a word, a curse, or anything else. Only gurgles came out of his mouth until he finally fell dead, being dragged away by the Shinigami. Ham. Pakura fell to her right knee, her body feeling somewhat heavy. She moved both hands toward the handle of the Niberia and pulled it, somewhat gently, away from her body. Brash. Oh. Pakura mentally cursed, throwing the fog sword aside, falling onto the grass, feeling sleep hit her. To achieve peace, sacrifices are needed to follow the path to peace. 27. A.N.B.U no Jinin. Each piece on a shogi board had its function, always with the goal of protecting the king. In the case of a battle or war in general, the soldiers had to protect their king piece, their commander or leader in that battle. On the side of those loyal to the Mizukage, their highest commander was none other than Karatachi Yagura, the Yonde Mizukage of Kurigakure no Sado, the village hidden in the fog. On the side of the rebels against Yagura's cruel regime, there was Harem plus Mei, a woman trained in the shinobi arts, from the Harem plus clan, and wielder of two Kekkei Genkai, that warned anyone who wanted to face her. While Mei knew how dangerous Yagura had become, Yagura himself didn't know the extent to which Mei was willing to give to achieve victory. And he wasn't willing to find out. Yagura knew that the battle was all or nothing, that the winner of the confrontation would be the leader of the defeated, who would take Kiri and command the land of water. For this reason, the Mizukage had deployed every shinobi loyal to him in the battle, sending the commanders of his forces to confront their enemies. One of them had been Kuraira Kushimaru, the wielder of the Nabari, one of the last shinobi-gatana loyal to his command. With Zabuza's betrayal and Raiga's death, he wasn't willing to take too many risks with the others. Unfortunately, Kushimaru was eliminated by one of the rebel commanders in a bitter and bloody battle that had attracted the attention of many shinobi from both sides, who watched the fight between the two for long minutes. They saw Kushimaru tear out his own sword, stripping off some of his flesh, and he didn't seem to give in to the loss of blood, fighting fervently despite his own current weakness. On the rebel side, Pakura did not give in to Kushimaru, even when he pierced her with Nabari, feeling her body torn apart, and yet she pierced herself further and took the life of her enemy, fulfilling her own purpose and falling into the arms of Morpheus in a pool of her own blood. His body couldn't take it anymore. With two pieces off the field, one from each combatant's side, the others had to follow in order to achieve victory, with the rebels finding themselves outnumbered 10-1 and forcing them to move against their enemies with even greater fervor. Track the rebels, they must be around this section. The group of Kiri Anbu moved through the forest, their uniforms stained with the blood of their enemies, moving the grass and branches with their ninja merten, examining the place thoroughly. Seconds earlier, they had destroyed a squad of enemies and watched them retreat to that area. 2. Without excuses, without refusals, the Kiri shinobi moved around the area, looking at every corner, trying to find their enemies. Flynn. Boom. The group's leader took cover as an explosion sent several of his subordinates tumbling to the ground, engulfed in flames and screaming in pain. He clicked his tongue beneath his mask, knowing he could do nothing for them. They'd sprung a trap and were careless. If they couldn't move without getting hurt, they'd be of no use to them. He resumed walking, gesturing to his companions. They had to be careful. If they put a foot in the wrong place, they could be sent flying like the ones who triggered the previous trap. Use your eyes, idiots. The man in charge snarled, moving again as another group ended up impaled on a series of rusty iron spikes. The rebels had been lured into the traps, taking advantage of the terrain. But then again, they were all ninja. A war of honor didn't exist between shinobi. As ninjas, they had to use every means to achieve victory, even if they were the dirtiest and most vile in the world. The honor belonged to the samurai, not to them when they had to rely on their knowledge and, ultimately, the jutsus they possessed. Often, ninjutsu wasn't enough to eliminate enemies and they had to resort to more basic ninja skills. Just like these rebels do. Boom. Once again, a series of explosions surrounded them, forcing the ninjas to gather closer together. This was what the enemies wanted. Now. Before the Kiri shinobi could react, the rebels launched their attack against their enemies, led by Ao, who displayed his Byakugan, obtained during the Third Great Ninja War. Using ninjutsu, he guided his teammates in a perfect shuriken throw, piercing the throats of at least 90% of the enemy group, leaving the rest injured. Movios. The Kiri captain tried to save what remained of his squadron. A grave mistake. Swing. Using katanas, rogue shinobi fell from the trees, killing the enemy captain and ending the lives of those left behind. They couldn't afford hostages when the Mizukage's followers wouldn't let them live. They knew this even before it happened. Take all their weapons, tools, tags, and bombs. Anything they have. Ao declared, waving his arm and giving the signal. Beside the man, CHMJKRM kept his eyes on his companions. The boy was the only shinobi-gatana loyal to Mei, being a young man of 15, absorbing everything he could from the clashes he was witnessing. On his back, the Hiramekure was displayed in all its splendor, even though it had not been tested in real battle. Are you alright, CHMJKRM? Ao, seeing how quiet his companion was, decided to let out a little of his concern. Many of the genin had become involved in the confrontation on both sides, and CHMJKRM was not far from those boys' age, even though he was a shinobi-gatana. He still didn't understand how Naruto could be so cold. Over the years, he had seen the Konoha Anbu use different skills to eliminate their enemies, fearlessly, staining their hands with the blood of their adversaries without blinking once, always firm, and with their eyes showing resolution, as if they knew that, to achieve peace, getting stained with blood was something necessary. No, nothing's wrong with me, ow, the blue-haired youth replied, brushing his hand over the handle of his sword, as if he expected the Harem to be gone, or to make sure of it. I just can't appreciate death the way Naruto does. The Chunin sighed, turning his attention to his companions. They were still collecting the instruments from the corpses. They had some time before moving to another section. Naruto doesn't like death, chmjkrm. He sees it as necessary, from what I've seen of the boy, Ao explained in a gentle tone of voice, like a father explaining to his son. I doubt Naruto is like Kushimaru or Kisame, lovers of blood and fighting. He seems more willing to do those than others. He's not averse to getting his hands dirty with blood, but he is willing to do it. I might even be sure that Naruto is capable of giving his life for what he believes in, following one of his Anbu missions, the man stated, frowning slightly. He didn't exactly know Naruto, but he almost seemed to have known him forever. He's someone talented, if you ask me. I once knew someone who carries the same chakra as him. Shisui, an Uchiha from Konoha. He was the greatest shinobi I ever saw, even though he was a genin at the time. I think it's because of Naruto's Sharingan eye, which belonged to Shisui. That certainly doesn't reassure me, ow. Hahaha. Well, you could ask Naruto directly. If we make it out alive. Though with my luck, I'll probably make it. Ao patted his companion on the back, ready to order the move to the next section of the forest. The rotation had to be quick, efficient, and leave no trace. Broom. They both felt the ground shake, and when Ao managed to recover, he saw someone he hadn't expected to see on the battlefield again. He grimaced in disgust and grabbed a kunai. What was that, Ao? Chmjkrm. The man with a dark goatee and black hair tied in a ponytail stood over the lifeless bodies of Ao and Chmjkrm's companions, holding a giant axe and hammer in each hand. He covered his black sleeveless t-shirt with a cloth-like poncho. He wore leg and arm warmers, as well as dark pants. Chmjkrm shifted his attention to where his partner was looking. Is it Akabino's blood? Yes. He was said to have been killed in the Third Ninja War. Did Yagura keep it a secret all this time? Ao let concern creep into his voice, knowing the abilities of his next enemy. Hess got the Kabutoari dissident helmet in good condition. Can you handle him? The young man denied. Iramekure is too heavy. I'm still getting used to it. A few moves and I'll be out of the game. I was afraid so. A drop of sweat trickled down Ao's temple, falling from his chin. We'll have to split up, one of us taking care of Jinin and the other of the objective. I'll take Jinin, you take care of the other sector. But everything will be fine. Walking slowly, Jinin had noticed Ao and Chmjkrm, noticing the latter more for carrying one of the 7 swords of the mist, understanding that the Shinobi Katana had decided to align with the rebels. Anyway, their blood will water this field of corpses. He swung the Kabutoari axe, a 7 sword that featured 2 parts. A massive axe and a giant hammer, the blade capable of shattering any enemy defense. No weapon had ever withstood a slash from the axe, followed by a hammer blow. You look good, Jinin. Shinobi Katana turned his attention to the other rebel, his lips slightly curving in recognition. The two had fought together in the Third War, fighting side by side for the salvation of Kiri Shinobi and the despair of their enemies. Well, if it isn't Ao? Jinin asked, with a hint of mockery directed at his enemy, formerly a sparring partner when they both followed the Mizukage's orders. I thought you'd be dying in a ditch at this point, you old fox. Ao shifted his weight onto his right leg, staring straight ahead, his attention on his enemy. He knew his opponent perfectly well, who they were facing. They couldn't mess around. They couldn't deal with someone like Jinin if they weren't focused on other things. Yes, a bad weed never dies, Ao declared, referring more to Jinin than to himself. Taram plus May's right-hand man knew they had to deal with the swordsman now, before moving. Jinin won't let them budge, and they couldn't delay in a war. If any of them failed to do their duty, the whole thing could fall apart for them. So, Ao. Are you going to greet me? Oh, should I? Chmjkrm, go to the next sector. I'll take care of Jinin. Zoom. Without waiting for a reply, Ao launched himself fearlessly at the Shinobi Katana, feeling his body feel somewhat clumsy and tense. It almost didn't feel like his own body. But he had to give his partner some time so he could at least get to the next sector. Slash. Ao blocked the axe with his kunai, feeling the force behind the blow. Knowing what was coming with the Kabutoari, Ao moved, dislodging the axe from the sword and advancing toward the wielder, grabbing another kunai. Ham. Oh. Ao felt his body jerk as the side of the hammer struck him, smashing him into the ground. He spat out blood, noticing that his ribs had been shattered. My sword has 2 sides, Jinin declared, the hammer side over his shoulder, pointing the axe at Ao himself, giving him a slightly arrogant smile. Even with that eye, you won't be able to defeat me, fool. He'll enjoy your death. Swing. Ginin swung the enormous axe, smiling, a gleam of delight flashing at the impending death of his enemy and old comrade. That Haikai would be his, a trophy for killing the old shinobi. Maybe the war wasn't so bad for him. Clink. Froosh. Releasing some wind from the blow, the Harem blocked the axe side of the Kabuto-Ari, stopping Jinin's slash at Ao. CHMJKRM gritted his teeth, feeling his arms ache. Tiled. I won't let you kill Ao. The twin sword wielder declared, his feet planted firmly on the ground. His dark eyes displayed a resolve that CHMJKRM had rarely let on, given his shy and bashful nature. Two Shinobi were about to clash. Only one would emerge alive. 28. Naruto vs Kisame. Bulpakura dealt with Kushimaru. While Ao and CHMJKRM faced Jinin. Senju Naruto, Ukami Anbu of Konohagakure no Sato, son of Jiraiya of the Sannin and Senju Tsunade the Eternal Loser, was facing possibly the most powerful of all the Kiri, no Shinobigatana Shichinin SHK, Hoshigaki Kisame, the wielder of the most terrifying and powerful of the 7 swords of Kurigakure no Sato, the Samehada. That sword with a life of its own fed on the chakra of its enemies, as well as growing with the chakra level of its wielder. Being Kisame a monster with a level of chakra he possessed, comparable to a tailed beast, the Samehada itself grew to levels before seen by any shinobi. Samehada reached its peak in the hands of someone like Hoshigaki, who, using his chakra, kept the sword under his control, while eliminating his enemies with dizzying ease. But dealing with Naruto was never part of his initial plans, as one of the Yagura commanders. He had discovered Madara, the masked man behind the Mizukage's control, years ago, and his loyalty had been reaffirmed in the face of this strange man, leaving secondary his service to the Kurigakure ninjas and the Mizukage himself, a mere puppet of this strange Uchiha. Even so, of the various confrontations he had with the Konoha Anbu, Kisame never managed to end his life, no matter how hard he tried, leaving a thick scar on the Senju's right side, marking the place where Samehada had torn the skin and muscle, almost causing Naruto himself to fall due to lack of blood. If Kakura had not retraced his steps, he would have died at that moment, and they would not be here now, in that 16th confrontation between them. Kisame found this annoying, a stain on his record, and it was leading him to a level of personal stress that wasn't normal for him. He had always killed his enemies in a few moves, in the first confrontation. And this Anbu was facing him for the 16th time, with only scars on his body. That was a loose end for the wielder of the Samehada, and one he couldn't let go any longer. Killing Naruto was his main objective now, a personal one that he intended to complete at all costs, even if it cost him his life. For Naruto, however, this was a challenge to overcome, a confrontation that would help him in his quest to find Uzumaki Yamamoto, the man who had nearly killed him and his partner and brother, Itachi. Kisame had defeated him, but that wouldn't stop him. He had learned from his father that defeats taught a shinobi the most in that world, as long as one returned alive and was able to evolve. He survived Mamachi's abuser. He survived Uchiha Itachi and the Masked Man. He survived Uzumaki Yamamoto. He was surviving that war and the constant clashes with Kisame every time he ran into him. Every minute he stood still, unable to reach Shinigami's arms, he grew. And it's not my time to die. But that thought, Senju Naruto had overcome those constant confrontations, that mission that had kept him away from Konoha for 5 long years, where he had not seen his mother and his father spent more time with his network established in brothels than with him. But I understood the role of both. Tsunade was still hurt, regretting her own actions and drowning in alcohol, over the deaths of 2 of her loved ones, all while he, her son, kept his work as an Anbu a secret and was forced to keep his relationship with Tsunade under wraps, due to his status as the last male Senju, as perhaps the last Senju in the world. He also kept his kinship with Jiraiya of the Sannin hidden as his son, but that was not as revealing, nor would it bring as many problems for him. Jiraiya on the other hand, was an accomplished spy, with a network to run, placed within the brothels of every village he considered, creating a line of communication to be able to anticipate any attack on Konoha or the elemental continent as a whole, as Akatsuki was beginning to do, planning their moves against the Jinchuriki for some reason that his father was still unaware of. He was the downside of 2 famous parents. He never spent much time with them. But he wasn't upset. He admired them. Both his mother and father were legends, and he was now following in their footsteps in a different way, serving as an Anbu, not a spy or the best doctor on the elemental continent. And I'm not going to disgrace my parents' name. Naruto blocked the Samehada with his broken sword, being pushed back as Kisame advanced, using his entire torso, ready to split the Senju in 2. The boy stopped the Shinobigatana's advance by planting his feet on the ground, staring at the fishman with his Sharingan eye. The blue orb had disappeared, focusing only on his eye, given to him by his friend, one of his brothers. Rash. Kisame swung his sword, forcing his enemy to follow him with the movement. Naruto did so, pressing his body against the Shinobigatana's. Velas headbutted the shark man, only being overcome by the nearly 10 cm towering figure of his enemy, forcing him to jump only slightly. Crack. Another crack formed in his mask, the one his godfather had given him 5 years ago. Soon, there would be absolutely nothing left of it. Only a mere memory in his war-torn mind. Strands of blonde hair fell over his forehead as he pulled back the mask, spitting out a flaming missile. Isam swung his sword, knocking the blonde forward, smashing and slamming his broken katana into the ground, causing the boy to miss with his jutsu. Samehada fed on his enemy's Kaiten jutsu. He swung it, bringing a slash down on the Senju. Plunk. Anticipating his enemy's movements, now displaying the Manjukum Sharingan, Naruto blocked his enemy's sword with a three-pronged kunai, while simultaneously swinging his broken katana at his enemy, launching a thrust. Isam saw this. The Shinobi katana exerted force, managing to jump back and deflect the Senju's kunai, narrowly avoiding the katana that would have pierced him through and through. That was getting annoying. Samehada moved ferociously, unleashing a powerful slash at the boy. Naruto covered himself with his broken katana and three-pronged kunai, taking the slash full force, sending him to the ground from the vicious movement, feeling his body convulse from the force. Cough. He moved his hand, removing the cracked mask and revealing his face. He felt like he wasn't getting enough air into his lungs. He spat a little blood to the side, freeing his sword and kunai, and stood up, staring at Kisame with the Manjukum. The Samehada wielder snorted, watching with some discomfort as Naruto stood, apparently unharmed. Only the blood on his chin indicated to Kisame the internal damage the boy had. And that made him smile slightly, amused. Zoom. He lunged at Naruto, swinging the Samehada with both hands, attempting to split his enemy in two. Naruto moved accordingly, displaying a rapidly forming, small chidori in his hand. Rash. Cough. Kisame spat out blood as the stab hit him, sending him rolling on the ground, his swift movement failing. Angrily, he raised his face, blood trickling down his chin. What the buck? Senju Naruto wiped the blood dripping from his chin with his arm. Standing where Samehada had sent him, he simply stood upright, his left eye showing Shisui's Manjukum and his right eye yellow with a horizontal pupil. Orange pigment was present at the edge of his eyelids. What the hell is that about his eyes? Naruto breathed. He was taking in natural energy, natural chakra, with some work. Maintaining control and taking natural chakra directly through combat, without using Pa and Ma as two receptors, was taxing on his body. Something he made up for with the tough body of a Senju and some Uzumaki blood running through his veins. In addition to natural talent. Is this your first time seeing Senjutsu? Naruto asked, staring at his enemy with his eyes wide apart. I thought your appearance came from Shark Senjutsu. You bastard. Kisame stood up, bleeding from his side. He had underestimated his enemy. Of course, he would train, of course, he would surpass himself, but he had never expected Senjutsu. He had only known Jiraiya of the Sannin as a master of it. Surprised. Who are you, kid? Naruto cracked his neck. His work as an Anbu had worn him down. After the war, a good rest wouldn't hurt. He would take a leave of absence and observe how Konoha had grown after the Uchiha massacre. Sasuke. He had to protect and guide his friend's younger brother. He couldn't leave him adrift any longer. I'm your worst enemy, I'm afraid, Naruto said, taking the handle of his Senju katana and showing the symbol to Kisame. He picked up the kunai, placing it between his lips. As Senju, the Shinobi katana licked his lips, wiping away the blood. As a Kiri swordsman, he didn't fear death or the bloody slaughter. He was made for it. After all, he was a member of the Shinobi katana of the Bloody Mist. I thought only Tsunade was a Senju. Her son. Slash. The flash of blue and Kisame was overwhelmed, forced to take cover. He used the Samehada as a shield, taking a slash that knocked him away. Naruto's base strength, combined with his Senjutsu, made him physically superior to his enemy. Also, due to his use of chakra to enhance his body, as his mother did, he had an advantage in taijutsu, or body movements, over others. He stepped on the ground with his right foot, pivoting on the same foot to launch a roundhouse kick at Kisame. Pam. The Shinobi katana was thrown backwards. Snotty bastard. Naruto faced Kisame, using Harem to do so, landing another direct blow on the swordsman's face. Paw. But Kisame blocked the blow with the Samehada, cutting the skin of his opponent's hand, tearing, taking the Senju's chakra with some speed. Idiot. Kisame roared, pushing Naruto back. No chakra, I win. Wish. Crack. Swinging the Samehada, he slammed Naruto into the ground, leaving him there. Kisame breathed heavily, surprised by the physical overload his enemy had put on him. He gave a toothy smile, placing the powerful sword on his shoulder. Is that all, Senju boy? The Shinobi katana asked the dust cloud, chuckling. It's been a good spar, but it's time for my revenge. Crush. Kisame opened his eyes. The sound of 1,000 blades reached the ears of the Samehada wielder, who watched with his eyes as, above his enemy's head, held in the Anbu's right hand, a sphere appeared with blades made of wind, rotating and rotating, like a giant shuriken, cutting through the wind and dissipating the dust completely, allowing him to see his enemy. Both of the blonde Senju's eyes were on Kisum, making him completely tense. "I see you haven't given in, Gaki. Did you think I'd have nothing to stop you with?" Naruto asked, feeling his legs weaken slightly from the weight of that Rasengan combined with Pton. Wind release wasn't his chakra nature, and it was draining him of everything. "I hope Samehada takes all of that, or it'll be wiped out." Ashigaki Kisum Rikulo on Poko. "Are you really going to destroy all of this to defeat me?" Naruto twisted his body slightly, shifting his weight to his dominant leg, leaning his body back, moving his manjikam and analyzing all the variations. "I do it for peace. Blood-stained peace, child. Without death," Senju Naruto moved, guiding that Rasen shuriken toward his enemy, "there would be no peace." Wing. Vroom. Fearlessly draining his chakra and taking what little natural energy he had left, Naruto fired that jutsu at Hoshigaki Kisum, hoping to truly destroy him completely, to get rid of his enemy. He just hoped that imperfect jutsu would surpass Samehada. Oh. Kisum blocked the jutsu, feeling the wind blades brush against his skin and clothes, as if the chakra was pushing him backward, into a tree. No matter how much Samehada ate and ate, the chakra wouldn't stop. How much chakra has this bastard used? Oh. Seeing that he couldn't take it anymore, Kisum gave in to the pressure, receiving the jutsu full on and feeling himself pushed back, abandoning his Samehada to its fate, disappearing into the forest, where the Rasengan shuriken exploded in a dome of wind and chakra, leaving a devastated area. Chakra manipulation is not my thing. Tap. Crush. Crush. He took hold of the Samehada, using the same sword's bandages to wrap his burned hand, damaged by the jutsu he'd performed on Kisum. He only hoped he'd defeated him. Using his mouth, he pulled at the bandages. He had to hold it in order to ease the pain he was feeling. His hand was burning. And the senjutsu was gone. The wear and tear was taking its toll. "I see, Gaki, that you've improved somewhat in 3 or 4 years." Naruto opened his eyes, shaking his head. "You?" Uzumaki Yamamoto gave a faint smile, his arms crossed, standing on one of the many trees he had watched every second of that fight. Now was his time. Tack. The Uzukage fell to the ground, leaping from the tree branch to his feet. Yagura had sent him to finish off the rebel commanders, and that blonde brat was the first. Good for him. It's time for revenge. 29. CHMJKRM's Resolution. Kiri no Shinobi Gatana Shichinen SHK-7 Swordsmen of the Mist had always, throughout the formation of Kurigakure no Sado, been the special unit of the Mizukage, carrying one of the 7 evil swords of Kiri, with a power that few had come to understand. No matter how hard someone tried to recreate them, they would find it impossible. Only one man had forged those 7 swords, and he had taken the secret of their creation to the grave, not wanting to leave the secret to creating the most powerful weapons of the elemental continent in the hands of just anyone. Many Kiri shinobi had attempted to wield the swords. Yagura himself attempted to create another generation of swordsmen, without much success. Wielding one of those swords wasn't easy. Rigorous training. A high level of kinjutsu. In some cases, the sword would even choose you. Samehada wouldn't allow anyone inferior to herself to wield it, thus placing her as the most powerful of the 7 swords of Kiri, the most terrifying. The devil-made sword. The Kiba, swords capable of harnessing the power of lightning itself. They had been wielded by Ringo Mayuri, a woman capable of eliminating her enemies without flinching, and by Kurisuke Raiga, a cruel man blinded by ego and pride. Hiramekure, the dual swords capable of changing shape by the user's own chakra. Heavy and powerful, it had been wielded by CHMJKRM. Samehada, the devil's own sword, one that absorbs and grows with the user's chakra. The more chakra its wielder possesses, the more the legendary Samehada grows. It had been wielded by Tsukazin Fuguki and Hoshigaki Kisum, Fuguki's student, as well as his assassin. The Budao-Ari, the sword capable of creating earthquakes, was formed by an immense axe and an immense hammer. Akabe no Jinin used that sword as an extension of her own body. Shibuki Pulverizer was the sword that with each blow generated an immense chain of explosions on its enemies, dealing with entire armies in a single movement. Munashi Jinpachi had used that sword without fear, with artistry and fluid movements, watering the earth with the blood of his enemies. The Bikurubmchim decapitating knife, the immense sword capable of cutting its enemies in two with a single movement of its blade over its adversaries. Biwa JKZM and Mamachi's Abusa had been its bearers. The sword regenerated its blade with the rust and the blood of its eliminated enemies. The Bari, Kiri's needle sword, the one that pierced everything with a single movement of its wielder, waving the ninja thread attached to the blade itself. Its wielder, Kurairu Kushimaru, wielded that sword with ease. Of all those swords, Samehada was always the most powerful, and of the Shinobi Katana members, Mizuki Mangetsu was the most dangerous, having wielded all 7 swords, knowing all their secrets, and being the leader of the most powerful group of ninja in all of Kiri. Just as Konoha had the Sannin, Kiri possessed the Shinobi Katana. They were never weak. Their training was exhaustive. But what the Shinobi Katana lacked, Mido Dai had in abundance. A simple genin from Konoha, he destroyed the most powerful shinobi in all of Kiri, simply for the noblest goal in the world. To save his son from certain death. Dai sacrificed his life without objection, without it being compulsory. Not even the Sandaime himself ordered him to. The council did not manipulate the man. As a ninja of the Hidden Leaf, Mido Dai gave his all for his companions, giving his body and soul, as well as his very life, with a smile, proving something important. The most powerful were only surpassed by those with a more noble and important goal than themselves. While the Shinobi Katana trained and fought for the pleasure of blood and death itself, Dai did it for his son, for his offspring's teammates, and for those genin forced to witness a war before they were even old enough to understand life and death. Dai fought for his son. The Shinobi Katana did so for the simple pleasure of blood and death, to demonstrate who was the most powerful, and who should remain in power. Dai, that useless man, destroyed the most powerful people in a village. Clink. Ham. CHMJKRM. Ao watched as Jinin pummeled his companion, slamming the boy into the ground without consideration. It was a massacre. The boy had only recently taken Hiramekure, and Jinin had been wielding the Kabuto-Ari for years. There was a clear disadvantage for the blue-haired boy, which Ao saw very clearly. "This is pathetic, Ao," Jinin said mockingly, placing the axe on his shoulder, giving the boy room to stand. It was difficult for him. He could see CHMJKRM trembling as he swung that immense sword, the heaviest of the 7. "Is this your swordsman? You won't win like this. Swing." Jinin swung the axe at CHMJKRM, at his side, as he stood up. The young man saw out of the corner of his eye as the Kabuto-Ari moved, clearly intending to cut him from the waist, splitting him in 2 and separating his torso from his legs. This wasn't something he was going to let happen. Not without a fight. Plank. Using the Hiramekure as a shield thanks to its wide shell-like blade, he blocked the Kabuto-Ari, generating an immense metallic sound that bounced through the trees, marching through that forest, scaring any remaining animals. "Is that all you have?" CHMJKRM raised his head, his eyes fixed on those of Jinin, his enemy. He was using all the strength in his body to keep the axe blocked, ready to move if the Kabuto-Ari's hammer tried to crush him. His body was tired. His muscles were burning. He could barely stand on those 2 legs that didn't seem to be his own. He felt sweat running down his face, dripping as if he'd been running for hours without a break. His mouth was dry. He could swallow and feel like a sander was scraping his throat. Parrying those swords was not easy. "Wow. Don't give me any bullshit, kid." Akabino Jinin exerted force, swinging the immense axe, pushing CHMJKRM's Hiramekure and displacing the young man. The boy exerted force with his feet, feeling himself being pushed and his physical strength slowly beginning to decline. If he had ever needed gallons of water in his life, what he needed now was an immense lake. "You will not move me. We'll see about that, kid." The Jin lunged at CHMJKRM, swinging his hammer as he knocked the teen's axe away. The Chiknin moved both hands toward the handle of his sword, splitting it in 2, his gaze fixed on his opponent. Clink. CHMJKRM blocked the hammer with one of Hiramekure's blades, moving the other with the intention of cutting his opponent. Jinin moved, evading the slash and propelled himself against the boy again, throwing the axe in a downward slash, thinking of cutting his enemy in 2. Plunk. Crush. Once again, the boy blocked his enemy's movement, using one of the Hiramekure leaves, applying a little force, and being pushed a few centimeters back by the force of the wind generated by the clash between the Hiramekure and the Kabuto-Ari, throwing its bearers backwards. CHMJKRM stopped using one of the blades, feeling blood trickle down his chin from his right temple. He had never pushed his body to such an extent. Torn muscles. Extreme fatigue. His vision slowly seemed to blur from the lack of water, expelled from his body with the sweat and blood. But I can't give in. They were still at war. If he fell now, Ao would be next, and everything would be much more difficult for his comrades, having to deal with Akabino Jinin. At the cost of my life I must stop him. "Brat. You're really going to give it your all, aren't you?" Jinin stood up, dusting off his poncho. Between the 2 of them, the man was the least injured, the least tired, and the most likely to take the win in that fight, that battle that could even be the catalyst for victory or defeat for one side or the other. "I'm not going to give in, Gaki. And you're the least likely to take the win. You're tired. Your body has reached a breaking point. My victory is on the table now." And those words were the cruel truth. He was agitated. He couldn't hold his sword steady. His legs wouldn't respond. CHMJKRM knew it. He didn't have the skill or the power to deal with someone like Jinin. But he couldn't give in now, not when the freedom of his people was at stake. Many of his comrades had died in that reign of terror under Yagura. No, I'm not going to let him win easily. His lungs filled with oxygen. He felt his heart pump harder, thumping lightly in his chest. He exhaled, relaxing his body and lowering his shoulders. Jinin only fights for blood. I fight for my comrades. CHMJKRM had repeated that phrase to himself many times throughout the war, no matter who he faced, always knowing that his enemies were more experienced than him. He had never given in to negative thoughts or wallowed in despair. It wasn't something he was used to doing. He had always been and is timid, but that timidity was set aside now. His goal was to defeat the wielder of the Kabuto-Ari. He had it etched in his mind. He felt the weight of both Hiramekure blades on both arms, pulling him down, almost as if they were steadying him. If my companions have given their lives, I have no choice but to give the same as them. CHMJKRM. Ao shouted desperately, hoping to attract the boy's attention, to get him to look at him for at least a few seconds. Just a few damn seconds. Akabino Jinin smirked, swinging both the hammer and axe of the Kabuto-Ari, ready to split the Hiramekure in two with one swing, killing the boy in the process. What do you say, kid? One last move. Jinin proposed, his arrogance evident in those words. Within the Shinobigatana, few understood the reasons for his defeat by a mere 35-year-old genin. CHMJKRM and Manjetsu, on the other hand, understood what their predecessors did not, understanding the weakness of Kiri and his swordsmen. You won't win, Jinin, CHMJKRM declared, opening his eyes he'd kept closed. For years, his mother had told him how the Shinobigatana were defeated by a mere genin, losing 4 members, one of them supposedly a genin. CHMJKRM grew up with the same philosophy that defeated his compatriots. I won't let Kiri bleed anymore. Watching people, children, die just because of one man's wish. It's not something I should allow. Tolerating a child giving speeches, ha. Akabino launched herself at CHMJKRM, swinging hammer and axe. The boy responded, pumping chakra, blocking the hammer and deflecting the axe, beginning an exchange of slashes. You still have to grow up to teach me lessons, brat. Shinobi are only good for killing, nothing more. Our loyalty is to the Mizukage. I'm nobody's lapdog. Frush. Hiramekure and Kabuto-Ari collided, generating an immense wave of air that hit the trees, causing them to shake. CHMJKRM gritted his teeth, straining with his entire body. He wasn't going to give in right now. He wouldn't let him win. Jinin stood his ground, barely feeling the pressure from the boy. That's a nice speech, it almost made me cry. But good things don't exist in this world, Gaki. Grow up. Plank. The two of them separated, deflecting their opponent's weapon. CHMJKRM lost his right blade. He gripped the left blade of his sword with both hands, watching as Akabino Jinin lunged toward him. I intend to bring peace to Kiri, even if it means the cost of my life. You will give it, child, but you will not bring peace to this cursed land. Roared the Kabuto-Ari wielder. Now, die. Hiramekure came liberation of Hiramekure. CHMJKRM pumped chakra, every drop of it, into the sword, meeting his enemy's every move. That was his last move, his last step. He couldn't lose focus. Slash. Plock. Cough. Silence fell over the forest. Only the flow of chakra could be heard and felt in the air. Agitated, feeling the blood trickle down his torso, CHMJKRM held the Hiramekure in his hand, displaying the chakra elongated sword form, slashing down a good number of trees with it in its motion. Damn child. Behind the boy, Akabino Jinin felt his body shattered, split in two by CHMJKRM's own movement, who, using his sword and his power, cut him in two with a simple movement at just the right moment, as he jumped. He hadn't anticipated it, and Jinin was split in two, his torso separating from his legs, sprinkling the grass with blood and viscera. Only those who fight for something greater than their own lives and selfishness can achieve victory, CHMJKRM recited, feeling his eyes closing. Exhaustion was catching up with him. That's something the previous 7 swordsmen of the mist didn't understand. I don't fight for myself. I fight for Kiri. For the families torn apart. For the children who saw their parents die. You could never have defeated me, because I fought for them. But Akabino Jinin didn't answer. Seconds ago, her life had come to an end. Oh, child, Ao thought, now looking at an unconscious CHMJKRM. You will be the pillar of the new 7 swordsmen of the mist. 30. Naruto vs Yamamoto. Uzumaki. That last name brought back bad memories. Memories bathed in blood, with corpses lying on the ground, severed and lifeless. Uzumaki. A name that brought fear to their enemies. Every shinobi from Uzushiogakure was fearsome. Brave. Powerful. With more words than minds. They were dangerous, impulsive. Their tempers were explosive, always guided by what they truly thought, allowing the situations around them to bring out their most explosive side. Few warriors could face them hand to hand and survive. Their bodies were tough, with immeasurable endurance that allowed them to remain in combat without eating, sleeping, or drinking anything for at least a full day. If their bodies were kept hydrated and fed, their stamina allowed them to fight for 3 days without a break, leaving their enemies exhausted in a fight of endurance. They were not easy enemies to deal with. The Uzumaki specialized in sealing and kinjutsu, as well as in the manipulation of the water element, thanks to their place of residence, an island near the land of water called the Land of the Whirlpool. Using kinjutsu, the Uzumaki would finish off their enemies in a matter of seconds. For the less skilled, it wouldn't take more than 10 minutes to finish off an enemy using seals. Kin techniques were capable of achieving what mere humans only dreamed of. Any technique dreamed of, any movement desired, and one that only existed in dreams, could be performed. The seals allowed their user to perform extraordinary things, leaving ninjutsu in the dust. While the seals used chakra, they didn't require much from their users, and to undo a seal, one needed knowledge of kinjutsu and good calligraphy, as well as an agile mind. Dealing with seals could lead to certain death. If they weren't dangerous enough with kinjutsu, they were unmatched with kinjutsu. According to legend, the first Shinobi Katana was in Uzumaki, who lived in Kiri, an exile from his homeland, and taught 7 boys the arts of the sword. Now, years later, the 7 swordsmen of the mist still lived on, as did the teachings of their master, the first wielder of the 7 swords. They were relics of a lost land. And if with this the Uzumaki were not worthy of the name of demons and monsters, their level and density of chakra was abysmal compared to other humans. The Hoshigaki of Kiri possessed a powerful and vast chakra, as Kisame demonstrated. But a mature, trained and Junin-level Uzumaki could reach and surpass the chakra level of a Bijk, almost reaching the 5 tails. In the cases of the Uzu royalty, they could reach the 7 tails, and bordering on the 8 tails. It seems appropriate to me, as long as this takes an advanced age in the Uzumaki and trained, not a child, as well as they were excellent at taking a Bijk and being a Jinchuriki. This already distanced them from what is human. With all this information, the villages had to make a decision. Finish off the Uzumaki. They weren't doing it out of envy. There was no envy, really. They were doing it for the good of the elemental nations. What could a person with power do and, at the same time, be driven by their feelings? The Uchiha showed that they were driven by extreme hatred. And the Uzumaki weren't far removed from it. They weren't driven by hatred, but they were driven by rage, anger. They were explosive and dangerous, even more so than the Uchiha or Senju. An uncontrolled Uzumaki would simply be the destruction of the known world, wiping out all living beings in the elemental nations. They could not be left alive. Swing. Naruto blocked his opponent's katana blade with his forearm guard, shooting out with his other arm and slamming into his enemy's chest, slamming the Uzumaki into the ground. He spun in the air, grabbed Samehada, and unleashed a devastating slash. Crack. Thousands of fragments flew out as the sword struck the ground, tearing and splitting it. Naruto swung the manjikam toward Yamamoto, watching the old man move toward him, turning the katana against him again. Plunk. He felt his body being pushed back by his enemy's force. He took a deep breath and swung his Samehada, blocking the old man's second katana. Despite his 100-year-old age, Yamamoto maintained strength equal to that of a Senju-like Tsunade, so Naruto noticed his legs trembling slightly, with a bit of sweat running down his forehead. He swung his left arm in a jab at his enemy. Pam. But Yamamoto caught the blonde's hand and kicked the Senju with his leg, pushing Naruto back. The boy groaned, spitting out some saliva and blood, almost falling to his knees. Old bastard. He tried to stand up. Yamamoto grabbed the blonde's head at that moment, slamming him into the ground. The blonde grunt, feeling blood rush to his mouth. You're tired, Yamamoto released Naruto, grabbing the handle of his katana that he had stuck in the ground, causing chakra to flow through the blade, enveloping it in fire. It's a shame. Naruto began to stand up, wiping the blood from his shattered lip. He grabbed the Samehada with his right hand. He felt the sword draining his chakra. I'm not going to give up now, old man. Yamamoto launched a double slash at Naruto. Naruto swung Samehada, blocking both blades and being pushed back by the old man's superhuman strength. You're still in shape. I never stopped training, the Uzumaki admitted, sending more chakra into his 2 katanas, causing the fire to run wild. I'm not like the Tsuchikage and the Sandaime Hokage. I keep my body at 100%, kid. Good to know. Naruto slammed his left foot into the ground, creating a crack that advanced toward Yamamoto. The old Uzukage thrust his left katana forward in front of him, generating a burst of flame that entered the crack, almost as if cauterizing a wound. Naruto jumped, evading the blast of flame that escaped from the crack. Yamamoto met it in midair, swinging his left leg. Pam. Naruto felt his entire body crunch, sending him crashing to the ground. He groaned, noticing the rust of blood on his mouth as it trickled down his chin. Tsunade's son, right? As. Yamamoto pointed with his right katana at the Senju katana he was carrying, sheath, broken after the first encounter with that old man. That's the sword of Bitsuma, leader of the Senju forest clan, explained the old Uzumaki, his indigo eyes showing some melancholy and longing, as if he had lived through those times. Likewise, your hair is Tsunade Hime's. And what does that have to do with it? Don't you know, kid? You're a descendant of Uzumaki Mido, the queen of Uzushiogakure no Sato, snot, Yamamoto explained, outraged that Konoha had erased his queen's data. He sighed, lowering his sword. There was no point in getting carried away. He had betrayed Yuzu, and he had to follow his own path. You have the blood of a king. Naruto smirked, spitting out some blood. I'm not a king. I'm a shinobi, old man, he declared, taking Samehada in a firm grip. My sister was an idiot for trusting Hashirama. Clink. The two collided, generating a bit of wind. Naruto exerted force with Samehada, causing the blade to grow, driving several of the spikes into Yamamoto's body, earning no complaints from the centenarian Uzumaki. Yamamoto swung his left blade, severing Samehada's thorns, and kicked the boy, sending him tumbling back. He took a deep breath, closing his eyes for a few seconds. Before the Senju's intrigued gaze, the Uzukage began to heal, letting Samehada's remains fall to the ground. It didn't seem to have been damaged in any way. Naruto moved his eyes, noticing the dark tattoos that covered the man's body, originating from a purple diamond on the man's forehead. That is. Surprised, kid. Yamamoto swung one of his katanas, creating a sharp wind that forced the blonde to jump. I'm still quite strong. It won't take me long to erase you from this world. We'll see about that. Senjutsu marks began to show on the Senju, at the same time that he kept the Manjikam at full power, feeling the tugs of his chakra, both by the Sharingan and by the Samehada. Are you coming with everything? I'm going to destroy you. Zoom. Naruto leapt at Yamamoto, swinging the Samehada at the Uzumaki, driving the thick blade into the old man's neck, who stood completely still, feeling the air part, his hair whipping around. Crush. Clink. Yamamoto blocked Samehada's blade with his right sword without much effort, without moving an inch. The old man looked at Naruto, but he had disappeared. Suiton. Shuriken no Jutsu water release. Water dragon bullet jutsu. The Uzumaki raised his head, watching an immense dragon falling toward him, its jaws agape. He smiled slightly, remembering the Nidame Hokage, Senju Tabarama. That boy was bringing back too many good memories. Crush. He swung one of his swords, turning the dragon into vapor, rendering it completely harmless. But his vision was completely blocked, preventing him from seeing. Senm. Chidori. Interesting. Slash. Yamamoto caught the Senju's arm, seeing the Manjikam in his left eye and the Todai in his right, understanding the boy in just 2 seconds. He wasn't a fool. That boy was the son of Senju Tsunade and the great Jiraiya, a man with powerful chakra, like that of an average Uzumaki. This child. Naruto stomped on the ground, pulling on his trapped arm, forcing Yamamoto to move, receiving a devastating left blow, sending the old man backward, crashing into a group of trees. A.N.B.U moved his right arm. He almost broke it, the blonde told himself, his right arm feeling a little numb. He couldn't deal with the old man alone. He wasn't showing much of his true abilities. No ninjutsu, and he was only using physical strength, as well as his experience. And he was being overpowered. A worthy blow from Tsunade's son, the old man spat, emerging from under the logs and trees and dust. He spat some blood to the side and looked at Naruto, regenerating any wounds received by the boy's side. You're at a good level, Gaki. Naruto reached back, ready to take the Samehada. Zoom. Ham. He opened his eyes. He felt his body nearly shattered by a single blow, his back slammed against a rock, causing him to shudder. Cough. He coughed blood, moving weakly. He watched it drip from his mouth onto the damp grass. In a single second, the old man had surpassed him in physical speed. A single instant, and he was crushed against a now shattered rock. But you still have it, son of Tsunade. Naruto pushed the rocks away, feeling the lack of the Samehada on his back. He didn't care either. It wasn't necessary. He reached for the Senju katana, pulling out the broken bladed sword. 2 seconds, and the blade was now made of rock. I'll make you remember my name, old man. That's the attitude. Zoom. Slash. Clink. The two fighters lunged at each other, clashing swords and staring at each other. Naruto had once again taken up the Samehada as he raced toward the old man, swinging both Kiri's and the Senju's swords at the Uzumaki. In turn, Yamamoto swung both of his fire-enveloped katanas at the son of Jiraiya and Tsunade, gauging the strength of the young A.N.B.U he was facing by looking at the natural energy marks on the boy. The dance began. Naruto slashed, hoping to finish Yamamoto off. In turn, the old Uzumaki effortlessly repelled his enemy's slashes, forcing the boy to move faster and unleash stronger blows against his enemy. Yamamoto then moved a little more, watching the boy's movements become more fluid as he adapted to the fight. And that was not a good thing. This brat is getting his body used to my speed and strength. If he keeps this up he might hurt me. Is it because of the Sharingan? No. It just copies my movements. It doesn't make the kid's body slowly improve. Yamamoto blocked Naruto's slash of swords and shoved the boy with his body, forcing the Senju to back away, at which point the old man spun on his right foot and slammed his leg into the blonde side. Naruto groaned and was thrown backward. I will have to use Hiraishin. He put away the Senju katana while placing the Samehada on his back, spitting out some blood. He reached into his ninja bag and pulled out a three-pronged kunai. Yamamoto recognized it instantly. He couldn't let the brat throw it. Zoom. The Uzukage launched himself at Naruto. Naruto threw the kunai into the air, concentrating chakra into the seal in his right hand. Rasengan. Zrum. He struck the technique on Yamamoto's back, slamming the old man into the ground, appearing in the air, catching the kunai with his left hand, looking with his disparate eyes at the old man like Minato appears over Obito at Naruto's birth in their first fight. Crack. Yamamoto crashed into the ground, into a swirling crater. Above him, Naruto let out a shaky breath, dripping a bit of sweat. He was overloading his body with too much natural energy, tiring more quickly. Ugh. Yamamoto began to get up, spitting some blood onto the ground, turning his head to look at the Senju. Impossible. Boy ran his tongue over his lip, taking the blood with him. You're too naive if you think that's how you'll finish me off. Yamamoto stuck his swords into the ground, making the tiger seal. Kaiten. Shinkayaku no Yumi fire release. Sea of incineration. Naruto stepped back. Slowly, the fire from the old man's katanas began to swirl, enveloping Yamamoto in a swirling vortex that lasted for a few seconds before rushing toward Naruto in a fiery tide intent on killing him. Whoosh. The fire was going to wipe him out from the world. 31. If one cannot. Since the clan war, the Uchiha and Senju have never gotten along. With Madara's betrayal of Konoha and Hashirama's near murder, Tobirama grew wary of his sworn enemies, watching them thrive in Konoha, the village his brother built with the help of Madara and the Uzumaki. Following his instincts and the mentality his father instilled in him, as well as the deaths of his brothers, he forced the Uchiha to become the village's military police, guiding those with the Sharingan to live in the center of the village, surrounded by all the clans, and watched without their knowledge, keeping any movement on their side under control, and avoiding any bloodshed caused by the Uchiha. Senju Tobirama was no idiot. He preferred to give that to the Uchiha and keep them under control, than to let them run riot in Konoha or the Land of Fire. He wasn't the fool his brother was, who gave away the Bij to keep the peace, which led to the three great ninja wars, a lifeblood for shinobi history. Therefore, a Senju and an Uchiha getting along was something rare and rarely seen. Only Hashirama and Madara truly got along. Perhaps the relationship between Tobirama and Kagami could be different, like the relationship between the greatest known Senju and the greatest known Uchiha. It was impossible to know for sure. But if it were taken as such, there had only been two good relationships between Senju and Uchiha in the entire history of shinobi since the end of the clan war. There hadn't been another before, but there was one after. Yamamoto was actually surprised, watching the Yata no Kagami Yata mirror being used by a humanoid figure of intense red chakra. It almost seemed to be made of the flames of hell itself, or the blood of sinners. One of the legendary Uchiha Susanoo weapons, it was being used by a dark-skinned young man with blood-red eyes, displaying the legendary Manjukam Sharingan on a real Uchiha. A black cloak with red clouds covered his body, fluttering slightly in the wind. His jutsu was arrested, swept by the Susanoo only with the Yata no Kagami, leaving only the embers, smoke and ashes of the tide of fire. Yamamoto lo vio. Lo admiro. Sanrio mi entras el Uchiha lentamente de shizo el torso de chakra del Susanoo. No greeting. No direction. The Senju and Uchiha charged forward, with no communication, no acknowledgement from the blonde Senju. Both teenagers simply moved. The Uchiha drew his Chokin with a jerk and stopped Yamamoto's left sword, while the Senju guided the Samehada into the old Uzumaki's right side. The former Uzukage blocked both slashes with his two swords. But he felt the strength of the two boys. He moved, sliding his sword down the Uchiha's blade and trying to decapitate him. It was only a crow clone. He focused on the Senju, bringing the Samehada down. He watched as the blonde moved, bringing the rock sword down on him. Clink. Yamamoto was knocked backward by a powerful slash from the Senju. Naruto pushed forward, following the Uzumaki, swinging both swords, exchanging slashes with his opponent, generating a constant sound of clashing metal that filled the animal's ears. Naruto leaped back. Itachi exhaled a massive fireball at Yamamoto, who saw it approaching, scorching the grass beneath her. He swung his left katana, surrounding the blade with water chakra, slicing the sword in a single motion, generating steam that obscured his vision. Slash. The old man moved, letting the heavy sword Samehada pass by. He swung his arm and blocked Naruto's leg, feeling the force behind the blow. He was a worthy heir to the Senju's strength. Parrying the blow alone wasn't enough to stop the force behind it. He was pushed back, leaving his feet indented into the ground. He thrust his right sword to stop. He raised his left, blocking the Uchiha's blade without flinching. He spun his head, letting a tri-pronged kunai fly past, and in a flash of blue, the Senju launched a spinning kick with tremendous force, accumulated by the Senjutsu itself. Ham. Yamamoto felt his body shudder. Itachi launched himself, passing underneath Naruto, unleashing a thrust as his partner put more force into the roundhouse kick. He had used a clone for the sword swing, and he launched himself into a second, more direct attack. Yamamoto grabbed Naruto's leg and swung him, throwing the Anbu against the Uchiha's clone, taking the opportunity to grab the embedded sword and bring it forward, stopping the tip of the Uchiha's Chocotan blade. Sparks flew as the clone burst into a puff of smoke, and Naruto himself spun around, launching a dual slash with his two swords that Yamamoto stopped with his other blade. At no point did Naruto and Itachi exchange a single word or even a single instruction to move in coordination. They did it by instinct, guided by years of training and practicing together. Ham. Yamamoto dispatched them both with a single sweep of his dual swords. He stomped hard and lunged at the dark-haired Uchiha, seeing the magicka in Itachi's eyes. He drew his left katana, summoning fire itself, and slashed upward. Itachi saw the movement. He acted by twisting his own body, letting the sword pass, and delivering a counter-slash against the Uzumaki's side. Clink. The old shinobi smiled, blocking the Chocotan with his second katana. He brought the first down, taking advantage of the Akatsuki's bare neck. Clank. Naruto blocked the second katana with Samehada, using some force to avoid being pushed back. Using Senjutsu and Sage mode, he was able to match the Byakuya no and strength of 100 seal, but still feeling that the enemy was strong, exaggeratedly strong, almost as if he weren't an old man. The Senju and Uchiha leaped back, leaving Yamamoto to slice through the air, bringing down his two katanas and completing the move he wanted to perform. The two saw the air bend, slice. Naruto slammed his leg into the ground, taking a chunk, and blocked both wind slashes that shattered the earth shield in a single second, turning it into fragments. Yamamoto pulled both katanas, engulfing them in blazing flames once again, releasing a few embers onto the grass. Being in Kiri, the grass was too humid, preventing the fire generated by the Uzumaki from creating a full-blown blaze due to the slightest embers. He swung both blades, unleashing a series of fiery slashes at his enemies. Naruto slammed his hands against the ground, creating a wall of earth between himself and the Uzumaki, blocking his enemies' attacks. Even so, Yamamoto's attacks began to destroy the wall. "He's too strong," Naruto whispered, his hands still on the ground, sending natural chakra to reinforce the jutsu. The stress of fighting Kisame was slowly catching up with him. Sweat was beginning to trickle down his face, leaving his hair covering his forehead. This old man isn't normal. Itachi remained silent. His Akatsuki cloak moved slightly, as did his night black hair. His eyes remained fixed on Yamamoto, scanning his comrade's jutsu. "Maybe I should use." "No," the Uchiha uncrossed his arms, placing his right hand on the handle of his Chocotan, ready for combat. Uchiha Itachi, the genocidal maniac, the one who had annihilated his entire clan except for his brother, the greatest traitor of Konohagakure no Sado, was fighting alongside Senju Naruto, the A.N.B.U no Anbu, one of Kiri's heroes, the savior of the rebellion on more than one occasion. They were opposite sides of the same coin. "Keep it for Yagura. You'll need it, believe me." "Well. HMP." The two remained silent for a full minute, listening as Uzumaki Yamamoto's attacks repeatedly hit the wall. Was there nothing he could do? It was as if he were goading them to come out, to fight again. "Thank you, Itachi. Because. For coming to save me." Itachi moved his eyes to Naruto for a second, then immediately brought them back to the front. A thin smile spread across the Uchiha's lips. "You're my brother." The moment Madara spoke about the final fight, I knew Yamamoto would be there. I couldn't leave things like that in defeat. And I knew you'd fight with him. "That's true, ha." Naruto lifted his hands from the ground, beginning to rise. He took the Samehada by the handle, leaving the Senju katana behind. Only the hilt remained, nothing more. It was a sword that had served its purpose. There was nothing more for it. Any strategy? "Let's go all out and fight. There's no way we can deal with this old bastard," Naruto declared, cracking his neck and knuckles. He was an Anbu from Konoha, a Senju. Taking a step back now wasn't in his mind. "That's something typical of the old Naruto," Itachi said, still letting the slight smile show on his lips, something few had seen and appreciated properly. "But this time you're right." Crack. Itachi drew his chakra, blocking a flaming slash. Naruto swung his samahata, absorbing the chakra from the second flaming slash that had destroyed the earthen wall. The two stared ahead, seeing the old Uzumaki standing there, unwounded, unwearied. He didn't look like a man with 100 years on his back. His power, his strength, were more comparable to someone mature, no more than 30 or somewhere close to 40. Naruto growled through his teeth, seeing the old man's indigo eyes, inviting them to attack him. One false move and they were both off the board. But if I use that no. Kodomatsukami isn't something Shisui would have used in this situation to get out of the way with ease, Naruto scolded himself, sighing. Well, he possessed the ultimate Jinjutsu to stop his enemies, it wasn't something Itachi or Shisui would do. That was a barrier they had to overcome, and not the easy way. Ready? I was born ready. They both lunged, swinging their swords. Yamamoto met them on the spot, swinging his katanas, blocking both of their blades. He felt the wind hit his old face, ruffle his white hair. He smiled, remembering Hashirama and Madara. These children. Naruto spun around, swinging the samahata, launching a downward vertical slash towards the Uzumaki's head, while Itachi created a clone, moving himself and letting the clone launch a direct slash. Yamamoto stopped the samahata, blocked the clone and saw Itachi move behind him. Brownk. Itachi opened his eyes, feeling a red chain thread through his abdomen. He spat out blood, surprised by his enemy's movement. He hadn't seen anyone use that except the Yondame's wife. Itachi. Don't get distracted, brat. Pam. Naruto crashed to the ground, unarmed. A second golden chain appeared and slammed the Senju into the ground, taking the devil's sword and throwing it away from its wielder. I feel my chakra leaving. Uchiha Itachi yanked the chain from his abdomen and leaped away, feeling the exhaustion that hit him after freeing himself. That chain wasn't just defensive or offensive. It seemed to draw its chakra toward the person who cast it. And it seemed to be able to summon more than one. Yamamoto slammed both chains down, shattering the ground and staining the damp grass with the blood of an Uchiha. He wasn't going to hold back any longer. He had wounded the Uchiha and Tsunade's son was war-weary. It was time to deal with both young men once and for all. He hadn't been the leader of his village for nothing. He began walking toward the wounded Uchiha, swinging both golden chains. Just one movement, just one, and the teenager would be dancing with the god of death. Mokuton. Makurik no Jutsu would release. Wood Dragon Jutsu. Roar. Crush. Crack. Naruto gasped. His arms fell to his sides, breaking the chain seal used for the jutsu. Beads of sweat ran down his face, wetting the grass under his feet. Sage mode had disappeared and he could barely send any more chakra into the ninjutsu. From where he stood, the Senju watched the destruction wrought by the wooden dragon, which had used its jaws to carry Yamamoto back, destroying the forest. What one couldn't do, two did. 32. 3 are legend. Uchiha Itachi, the one who had massacred his clan, the one who had been born in a time of war, who had understood at the age of 4 that all was not well in the shinobi world. He saw one of the enemies eliminated by his father, even though he was trying to save him. Mercy was not acceptable in the ninja world when the enemy could stab you in the back, despite having saved them. Deception, lies, betrayal, anything was fair when you were a shinobi, from any village. Senju Naruto, the one who had changed his vision of the shinobi world for Mamachi's abuser, for Uchiha Itachi, for the masked man, for the war in Kurigakure. He joined the A.N.B.U a few days after being stabbed by his best friend, his almost brother, when Uchiha Shisui was also murdered a week earlier. He filled his life for 5 or 6 years with dead, severed bodies, letting the darkness slowly engulf him until it left 2 minds in a single body. That of the energetic and cheerful Senju Naruto and that of the feared Akame no A.N.B.U, the one known by the codename Mukami, a lethal A.N.B.U with 0 failed missions. He was an A.N.B.U. Failing would only indicate that his village could be at risk, that he could be killed. Both were 18-year-olds. Both carried a weight on their shoulders, both by clan and by history. One tried to do the best for his brother, for the world, and for his village. The other kept the village protected, his loved ones in constant well-being, and upheld his parents' legacy. No one could deny that what they were doing was wrong. Itachi killed his family. He destroyed everything he held dear, just for Konohagakure no Sato, the village where he was born, the one that nurtured him, and the one he saw destroyed in the Kikbi attack. Naruto watched one of his best friends die before his time and be stabbed in the back by the other. He bore the weight of Shisui's wishes and dreams when Minato implanted his eye, knowing that at some point he would meet Itachi again and Shisui. He was a Senju. His parents were legends in the shinobi world. Uzumaki Yamamoto removed the splinters from his body, panting, feeling how the teeth of that dragon had wanted to crush as if it were food. Y realmente el dragon de Madara había estado enfocado en ello. Unos milisegundos más, y la parte derecha de su cuerpo habría sido arrancada de un bocado salvaje. Those children. Yamamoto stood up, retrieving his two swords, feeling the blood trickle down his right arm. He was Uzumaki Yamamoto, the Uzukage who betrayed his village, who gave way to Kiri and the others to bring down the Uzumaki, knowing that his brothers were too dangerous to remain alive in the elemental nations, a continent that had no need for madmen driven by emotion, by anger. These children. The old man dragged his feet. He had fought thousands upon thousands of shinobi, seeing the fear in their eyes, the terror of death itself. He saw in all of them how they feared him, how they had surrendered even before the battle began. But those two didn't seem to. They remained standing. One having received serious wounds. The other having spent his energy on other enemies. It almost seemed as if they would rather die than stop fighting, rather than face him. Did they want revenge that badly? Crump. He gripped the handles of his katanas. The leather had stopped being soft, becoming rough against the touch. He could feel faint cuts in it, rubbing against his skin when he squeezed. Two katanas that had been with him for 132 years. Two katanas that had shed the blood of Uzumaki's, of his relatives. But he didn't feel any dishonor for it. They should disappear from the world, all of them. Every last one. It was a shame that there was a family of Uzumaki's in Konoha. I'll kill them after dealing with these senseless children. Yamamoto walked. He trampled on the damp earth that had been left exposed by Tsunade's son's attack. A whole furrow of land lay before him, with trees snapped in half. He had to admit it. The boy had truly trained for this moment, for his revenge. He hadn't expected him to have Hashirama's legacy, Tobirama's intelligence, Tsunade's tough body, and Jiraiya's powerful and abundant chakra. That brat. Yamamoto engulfed his right sword in fire, staring at the Senju and the Uchiha. Both a few feet away from him. Still standing. But even from that distance, he could see the sweat on their faces, the blood mixing with the salty secretions on their skin. He must die. Idotsuki Yuzu Vortis Gyado. Slash. Naruto and Itachi moved, watching the blaze advance toward them. The blonde leaned against a tree branch, moving his hand to grab a kunai. He had lost the Samehada during the fight and had to grab some other kind of weapon. Getting killed now wasn't part of his own plans. How? But it was too late. Yamamoto slammed his leg into the Senju, sending him sprawling on the ground. Naruto grunted, feeling blood rush to his mouth. Ham. The old Uzumaki rammed his right knee into the young Anbu's stomach, drawing a blood-curdling grunt from the boy. Naruto spat out blood, gasping for air. Leaning on Naruto's stomach, Yamamoto swung one of his katanas, ready to slice the young man's neck. He was only inches away, nothing more. It didn't take much. Just one movement. Brag. That. The long, needle-sharp sword pierced the old Uzumaki through the right shoulder, sinking into the ground next to Naruto's head. Blood trickled down the blade, staining the earth. Plunk. Nkakik no jutsu. Itachi exhaled a huge ball of flame at old Yamamoto, while Pakura pulled the Nabari's ninja cable, twisting it so that the sword was locked horizontally against Yamamoto's chest and did not come out through the hole in his shoulder, thus pulling the old shinobi away from Naruto. Boom. The Kaiten jutsu struck Yamamoto in the air, creating an immense sphere of black smoke and fire, covering the Uzumaki's body and the eyes of the three boys. Naruto gasped, spitting out blood. Old bastard, he muttered. The Senju blinked several times. He had felt himself slowly drowning. It's nice to see you, Pakura. Looking tired, with a wound on her side, the former Suna Kunoichi brushed a few strands of hair away from her face, revealing the dirt and blood stuck to her skin. But the young woman smiled at the words of her companion of 3 years. Ha. It's good to see you've gotten your ass kicked, Akame no Naruto, she said, noticing that the blonde was really beaten up, tired. He had put aside Senjutsu and closed his Sharingan eye, saving chakra to deal with Yagura. You're really bad. Slowly, Naruto stood up. He reached for the fasteners on his Anbu vest and removed them, letting the armor fall to the ground. He scanned the immense cloud of smoke and fire with his blue eyes. He's not dead. As if invoking a summoning, after those 4 simple words, after that calm and firm prayer, Yamamoto launched a slash of wind at Pakura. The Kunoichi covered herself, taking the full brunt of the damage and being pushed back. The Bari, the old man murmured, yanking the sword free. Had been surprised at Pakura's ease with it. Had she learned to use it so well just by watching Kushimaru? You're interesting, little one. Rash. Before all 3 of them, Yamamoto yanked the sword, tearing through more skin and muscle, finally freeing it. In his hand, Nabari seemed completely harmless. Just a long, needle-like sword. But one that actually pierced everything it wanted. A dangerous weapon in the right hands. When my brother forged the 7 swords of the mist and I taught the first generation of Kiri no Shinobigatana Shichen in SHK, we never expected that a Kunoichi outside of the Kiri group could learn to use the sword just by watching its wielder use it, Yamamoto stated, moving his eyes to Naruto. The same goes for Senju. Tsunade's son Pakura opened her eyes, looking at her companion in surprise. She was hurt and upset that he had kept this from her. However, it is not time for tea. It is time to die. Slash. Akura. A red shield, immense with chakra, blocked the Nabari sword, protecting the girl from being pierced through the heart, probably losing her life. Itachi spat out blood, feeling like his body couldn't bear the burden of Susanoo in his state. He needed much more chakra and a stronger body to do it. And he had been pierced by Yamamoto's chains, the so-called Konfuksa, the adamantine chains, a powerful Kekkei Genkai of the Uzumaki, capable of subduing a bitch like the Kikbi. It was said that they hid many secrets, that they were not only weapons of attack and defense. No, I won't stand for it like this. Naruto tried to run towards Itachi and Pakura, watching as the Nabari had fallen inertly to the ground, being held by the cable by Yamamoto. Crack. Tap. Naruto jumped, evading 3 red chains that would have impaled him. He turned his attention to the sky, observing Yamamoto. The man seemed to be watching this with boredom, as if he had seen the same scene a long time ago. Crump. Senju clenched his fists, letting air escape from between his lips, taking another breath. Mokuton. Mochism Tenha Wood Element. Skywood Spear. Naruto slammed his hands against the ground in front of him, sending a thick branch crashing down on Yamamoto. Yamamoto swung his left arm, sending the Konfuksa crashing down on the jutsu. What Yamamoto didn't expect was Naruto himself running up that branch, forming a long chain of seals, molding chakra, and staring at him. Suiten. Sujum no Jutsu Water Release. Water Drilling Drill. Clink. Jumping up, Naruto slammed his water-wrapped arm into a shield of red chains, his branch finally crumbling. Yamamoto opened his eyes, feeling Tsunade and Jiraiya's son pushing all his chakra towards him, enlarging the Suiten jutsu he was using on his left arm. Dynamilolas. Wrapping his right arm in Suiten chakra, mimicking Kakashi's Chidori, Naruto struck the second jutsu against the wall separating him from Uzumaki Yamamoto, who was beginning to retreat. The sky. Let's go. You won't be able to, Senju boy. You're not. Shakutin. Minamika's burn release. South wind. Floosh. Yamamoto swung his right arm, using another set of chains to block the scorching wind that was about to sweep him away. He smiled as he watched the girl struggle again. Pakura. Don't keep all the fun for yourself, idiot. Pakura declared, stomping her foot and reaching out towards Yamamoto, sending her chakra into his jutsu. It wouldn't be fun for me. Ha! Naruto gave a faint smile, watching Pakura for only a few seconds, who didn't seem to back down even from the wound in her side. She wasn't one to give up after all. Pakura smiled back at Naruto, despite the situation they were in. If they stepped back, Yamamoto's Konfuksa would pierce through them, completely dismembering them and turning their bodies into a sieve. It wasn't a very pleasant image, nor one they wanted to make a reality. Don't back down now, Naruto Baka. She shouted, taking a step forward. She extended her left arm, sending even more chakra into her jutsu. She didn't know why Naruto hid his status as a senju, but this wasn't a good time to really deal with that. Children, don't argue, Yamamoto declared calmly, knowing they wouldn't break his defense. It's not time for you to fight among yourselves. You have bigger problems. The old man is right. Walking slowly, his black hair swaying, his Akatsuki cloak swirling, Uchiha Itachi calmly advanced towards Yamamoto, his eyes closed. This is not a time for discussion. Amaterasu. Floosh. This brat. Yamamoto leaped, throwing off his defenses and evading the black flames that could burn for 7 days and 7 nights. He didn't want to take any chances. He didn't have enough chains left for a third shield. He would likely have been fatally wounded. Still these 3. Head up, old man. Yamamoto raised his head, observing a blue flash just above him. Suiten. Nagariachiru Water Release. Falling Tide. That kid. He took a deep breath. He took in all the air he could. Yes, really, he took in all the air his lungs would allow. He inflated his torso, pushing his lungs to their maximum capacity. He almost looked like a chicken trying to scare a dog. Reminds me of Tobirama. Fluosh. Brag. Crack. Falling with an immense tail of water, passing the tsunami to his precious Nagariachiru, Senju Naruto slammed the water jutsu against Uzumaki Yamamoto's shield, which he had formed in an attempt to defend against the boy's movement. Yes, he had tried. He really had. Is it his will? He reminds me so much of Hashirama when he fights relentlessly, but he's as cold-blooded as Tobirama is with his enemies. Boom. Inheritance. Senju Naruto recoiled as he hit the ground, thrusting his arm toward Yamamoto, hoping to impale him. And he did. Using his star jutsu, he shattered the former cage of Yuzu's defenses, smashing the old man's ribcage with tidal power, shoving the Uzumaki to the ground, slamming him squarely into the ground, rendering him immobile. Cough cough. Ah, the days of Tobirama. Yamamoto sat up slightly. His sunken chest could be seen, blood seeping down his uniform, creating a pool of blood beneath him. "You're similar to those two idiots," Hashirama Tobirama Yamamoto muttered, spitting out blood. The strength of 100 seal had finally been lost to him. "You three, oh, you three, so many memories, so many in my old mind." Uzumaki fell to his right knee, passing both of them when he himself gave way. He couldn't breathe. "Memories beautiful but old, very old." Looked at Naruto, Itachi and Pakura. He smiled weakly, tired. His body was no longer young. Always three. Hashirama, Tobirama, Madara, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru sighed, giving in to his tired body, to the death that was coming for him. "And now Naruto, Itachi and Pakura. I learned your names from your companions. Truly always legends are three." Finally, Uzumaki Yamamoto had yielded to his old body, tired of the wounds of combat, both the current ones and the old ones. Every wound always leaves a mark. 33. Mei and Yagura. When war reaches its peak, at the very pinnacle, even generals must abandon their positions and take to the battlefield to fight alongside their soldiers, regardless of whether you were winning or losing. That was something Taram plus Mei knew perfectly well, and having known her enemy, she knew that if he took to the battlefield, his enemies could turn the tide, and that wasn't what suited them at the moment. They could deal with the Shinobi Gatana lined with the Mizukage, with their vast numbers of shinobi and mercenaries at his service. But they couldn't take a perfect Jinchuriki without consequences, even if she had two Kekkei Genkai with which to face her enemies, including Yagura himself. She herself was willing to kill the Kage who had fought by her side to destroy the previous Mizukage's reign of terror. "Why, Yagura?" Mei moved the pieces around on the map in front of her, on a somewhat old and well-worn table. That map had a complete representation of the land of water, including the small islands belonging to the country that surrounded the main one, where Kurigakure no Sato was located. Throughout the immense map, there were different pieces scattered, representing her forces and those of Yagura, as well as her most important pieces, and those she knew to be important to the Yondaime Mizukage. A.N.B.U and CHMJKRM have finished off Akabe no Jinin, one of the Shinobi Gatana loyal to Yagura. It is surprising that CHMJKRM has finished him off. Mei moved A.N.B.U's and CHMJKRM's pieces forward, removing Jinin's from the table and throwing it away. She shifted her green eyes elsewhere, to another battle between generals. Bakura finished off Karaira Kushimaru and disappeared from the area, reportedly moving towards where Naruto was fighting Hoshigaki Kisame. She gritted her teeth lightly, removing Kushimaru's piece and thinking of Kisame, the most dangerous Shinobi Gatana, the one who had betrayed them solely because of his seemingly immeasurable bloodlust. She regretted letting him live when she should have killed him, for not having trusted Ao's instincts. And now they were paying the consequences, in the midst of a war for their country's freedom. "I hope Naruto can take Kisame." Hoshigaki Kisame. Of the known Shinobi Gatana, Kisame had been the cruelest, the most effective at carrying out the missions assigned to him. He didn't fear death, he showed no mercy to his enemies. Kisame had proven capable of eliminating his master, someone precious to him, simply for having deceived him. He wasn't shy about using Samehada to eliminate enemies. Mei wouldn't hide the fact that even Kisame scared her more than Yagura himself. Never, in all her years as a Kiri shinobi, had she encountered anyone as bloodthirsty as Hoshigaki Kisame. Even the carnage wreaked at the academy by Mamachi Zabuza himself, even though he wasn't a student, was dwarfed by Kisame's actions when it came to completing his mission. If Naruto and Kisame fight. Mei had gained confidence thanks to Naruto, the young Anbu Konoha had sent as support, along with an Anbu squad. Her other teammates were only eliminated without being able to help them, but Naruto had fought his butt off. He destroyed Zetsubun without even contacting them. He fought countless times with shinobi and mercenaries on the Mizukage's side. He stained his hands with blood without them even asking him to. He faced Kisame on more than one occasion, receiving the cruel scar he now bears on his abdomen. Naruto. At first, she thought the Yondaime Hokage was making fun of them, sending a 14-year-old teenager to war, dressed in a real A.N.B.U uniform and wearing a cracked mask, as if he had taken it from a corpse or an enemy he faced, showing black marks when they should be red. Later, she regretted having prejudged the teenager. Despite being 14 years old at the time, Naruto had eliminated at least 1,000 shinobi loyal to the Mizukage without flinching, using the Yondaime's legendary Hiraishin no Jutsu, along with what appeared to be a Raiten assassination jutsu. Not once did he flinch as blood splattered his mask, his uniform, and his messy pale blonde hair. Naruto didn't flinch at the blood and continued fighting for them, walking among the corpses of enemies, displaying his skill as a Konoha shinobi, despite his young age. She recognized that Naruto had brought them to that point in the war, that he had driven them to keep fighting for their country, for their people. Mei had seen the teenager talking to the children at the shelter, telling them stories and tales, keeping the youngsters away from the hustle and bustle if possible. That young man really is too soft when he's not a shinobi, she told herself, moving Naruto's token between her fingers, waiting for the report of the battle with Kisame. Crab. Mei. Harem plus Mei watched as the table was swept clean, along with the map. Splinters fell to the floor, crunching under the weight of the intruder's feet. He expanded. Aratachi Yagura, the Yonde Mizukage of Kurigakure no Sato, the bearer of the Sanbi, being one of the two Jinchuriki who are under the control of Kurigakure no Sato, but the only one currently alive, or whose whereabouts are known. Yagura was a relatively short man, carrying a large dark staff with a hook at the end. He had short, slightly spiky cream-colored hair and magenta eyes that expressed nothing when he looked at Mei, despite the fact that the two had known each other for years. A scar ran across his left cheek, reaching below his eye. Mei looked behind Yagura himself, observing the trail of blood that the Sanbi Jinchuriki had left in his wake, with inert and severed bodies. "It's an honor that you've come for me," Mei declared, looking indifferently at the Mizukage. She clenched her fists, crushing the token that had represented Naruto himself on her map. "But as Mizukage, you'll have a lot to deal with, right?" Yagura hit the ground with his staff. "You're the one I must take care of, Harem plus Mei. You have betrayed the trust of the Land of Water, abandoned the village of Mist, and killed your companions in this simple crusade," Yagura declared softly, his voice neutral. "Your time has come." "Ha. You're funny, kiddo." Mei wrapped her right arm around her back, her legs sliding open. She was willing to give her last breath to stop Yagura. "Betrayal. Trust. That's what you've given up, Yagura. You've abandoned your people." "No. They're just monsters, impure people who have been granted Kekkei Genkai, an aberration of the world itself." Slowly, the Mizukage slid the tip of the staff he carried along the ground, his magenta eyes never leaving Mei's, unblinking. "They should just be erased from the world, Mei. Even you. The ease with which you do things, the way you use items that others find beyond their reach, it's really not something you should have, and others shouldn't. It's not fair. Life isn't fair, kid." Slash. With a swift, quick movement, Harem plus Mei threw a kunai at Yagura, hoping to hit him in the eye. Just as swiftly, the Mizukage caught the weapon in his hand, nearly having it embedded in his left eye. "That's all?" Mei smiled. "Well, you haven't even noticed." Surrounding the kunai's handle was an explosive tag. Normally, such a tag would be attached to the kunai with ninja wire, but Naruto had told them to use the tags this way, preventing enemies from noticing it. When? Boom. A loud explosion collapsed the hut where Mei had served as commander of the rebel forces. The kunoichi emerged from the smoke and fire, leaping out, reaching back for her ninja pouch, watching, waiting. "Let's go." Zoom. Splash. Mei leaped, dodging water bullets that would have pierced her. She launched herself up a tree, trying to move away from the enemy line. But Yagura appeared, launching a downward kick at the woman, slamming Mei into the ground and shattering the tree's branches. "Is that all for the rebel commander?" He rested his staff on his shoulder, looking indifferently at the fallen Mei, showing no wounds, only dust on her clothes. "That's disappointing." Cough. Mei began to get up, realizing that he had truly caught her off guard. She hadn't expected Yagura to escape the blast unscathed, without any scratches on his body that would allow him to move at such speed. But he had done it without straining. This has only just begun. Imton. Imkai no Jutsu lava release. Fusion apparition. She finished the sequence of seals, spitting an immense mass of lava towards Yagura. Yagura watched the lava coming toward him, unblinking, unconcerned for his life. Nothing was reflected on his impassive face as he watched the jutsu his enemy performed. He gripped the waterbending staff tightly and swung it sideways, generating a whip of water that struck the lava, creating immense steam that surrounded the Mizukage himself, depriving Mei of the ability to observe it. "Shit. Suiton. Sushma elemento agua. Palma de onda de agua. Ham. Frush." Yagura struck Harem plus Mei's lower left side, releasing the Suiton chakra concentrated in his fist, sending the woman a powerful blow that made her feel herself twitch, noticing some bones actually broken by the blow. Crack. She was thrown, crashing into several trees until she crashed into one she couldn't break, leaving her sitting at the base, her arms limp. She was still breathing, but blood stained her uniform where she had been hit. Cough. Mei spat blood onto the ground, feeling the air drain from her lungs as she tried to breathe. She closed her eyes. She remained calm. She relaxed her body. She shouldn't panic, despite the power difference between them. You haven't stopped training." "That's obvious," Yagura declared, moving the staff behind his back, hanging it. "Office work isn't my thing, Mei. Keeping my body exercised with the rebels and prisoners, that's what's made my strength increase, while yours diminished." "You think so? Isn't it obvious? You've been hiding from me this whole time. If you could really beat me, you would have charged at me directly, without using your pawns." Crack. With his right leg, Yagura smashed the head of one of the dying rebels, staining the ground with his steps. His indifferent eyes never left Mei, capturing the contraction on her face, the anger flashing in her green eyes. It was annoying. As I can see, you're not strong, Taram plus May, he declared, crouching down in front of the woman who had done all this, shattering all the peace had wanted to build. It was bothering him too much. He hated May even more than he hated Yamamoto's old man. You're just another obstacle I'll remove from my path. Once you're gone, everything will be back in my hands. With the head out, the snake dies. May took a deep breath, opening her right eye. She was struggling to breathe. The punch Yagura had given her had surely shattered her ribs, and some of them seemed to have punctured at least one of her lungs. She hoped not, but her body truly felt shattered. Do you really think that killing me will stop them? They want freedom, Karatachi Yagura. May stretched out her right arm, pointing behind her. Yonde Mizukage shook his head, watching with his eyes as the rebels rose up. Hadn't he killed them? They were just small flies that he would kill with a single movement. They won't stop. Not when you take away what they crave. Yagura stood slowly, looking at the enemies walking toward him. He moved his arm back, brushing the staff with his fingers. He took it. Swing. Whoosh. One movement and the shinobi fell to the ground, their cuts deep, staining the grass with their blood. He looked back at May. That's all. You can't beat me. Never. I never expected you to be proud, Karatachi Yagura, she admitted, lowering her arm. Even breathing was hurting like hell. She could barely keep her eyes open. But all who take up the mantle of Mizukage seem to fall under the weight of power. Is that what you think? Yagura crossed his arms over his chest, looking at May. After the way everyone treated me as a Jinchuriki. That's kind of hypocritical, May. Everyone hated me before I defeated the Sandai Mizukage. They feared the Sanbi, you idiot boy. What would have happened if you fell under the Three Tails influence? What about the children you would have killed? Still, they respected you when they saw your efforts, and you repaid them by killing their children, creating a civil war between friends and family, Yagura. You are no different from the Sandaime. You are no better than that monster. Even the Sanbi should be ashamed of his Jinchuriki. You have fallen under the very thing you destroyed, dragging everyone into an unjust war. Crump. Yagura clenched his fists, his teeth gritted in annoyance. Those filthy words were really bothering him too much, even more than the villagers' earlier hatred. He came to make Karigakure a better place. He wasn't a filthy murderer. Calm down. Calm down. He just wants to piss you off. Yagura sighed, staring coldly at Taram plus May. He hated her. He would have her head. This would all end. That's enough. I'll take your head, he declared, taking the staff from his back. One move. Just one move, and it would all be over, everything would be back to how it was. Ham. Crack. Fruash. Karatachi Yagura was smashed into a pile of trees by a single punch. Konoha boy, May moved her open eye toward the tired Senju Naruto, giving him a smile. You're late. 34. Jinchuriki of the Sanbi. Broken bones, nearly pulverized. Internal bleeding. Various external wounds from his fight against Kisame and Yamamoto. Chakra depletion due to the use of Mokuton in previous fights, along with Shisui's overuse of the Sharingan. Fatigue on his body from fighting for hours, facing Kiri Shinobi and dealing with Kisame and Yamamoto. Naruto stood, his pants in tatters, his body torn, blood dripping down his torso and left temple. His left eye was closed, the other still open, staring up at the cloud that had covered the Mizukage after his blow. He had really pushed his body harder to get there, preventing Yagura from killing May with the staff. He didn't want to, allow anyone else to die unnecessarily because of a man's desires. Crump. He clenched both fists, feeling the bangs of his hair cover his eyes. He felt the tips brushing his forehead, caressing him like his mother used to. Why was he thinking about his mother now? How long had it been since he'd seen her? Since she left Konoha, they'd only kept in touch via scroll, and sometimes months would pass before they made contact again. Would she be okay? And Shizune? He'd wondered that many times, but now he was wondering even more, seeing that his death seemed to be right before him. He could almost feel the Shinigami breathing down his neck, watching him with his dead eyes, yearning for his soul. But he was a Senju. He wasn't going to fall easily. Not when thousands of people depended on the outcome of that fight. DSK. Naruto gritted his teeth. He could feel the internal bleeding, as it seemed to flood his own body from the inside out. Uzumaki Yamamoto had truly pushed him to the limit, forcing him to use Mokuton to save Itachi and prevent his friend from actually dying at the hands of the old Uzukage's Konfutsu. If it weren't for Itachi and Pakura. The boy knew his own abilities. Even though he dealt with Kisame, someone like Yamamoto outclassed him. There was too great a gap between them, even though he was just an old bastard, a relic of the past. Was this what Hashirama and Madara were like? That question was the first one he asked himself after being defeated for the first time by Uzumaki Yamamoto, the man with the densest and heaviest chakra he had ever seen. He was a monster, even more so than Kushina, and she was in Uzumaki like that old man. But in the eyes of the elder Yamamoto, he had seen something strange. an unbreakable iron resolve. And that had led him to train with his father, learning Toad Senjutsu, taking training sessions to improve the basics before learning more jutsus, or movements and styles. He wanted to be a master of what he knew, not just a mere apprentice. Tram. That's a good hit, Yagura moved several trees aside, revealing a light bubbling, reddish layer. If I hadn't noticed you at the last second and used the Bijk's cloak, that blow probably would have smashed my head in. In the eyes of Karatachi Yagura, Naruto remained calm, looking at him with his blue eye and showing a calm face, as if he was not feeling the Saki killer instinct of the three tails himself on him. "Will you stop that?" Naruto asked, shifting his weight onto his right leg, staring directly at Yagura with his good eye. "It's really annoying, you know. Like a mosquito buzzing around your ear." You're not really affected by the Sanbi's instinct," Yagura gave a faint smile, taking the staff in his right hand. "That's really interesting." Zoom. Vroom. The two of them launched themselves at each other, colliding in the middle and generating an immense wave of wind and dust. Naruto looked directly at Yagura, using his right forearm to block the Mizukage's staff, feeling it bear down on him. "Are you serious?" Yagura twisted his wrist, forcing Naruto to duck, letting a water whip fly past him, and extended his leg, trying to strike the Yonde Mizukage in the chin. Yagura jumped back, evading the blow by a few inches, landing 7 meters away from the blonde. "You're flexible," Yagura muttered. "I didn't expect it, feeling such a powerful blow." To emphasize his words, the Jinchuriki pointed to the spot where Naruto had hit him the first time. "As a member of a nature-loving clan, I must also be flexible like a flower, not always rigid like a rose," Naruto declared, returning to his position, observing his enemy's taijutsu and ninjutsu stance. "I am quite well-rounded." "That's what I see." Yagura snapped his fingers, swinging his staff at the same time, launching several projectiles at the boy. Naruto stomped his foot, raising a chunk of it as a shield, blocking his enemy's projectiles. He twisted his foot slightly and kicked directly into the center of the chunk of earth, sending his shield crashing into Yagura. Slash. Yonde Mizukage tore apart that piece of land, looking towards where Naruto should be. Below. Ham. Cough. Yagura spat out blood, being pushed back by a punch from the blonde Senju. He skidded on the ground, using his cane to keep from retreating any further. He felt blood trickling down his chin, falling to the ground, drop by drop. He was shocked how a mere boy had seen through his defense. "You're good," Yagura declared, pointing his staff at the ground, swinging his leg, blocking Naruto's punch. He spun around and launched an axe kick at the Senju, who blocked it with his hand, being pressed down by the Mizukage's weight and the force behind the kick itself. But I'm not caged for nothing. Suiton. Sushma. Ham. Frush. Naruto was thrown back by the power of the blow, being pushed back by the Suiton chakra placed in the fist, as if it were a wave pushing him. Wow. He stamped his feet firmly on the ground. He took a deep breath and swung his arm, shaking off the wave that was pushing him, opening his eye when Yagura appeared in front of him, shoving his staff against his chest with inhuman force. Die. Ham. Boom. That bastard. Naruto spat blood to the side, pushing aside some debris. Blood trickled down his right side as he felt like that Suiton jutsu had driven him slightly mad. "If you think that's going to kill me." He cracked his neck, leaving the spot where he had crashed. He removed some rock fragments from his skin, feeling the wounds begin to really sting. His body was reaching its limit and might end up collapsing as the fight wore on. "It's not something I'm allowed to do," he declared, his eye glancing at Yagura, observing him neutrally. "Well, old man, this is really for you. Byakum no in." Slowly, dark navy blue markings began to appear across Senju Naruto's torso, arms, legs, and even spread across his face, converging to a point in the center of his forehead. Glistening in the light wind, the pale blonde locks revealed a dark blue diamond shape on the Senju's forehead. "You really are persistent." The wounds were slowly closing. Naruto looked at his hands and glanced at Karatachi Yagura, narrowing his eyes at him, still calm. "I'm going to kick your face in, you little bastard," Naruto said, moving forward. Zoom. Ham. Naruto landed a direct punch, hitting Yagura, who defended himself with his staff, but was pushed back by the force of the blow itself, which he hadn't expected. Naruto stomped on the ground and shot forward, raining down blows on the Mizukage. Yagura stepped on the ground, skidding, swinging his staff and hit the Senju with a water whip, crashing him into the ground. Off. Hundreds of clones spread across the battlefield, surrounding the Yonde Mizukage. "Good? Is that all, kid?" Yagura moved the cane, sliding his right leg back, leaning his body to the left, moving it forward. "It's nothing to me." Slash. Yagura swung the staff, spinning the water whip he had created, slashing at the clones that rushed him, cutting off his vision of the others, and being surrounded by a ring of white smoke. The Jinchuriki took a deep breath, planting the staff in the ground, looking around. Zoom. Naruto appeared from his right side, delivering a direct blow to his side. The Yonde Mizukage blocked the blow with his leg, feeling his entire body seem to shake at the force of his enemy. His eyes then snapped open. More Narutos appeared, charging at him, dispersing the cloud of smoke. The blonde had used the first wave of clones to cover his movements, launching himself at Yagura and pretending to be the real one. As they exchanged blows, the rest of the clones appeared. This brat. Passion. Sango wrenched rising coral waves. He slammed his hand into the ground, generating corals that pierced the clones completely, thus ridding himself of his enemy's army of copies. Yagura then raised his head, moving his hand to grab the staff. Pam. Naruto appeared, landing a knee against the Mizukage's chin, sending him several meters back, rolling a little on the ground, forcing the man to stop using his right hand. Child. HMP. Naruto and Yagura looked at each other. The Sanbi Jinchuriki wiped the blood from his chin, spitting to the side. That simple Anbu from Konoha was really bothering him too much. He was fast and strong. He seemed to have good strategic skills. But in power, he was better. He had the three tails. Unless the boy was a perfect Jinchuriki like him, the chances of him defeating him were very slim. The kid really hits hard. I have at least one broken rib. Will I have to use the Sanbi's power? So Naruto wiped his own blood, preventing it from falling on his one good eye. Thanks to the Byakume no In, the wounds had finally healed and the blood had completely stopped falling. It was almost as if he hadn't left everything against Hoshigaki Kisame and Uzumaki Yamamoto. This isn't the time to deal with regrets, man. Regrets? Yagura stood up. His brow furrowed, a nasty grimace appearing on his face. I feel no remorse for anything, brat. That's funny. A dwarf calls me a brat, Naruto declared, showing a mocking smile. I'm not a brat. I'm Naruto of Konoha, Anbu Kami of the Anbu Special Forces. You're taking me too lightly. I take you for what you are, kid. There's nothing exceptional about you. Yagura lunged forward, swinging his arm. Naruto saw the movement and tried to counterattack. But the Mizukage spun around at the last second, launching a kick at the Senju's face. Naruto had to block the kick with his forearm while remaining completely steady. Yagura snatched the staff with a jerk, breaking with the same swing of his body, attempting to throw his enemy with the kick he had launched. But Naruto stepped hard, stopping the Kiri leader's leg and spun, shifting his torso, guiding Yagura to the ground with a subtle, swift movement. I didn't expect that. Naruto jumped, avoiding the water whips his enemy summoned, trying to catch him. He took a deep breath and moved two fingers, forming a wind blade, slicing the whips in two, watching the water droplets fall in front of him, observing how once again, the layer of reddish chakra had covered his enemy, healing any injuries. This pressure. Not many have forced me to do so. Yagura slowly stood up, cracking the ground with the density and power of the Sanbi's chakra. Naruto's face turned completely impassive. And you have forced me to use the power of the Sanbi. At least a third of its power. Was. Naruto covered his face, feeling the dense chakra of the Sanbi escape from the Mizukage's body, forcing him to slightly close his eye. A tail had formed behind Yagura himself, who slowly turned his face, looking towards the Senju. That is. The power of the Sanbi, Yagura spoke, his tone hollow, slightly deep. It seemed as if Karatachi Yagura's human voice was slowly merging with the Sanbi's. You won't get out of here alive, you little brat. He let out a sigh. He lowered his arm and stopped sending chakra to his feet. Naruto took his arms, beginning to do light stretches, letting the creaking of his bones reach the ears of the Three Tails Jinchuriki himself. Crack. Well, Naruto cracked his neck, I've never fought a Jinchuriki before. There's a first time for everything, right? What better way to start than with the most annoying of them all? You brat. Rash. Again. Naruto shifted his body weight to his legs, looking seriously at his enemy. I hope you're ready because I'm going to kill you. 35. Even if I die. Ansatsu Senjutsu Takushu Butai Special Assassination Tactics Squad, are better known as A.N.B.U, a group specialized in assassination, in hunting down renegades from ninja villages, thereby preventing others from obtaining the secrets from the corpse of their comrade. Entering A.N.B.U was not something that anyone could do. They did not follow the simple paths of the genin, nor did they fight openly in the field like the genin. The A.N.B.U moved in the shadows, without anyone seeing them, who could identify them. Being a member of A.N.B.U deprived you of a normal life. Long missions. Few hours of sleep. Excessive training. They were the last defense of a ninja village and the first to launch themselves into the most dangerous missions. An A.N.B.U would never do a mission below the A rank and would mostly take all the S and higher for themselves, knowing the danger they were in. Being the best ninja in a village, few could access a position within the elite ninja group if they were not at least of the rank of low genin and at least around 15 or 16 years old. Throughout history, in Konohagakure no Sado there were only 3 exceptional cases. Had a Kakashi, a prodigy who graduated at 6 years old, who became Chunin at 13 and then entered Anbu, where he forged a legend until he became the most feared even among his peers. Uchiha Itachi, who at 13 years old became an Anbu captain, entering the organization as a mere Chunin, but knowing every step in the life of a shinobi. And Senju Naruto, a 13-year-old elite Chunin, who joined Anbu after the betrayal of his friend and the death of another, taking on a mask with black markings instead of red, representing the Yondaime Hokage himself on the battlefield. Few were aware of it, but a year after being turned into an Anbu, Naruto had already forged a reputation that made him the Akame no Anbu of the bingo books, where a figure of 1 million Ryu was asked for his head dead, and at least 30 million if he was alive. And that was before he took that mission in Kurigakure that kept him away from Konoha for almost 6 years, in a war where he was just another pawn, being considered by his enemies as just another Anbu, with nothing special. Throughout that civil war, Senju Naruto had killed nearly 2,000 enemies, using the famous Harem created by Senju Tobirama and the Senju sword, having been carried by Senju Hashirama's father, only using more powerful jutsus when dealing with strong shinobi. By the current stage of the war, he had defeated Hoshigaki Kisame and Uzumaki Yamamoto, one being the strongest of the Kiri no Shinobigatana Shichinin SHK and wielder of the Samehada, and the other being a legend like Uchiha Madara and his great-great-grandfather, Senju Hashirama, having been the Uzukage who led his village to destruction. But the latter, Naruto received help from Uchiha Itachi and Pukura, becoming in front of Yamamoto's old eyes, a perfect copy of the feared Densetsu no San and 3 legendary ninjas, and the former Uzukage himself recognized them as such with his last breath, finally leaving, after 130 years, the world of the living. And now, this young boy of only 18 years old was fighting the most difficult enemy in that war. Karatachi Yagura, the Yondaime Mizukage of Kurigakure no Sato, the harasser who led to the current reign of terror, the Jinchuriki of the Sanbi. For Naruto, the only thing special about Karatachi Yagura was that he was a Jinchuriki who had superior power and chakra thanks to the Sanbi himself. Because of this and the injuries and fatigue on his body, Naruto could not easily deal with his enemy, with whom he had to be careful when fighting. He only had the chakra of the Byakume no In and when it ran out, death could come for him. But it's not time for me yet. That simple phrase, Senju Naruto repeated it to himself over and over again, while evading and receiving his enemy's attacks, without taking a step back, feeling the blood trickle down his temple until the wound closed thanks to the seal. Yamamoto was stronger. Uzumaki Yamamoto, the old man who had defeated him once, who had pushed his body to its limits and needed help to defeat him. In that war, that old Uzumaki had earned his respect and gratitude. Thanks to Uzumaki Yamamoto, Senju Naruto had pushed himself even harder than when Mamachi Zabuza defeated him, nearly breaking his own body in the process. For that reason, Naruto couldn't give up, couldn't fall now that they were so close to the end. He didn't mind fighting a Jinchuriki and a cage. He didn't mind losing his life. He was an Anbu of Konohagakure no Sato, the son of 2 renowned shinobi. He wasn't someone who gave up easily. Is that it, kid? Walking slowly, burning the grass beneath his feet, Karatachi Yagura splashed the blood on his hand. His once magenta eyes had now turned garnet as the Bijk's cloak covered him. Cough. He spat out some blood and saliva. Leveraging his leg, Naruto stood up to his full height, staring with his cold eyes in the Jinchuriki's direction. The fatigue and exhaustion caused by the fight against Kisame and Yamamoto was forcing him to go at half power. No. Zoom. Ham. Naruto lunged, launching a light kick toward his enemy. The Yondaime Mizukage blocked the kick, swinging his opposite arm and trapping the Senju's neck. Naruto braced himself on his arm, feeling the dark corrupted chakra burning his skin, but twisted his torso and swung his left leg, now launching a kick against the opposite side of his enemy. Yagura shook his head and let go of his enemy's leg, moving backward. Naruto propelled himself forward and charged at the Mizukage at high speed, dodging water jutsus and bypassing his opponent's defenses. He was right in front of him, just inches away. He could land a powerful blow that would weaken him, perhaps even knock him out. Swing. Tap. Naruto leaped back, narrowly avoiding the 2 chakra tails. He watched as the cloak surrounding Yagura turned redder, almost blood-colored, and his eyes turned white. You forced me to grow another tail, you damn brat. Ham. Crack. Naruto felt his back creak despite the Byakume no In and the regeneration activated by the seal itself. If he still had enough chakra of his own, he could allow himself to perform more effective jutsus, not just rely on his superhuman strength and speed. It's not something that works for me right now. He took a deep breath, feeling the blood rise and reach his mouth, coughing it up. He moved his hand, wiping away the reddish liquid with the back of his hand, looking at it wearily. He needed to finish the Mizukage as soon as possible. The battles continued, and they didn't have the advantage of numbers on their side. First I'll deal with Yagura. Naruto took a second deep breath, trying to relax his body and let the pain subside completely, letting the Byakuya know and heal the injury caused by the blow. He supported his body weight on his left arm for a few seconds and pushed himself up, standing up. Are you still standing, little ninja? Now I see. You're not Yagura almost. Naruto stretched his arms, looking down at his enemy. Two chakra tails waved behind the Mizukage, whipping through the wind. He could feel the three tails' repulsive dark chakra. It was dense. Powerful. Yagura moved. In a second, he was 10 meters away from Naruto, and at the same pace, he was standing in front of the Senju, swinging his right arm at the blonde. Naruto dodged, taking the blow directly and was pushed back, shattering several trees before spinning and stopping with his feet. It's fast. Naruto jumped, evading his enemy's next blow, and threw several kunai with bomb tags, making them explode as they surrounded his enemy, covering the Jinchuriki in fire and smoke, preventing him from seeing. Wash. Yagura appeared above the Senju, who widened his eyes at his enemy's speed. He swung his arms and launched a hammer blow, sending Naruto crashing into a medium-sized crater, covering the blonde in dust for several seconds. Wow. The Mizukage fired his two tails into the dust cloud, hoping to impale his pesky enemy with them and finish him off once and for all. Passion. Senju Naruto emerged from the dust cloud seconds before the tails crashed into the ground, generating even more dust. He halted their movement by planting his feet on the ground, forming a seal. Oten. Direct an earth release. Mud Dragon Bullet. Brush. The dragon head formed next to Naruto, completely made of dripping mud. It slowly opened its mouth and began firing balls of mud at Yagura. The Mizukage swished his chakra tails, destroying the projectiles as he advanced toward Naruto. Dawn. Kira wind release. Cut. The Senju growled, moving two fingers wrapped in wind chakra, creating a horizontal cut towards his enemy. Yagura jumped to the side, pushing off with his legs, letting the jutsu pass by him, moving forward again, thanks to the momentum he gained from a tree, launching himself directly towards the blonde, who hadn't moved at all. Crack. Naruto raised his right leg and slammed it against the ground, generating a weak earthquake on the ground, shaking the trees in the process for a few seconds. Seconds in which Yagura was suspended in the air and Naruto took advantage of them, using the Harem to appear in front of him, wrapping his fist in chakra and slamming it against Yagura's face, sending the Mizukage crashing to the ground. Slash. Regardless of Yagura himself, the two tails moved toward the defenseless Naruto, attempting to impale the young shinobi through the center of his torso. The Anbu swung both arms, taking a direct hit from the tails, feeling the evil chakra burn him slightly. Wow. Ham. Once on the ground, he used his hands to move and stand, beginning to straighten as he felt blood trickle down his arms. Both tails had pierced his forearm and swung it to slam him into the ground. He could feel the Byakuya no and slowly beginning to heal him. The regenerative power of the seal was beginning to slow. I must finish him off. Standing up, Naruto looked towards where Yagura should have been, finding a completely empty crater. His instincts made him move, but it was too late. Rack. Reddish, a hand pierced Senju Naruto's abdomen from behind, sending a trail of blood to the ground. I got you, you little brat. Time to die. Yagura supported his body weight on his two legs and exerted force, using the arm with which he pierced Naruto to throw his enemy against several trees while leaving a fatal wound on his young enemy. Due to the force of the throw and that of the Jinchuriki himself, Naruto was forced to curl into a ball, covering himself with his arms to prevent the splinters from damaging his healthy eye or piercing it in important places. The boy felt himself going through trees and more trees until he noticed that he began to descend, crashing into the ground, forming a thick furrow. That bastard. Cough. Naruto coughed blood, trying to sit up. His body felt like it had been crushed by a mountain, turning every bone in his body to dust. He couldn't get up and his regeneration was getting slower and slower, healing the injuries Yagura had caused. Pam. Sleepy, tired and bloody, Naruto looked towards the figure of Karatachi Yagura, surrounded by the two-tailed cloak of his bijk, now even redder than before, leaving aside the truly human appearance of the cage. Are you still alive, ninja? Yagura laughed darkly, walking slowly towards Naruto, his tails wagging behind him. It's time for you to die already, A.N.B.U of Konoha. Slowly, chakra began to form in the cage's mouth, concentrating, forming a purple sphere, creating a pressure that left the blonde-haired young man breathless for a few seconds. Bijdama. Yagura shook his head. He fired that chakra sphere. And is that all? Naruto gritted his teeth, finally letting go of whatever resistance he had. He was tired. He wanted to go back to Konoha. See his teammates, the ones he'd spent days and hours with. No, I can't say a final goodbye to OK-san and Atom-san. I can't see Kakashi Nai-san, Minato-san and Kushina Ni-san. Hey. Naruto. Have you given up already? Really? You can't give up now? You can't let Itachi carry the burden. Let Konoha perish under Dan's shadow. Not now, brother. Shy Shisui. Had that been Uchiha Shisui's voice? His best friend, his dead brother? No, he was going crazy. It was all a product of exhaustion, wasn't it? But still, those words, they were right. He couldn't just give up. Not now. Shisui would be disappointed in me, huh? Slowly, Naruto opened his left eye, revealing the Manjikam Sharingan that had once belonged to Uchiha Shisui. I'm tired, but I'll fight, even if I die. Boom. That Ijkama shook the entire land of water, generating fierce winds and erasing much of the land, allowing the water from the lake to begin to filter in, flooding the tomb where the fierce enemy of the Yonde Mizukage would rest. 36. The Will of the Senju. Senju. A surname that attracted the interest of others. Everyone who lived in the elemental nations knew about the Senju clan, a clan of shinobi tied to nature, earth, and water. Its members had a strong affinity for Doton and Suiton, as well as powerful bodies and strength. Few could stand up to the clan led by Hashirama, the Shodai Hokage, the pinnacle of the Senju after obtaining Mokuton, an advanced element that no one else in his entire clan had awakened. Among the shinobi clans, the Senju had been known for their lack of pride in battle. They would not let themselves be defeated easily. But if they themselves had to retreat to protect their own, it was something they would do above all else, quite unlike their rival clan, the Uchiha, who were driven by the pride of having the Sharingan ninjutsu with them, a powerful Kekkei Genkai that had given them victory in hundreds of battles. But despite this, the Senju were not enemies to be swayed by the arts of Jinjutsu. They possessed tremendous control over their chakra. They were trained in shinobi medical techniques and could deal with Jinjutsu thanks to their perfect control over it, in addition to possessing a strong will that Hashirama and Tobirama would later pass on to their student Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third leader of Konoha. An example of the talent and power of the Senju were Hashirama himself and his brother Tobirama, those who had stood out the most when it came to fighting the Senju, being from the main line of the clan, and two extraordinary shinobi who would give their all in battle, as Hashirama showed by pushing his body to the limit during the fight against his best friend, Uchiha Madara. Senju was a badge for the person who held it. He would be singled out. He would be pressured to enter the Kra. He would have the full attention of the Konoha Council, from the Fire Daimon himself. He would be the hope of a nearly extinct clan with only Tsunade as its head. He would have to live up to the high expectations of thousands of people. Ahaha. That cruel laughter echoed throughout the forest, reaching the ears of rebels and allies of the Mizukage alike, causing the battles to stop, looking, hearing that laughter that froze their blood. All that talk for nothing. Harem plus May walked, dragging her feet, observing with horror the enormous crater through which the water of that lake was entering, covering the destruction caused in the battle. Expand. Vain words, which have not reached the heavens. Bakura and Itachi watched from a cliff, looking at the cruel and dark form that Karatachi Yagura had taken, letting the Bijk's chakra slowly dominate him, covering his body in that red mass, almost like blood, showing slight pieces of bone that began to appear with the seconds. You've just been another little pebble in my shoe. CHMJKRM led out slowly toward the edge of the forest, followed by hundreds of shinobi, both allies and enemies. Not a single one was unharmed. All showed at least a minor wound. So small, so fragile. Did you think you could beat me? Gahahaha. Leaning against a tree, a masked man watched the scene with one red eye, displaying 3 tomos above his blood-colored iris. The other eye was hidden by the mask, while black locks of hair fell over his forehead. I'm not going to let any foreigner tell me what to do. Ashigaki Kisame took the handle of Samehada, frowning at the Mizukage's figure. For him, war no longer held any meaning. No one can stop me now. Every shinobi belonging to the rebellion fell to their knees, staring at the back of the deranged cage, understanding that they had never had a true chance. They would never have been able to defeat the power of the Yonde Mizukage, Karatachi Yagura, a perfect Jinchuriki capable of using the power of the Sanbi to defeat them. It had been nice to dream. Ahahaha, everything has ended with my final victory. There is no one who can defeat me now. Chakra began to form around Yagura's monstrous figure, growing slowly. It is not good to abuse power, but I will use it to eliminate the remnants of garbage from this place. Swiftly, the pseudo-Bijk turned his attention to the hundreds of shinobi watching him, displaying a dark, mocking smile. There wasn't a single trace of humanity in him. It didn't seem like there had ever been any. And if there had been, it had just disappeared completely with that simple gesture. It's time to. Yagura stopped. He trembled for only a second. He moved his head slightly toward the column of smoke and dust left behind by his attack. Was that boy still alive? Never turn your back on your enemy. A strong wind whipped through the column of dust, causing it to disappear. Covered by the torso of a green humanoid, Senju Naruto was stretching his right arm towards Yagura, while the Manjikam glowed in his left eye. You little shit. It shouldn't have been possible. What was happening wasn't humanly possible. Yagura gritted his teeth, expelling more of the Sanbi's chakra, cracking the ground, raising winds that forced the spectators to retreat. But Naruto didn't move. That emerald-colored Susanoo prevented its summoner from retreating, protecting him with its arm. Shisui. He raised his left arm, bringing his hand to his left eye, brushing it with his fingers. He felt his friend there, with him. He thought he could feel Shisui pushing him from behind, with his hands. He could see him smiling at him, placing his hand on his shoulder. Was he imagining it? Did he have a concussion? That's the most likely scenario. He might even have schizophrenia. It was all so real. He couldn't help but feel his old friend by his side, supporting him, keeping him going. If he lost that battle with Karatachi Yagura, he would be letting down one of his best friends. One of his brothers. Cramp. He closed his hand, yanking his arm down, and looked ahead, focusing his Manjukamai on his enemy, seeing the massive chakra he was releasing. His body couldn't handle it much longer. He felt the strain on his muscles, pushing him down. His legs were still holding up. How did you do it? You bastard. The chakra wave hit Naruto. Susanoo moved his arms and covered his summoner. Anyone with good vision would notice the greenish chakra leaking from Naruto's left eye. With my friend's help, Naruto slowly began walking toward Yagura. Step by step, he was getting closer to his enemy, always accompanied by Susanoo. I'm not fighting alone here, you know. Crash. Froosh. 3 tails flew toward the Senju. Forming a massive spear, Shisui's Susanoo blocked the 3 chakra extensions, deflecting their full force and creating a wind wave that caused cracks in the ground. I'm going to destroy you. Just try it. The two stared at each other, one in his pseudo-Bijk form and the other covered by the torso of his slain friend Susanoo. There was no turning back. There would be no peaceful surrender. This would be the end of the war where only one side would win. Yagura knew it all too well. He understood that if he didn't give his all in that fight, he wouldn't emerge victorious against that simple Anbu from Konohagakure no Sado and would be killed. He had to give it his all. He couldn't lose after years of fighting for the position he held. Raya. Naruto watched as Yagura's body began to transform, as it began to glow. That idiot had unleashed the final stage of his Bijk form and now the Sanbi was staring at him with that cold, red eye. If a Bijk's eye could transmit anything. Rat. You actually forced Yagura to bring me out to fight. That's not something many have achieved. While any other human would have run away upon seeing one of the powerful Bijk, Naruto stood his ground, staring with that one eye at the 3-tailed beast. He could feel the Sanbi's power hitting him, trying to intimidate him. He killed innocents. Now, it's his time, Sanbi, Naruto declared, staring into the 3-tailed Bijk's eye. He snorted. Only Hashirama could have stopped me. Now, what will you little ninja do? Naruto closed his open eye, releasing the air he'd been holding in his lungs. Slowly, the Susanoo disappeared. I'll deal with you. Mokuten. Makijin no Jutsu would release. Woodman Jutsu, the Senju roared, opening both eyes, showing his sapphire blue in his right eye and his Manjukum Sharingan in his left. Little ninja. Sanbi moved, firing 3 water bullets at the Konoha Anbu. But a wooden arm appeared, covering the boy and blocking the jutsu. From the ground, slowly, an immense wooden man appeared, wearing a scarf with a dragon on it, showing both yellowish eyes. Above the head of that immense man, Senju Naruto remained standing, still with the seal active. Lend me your strength, Shisui. The 3-tailed Bijk moved swiftly, forming a ball that advanced toward the woodman, clearly intending to strike the same immense man's head. But a greenish chakra armor blocked the 3-tailed beast, forcing the Sanbi to move to the side. Suiton. Deika Suiton water release. Great water mass bullet. Sanbi spat 3 powerful balls of compressed water at his enemy. Naruto took a deep breath, forming another seal. The dragon that formed the woodman's scarf moved swiftly and shattered one of the water balls with its jaws, while with another hand seal, the blonde had the woodman hit the second one, and the Susanoo shattered the last of the water balls with a chakra spear, creating a small rain shower over them. A deep sigh escaped Naruto's lips, his attention on the Sanbi still intact. He moved his hands into another seal, and the Susanoo drew back his right arm, aiming the chakra spear at the beast. Another seal, and the humanoid fired it at the 3 tails. Sanbi swiftly formed a massive ball with his body, taking the full brunt of his enemy's movement and being flung upward. The spear had struck the ground harder, exploding, than Sanbi himself. Now. Woodman moved, charging his right arm and striking the Sanbi with a good hammer blow downwards, smashing the Bijk against the ground, raising an immense cloud of dust. The woodman moved at the same time as the wooden dragon, and when the Sanbi tried to move, the dragon caught the beast by the neck, while the woodman knocked the beast to the ground, on its back. Swing. The chakra sword pierced one of the Bijk's legs, coming from Shisui Susanoo, as Naruto looked at the Bijk, forming another seal. Mokuten. Hite no Jutsu Elemento Madara. Jutsu de Hite. Brum. Trump. Wooden hands emerged from the ground at Naruto's command after completing the chain of hand seals, falling on the three-tailed bitch, crushing the Sanbi itself. Bastard child. Naruto sighed, jumping into the Sanbi's chest as the Woodman, Susanoo, Wooden Dragon, and Wooden Hands held him, rendering him harmless to him. They won't hold out much longer. Despite the small push from Shisui, Naruto knew his chakra was on its last legs, even with the Byakume no and still slightly activated. Although the seal was beginning to weaken and disappear. There wasn't much time he could waste. A single second and he'd be tailed beast food. The image wasn't exactly flattering to him, if he was honest. And he wasn't too keen on being eaten by a beast. He moved his hands in a seal, and Woodman and Susanoo pressed the Sanbi into the ground much harder, along with the massive wooden hands he'd used. Slowly, drop by drop, his chakra was fading away. Kid. You'd better stop playing, or I'll really. This is really interesting, Naruto silenced the Bijk's words, walking through his stomach and focused the Manjukam on the Sanbi, completely pushing chakra. Itachi used Kodomatsukami on you and Yagura, I suppose, and then gave Shisui Sharingan to Minato to implant in me. Now it all falls into place. Yagura really was controlled to serve Madara. Even you, a powerful chakra being, has been completely manipulated. Silence, damn human. I'm going to. The Senju took a deep breath, moving his hands into another seal. A vine wrapped around the three-tailed Bijk's face, making it difficult for him to move or speak. Time to move through your mind too. Tsukiyomi. The will of the Senju had been inherited by the last male of them. Senju Naruto. He would not give up until he won that war. 37. Karatachi Yagura. Darkness. He had always been in darkness. Since he was a child. There were no happy memories. There were no smiles or parents waiting for his return. For as long as he could remember, he only remembered looks of contempt and fear, how adults pointed at him and spoke softly to him, how the Mizukage prepared him for what he was supposed to be. A weapon in the service of Kurigakure no Sato, the bearer of the Sanbi, the three-tailed beast. He was a Jinchuriki, a vessel for one of the beasts that had been trapped by Senju Hashirama himself. His duty, his obligation, was to be a shinobi, a soldier who would rise above the rest and water the earth with the blood of his enemies. But that wasn't him. He didn't want to be a weapon. He didn't want to kill people. He didn't see the beast inside him as a weapon, only as a misunderstood being. But in a village ruled by a dictator, yet another despot of the shinobi world, there was no room for change for him. He was forced to carry the Sanbi and would be a weapon for the Mizukage and the Kiri Council. It was his duty and obligation as a shinobi and a resident of Kiri. He hated unnecessary death. Killing his enemy might be something he would do as a shinobi, but not for the pleasure of it. But being a Jinchuriki simply meant being a weapon at the service of the village's higher-ups, being pushed in skills to obtain the best possible quality, and being able to deal with future enemies in wars. That's disgusting. Karatachi Yagura couldn't agree just because he was the one being used as a weapon. A Jinchuriki of the Sanbi and an excellent shinobi with the handling of Suiton, more thanks to the Sanbi than to himself, he was pushed to fight with the enemies of his people, to eliminate them completely without a show of mercy. That was his role, what he was born to do, and what he did. Fight in service to the Sanday Mizukage and eliminate threats to his people solely out of duty, out of his role as the weapon of the Bloody Mist, an asset even more valuable than the Kiri no Shinobigatana Shichinen SHK on the battlefield. Who could blame him? When a speck of light appeared in his dark world, he simply clung to it and fought against the Sanday Mizukage, wishing to end the reign of terror that was ravaging his village and his country. He watched as children were orphaned, as the people were suppressed by the despot who had taken control of Kiri after the disappearance of the Nidame Mizukage, the one who had kept Kiri in such a high position within the elemental nations. Yagura only fought for what he believed was right, to free himself from the clutches of a cruel man who saw everyone as mere objects, tools to maintain his position. During his time as a shinobi, as another weapon at the command of the Sanday Mizukage, he saw how the man dismissed his shinobi with a simple gesture, ready to eliminate them if they did not complete the assigned mission, if they did not achieve the objective he had given them. Kurigakure was to be the greatest among the nations. That was his goal, and whoever opposed him would only be eliminated, erased from history. Following what many wished for, Yagura finally freed himself from the clutches of the Sandame in the war against the Reign of Terror, fighting alongside his comrades of Kiri only for a better future, wishing to end that man who had destroyed their lives completely and who had unleashed a civil war in his country, with his people caring about nothing but power. I still remember how his blood trickled down my hand when I stabbed him, when I pierced his heart without flinching, just like I was taught. Sanday Mizukage gave his all to create a faithful weapon that would serve him, that would fight for him against his enemies, that would protect him completely from those who wanted him dead. Ultimately, it was that weapon he had built that ended up killing him, taking his life completely without remorse, without flinching when it pierced his heart. I feel his blood still running down my hand. Yagura stared at his hand. He was surrounded by darkness. He remained there for a long time, accompanied by the Sanbi and his own thoughts. He never thought of becoming the Yonde Mizukage, the leader of a village that had utterly despised him from the very beginning. That was a huge step for me. His eyes remained fixed on his hand, watching the blood drip. He couldn't shake the image of the Sandaime abandoning his life, of the spark of it fading in his eyes. Yagura sighed, lowering his arm and treading water, staring into the darkness. Ever since that masked man had shown up in his office, everything had changed for him. He had been sent into that darkness, leaving his people completely unprotected, with no one to look after them. As a spectator, he had seen his hand stained with the blood of his comrades once before, establishing the second reign of terror and creating a division in his people after a civil war. I'm so sorry. He watched as his comrade, who had fought by his side, suffered as he launched the witch hunt on Kurigakure, killing all those who weren't on his side, those who weren't pure and had no bloodline to draw upon. He had become a second Sandaime Hokage, staining the land with the blood of his countrymen, those he had fought with to bring peace to the land of water and overthrow the shadows that loomed over it. Yagura let out a sigh. Blood. He smelled blood and death. He felt the blood staining him, slowly seeping down his body, bathing him from head to toe. He could see himself surrounded by mountains of corpses and be unable to do anything, not even prevent someone from dying. He had lost control of his body since he saw that red eye. Madara. He remembered how Uchiha Madara had entered his office, covering his face with a mask, looking at him with that telltale Uchiha eye. His mind hurt and seemed confused, full of gaps, but Madara hadn't been the one who had put him under that Jinjutsu that even controlled the Sanbi himself, his partner. It was that other Uchiha, the one wearing that cloak of red clouds, whom he was forced to fight using the pseudo-Bijk form and who had finally subdued him with the Jinjutsu, both him and his Bijk partner, without them being able to do anything. They had fallen under the control of that cursed Ninjutsu. It's so frustrating. Yagura looked at the darkness in front of him. Had he ever seen the light? Had he ever been able to truly be happy without anyone controlling him? He murdered. He watered the earth with the blood of his comrades and enemies. He had only been a pawn in the game that both the Sandaime and Madara had set in his life. He had never been free. And when he began to be, he once again felt the leash around his neck, pulling him toward that darkness that awaited him with open arms. You finally understand, a mocking voice declared, echoing through the darkness. Yagura twisted his face completely, shifting his eyes toward the figure that had formed. You're a tool, just a pawn on a board with important pieces. You've been no one in this life. You have only brought me misfortune. Really? The man shifted his face, focusing his Sharingan eye on the Mizukage, smiling beneath his mask. I am Uchiha Madara. I would clearly bring misfortune to mere pawns like you, brat. A mere tool who has executed my wishes without any opposition. That is what you truly are. Crump. Yagura clenched his fists, baring his teeth in an angry gesture against his enemy, the one who had kept him out of his own life for years. You won't always get what you want, Madara, the Mizukage hissed, spitting out the words with all the hatred he had been feeling for a long time. I always get what I want. I attacked Konoha. I destroyed Kiri. Both villages were my playthings for many years, Madara declared, crossing his arms. His messy, dark hair fell to the middle of his back, without a single strand, without a single gray to show his true age, as if he had found the immortality so many desired. But everything must lead us to a true and eternal peace, Karatachi Yagura. Even your sacrifice. Ham. Madara leaped, evading what looked like an immense grayish tail that would have crushed him completely. A red eye slowly appeared in the darkness, focusing solely on the perpetrator of that civil war. Uchiha Madara. Sanbi showed himself, his three tails wagging behind him. Madara slowly stood up, brushing the dust off his robes. He didn't look like a man worried about dealing with a Bijk and a Jinchuriki at the same time. He was Uchiha Madara, after all. That was simple enough for him, if he'd fought Hashirama. Ah, the Sanbi. This is a somewhat unexpected meeting, Madara declared reluctantly. Both Yagura and the Sanbi knew they couldn't deal with Madara. He was merely a projection in their minds, keeping them in complete control. This is very. So you're the one who keeps the cage under control, a soft cold voice cut off the Uchiha's words. Madara frowned behind his mask, moving his head to the right, imitated by his victims. Walking slowly, showing one sapphire blue eye and a mangekyo in the opposite eye, Naruto appeared before the three in that dark and shattered mind. However, you are not Uchiha Madara. Ham. Yagura and the Sanbi watched as Naruto launched a direct punch at the masked man, forcing him to block the blow. You're not Madara. Madara moved his Sharingan eye towards the Senju. Before that ninjutsu could fall upon the blonde, Naruto moved, grabbing Madara's arm completely and pushing it with his own body, lifting the man and throwing him against the ground with a dull sound. Child. Madara may be a traitor to Konoha. Naruto closed his right hand, forming his partner's famous Chidori, but he would never go to such lengths to deal with his enemies. He wouldn't hide behind a masker fight from the shadows. Uchiha Madara's style is much more direct. HMP. Zap. Madara stepped back from his enemy, reassessing the situation. He let out a sigh as he stood up. This wasn't the time to deal with that boy. Yagura had served his purpose in this war. He was of no use to him, and wasting time was a non-starter for his plans. So who? Brunk. Madara opened the eye that showed through the hole in his mask fully, hearing flesh tearing. He looked down, watching his enemy's arm pierce through the center of his chest, destroying his lungs. Cough. Blood began to seep through the mask, dripping down his chin after the first cough. But Naruto didn't move his arm. He grabbed Uchiha Madara's shoulder and pulled him close, impaling his enemy from side to side. I know you're a projection. I'm not an idiot. He slowly brought his lips to Madara's left ear. I'm coming for you, bastard. Whoever you are, remember that Akame no Anbu is after your head. And I'm going to kill you. Brash. Brack. He didn't blink. The nausea didn't come. He had killed close to 3,000 people or even more throughout his service as an Anbu, including those he killed before arriving at that cruel war where he understood something else. Hatred always remained in people's souls, even if it was hidden. You. Ninjutsu. You don't have to explain yourself to me, Karatachi Yagura. I'll get you out of this myself, Naruto murmured, staring at his hand for a few seconds. Although that Madara had been a projection, it felt completely real. How it used. The organs it had pierced. For Naruto, it had been even more real than life itself. Mara, or whoever the guy behind the mask was, had undoubtedly wanted to take complete control of Yagura. Thank you. Naruto lowered his hand. He shook his head and looked at Yagura. He wasn't a terrifying man. The one he had met hadn't been Karatachi Yagura, just a pawn of a deranged man. Don't give them to me. Now I'm not getting out of here, kid, Yagura declared, cutting Naruto off completely. The Senju frowned at the cage. Naruto, right. HMP. Just because I was under a Jinjutsu doesn't mean I didn't see what I did, the man's whisper escaped. Sanbi stirred, staring at his Jinchuriki. Sharing a mind with him, he knew what he was thinking, what he would do. But even if he did, it wasn't his decision to stop him. I've seen the world around me begin to burn. Zabuza's betrayal. The constant deaths. Executions carried out based on suspicion. How Mei took command of the rebels when I killed their previous leader. I've been locked in constant conflict with my own people for nearly 3 decades. First, it was the Sandaime who forced me to fight against both outsiders and my own comrades. That led to a civil war that I believed would free me from his yoke. How wrong I was. Raising his left hand, Yagura covered his face, tears dripping down. Madara did the same to me. He forced me to kill, to become the Sandaime Mizukage. I've never seen peace or light. I haven't enjoyed a family. Friends. Because my hands, only blood has stained them. That could be. No, Yagura ran his arm over his face, wiping away the tears. He raised his eyes, looking directly at Naruto. The Senju opened his own, watching as tears began to form again. I can't take it anymore. Thousands have died by my hand without me really meaning to. TSK. Naruto gritted his teeth, clenching his hands after those words. You can still. Brat. Some people can't go on with their lives, even if they've been controlled for most of their time, the Sanbi declared, approaching Yagura, observing his jailer for a few brief seconds, out of the corner of his eye, before moving his attention to the blonde Anbu. Uchiha Madara. I don't know how he managed to control me and Yagura at the same time. He's just too much of a nuisance. Naruto Senju looked towards the cage of Kiri, observing the man he had faced. Karatachi Yagura. Just see to it that Kurigakure doesn't suffer much longer. Finish Madara off. Understanding the meaning of those words, Naruto stared up at the dark sky for a few seconds. He was in Yagura's mind. There was no sky as such, but he needed something to keep his mind calm. Ever since the war started, he thought Karatachi Yagura was just another monster he had to kill, like always. But he never expected this. A broken, controlled man, a mere pawn in the hands of 2 cruel men. Crump. He clenched his fists. He felt no pain. He was using the Manjikam to enter the Sanbi's mind. Well, they could take hours there, outside they would only be seconds. He learned from the best. It's fine, Naruto slumped his shoulders, defeated by the turn of events. He was eager to be done, to go home. A vacation wasn't bad. I'm sorry, Karatachi Yagura. Sliding his lips with a completely voluntary muscular contraction, the Yondaime Mizukage smiled back at the Konohagakure no Sato Anbu. A sad smile, filled with pain but ultimately a genuine smile. The smile of a man who knew the end of his suffering. Thank you for coming. I'll take over, Karatachi Yagura. He slowly positioned himself behind Yagura, moving his hands around the Jinchuriki's head. If I kill you here, I will die outside. Crack. There was no countdown. There were no last words from a man condemned to death. Naruto snapped Karatachi Yagura's neck, feeling tears trickle down his right cheek. That man who wanted peace was only a tool. 38. Time to go back. Kurigakure no Sato, the village known as the Bloody Mist, that village that had bathed in the blood of its enemies and compatriots for at least 50 years, leaving countless dead throughout history, and marking a point in the history of the elemental nations that no other village had taken. After nearly 10 years of intense fighting, of sacrifices on both sides, the civil war had finally come to an end, bringing down the second reign of terror completely after the death of Karatachi Yagura, the man who had led that dark time with an iron fist, without hesitation, willing to eliminate opponents of his rule completely, staining his hands with the blood of innocent people without blinking. The celebrations were swift. Kiri was taken by the faction loyal to Harem plus Mei, encountering no opposition when they arrived at the village. The shinobi laid down their weapons and surrendered when their leader was finally defeated. Little by little, Mei saw Yagura's generals fall. There was no one left standing to provoke a confrontation between the two sides, and the people soon began to recover from the nightmare they had lived through just a few hours before. For 10 long years, it had been a massive bloodbath that few could have avoided. Kurigakure had entered a period of peace, and it was time to celebrate. A week after the end of that nightmare that would remain as another part of its history, the villagers and shinobi from all over the land of water began the celebration that would mark the beginning of a new era in a country that for too many years had been bathed in blood, leaving behind the dark era that many hated and abhorred. When people spoke of Kurigakure, all they could think of was blood, the cruelty its shinobi inflicted, and how willing they were to go to war if necessary. The beginning of a new Kiri was being forged slowly, step by step, by all those who fought for it. In a few years, when the land of water recovered from that terrible history, they would be able to erase the nickname of Bloody Mist completely. They would once again be a ninja village that would protect their countrymen. They would leave no one behind and would be willing to fight for the peace that people like Sandai Mizukage and Karatachi Yagura had trampled on. If only they knew. Knowing the truth behind Yagura, Naruto remained on the sidelines for that week after the war's end, in the hospital wing, recovering from his injuries. He had hated the ending Yagura himself had accepted when the Mizukage hadn't really been the cause of it all. He knew it and Yagura knew it. But the weight of his actions had completely taken its toll on the man, sinking him into complete misery. It's not something I like to celebrate. She looked with her sapphire eye at the glass containing some sake. Her mother was a keen drinker of sake and gambling. But they were only a cover for the depression caused by the death of her brother and fiancé. I prefer sake from the land of iron. Without hesitation, Naruto poured the liquid onto the ground, watching it cascade down the drain, drop by drop. He didn't mind wasting a bit of that drink. As long as it didn't end up in his mouth, the birdland sake could go down the drain. Strong. Sour. It was truly disgusting, even though it was considered the best sake in the elemental nations. Would my mother agree? He lowered his shoulders slightly, moving his blue eyes over all the people of Kiri, smiling slightly. Happy. Radiant. He couldn't see the weight on those people. The hard, tired, and grumpy faces had vanished, and now they seemed happy to finally have their home back. And Naruto was truly happy. If Kiri was finally at peace, he could return to Konoha for his pay and a nice vacation. He needed a break after 5 years of forced marching, suffering injuries and exhaustion, without really finding time to rest. Ah, finally I can take a nice bath in the hot springs. The Senju pushed himself away from the wall where he'd been leaning. A bandage covered the left side of his face, concealing the Sharingan he'd used in battle and the one his brother and best friend had given him for safekeeping. I am a caregiver. But that thought, the Senju lightly touched the gourd bottle hanging from his waist on the right side. He only touched it for a few seconds, nothing more. Naruto. Uchiha Itachi had finally gotten rid of Kiri a few days ago, after recovering. He had helped him search for the Samehada, but that bastard Kisame seemed to have somehow survived and had taken Kiri's most dangerous sword. Can you join me? Pakura asked, brushing some green strands of hair away from her face. The Kunoichi had finally joined the ranks of the Kiri shinobi, though it wasn't official yet, but Mei had let it slip when they spoke after the last confrontation. Naruto was fine with that. Pakura wouldn't have to deal with the Kazuki Ajirasa and could live a life as a hero of Kurigakure no Sato, probably looking up to a statue of herself. She had killed a member of the Shinobigatana and led several other missions for the rebellion. Yeah. Uncrossing his arms and looking at his mission partner, Naruto finally decided to accompany her to another place, leaving the hubbub that had formed with the victory celebrations. He didn't hate parties, but he wasn't used to them. Jaya. But he certainly preferred a different kind of relaxation after years of fighting, staining his hands with blood and even tearing his muscles and destroying his hollows in a fight. Moving his hands to her bare waist, Naruto grabbed her and pulled her down onto him, straddling his pelvis, feeling his partner's wetness surrounding his manhood. He looked down at her. He saw her dark eyes, how green strands lightly covered her sweat-drenched forehead, how her chest heaved somewhat frantically from the movement. There was something about being a Senju, and he was grateful for it at times, with a few Uzumaki genes. Are we always going to end up like this? The blonde growled, watching the sweat running down Pakura's face, dripping down her neck and passing through the cleavage of her breasts. It's certainly a good goodbye, she declared, taking the boy's wrists and pushing him down, moving her hips slowly, biting her lower lip and giving an image to remember. She was on top of him. Straddling him. A thin sheet was the only thing covering their naked bodies. The movement kept them both warm, oblivious to the night chill that crept in through the bottom of the tent. Is this the scar Nabari made? He asked, running his thumb down his lover's right side, finding the roughness of the scar, noticing how the skin bulged a little, new. The doctors performed the surgery well. Pakura pushed Naruto's hand down onto her buttocks again. Don't take your hands off, dear. Is that an order? Maybe, she murmured lasciviously, leaning forward, brushing her lips against the Senju's, giving him a smile. The kunoichi then moved her hands over the blonde's chest, noticing the shinobi's toned abdomen, noticing the scar made by the Samehada when she was in Kisam's hands in one of their fights. You have a huge scar there. Naruto felt cold when Pakura's hands brushed against that scar. He felt a brief light shiver run down his spine. Kisam had almost cut him in two with his sword in that fight. If it hadn't been for the Rasengan he'd used, he'd now be searching for his legs in the river where they fought. A bad memory, he murmured, catching Pakura's hand in his own. He looked at her for about 2 seconds before moving quickly so that he was now on top of her, legs spread. Pakura blinked, but bit her lip as he entered her with a movement of his hips against her. A faint moan escaped her lips. But I'd rather record a better one. Pervert. I didn't seek you out to buck, he reminded her, catching her lips before a complaint could escape. Naruto cupped her face, moving her legs with his body, pressing Pakura down and grabbing one of her legs with his other hand, penetrating her lightly with a small pump. But it's what you want. For the next few minutes, neither of them said a single word. The silence was only broken by the collision of two bodies, their moans, and the creaking of the bed springs. Naruto didn't want to remember past battles, moments where he could have died at the hands of any enemy. He preferred to imprint in his mind Pakura's naked body, covered in sweat, beneath him, her breasts swaying. He couldn't help but take them. He cupped both breasts in his hands, while increasing the pumping, forcing the kunoichi to spread her legs wider so he could enter her completely, unhindered. Watching her pink nipples, he bent down, still pumping, taking one of them in his mouth, tasting the pink skin of his lover and nibbling on it a little, tugging with his mouth and earning a moan from Pakura, who closed her legs around her lover's waist. Naruto didn't move away. He moved his hands to either side of his partner's body and pushed deeper, looking into her eyes. She moved her hands, letting go of her partner's arms, her eyes shining with intensity as her body was being completely penetrated, and placed them on the blonde shinobi's back. Muscular. Athletic. Strong. Those adjectives were the first that came to her mind, flooded with pleasure when she touched his back, noticing the roughness of the battle scars. She had never seen a shinobi with so many scars. Not even the Anbu of Suna seemed to have so many marks from their battles. But in contrast, Naruto's back seemed to have the scars of all those soft-skinned shinobi who had never seen a real battle. This isn't the time to beat around the bush, she scolded herself, letting out a moan when Naruto finally pushed himself all the way into her. The shudder she felt after the orgasm was too pleasurable. She wanted another one. But I feel his seed in me. She didn't mind getting pregnant. Being a kunoichi, having a son or daughter young was the best option. The lifespan of shinobi didn't go past 30, and few truly reached old age. Only those like the Sannin or the Sandaime Hokage and Tsuchikage could reach that age without too much damage, having gone through the 3 great ninja wars, as Sarutobi Hiruzen and Inoki of the 3 scales had done. Naruto shared the same view. Well, he didn't think about a stable partner, leaving a child behind would be the best thing for him as a shinobi, not knowing when he'd return home. Kiri had taught him that, at any moment, with a single careless act, his life would finally end and he'd never see his loved ones again. If he could at least leave an heir for the Senju, he'd fulfill his purpose. He rolled onto his back, separating from his partner, letting his seed drip down the thighs of the legendary Pakura of Suna, that heroine who now completely belonged to Kurigakure no Sado. Mei certainly wouldn't use her as Rasa had, nor abandon her at the slightest opportunity, using her as a weapon to start a war. Staring up at the ceiling of the tent, they both remained silent for the next few seconds, feeling their sweaty bodies. Pakura's hair was lightly covering her face, and Naruto felt his intimacy slightly sticky. A shower wasn't out of place when his body was sticky. Are you coming back to Konoha? For a few more seconds, Naruto kept his blue eyes focused on the roof, illuminated only by the candles in his tent. With all the wounded, the healthy had to stay out of the village for a few more days, living in tents like an army waiting to march. My mission ended with the death of Karachi Yagura, Naruto spoke softly, now looking at Bakura. I can delay my departure no longer. Once my mission is accomplished, I must return to my village. I am an Anbu, not just any disposable shinobi. Yeah. There's no way they're going to throw away Senju Naruto, the Akame no Naruto or Akame no Anbu of Konoha, she muttered, covering her eyes with her right arm. No, she wasn't going to cry. She appreciated Naruto, but they weren't a couple. And they couldn't be. Thank you for saving me 3 years ago. If it weren't for you and Jiraiya-sama, I'd probably be living with a Shinigami now. Naruto remained silent. 3 years had passed since he met Bakura. 3 years. 3 years filled with blood, endless fights, and significant losses. His mind really needed a break from all of that. Don't give them away. You've saved me hundreds of times. We're more than even, Bakura, he declared, smiling slightly. It was true that Bakura had saved him, perhaps reaching 1,000 times. But this isn't the time for drama, he murmured, taking Bakura by the waist. A third round. Give me a room, better. Maybe that goodbye wasn't bad for him, although he would miss them all of them. But it was time to go back. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.